You wicked person. How dare you accuse my elder brother of cheating in the exams? This wicked woman. If our Jeaner doesn't come back, I will risk my life to kill her. Big madam, calm down. It's not worth getting sick over this wicked person. Yun Jiaoyu was awakened by the angry, hateful voices. She immediately felt an unbearable pain in her back and spine. The pain was so deep that she opened her heavy eyelids. She saw a middle-aged noblewoman, about 40 years old, wiping tears nearby, with 3 young women around her, trying to comfort her and tell her not to be sad. Yun Jiaoyu looked confused at these women dressed in old-fashioned clothes and glanced around. Yesterday, she had asked for leave from the military officer to visit her family and had taken a long-distance bus. After entering the mountains, the bus tipped over on a steep mountain road 1,000 meters high. Unsurprisingly, she was probably no longer alive. Realizing this, Yun Jiaoyu's mind flooded with unfamiliar memories. Though she couldn't believe it, she confirmed she had traveled into a different world. She had entered a popular political novel she was reading recently. She had become the hated, despised character with the same name, Yun Jiaoyu, who was the wife of the richest man in Qingzhou, Qi family, in the Great Qi Kingdom. This Yun Jiaoyu had loved Chong Jin, the eldest grandson of the Qi family, since she was young. To marry Chong Jin, she had used all sorts of dirty tricks before the wedding. Chong Jin originally had a good marriage proposal in the capital, but because of Yun Jiaoyu's schemes, it fell apart. The Qi family hated Yun Jiaoyu deeply, and after marriage, they constantly scolded and beat her. Over time, her mind became twisted from abuse. Perhaps out of madness, she even threatened to bribe officials in the capital to accuse Chong Jin of cheating in the exams after he became top scorer. As karma would have it, on the day her husband was taken for interrogation, her mother-in-law ordered her to be beaten with 40 strokes of the staff, and she died from the injuries. At this moment, her soul had somehow transferred into this body. Madam, someone from the Court of Justice has come. A housekeeper hurriedly rushed into the room, trembling. Our young master was beaten badly and brought back on a stretcher. Madam, you should go see him quickly. Her mother-in-law, Xiao, fainted immediately upon hearing that her beloved son had been beaten. After being pinched hard in the throat a few times, she managed to regain some strength and was helped to the front hall of the Qi family. No one noticed that Yun Jiaoyu, on the bed, had already woken up. The bedroom was empty. Yun Jiaoyu struggled to get out of bed. Just a slow movement, but the red clothes brushed against her back, opening a wound that was already bloody and torn. The pain made her tremble uncontrollably. Yun Jiaoyu's face turned pale. She never thought that, as a renowned doctor in the 21st century, she would one day experience the torture of ancient punishments. But were the officials from the court coming? Suddenly, Yun Jiaoyu remembered. In the book, Chong Jin, the eldest grandson of the Qi family, passed the imperial exam but was falsely accused of cheating, leading to his family being confiscated and exiled. In the following years, Chong Jin's mind became increasingly unstable. Even after his name was cleared and he gained official power, eventually becoming a top minister, he still turned into the most evil villain in this political novel. Could the officials coming mean that the entire Qi family was about to be exiled? Yun Jiaoyu instinctively moved toward the desk with a white jade plate. The original body, Yun Jiaoyu, was dead, but she was still alive. This body had already been whipped and injured, with dense blood vessels torn in her back. If she was exiled without money, she might have died early in this strange world. Enduring the intense pain, Yun Jiaoyu took a small white jade plate and hid it in her sleeve. But she worried her sleeve might not be safe. The officials might tear off her clothes during the search. Thinking about how small the jade plate was, she used a wooden hairpin to style her hair into a bun and tucked the jade plate into her dark hair. The Qi family was the richest in Qingzhou, with countless treasures. Unfortunately, she couldn't move or hide all those valuables, only small items for safekeeping. If only she had a convenient space to store things. Just as she thought this, Yun Jiaoyu suddenly felt a lightness on her head. The 2 white jade plates she had just hidden in her hair bun disappeared. She rubbed her hair, checking carefully. Her treasure was really gone. In the next moment, she realized she was hallucinating. A space appeared before her. Inside the space were the basic facilities of her army unit, an infirmary, operating room, warehouse, and even an agricultural and breeding base. And the white jade plate she had hidden was now lying in the warehouse, with its door half open. Yun Jiaoyu pinched herself hard, her arm turning blue. It wasn't a hallucination. If the jade plate could be stored in the space's warehouse, then the treasures from the Qi family's vault, gold, silver, and jewels, could also be stored there. The idea of raiding the family's estate and stealing before the court officials arrived suddenly seemed possible. Yun Jiaoyu hurriedly decided to act. She was determined to move the warehouse contents first. She took out painkillers and iodine from the medicine cabinet. After taking the medicine, she reached behind her back and gently wiped the wound's raw skin. She also applied some topical anti-inflammatory ointment and used a broken broomstick she found outside the yard as a makeshift cane. Step by step, she moved toward the storeroom of the Qi family in her memory. People from the Tingwei mansion arrived. Everyone in the Qi family, except her, gathered in the hall. This gave her a good chance to transfer her assets. The door to the storeroom was locked with 2 locks. Yun Jiaoyu took off her earrings and used the hook to pry open the lock. With a soft click, the lock opened. Yun Jiaoyu gently pushed the door open. The Qi family is indeed the richest in Qingzhou. Inside the storeroom, countless treasures gleamed brightly. The area for silk and satin took up an entire wall. There were dozens of boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry. Ink, paper, brushes, and inkstones. Rare, medicinal herbs. Yun Jiaoyu began to feel worried. She was exhausted and couldn't carry all these treasures herself. If these treasures could automatically go into her space warehouse, it would save her a lot of trouble. Suddenly, everything in front of her disappeared. Apart from floating dust particles, nothing was left. Looking into the space, all the items from the storeroom had been transferred to her space warehouse. Not having time to explore other uses of the space, and worried that the Tingwei mansion people might come soon to seize the property, Yun Jiaoyu quickly left the storeroom. Before leaving, she locked the copper lock at the door back to its original state. With a careful mindset of not leaving any valuables behind, she went through each room and courtyard of the Qi family, gathering all valuable decorations and jewelry into her space warehouse. After collecting all the valuable items, Yun Jiaoyu was completely exhausted. She walked to the front hall and sat down to rest in the corridor. Just then, she saw the elderly Mrs. Qi kneeling before the Tingwei mansion's deputy. She was humbly trying to please the official, begging, "Master Qin, considering that our Qi family donates millions of silver taels to the court every year, please plead for us." Mrs. Qi's wrinkled hands tightly grasped the deputy's clothing. She continued to plead, "My eldest grandson, Jin Gur, is clever and quick to learn. With his talent, it's only natural he would pass the imperial exams and become a top scholar. He didn't cheat. Please investigate again. Our Qi family will never forget your great kindness in the future." In her sight, over 100 members of the Qi family knelt on the ground. Her husband, Chong Jin, was also there, but he was lying on a stretcher, looking half dead. He looked very handsome and elegant, with a scholarly air in his expression. His features were delicate and three-dimensional, with black hair like ink and pale skin. However, his eyes held a fierce and intimidating anger. When he saw Yun Jiaoyu, the coldness in his gaze was extreme. He stared at her so fiercely that it seemed he wanted to hurt her immediately. The deputy minister of the court sneered, "Cheating in the imperial exams is a serious crime that can lead to family destruction. If it weren't for the Qi family's annual donations to the treasury, your family would face a much worse punishment than exile, possibly execution of the entire family." At this moment, old Madame Qi also saw Yun Jiaoyu. Ignoring the officials present, she rushed over and grabbed Yun Jiaoyu's hair. Yun Jiaoyu, a former military doctor, was beaten badly on her back, but she still managed to dodge the attack with quick reflexes. Old Madam Chi fell into the grass. Everyone from the main and secondary houses hurried to help the old lady up, shouting insults. Yun Jiaoyu, you're such a bad omen. My brother married you? How unlucky. He just returned wealthy. Do you have any conscience? How dare you let your family slander my brother for cheating in the exams? You useless fool, we often beat and scold you, making you do all the chores. Now, you're causing our whole family to become lowly servants. Chong Jin, on the stretcher, narrowed his eyes. Did Yun Jiaoyu often get bullied in the mansion? A flash of shock crossed his face, quickly replaced by visible disgust. This woman used despicable tricks to marry him, ruining his happy engagement and even sabotaging his exam path. Such a woman was not worth his sympathy. Yun Jiaoyu wanted to explain, but she remembered that her original self had indeed encouraged her family to slander Chong Jin for cheating. She even went so far as to threaten her mother-in-law, Xiao Shi, to smear Chong Jin's reputation as revenge for her harsh treatment. Her original self had died, and now it was only her, the Yun Jiaoyu of the 21st century, who could take the blame. But she was also curious. Her family was just an ordinary merchant family from Qingzhou. With the Yun family's wealth, how could they bribe the exam officials in the capital? There must be some hidden story she didn't know. Yun Jiaoyu quickly recalled the plot related to the main antagonist, Chong Jin, in her mind. Like flipping through pages, she finally found some clues in his rich life experience. After careful reasoning, she almost uncovered the truth behind the cheating scandal. Yun Jiaoyu's calm voice sounded. I once told you all I would smear Chong Jin's reputation and ruin his career, but that was just to scare you. Instead of blaming me for the crimes of the Qi family being exposed and exiled, think about that a fragile tree is easily broken by the wind. Are you too boastful usually, or have you offended someone? After she finished speaking, Chong Jin looked up at Yun Jiaoyu. He seemed thoughtful. Since being taken for questioning by the court censorate, he had been angry and lacked the calm to think clearly about the false accusations against him. Now, thinking carefully, he realized that with Yun Jiaoyu, a useless and unimportant woman from a weak family, she wouldn't dare do anything harmful to the Qi family. Seeing her speak calmly and without panic, Chong Jin's sharp eyebrows softened a little. Suddenly, he felt that his usually malicious and jealous wife seemed different. But recalling all the shameful things she had done to marry him, the brief moment of admiration he just felt disappeared completely. His gaze turned cold and full of hatred again. Faced with the threat of exile and family destruction, the Qi family's 3 households, with more than 10 people, couldn't listen to Yun Jiaoyu's words anymore. Her mother-in-law, Xiao Shi, came from a farming background and was uneducated. Her greatest pride was marrying into the Qi family and having a top scholar son. Now that her son was no longer a top scholar and the family's wealth was about to be taken by the government, she hated Yun Jiaoyu intensely. She cursed loudly. What enemies could we have made? You wicked woman. You're just a bad omen, here to ruin our Qi family. Seeing that everyone had accepted the exile, the court censorate's steward loudly ordered, Come. Search the house. Don't miss a single room. Search carefully and record everything. He pointed at a group of people. Go. Search the family's belongings and take all the valuables. As expected, the jewelry, hairpins, and silk clothes of the 3rd household were all taken, leaving only their undergarments. Soon, the guards in charge of the search looked confused and returned to the steward. Reporting to the steward, there's nothing valuable in the east wing. The west wing is empty too. The south courtyard has nothing. The north courtyard is also empty. The steward of the court censorate. The people searching the storerooms arrived, and seeing the steward's face turn pale and his eyes widen, they pressed him. What? Nothing there either? Reporting to the steward, the storeroom is completely empty. There's really nothing. Good for nothings. All useless. The deputy minister of the court looked annoyed and trembled with fear. He worried that if he didn't find anything, The person in Kyoto wouldn't let him go. Old Lady Chi held the key to the storeroom. Her chief family was the richest in Qingzhou. Even the rooms for ordinary maids were more luxurious than those of the young ladies outside. How could there be nothing inside? She felt nervous, as if she had seen a ghost. Her family was known for being kind-hearted in the Great Qi Kingdom. They had donated money during floods and droughts. With those donations, they could buy a high-ranking official easily. Now, her eldest grandson, who was preparing for the imperial exams, was falsely accused of cheating. If the officials didn't investigate clearly, they would come to seize the family's belongings. She felt truly heartbroken. The deputy minister's suspicious gaze landed on Yun Jiaoyu, chief family's eldest grandson's wife. You're the last to arrive. Tell me, have you hidden all the family assets? Yun Jiaoyu raised her slender eyebrows, looking innocent. Official, I arrived late because my mother-in-law hit me 40 times. I am slow now and have to rely on this broken broom to walk. How could I hide the family assets? Besides, your court is very quick in seizing property. The news of the previous searches was kept secret. If I wanted to move the assets, I wouldn't have enough time, right? Yun Jiaoyu thought for a moment. She couldn't let the officials lead her around by the nose. She still had injuries on her back. Her husband, Chong Jin, looked pale and scared. If they kept fighting, they might faint from their injuries. She started to lose her temper like her original self, shouting, Our chief family donates millions of silver every year to help disasters. We make money and donate every year. It looks impressive on the outside, but in reality, we're just a rich family with an empty shell. Official, we've been doing good deeds with tight belts. Now we're being falsely accused of trying to move assets and exiled. If you want to accuse us of that, then we might as well give up living. Just hang us all at Qi family and take our corpses back to report to the emperor. The money used by the third branch of the Qi family was all given by old Lady Qi. No one had ever entered the storeroom. They truly thought there was nothing valuable inside. But weren't there valuable ornaments and jewelry in their rooms? Why did the searchers say they found nothing? Could they be stealing for themselves? They couldn't understand and decided not to think about it anymore. The Deputy Minister of Justice did not want to order the execution of the Qi family. After all, the Qi family had once been the richest in Qingzhou. If they were to be punished and many lives lost, the officials above would only think he was not doing his job well. Persuaded by Yun Jiaoyu's reasoning, he irritably waved his hand and complained, I didn't expect the richest Qi family to be so poor. Fine, send someone. Lock up everyone in the Qi family and send them to Dahuang County in Zhezhou tomorrow. Hearing that they would soon be exiled, everyone in the Qi family burst into tears. Qingzhou is the wealthiest region of the Great Qi Empire, while Zhezhou is the poorest. Dahuang County is mostly wasteland. Those exiled there, if they survive, will be forced to do very hard labor. Aside from servants, the Qi family has about a dozen members. They are used to a good life and cannot bear to do forced labor. It's easy to go from luxury to poverty, but hard to go back. Yun Jiaoyu sighed in relief, glad she had already stored valuable items of the Qi family in her space. Once they arrive in Dahuang County, life probably won't be too hard. But only if she survives until then. Before that, she must find a way to repair her relationship with her chief husband. Since Chong Jin will become a top official in the future, and he is a ruthless villain, she must try to please him as much as possible. Ideally, after repairing their relationship, they could separate peacefully when they agree. She wants to avoid the villainous top official, who is capable of killing without hesitation, from turning against her and her family. In the prison of the Ministry of Justice, the ministry locked up the Qi family servants with sale contracts and the third branch of the Qi family. The servants were not exiled and could stay in Qingzhou to be sold to other families. The third branch of the Qi family was all confined in one cell. These 15 or so people experienced a huge upheaval in just one day, feeling very dejected against the cell walls. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Qi family's second wife, Zhang Meinyang, thought more and more that something was wrong. Recalling Yun Jiaoyu's words, she also believed that the Qi family had offended someone, which led to their downfall. Pointing at Chong Jin lying on the ground in the corner, she scolded, "Brother Jin, our Qi family has always done business, and we've never caused any big trouble like being wiped out. Ever since you became a top scholar, our family hasn't benefited from your success, and now we're being exiled. Do you think you must have offended someone outside, which dragged us all down?" Yun Jiaoyu's mother, Xiao Lian, heard the accusations from the second branch and exploded. She would not allow the second branch, who had always looked down on them, to cause trouble. She wanted to seize the opportunity to vent her anger and tear apart Zhang Meinyang. Yun Jiaoyu's brows furrowed slightly, and she quickly stepped between the two women to block them. Ignore the angry second wife as she stares directly at Chong Jin. It is now midnight, and tomorrow morning they must leave for Zizhou Dahuang County. If she continues to argue and not rest, she won't be able to secretly take medicine from her space to treat her cheap husband Chong Jin's wounds. Second Annie, that's going too far. We've had Scholar Chong Jin, the successful candidate, the top scholar. Didn't you get benefits when outsiders sent gifts to flatter our family? Don't forget. Last year, our Qi family signed a big order for medicinal herbs worth 100,000 taels of silver, and it was because Chong Jin became a successful candidate that the county magistrate of Qingzhou recommended the deal. Xiao Lian crossed her arms, feeling slightly more favorable toward Yun Jiaoyu. Yun Jiaoyu looked at the moon outside the window. If we go to rest now, we might have some strength to travel tomorrow. If we keep arguing, we might be whipped by the officials for delaying, or lose our spirit and die on the way. Zhang Meinyang's heart was full of anger, but Yun Jiaoyu's words made sense. She sat down heavily on a pile of weeds, forcing herself to rest. Qiyar, the legitimate daughter of the second wife, began to complain. How can anyone sleep in such a broken place? Zhang Meinyang scolded, "You have to sleep even if you can't." The single room in the court's prison was small. Yun Jiaoyu and the relationships between the second and third wives were already bad, so she could only sit close to Chong Jin. The man looked at Yun Jiaoyu coldly. Even though he knew that the house search and exile had nothing to do with her, he still gave her a bad look. His cold eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Get lost. Don't sit near me." No wonder Chong Jin had a bad attitude toward Yun Jiaoyu. Her mind was full of the terrible things her original self had done to him. In the past, she fed him 3 doses of love potion to marry him. Luckily, he was strong-willed and didn't consummate the marriage, but he was caught by high officials in the capital while half-dressed, ruining her good marriage prospects. She wasn't even allowed to let him come to the capital for the imperial exam unless they had a wedding night. If Chong Jin hadn't learned some martial arts and knocked her out with a punch, she wouldn't have become the top scholar. In short, Chong Jin hated and despised her deeply. Yun Jiaoyu calmed her feelings of disgust and thought she couldn't let her character fall apart. She looked at Chong Jin with a mournful expression and said, "Do you think I enjoy sitting next to you? Chong Jin, I am your wife. Now that you're beaten half to death, isn't it okay for me to care about you?" Chong Jin saw Yun Jiaoyu about to take off his clothes in front of everyone. Despite the intense pain in his body, he shifted slightly to the side, not wanting her to touch him, even a little. His face looked terribly grim. "No need. Stay away from me. I'm worried that if you don't take off your clothes soon, they'll stick to your wounds and make it worse." "Really? Do you plan to let this fabric stay on you forever?" Yun Jiaoyu also had injuries on her body and knew that clothes sticking to wounds was uncomfortable. She pressed down on Chong Jin's hand and carefully began to peel off the blood-stained clothing from his back. The man's forehead was covered in large beads of sweat. He pressed his lips tightly together, not making a sound, but his trembling body from the pain revealed how serious his injuries were. Yun Jiaoyu was stunned by the wound on his back. Even though she had been through gunfire and explosions with the army, she was still shocked by the cruelty of this ancient punishment. Compared to Chong Jin's injuries, her own wounds were minor. His once strong back was now completely battered, with some areas showing raw flesh. The officials from the court seemed to have used deadly force. His bloodied back was faintly showing white bones. This brutal method of forcing confessions explained why the future top advisor had become so mentally unstable and infamous as a villain. Yun Jiaoyu leaned close to Chong Jin, fanning his back gently to cool him down and ease the pain. She lowered her voice. Before the house was raided, I hid a small bottle of golden wound medicine in my hair. When they're asleep, I'll secretly give it to you. Yun Jiaoyu remembered that there was still a bottle of golden wound medicine on the shelf in the space medical room. It could stop bleeding, relieve pain, promote healing, and prevent the wound from getting infected. She hadn't used it on herself before, because it was her last bottle. But Chong Jin's back was badly injured. If she gave him antibiotics or painkillers directly, he might refuse to take them or even suspect she wanted to poison him. So, she decided to use this precious medicine for her husband. Chong Jin raised his eyebrows in surprise, suspicious that Yun Jiaoyu had other motives. This woman had previously married him for his family's wealth. Now that the Qi family was gone, she wasn't crying or making a fuss, nor did she ask to leave him. There must be some trick. Are you trying to poison me? Chong Jin's eyes flashed coldly.
Forget about that.
Unless I divorce you, even if I die, you'll be sent to Zhezhou to be exiled as the wife of the eldest grandson of the Qi family. Yun Jiaoyu was furious. Why does this future top official always think with a petty person's mind about a noble person? If she had wanted to leave from the start, she would have mentioned it back when she was with the Qi family. She spoke coldly and patiently. I didn't mean to poison you. Afraid that Chong Jin wouldn't believe her, she used her original tone to sound practical. I know you were falsely accused and framed, so how could I bear to poison you? I was actually hoping you would survive, and if your innocence was proven later, I could become the wife of the top scholar. Chong Jin's deep, dark eyes dimmed. He had studied hard for over 10 years, relying on his true talent to pass the imperial exams and become the top scholar. But unexpectedly, he was betrayed and exiled by a hidden enemy, and now he wasn't sure if he would even survive. How could his innocence be proven then? Chong Jin's gloomy emotions grew like vines. He pressed his lips together for a long time and asked, "Do you know who harmed me?" Since this woman dared to be so confident in the Qi family, believing that the family was destroyed because someone offended them, she might know some inside information. Actually, I don't know much. But if you're willing to let me give you medicine, once your wounds heal, I will tell you everything I know. Yun Jiaoyu wasn't planning to hide the details of her previous framing from Chong Jin. She was also hoping to gain his favor in front of the future top official, making it easier to leave him later. Now, she didn't tell him because she was worried he might be too badly hurt. If he fainted from anger or shock, it wouldn't be good. Chong Jin's thin lips almost formed a straight line, and he remained silent for a long time. He reluctantly agreed to Yun Jiaoyu applying medicine to him. Half an hour later, almost everyone in the Qi family's third household was asleep. But Yun Jiaoyu still dared not take out the golden wound medicine recklessly. She waited until 3 a.m., when the dawn was breaking, and Chong Jin was asleep before secretly taking the medicine from her space pharmacy. She poured a whole bottle of golden wound medicine on his back, feeling a bit heartbroken. Considering that she would be exiled at dawn, Yun Jiaoyu stayed a little longer in her space, using internal and external medicines to heal her own wounds. Thinking about the journey of exile, which would surely lack clothes and food, she rummaged through her space warehouse. She remembered that when she was gathering supplies from various courtyards of the Qi family, she had packed some pastries and thrown them into the storage. To fill her stomach, she ate a few pieces inside her space. When she went out, she also took some lotus cakes wrapped in oil paper, carefully keeping them in her arms for later. At the hour of Mao dawn, the eastern sky brightened and the sun rose slowly. Still not getting up? Get up. We're leaving now. Thought you were the young lady of the Qi family? You're a prisoner now, and you're still sleeping? The sound of whips hitting the ground echoed through the small cell. The entire Qi family's third household was suddenly awakened. Old Lady Qi, feeling frightened due to her age, gasped sharply. Madame Xiao Lian of the first household and Madame Meng Chunyu of the third household quickly went to help the elderly lady. Mother, take your time getting up. I'll support you. Since marrying into the Qi family, second Madame Zhang Meinyang had always been overshadowed by the first and third households. Now that old lady Qi no longer had vast wealth, she no longer bothered to flatter anyone. She slowly got up from the weeds, flattering and coaxing, "Official, does the court's prison not serve meals? Even prisoners on death row need to eat, right?" The officer frowned, glaring fiercely, and suddenly spat near Zhang Meinyang's foot. "Who cares about food? You're all prisoners to be exiled. We only temporarily shelter you, for one night. Do you expect to eat for free? The magistrate didn't ask for a fee for your stay." Zhang Meinyang's face grew cold. How could there be a reason for the government to not provide prisoners with food? She quickly understood the officer's meaning. He wanted to exchange money for food. Fortunately, before the magistrate's family came to raid the house yesterday, she had been clever. She hid a few silver notes under her left shoe sole and, enduring the pain from the rough shoe, hid some broken silver coins under her right shoe sole. Zhang Meinyang took out a piece of broken silver from her shoe. "Official, this little silver isn't much. Please accept it as a token of respect. Also, please give some rations to the second household's people." The officer took the silver, smiling satisfactorily. "That's more like it." He roughly threw a bag of steamed buns to Zhang Meinyang and glanced at Yun Jiaoyu and the others, hinting that they should also provide ration money. Although Yun Jiaoyu had already taken over the original body, she still had a modern soul and appetite, so she wasn't interested in steamed buns. As for old lady Qi and the others, they had no silver on them at all. They endured their hunger and left the cell angrily. After being awakened by the sound of whips, Chong Jin began to get up, supporting himself against the wall as he walked. Unfortunately, his back wound was too serious. After taking only a few steps, the scabbed over wound reopened and started bleeding again. Yun Jiaoyu frowned. "Let me help you." Chong Jin's face changed. He couldn't accept his nearly disabled condition. Exiled to Zizhou, a journey of over 2,000 miles, he couldn't even leave the magistrate's prison, let alone face the hardships of the exile route ahead. He was the youngest top scholar in the history of the Great Qi Empire. A wave of frustration rose in his heart. He pushed Yun Jiaoyu's hand away darkly. "Go away. I don't need your pity." Yun Jiaoyu felt helpless inside. "Future Prime Minister, I'm not pitying you. I just can't bear to see you wasting my medicinal ointment." Yun Jiaoyu still approached Chong Jin, draping his arm over her shoulder, carefully helping him out of the prison gate. Regardless of whether he liked it or not, she forcibly led him along, gradually catching up with the exile convoy. The group gathered at the gate of the Tingwei Palace prison, numbering over 30 people. Besides the Qi family members, there were more than 10 prisoners accused of crimes like adultery and kidnapping. Yun Jiaoyu noticed the tattoos on these prisoners' foreheads and immediately realized that this journey would be even more difficult than she had expected. According to the laws of the Great Qi Empire, those convicted of adultery or theft had the characters adultery or theft tattooed with black dye on their foreheads using a needle. For very serious crimes, the tattoos were red. Coincidentally, all these prisoners had red characters on their foreheads. Yun Jiaoyu's face grew serious, and she felt a bad premonition. Suddenly, she thought about the future prime minister, who would become so ruthless and bloodthirsty. Could it be because the women of the Qi family were humiliated during the exile? Yun Jiaoyu steeled herself to be alert to these prisoners. No matter what, she couldn't let them commit such heinous acts under her watch. Suddenly, she heard a strange sound. She caught a glimpse of Chong Jin's uncomfortable expression beside her. "Are you hungry?" Chong Jin's face was cold, and he licked his cracked lips.
"No."
"If you're hungry, then just say so. People eat grains. It's normal to be hungry," Yun Jiaoyu said. She thought the ancient person was really awkward, so she secretly took out a piece of lotus seed cake from her bag and offered it to Chong Jin. She wanted to mend their relationship and restore her original image. This is the lotus seed cake I secretly hid before the family was confiscated yesterday. There are only 6 pieces left. Eat one first to fill your stomach. I'll share the rest with my mother, grandmother, third aunt, and third uncle. The last piece will be divided among the cousins of the third branch. Qi Yaoa from the second branch saw Yun Jiaoyu secretly hiding the lotus seed cake. She was jealous and tugged at Zhang Meinyang's sleeve. Mother, look, Yun Jiaoyu actually hid the lotus seed cake. This lotus seed cake is for the main house, and the third house has some too. But our second house is none. This woman is really too much. Zhang Meinyang looked in the direction of Qi Yaoer's gaze and suddenly felt that her bun wasn't tasty anymore. She crossed her arms and looked commanding. Yun Jiaoyu, do you have any respect or kindness for your elders? I'm your second aunt. If you don't share the cake with us, are you looking down on us? Cloud Jiaoyu quickly finished sharing the pastries, worried that the second branch would shamelessly the other elders' lotus cakes. Madame Qi and Xiao Lian looked at Cloud Jiaoyu in surprise. They didn't expect that this usually most disliked girl would be willing to give all her remaining pastries to them without keeping any for herself. Cloud Jiaoyu's eyes darkened slightly as she shot a sharp look at Zhang Meinyang. Second aunt, if you respect your elders, why didn't you help Grandma when you were in jail earlier? You exchanged silver for bread with the guards, and it's fine that you didn't give any to our main house or the third house, but why not give any to Grandma? Grandma used to benefit you and your second house a lot. Now that the Qi family has lost its ancestral home and property, you don't even bother to pretend to respect Grandma or keep peace between the second and third houses. Madame Qi grew angrier the more she listened to Cloud Jiaoyu. She glared at Zhang Meinyang. You good for nothing. We really spoiled your second house in the past. Before Zhang Meinyang married into the Qi family, she was a courtesan from a noble house. She knew the importance of money. She used to flatter Madame Qi because she managed the family's wealth. Now that the Qi family has fallen, she saw no reason to curry favor with her anymore. The head of the second house, Qi Xingtian, was timid and whispered, All right, just give a bread to Mom. See? You're so stingy. Even the younger ones can't stand it. Zhang Meinyang pinched her husband's arm harshly. What's there to share? My stinginess is for your sake. If I keep one more bread, you can eat one more piece, and maybe have a better chance of surviving to reach Zizhou. Otherwise, we might starve early on the road. Qi Xingtian said nothing more. He felt his wife was right. He took the bread and ate while walking, not wanting to offend either side. Zhang Meinyang pulled her daughter Qi aside. Yar, we don't care about those few lotus cakes. I have money, and I can buy delicious food for us. Let the main house and the third house eat the pastries. I want to see what they will eat after finishing these few pieces. Cloud Jiaoyu's eyes grew cold with determination. She had countless wealth in her space. Even without the treasures in her space, she could solve the food problem for the entire journey. She didn't need to worry about the second house. After eating the pastries to fill their stomachs, the main house and the third house gained some strength to continue their journey. Chong Jin lowered his eyes, gazing deeply at Cloud Jiaoyu beside him. What exactly was this woman planning? In the past, when in the Qi family, she desperately wanted to take all the family's money to support her own family. Now, she was generous enough to give away their last remaining food supplies. Is this still his selfish, stingy, and arrogant wife Yun Jiaoyu? Or has this woman been possessed by a ghost? Has she changed souls? Chong Jin quickly dismissed his silly idea. Soul swapping only exists in old books and ghost stories. It could never happen in real life. After walking 20 kilometers in the morning, the guards responsible for escorting stopped in a remote area near a lake. All the exiled people had a short rest. Those with extra money bought water bags from the guards to fill at the lake, so they could drink during the journey. Zhang Meinyang also spent a silver or two to buy a water bag. When passing by Yun Jiaoyu, she swaggered proudly and confidently. Chong Jin's cracked lips worsened, and he stiffly said to Yun Jiaoyu, Help me up. I want to drink some water by the lake. Yun Jiaoyu looked at the distance to the lake. It would take a normal person about a minute to walk there, not to mention Chong Jin, who was so sick that he tore his wound and sweated heavily just walking a few steps. Fortunately, there was distilled water and steel saws in the space. She could go to the bamboo grove nearby to saw some bamboo to use as cups. She could also take painkillers and anti-inflammatory medicine from her space, dissolve them in water, and both she and Chong Jin could drink. No need. You should save your strength and sit. I'll pour water for you. Yun Jiaoyu nodded to the guards and made an excuse to go to the small woods to relieve herself. She quickly headed toward the bamboo grove. Meanwhile, a few men with the character Chen, meaning wicked, tattooed on their foreheads, acting lazy and whistling, also headed toward the bamboo grove. Before leaving, they slipped a few copper coins to the guards. Although the guards thought it was little, they were bored during the exile journey and enjoyed watching the show, so they nodded. The men grinned lecherously. Go ahead. We'll be back in just a tea's time before we set off again. Chong Jin's keen eyes noticed that Yun Jiaoyu was not going to the bamboo grove to pour water, since it was in a different direction from the lake. He suspected she was trying to escape. Seeing the men heading into the woods with bad intentions, his dark eyes darkened with coldness. He forced himself to stand up and check the situation, but his body was unsteady and he couldn't stand still. Finally, he managed to stand but then collapsed back to the ground. Xiao Lian, worried about her son, hurried over to steady Chong Jin. She was clever and had already started to feel anxious when she saw these wicked, predatory prisoners. She voiced her concern. Brother Jin, why bother with that wicked woman? During the exile, I think we should avoid conflicts with those prisoners. Maybe one cloud moon is enough for them to play with, so they won't think about tormenting our Qi family's women. Chong Jin's temples suddenly throbbed, his expression tense, and his eyes looked surprised as he stared blankly at his mother, Xiao Lian. Since he could remember, Xiao Lian had always been honest and kind in his eyes. Even when facing the extremely disliked Yun Jiaoyu, she never said such words that implied a woman's purity was a trivial matter. But now, Chong Jin's eyes darkened as he realized that the main reason his mother had changed was because of himself. It was all his fault. His imperial exam was sabotaged, causing the entire Qi family to be exiled along with him. It made Xiao Lian afraid of being humiliated or harmed, even to the point of saying cruel words about her daughter-in-law being tormented. Seeing her son standing still, Xiao Lian felt relieved, thinking she had persuaded him. Just as she relaxed, she noticed his handsome face full of determination. In the next second, Chong Jin forcefully pushed Xiao Lian away and, enduring pain, quickened his steps toward the deep bamboo grove. Xiao Lian wanted to stop Chong Jin, but suddenly, she slipped on a piece of broken stone, twisting her ankle. Panicking, she could only sit down abruptly, rubbing her foot and cursing, I didn't expect that this girl is still a cunning fox. She actually bewitched Brother Jin. The reason Chong Jin wanted to save Yun Jiaoyu was simple. It wasn't because she was bewitched. It was because, no matter how crude or vicious this woman was, she was still a member of the Qi family. More importantly, she was Chong Jin's wife. No outsider should tarnish her. In the woods, Yun Jiaoyu stepped over soft soil, searching left and right among the dense forest. Finally, she locked onto a fresh bamboo stalk, thick enough to fit an adult man's fist. She looked around, making sure no one was nearby before taking out a steel saw from her space and sawed the bamboo back and forth with force. The bamboo, about 10 meters tall, suddenly fell to the ground. As it toppled, its branches and leaves inevitably brushed against other standing bamboo, making a rustling sound. Hearing the noise, the criminals searching for Yun Jiaoyu's whereabouts nearby immediately brightened their eyes. They couldn't wait to find this seemingly delicate and charming woman and humiliate her again. Yun Jiaoyu had no idea that danger was quietly approaching. She was still focused on making bamboo cups. She selected a few bamboo segments with sealed ends, then cut open one end near the joints, shaping the cut edges so that the two pieces could fit into each other. These bamboo cups wouldn't spill stored water and could also be used as water sacks. Yun Jiaoyu quickly made 3 bamboo cups. She didn't want Chong Jin to wait too long in one place, and if she didn't go back soon, there might be suspicion of sneaking away. So she decided not to make more water cups. She carried the bamboo cups in her arms and prepared to return quickly to her team. But as she stood up and turned around, she saw 5 or 6 middle-aged men behind her, each with a red character Jan, meaning wicked or pervert, on their foreheads, sneaking quietly toward her. Yun Jiaoyu was not stupid. She immediately recognized their sneaky, thief-like appearance. She knew they intended to do something inappropriate to her. Unfortunately, she had a back injury now. She had been rushing to make bamboo cups and didn't have time to apply medicine to her wound. She really didn't want to worsen her injury by fighting back against these foolish, lustful men. The prisoners saw Yun Jiaoyu standing still and thought they had scared her with their numbers. The leader, Wu Qian, rubbed his chin with a greasy smile, saying, "Oh, looks like we scared Miss Qi, huh? But don't worry, little lady. Although we look older, we know how to be gentle. Rest assured, we will go easy." Yun Jiaoyu felt like she had been struck by lightning. Indeed, whether in modern or ancient times, the words of rapists are always disgusting and hateful. She carefully placed the finished bamboo cups on the ground, then pretended to reach into her sleeve. Using her mind, she took out a surgical knife from her space. She stepped closer to the speaker, and as she pulled out the sharp surgical knife, she suddenly lifted her foot and kicked the man in the groin. Wu Qian's face instantly turned red. He desperately covered his private parts, pain spreading from his groin throughout his body. It was almost the end of him. He feared he might be castrated and lose his descendants. Yun Jiaoyu, familiar with human acupoints, grasped the handle of the knife and aimed it at Wu Qian's vital areas. She applied just the right amount of force, enough to cause pain but not enough to impair daily movement. The men didn't expect Yun Jiaoyu to hide such strange, sharp tools on her body. They were a bit scared. They were only interested in not risking their lives. They took a few steps back and joked, "I say, Miss Qi, the journey from Qingzhou to Zizhou is long. We only meant to keep you company. Why did you have to attack Wu Qian? Aren't you afraid the guards will get angry if they find out? After all, we paid a few coins to the guards for protection." Yun Jiaoyu sneered coldly, realizing that a few coins could make the guards ignore the prisoner's misconduct toward women. It seems that if we want to safely bring Chong Jin to Zizhou, we must handle certain matters when necessary. Whether it's good intentions to travel together, you all know it in your hearts. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes flashed with a hint of danger. Being humiliated by someone's malicious intent is not a good thing, but it also presents an opportunity. She must make an example of them to warn others. She wants the Exile team to see that Yun Jiaoyu is not someone to be trifled with. They'd better not think about causing trouble for the Qi family's main branch. She continued to warn, but if just a little bribe is enough to make the officials turn a blind eye to your humiliation of me, then wouldn't I only need to spend some silver to have the officials take your lives on the road? The conditions during exile are harsh, and losing a few people is quite normal. Wu Qian, clutching his private parts, knew well that the Qi family of Qingzhou, the richest family, had been stripped of their property and exiled. Could a lowly woman like Yun Jiaoyu, who couldn't even afford a water pouch, have silver to bribe officials? She must be trying to scare her brothers into fleeing back to the exile team. Her eyes reddened with pain. "Brothers, don't be fooled by this lowly woman. Besides the second branch, does the Qi family have any silver left? Quick, go find the officials and ask them to decide for us. Since we paid, this little woman must taste the consequences. Otherwise, will the officials still do business with us in the future?" Escorting criminals in exile is not a leisurely task. However, the officials still compete to take on the job because they can earn silver along the way from various sources. Even in such a dirty business, once they accept the money, they must see it through. Otherwise, breaking the rules of exile would ruin their reputation and affect their income. As Wu Qian finished speaking, the criminals immediately ran towards the woods. They truly intended to find the officials to settle the matter. Chong Jin supported himself on a bamboo stalk, following the footprints to find Yun Jiaoyu. He saw several criminals rushing anxiously past him, their brows filled with anger. Could they be too late? Chong Jin helplessly lowered his eyes, lips pressed tightly. But in the next moment, he suddenly heard a scream ahead. This scream was not Yun Jiaoyu's, but a male voice. He immediately quickened his pace, ignoring his injuries. When he reached Yun Jiaoyu's side, his gaze suddenly froze. In his line of sight, Yun Jiaoyu had already kicked a person to the ground with one foot, her delicate right foot firmly pressing down on Wu Qian's back. She was also playing with a small, sharp dagger, the blade's edge pressed against the other person's neck artery. Chong Jin's eyes darkened slightly. This woman, when did she become so fierce? Yun Jiaoyu caught a glimpse of Chong Jin stepping in halfway. Her right hand suddenly froze, and instinctively, she quickly retracted her scalpel, slipping it into her sleeve. She moved so fast that Chong Jin probably didn't see the scalpel. To distract the man, she deliberately smiled and said, "Why did you come over? I told you to sit and save your strength, didn't I?" Yun Jiaoyu withdrew her injured right foot. When she approached Chong Jin, she also deliberately shot a warning look at the unruly prisoner at her feet, warning him not to act rashly again. This prisoner was just asking for trouble. He had suddenly rushed over, crazily grabbing her neck while she was distracted, trying to cause trouble. She could only stab him a few more times harder. She just hoped the future prime minister would arrive late. Hearing the prisoner's loud screams was one thing, but she really hoped he wouldn't see her stabbing him. It would be hard to explain otherwise. "Did you do this?" Chong Jin's cracked, pale lips pressed together. His slender finger pointed at the bloodstain on the ground. His gaze swept over the injured prisoner, noticing that the blood flow from his internal organs wasn't much, which made him slightly surprised. He silently observed Yun Jiaoyu. This woman surprisingly knew exactly how to balance life and death. If she had stabbed a little deeper, the internal organs would have burst, and he would have died from blood loss. Yun Jiaoyu was stunned. She didn't hide it when she was caught. "It was me." Her mind quickly turned, and she deliberately used her proud, confident tone. As if trying to take credit, she raised her voice, "I am a member of the Qi family. Even if I am exiled, I still have the dignity of a Qi family woman. Before, you practiced martial arts in the yard and wouldn't let me peek. Look, I've learned something from that, haven't I? At least I accidentally used it today. I cleaned up the trouble and didn't kill anyone." Chong Jin's sharp eyebrows rose at her boastful tone, and he felt a headache coming on. His face darkened, full of disdain for the woman. Thoughts of Yun Jiaoyu when she first married into the Qi family flashed through his mind. She was just as proud and arrogant then, making her annoying. She boasted outside, claiming her skills had ruined his marriage prospects in the capital, and that she married into the Qi family through her own ability. Recalling the past, Chong Jin's dark eyes coldly looked at Yun Jiaoyu. Only someone crazy would trust her enough to come check on her. Such a vicious, shameless woman. How could he bother to care about her? Yun Jiaoyu quietly let out a breath, realizing that her excuse had successfully fooled Chong Jin. She picked up a bamboo cup from the ground, but unfortunately, during the fight, she had broken one of the cups. She felt a little sad. All her effort in making the bamboo cups was wasted. Now, she could only use 2 bamboo cups as water containers, sharing them with the main house and the third house of the Qi family. Yun Jiaoyu put the bamboo cups into Chong Jin's arms and helped him sit down to rest. "You should take care of the cups first. One is for our main house, and the other is for Grandma and the third aunt. They can't be broken again." Chong Jin finally noticed the broken bamboo cup on the ground.
"So,
Yun Jiaoyu wasn't really trying to escape, but came to the woods to make water containers for them? But the cut edges of these cups are so smooth. Where did she get the tools to make bamboo cups?" Chong Jin's expression softened a lot, and he replied awkwardly, "Okay. But why did the wound on your back open again?" Yun Jiaoyu saw that the wound on Chong Jin's back, which had just scabbed over, was bleeding, and she suddenly panicked. She had used the last bottle of ready-made golden wound medicine from the space pharmacy on him, yet he still didn't take good care of himself. What if he got infected with tetanus again on the way? This cheap husband of hers was really hard to take care of. She needed to find some herbs, crush them, and apply them to his wound. Not far away, there was a commotion. Official, you must go see. My eldest brother Wu Qian is about to die. Official, it's not an exaggeration. That woman is really fierce. She kills without blinking, like a tough woman warrior. Hearing the descriptions of her by the prisoners, Yun Jiaoyu's face darkened. Wu Qian, who had been knocked down earlier, brightened his eyes. Hearing that reinforcements had arrived, he hurriedly crawled toward the officials. He clung tightly to the official's leg, tears and snot streaming down his face. Official, you have to help me. Pointing to his numerous wounds, he cried out miserably, we all paid you copper coins for this. In fact, my life is already worthless, but mainly, I don't want this wicked woman to ruin your business, official. The officials frowned and raised their whips, ready to strike Yun Jiaoyu fiercely. Their faces grew uglier. Yun Jiaoyu, do you still think you are the granddaughter-in-law of the richest family in Qingzhou? You can't even afford a bag of bread and a broken water pouch, so where do you get the guts to ruin our official's business? Now, I give you a chance to save your life. Take off your clothes and let Wu Qian and the others play with you in front of your husband. Otherwise, your chief family won't have a good life ahead. Throughout history, women who are exiled often face humiliation and abuse to survive. It's ridiculous that this woman wants to maintain her integrity in their business world. Chong Jin's face darkened with anger, radiating a murderous intent. He studied Confucian classics to become an official, aiming to teach the ignorant people and help the common folk live better lives. But instead of that, he faces exile and the destruction of his family. Now even his wife, whom he doesn't like much, is being humiliated. A fierce anger rose in Chong Jin, and despite the sharp pain in his back, he stood in front of Yun Jiuyue to protect her. Yun Jiuyue looked up in surprise. She suddenly realized that Chong Jin came to the bamboo grove to find her because he was worried she might be bullied. She was curious, considering Chong Jin's upright character and natural talent as an official, what kind of suffering must he have endured to become a notorious villain in the story? She stepped around Chong Jin and said, Officer, I think there's been a misunderstanding between us. She took out a heavy silver ingot from her sleeve. Who says I can't buy bread and water bags? I don't buy bread because we don't like it, not because I can't afford it. As for water bags, I can make bamboo cups myself, so why should I waste money buying them? It's just silver, and I have plenty of it. Yun Jiuyue weighed the 5 taels of silver in her hand, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Her gaze was like a death sentence from the underworld, locking onto the criminals who had just tried to harm her. Her clear voice fell word by word, I also want to do business with you. But I don't know if you want to do a small, cheap deal or my big one, which is worth 5 taels of silver. The dazzling silver caught the guard's attention instantly. In ancient times, 5 taels of silver was enough for a family of 5 to live comfortably for 2 years. When Zhang Meinyang bought bread at the court, she only used 1 or 2 small silver coins. Compared to Yun Jiuyue's generosity now, the guards were so envious that they quickly hid their whips behind their backs. Chief family's eldest granddaughter-in-law, what kind of business do you want to do with us? The leading guard, Ching Er, rubbed his hands and looked flattering. He stared greedily at the silver in Yun Jiuyue's hand, saliva almost dripping from the corner of his mouth. Praising like a loyal servant, he said, This is from the main branch of the Qi family. Their actions are different from those of common outcasts. Everyone look. Our young lady of the Qi family either doesn't make a move or only offers 5 taels when she does. Yun Jiaoyu snorted softly, threw the silver into Cheng Er's hand, and cast a meaningful glance at Wu Qian and others. Her voice sharp and clear, she said, My business is very simple. Please, officers, supervise and make sure they cleanse themselves. Her words reached the dense forest, and Wu Qian and others' faces turned pale. When they heard the words cleanse themselves, their legs started to weaken uncontrollably. Wu Qian understood that these officers were serious about taking the silver and forcing them to cleanse themselves. He quickly pulled his brothers down and 5 or 6 of them knelt on the ground. They cried out to Ching Er, "Officer, forcing us to cleanse ourselves is worse than what it endures. We didn't commit such crimes. Yes, yes, please forgive us, officers. We promise to serve you faithfully in the future." Yun Jiaoyu was disturbed by their loud crying, feeling a bit dizzy. What crimes? People who violate a woman's will and force her into unwanted acts deserve to be physically castrated. She pointed at these cowards with her finger and said sternly, "Officers, these men can't even control themselves on the exile route. They are truly heinous. I demand they cleanse themselves to stop harming others. First, to vent my anger. Second, to do good deeds. Third, because they deserve punishment. Of course, there's a fourth reason. This is also for your sake, officers, to consider your future careers." The officers raised their eyebrows, showing interest. Chong Er stroked his chin and asked, "Keep talking. How does this benefit us?" "There's a law in Dachi about exile. Any person in exile, if they reach the destination, the escort's monthly pay doubles. If only half arrive, their pay increases by half. In Dachi, the exile lands are often barren and desolate. For example, Zhezhou Dahuang County. The local population there migrates out constantly, leaving the land uncultivated. Originally, sending people to the exile land was meant to ease the land's neglect. But the journey is tough, and many prisoners, about 70 to 80%, die from hunger and cold before reaching their destination. So, this law was created to address that problem. Yun Jiaoyu is not very familiar with the laws of the Great Qi Empire, but she had a good memory. She remembered that the book mentioned, after becoming the chief minister, the great villain Chong Jin's first act was to use this law as a reason to execute all the jailers responsible for escorting the Qi family. He declared that these jailers were incompetent. When transporting prisoners to Zhezhou, less than 1/10 survived, and they deserved to be executed. Yun Jiaoyu spoke calmly. "Our Qi family makes up half of the exiled population. Our main house is good at business, and the third house is good at farming. With our family strength, as long as we reach Dahuang County safely, escaping poverty is just around the corner. Not only will your monthly salary as jailers increase, but you might also be rewarded by your superiors. Maybe someday you'll have a bright future and be remembered in history." Chong Jin's gaze drifted to Yun Jiaoyu, his deep eyes full of wonder. He didn't know that his proud and unreasonable wife also had such a sweet-talking side. But unfortunately, she was a woman. Relying on these few words alone to protect everyone from the Qi family to Zhezhou was naive. In the Great Qi Empire, jailers were low-level officials. They didn't need to go through many layers of selection. Some simply paid money to get the job, while others, if physically strong, could apply and have a chance. This meant most jailers didn't have grand ambitions. They didn't care about bright futures or fame. They just wanted to earn enough money during their service to support their families. As expected, Chong Er shook his head. He was uninterested. "My job as a jailer is just to be the head jailer. I have no interest in fame or a bright future." He bought his position and had never heard of this law. Even if the law was real, doubling their salary was nothing compared to making more money by doing business during their exile. "Are you really not interested, or do you just lack vision?" She spoke directly. "Everyone knows my husband, Chong Jin, was top of the class. Now he's been falsely accused and exiled. But in Qingzhou, our family's talent is well known. This might be our chance to overturn the case someday. When that happens, we can help all of you, right?" She clearly expressed her hope. "Of course, this help depends on your support for the Qi family along the way." As soon as he finished speaking, Chong Jin's eyes suddenly brightened, and he began to carefully observe his wife. Perhaps it was just a feeling, but since last night when their family was raided, this woman seemed to have changed from before. The officers led by Chong Er listened to these words and also looked conflicted. After thinking for a while, they were finally persuaded by Yun Jiaoyu. Everyone said the Qi family was raided, but the second branch and Yun Jiaoyu still had money to handle things. This showed that the Qi family was a wealthy household. Even a weakened family was still stronger than others, and they might have a way to overturn the case. Realizing this, Chung Er was eager to be supported. He was no longer the ugly face he showed when he first entered the woods. Instead, he became very eager, pushing away Wu Qian, who was holding onto his leg. He shouted loudly, "Brothers, what are you waiting for? Quickly listen to the young madam of the Qi family and make these people clean." Wu Qian and the others froze. Before reaching adulthood, they had become addicted to women's bodies, and now they felt so uncomfortable without intimacy that they couldn't stand it. If they were to be stripped, it would be worse than losing their lives. "Officer, spare us. Spare us." Wu Qian started begging again, shouting until his voice was hoarse, but the officers showed no mercy. They became completely frantic, crawling up from the ground to try to escape. They refused to go to that exile place. They just wanted to run away. Anywhere was better than here. Suddenly, the sound of whips cracking echoed rapidly. The officers swung their whips to beat the prisoners, sternly warning, "If you don't want to die, pair up and take turns stripping. Hurry up. Don't make things difficult for yourselves." With heavy lashes, Wu Qian and the others were soon covered in cuts and bruises. Blood seeped out, and their screams echoed through the bamboo forest. Outside the woods, the Qi family members heard the noise and froze in shock. Soon the forest seemed like the sound of losing their manhood almost caused all the exiled people to have nightmares for days. Yun Jiaoyu had no interest in watching cruel punishments. Before the execution, she followed Chong Jin's request and helped him walk toward the lake. She had planned to use distilled water from her space to treat his wounds, but considering there were others nearby, she gave up on fetching water from her space and went to the lake to fill a container. Yun Jiaoyu walked slowly, but Chong Jin couldn't keep up. His walking became increasingly difficult, and his back felt as if 1,000 ants were biting, with pain deep in his bones. Coincidentally, Chong Jin accidentally saw blood seeping from Yun Jiaoyu's back. He frowned, wanting to speak, but his mind was not in the right place. Suddenly, he remembered all the harsh things Yun Jiaoyu had done to the Qi family in the past. Chong Jin pressed his lips tightly, his handsome face now showing sharper features. He deliberately lowered his gaze, clearly trying to hide his concern for this poisonous woman. After a while, Chong Jin's dark eyes remained calm, showing no sign of emotion. But he softly asked, "Are you bleeding?" Yun Jiaoyu raised her slender, willow leaf eyebrows slightly. She had just noticed Chong Jin hesitating and struggling to speak. She thought he was going to say something to her, but he hesitated for a long time and was just wondering whether to care for her. She inexplicably felt that this future chief minister had a faint sense of innocence about him. Yun Jiaoyu supported Chong Jin as they continued to walk outside and responded, "Yes. But it's not serious. It will heal in a couple of days." She had many medicinal herbs from the Qi family storeroom in her space. When she drank water later, she could take some anti-inflammatory and pain relief medicine. By evening, after everyone rested, she could grind those herbs and make a few bottles of healing ointment for future use. Yun Jiaoyu thought carefully. If she wanted Chong Jin's wound to heal faster, she couldn't rely only on sneaking in ointment once a night. She needed to apply fresh herbs openly in front of him to treat his wound. But since her original self didn't understand medicine, she needed a reason to explain her sudden medical knowledge before treating the wound. Chong Jin, I just went to the forest. I was planning to borrow a steel saw from the nearby mountain villagers to make a bamboo cup. Coincidentally, the villager not only lent me the saw, but also told me which herbs on the mountain can help with healing wounds, invigorate blood, and relieve pain. Yun Jiaoyu spoke seriously, her voice rising slightly, her gaze fixed on a herb beside her foot. She gave an example. For instance, this herb looks ordinary, just a wild grass, but it's called pima root, which can disperse blood stasis and relieve pain. Also, the tree in front of you is called the camellia tree. If you remove its bark, cut it into large pieces, and boil it with water to concentrate and dry it, it can promote blood circulation, relieve pain, and help wounds heal. Chong Jin looked thoughtful, his eyes studying Yun Jiaoyu more curiously. He was suffering from back pain and had little patience, his brows furrowing as he asked, "What exactly do you want to say?" Cloud Jiaoyu slightly pulled at her lips and said, "I meant to say that during exile, medicines are scarce. We have to travel a long way every day, and if your back wound isn't treated, it could become serious. Since there are no healers among the exiled people, why not let me try?" As she walked, Cloud Jiaoyu plucked some of the herbs she had just introduced and held them in her hand. She also casually picked some Jin Jinu, Qitigu, Shiyanjiang, and Banjiu fan herbs. When she couldn't carry more, she simply stuffed everything into Chong Jin's arms. Worried that the man might not trust her medical skills or might throw away the herbs, she quickly added, "If you don't trust me, I'll try the herbs on myself first. I'll use these medicines on my own back. Once my back heals, I'll treat your wound." Chong Jin's sharp gaze deepened. He even wondered if the woman beside him was possessed by a wandering spirit. His original wife was uneducated, crude, selfish, and spoke poorly. She was never interested in anything beyond money. But now, she could confidently talk to officials and remember the names and effects of many herbs. It was truly strange. Chong Jin pressed his thin, red lips together, unable to understand why. He finally sighed and said, "Whatever you want." He thought, as long as the current Cloud Jiaoyu didn't do anything to harm the Qi family, he didn't mind how she chose to act. Cloud Jiaoyu was in a good mood. It seemed the man agreed to her applying herbs to him. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. As long as she could effectively use external herbal treatments and internal medicines from her space, Chong Jin's wounds would heal quickly. When the time came for him to clear his name, she could ask for a divorce and leave completely. They arrived at the lakeside. Chong Jin cupped some water in his hands and took a few sips to quench his thirst. Afterward, he washed his bamboo cup and filled 2 cups with water. With smooth, flowing movements, he finished filling the cups, and Cloud Jiaoyu didn't find a chance to put the anti-inflammatory and pain relief medicines into the cups. She could only squat by the lake and smash the already washed herbs with a large stone. She mashed the herbs and applied them to Chong Jin's back, then tore strips from his upper garment to use as bandages. As soon as the herbs were applied, Chong Jin felt the burning sensation on his back sharply decrease. His back was now cool and comfortable. After finishing, they returned to the main exile group. Xiao Lian, who had been the wife of the Qi family's main house for over 20 years, had never experienced hardship despite living in luxury all her life. On the first day of exile, she not only developed blisters on her feet, but also twisted her ankle. She was resting with her back to the lake when she suddenly saw Yun Jiaoyu and her own son approaching her from the front, her face turning even paler. Earlier, she had heard countless screams coming from the woods. She thought her dear son, Chong Jin, had also been bullied by the officers. Though she was angry, she dared not confront them to protect her life. Now, seeing Chong Jin appear before her, she ignored her aching feet and quickly pulled him close. She patted Chong Jin's arm and scolded him angrily, "You unfilial son. Why do you care about that wicked woman's safety? Even if she is harmed or dies today, it's her fate. And you, from Qingzhou to Zizhou, a journey of 2,000 miles. Why aren't you taking care of your own mother? Instead, you go to bother her? You really married and forgot your mother. I regret giving birth to you. If I had known you were so unkind, I might as well have died early with your short-lived father." Hearing this, Chong Jin's brows furrowed sharply. "Mother, be careful with your words." Yun Jiaoyu glanced at Xiao Lian with a complex expression. It turns out that, whether in modern or ancient times, the problem between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is truly a timeless issue. But what does it mean when she says, even if she is harmed or dies today, it's her fate? That's really harsh. Yun Jiaoyu had no particular feelings for Xiao Lian before. Even if her original self had died under Xiao Lian's punishment, she didn't hold much resentment. After all, her original self had married into the Qi family through her own efforts, and the consequences she faced were the result of her own actions. However, Now she felt deep dissatisfaction with Xiao Lian. She didn't expect Xiao Lian to treat her as part of the Qi family's main household. She just hoped this mother-in-law could show some manners and at least see her as a person. Calling her a wicked woman and wishing her to be harmed was intolerable. Since Xiao Lian didn't see her as a person, she could only fight fire with fire. Cousin-in-law, where did you get this bamboo cup? Qi Zhaozhao, the youngest daughter of the Qi family's third branch, saw the bright green bamboo cup and her eyes lit up. She hesitated awkwardly but asked bravely, Cousin-in-law, when our branch was raided, we didn't hide any silver. We couldn't afford a water pouch. Since you have 2 bamboo cups, could you spare one for our branch? Don't worry, we won't take it for nothing. If you need any help along the way, I'll definitely repay you, without hesitation. Yun Jiaoyu nodded happily and quickly handed the bamboo cup to Zhao Zhao. The original person had a poor character before, and no one in the Qi family spoke up for her. Now she wants to improve her relationship with her relatives to make it easier to support each other during exile. Of course. These 2 bamboo cups were originally meant to be shared with Zhao Zhao and your third house. Xiao Lian heard the noise and stopped scolding. Her eyes fixed on Yun Jiaoyu as she handed the bamboo cup to the third house. She felt so distressed. On the exile road, a water bag sells for 1 or 2 silver coins, and these well-sealed bamboo cups could also sell for half a silver coin each. How could this wasteful woman be so generous? She didn't even blink before giving the bamboo cup to the third house. Xiao Lian was so angry she nearly fainted, her face turning pale and then green. When the Qi family was still around, she only interacted more with the third house because she looked down on Zhang Mainyang from the second house, who was from a courtesan background. But that didn't mean she liked the third house much. They were just superficial sister-in-law relations, but Yun Jiaoyu was so inconsiderate that she directly gave the bamboo cup to the third house in front of her. Yun Jiaoyu saw all of her mother-in-law's anger clearly. She remembered that the third house lady, Lu Yunxiu, was the daughter of a clerk under the county magistrate of Zhangzhou. Although her background wasn't very noble, it was still better than Xiao Lian's peasant origins or Zhang Mainyang's courtesan background. She thought that Xiao Lian's low status might be why Lu Yunxiu was unhappy with her. While Yun Jiaoyu was lost in thought, she suddenly saw Xiao Lian limping toward Qi Zhaozhao and the bamboo cup from her hand. Xiao Lian turned around and glared fiercely at Yun Jiaoyu. She then smiled at Qi Zhaozhao, saying, Zhao Zhao, it's not that the eldest auntie doesn't want to give you this bamboo cup. It's because she cares about your older brother. After all, no one can guarantee that the next resting place will have water, right? How about this? Let's keep the bamboo cup here with the auntie. If your third house needs water, just come to me. Qi Zhaozhao, used to being a wealthy young lady, was raised by her polite and knowledgeable mother, Lu Yunxiu. Faced with Xiao Lian grabbing things from her, she didn't quite know how to respond. Although Xiao Lian said she could go drink water if she was thirsty, the bamboo cup wasn't in her hands, so it wasn't convenient to always go get water whenever she was thirsty. Thinking that the bamboo cup wasn't very big, she was worried that even if her third house relatives wanted to use it, they wouldn't be able to drink much water. Qi Zhaozhao's eyes reddened, and she whispered in grievance, That was the bamboo cup my sister-in-law gave me. Lu Yunxiu frowned, remembering how she had always disliked Xiao Lian's tricks to bully Yun Jiaoyu. She used to unintentionally get involved in the big family's affairs, but now she no longer cares to argue with the shrewish Xiao Lian. She gently pulled Qi Zhaozhao's hand and advised with courage, Forget it, Zhao Zhao. Have you forgotten how mother used to teach you? Don't accept food offered out of charity. Water sources are the same. It's better to find your own way than rely on others' charity. And Lu Yunxiu looked meaningfully at Xiao Lian and began to speak sarcastically. Time reveals a person's true nature. Now that the Qi family is in trouble, all the monsters and ghosts in the house have shown their true faces. That's good. Unlike before, when evil spirits disguised themselves as humans, pretending to be normal, which was quite disgusting. Lu Yunxiu had no intention of continuing to acknowledge the relatives from the first and second houses, and she spoke directly, without holding back. Scholars are indeed scholars. Even after criticizing Xiao Lian and Zhang Meingyang repeatedly, neither of them responded, seemingly unaware of the insults. Yun Jiaoyu almost couldn't help but clap and cheer. She looked at third aunt Lu Yunxiu with new respect, surprised that despite her gentle appearance, she had a strong and brave spirit. Third aunt, this isn't charity or a handout. Yun Jiaoyu saw Xiao Lian clutch her bamboo cup tightly and quickly handed her own bamboo cup to Lu Yunxiu. Her voice was gentle, but her eyes were firm as she said, "Third aunt, we are family. Families should help each other. This bamboo cup was made by me. If I say it belongs to your third house, then it belongs to your third house. No one can take it away." Seeing Lu Yunxiu hesitant to accept the cup, Yun Jiaoyu added, "Third aunt, the road from Qingzhou to Zizhou is long. We shouldn't let temporary pride make us hurt ourselves or our cousins." Lu Yunxiu paused, and her gaze toward Yun Jiaoyu softened a little. Tears welled in her eyes as she was deeply moved by Yun Jiaoyu's timely kindness. She took the bamboo cup, held Yun Jiaoyu's hand, and said, "Good girl, you are truly a good girl. Don't worry. You and Chong Jin are part of our family, and we accept you." Xiao Lian was so angry her mouth almost twisted. What was Yun Jiaoyu trying to do? Was she trying to curry favor with the third house and deliberately provoke her? Suddenly, Xiao Lian rushed in front of Yun Jiaoyu, furious, and raised her hand to slap her. "You wicked woman! Are you trying to incite someone? I'm not being stingy. I just didn't want to give the bamboo cup to your third and out of spite. I was worried that Brother Jean might get thirsty later, and with the water source tight, I wanted to keep the cup close." Yun Jiaoyu firmly held the arm of this wicked mother-in-law. With a little force, Xiao Lian felt her arm almost break. "I made these bamboo cups, each using 2 pieces of bamboo, and they hold more water than usual water pouches. Mother, there's no need to make excuses. If you don't want to share the bamboo cups with the third household, just say so. Don't use Chong Jin as a shield. It's really shameful." Xiao Lian was exposed, and her face turned bright red. "But even if your bamboo cups are bigger, they still can't hold enough water for so many people. 1 bamboo cup, with Chong Jin drinking some, and your grandmother drinking some, there wouldn't be any water left for me. You, shameless girl, don't care about your mother-in-law at all." Yun Jiaoyu's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. Xiao Lian would love for her to be mistreated by Wu Qian and his group, so what right does she have to ask Yun Jiaoyu to feel sorry for her? Moreover, the bamboo cups were made by her. Xiao Lian clearly didn't see her as the head of the household. She never even thought that even a cup of water could have a part that belonged to Yun Jiaoyu. Yun Jiaoyu remembered what Xiao Lian had just said to Qi Chongjin. She sneered coldly and responded in kind, "Mother, fate is decided by heaven. Even if you're thirsty and die from lack of water, it's your destiny. Besides, your actions today also hurt Chongjin deeply. Your own son is seriously injured, but you don't stay with him. Instead, you fight over bamboo cups with the younger generation? That's not what a mother or elder should do. If I didn't worry about Chongjin, I would have died last night after you ordered me to be whipped 40 times. I wouldn't have to suffer the hardships of exile, nor see you, mother, showing no concern for Chongjin." Xiao Lian was stunned, feeling that these words sounded familiar. It was as if she had just said the same things to Yun Jiaoyu. Her face turned a pig liver color in shame. Just as she was about to tear into Yun Jiaoyu, she overheard some gossip. Who would have thought that the wife of the main house of the Qi family, the richest family, is more vicious than the village butchers? She actually whipped her daughter-in-law 40 times? That's truly cruel. Even daughters-in-law from noble families don't have it easy. That young lady is really pitiful. During the boring exile journey, the prisoners had already gathered around to watch the commotion when they heard about the Qi family quarrel. After hearing Yun Jiaoyu's words, their opinion of Xiao Lian immediately soured. Prisoners also have a social hierarchy. Those who are exiled look down on those who are exiled for robbing the rich to help the poor. Those who are exiled for robbing the rich to help the poor look down on those who are exiled for crimes like and theft. Those exiled for crimes like and theft often come from unfortunate families and tend to despise cruel elders. Now Xiao Lian became the most disliked person among the prisoners. She blushed with shame and felt utterly humiliated after being attacked by everyone. At this moment, the jailer came out from the bamboo grove. They walked confidently, followed by Wu Qian and others. Wu Qian's pants were soaked with, frightened during the cleansing ritual. Now, without his dignity, he walked unsteadily. When Wu Qian saw Yun Jiaoyu, his eyes filled with hatred almost to the point of spilling out. This wicked woman, he thought, he would die in this life, but would never let her have a good time. Why are you all just standing here? Have you rested enough? If so, let's get moving. The jailer swung his whip to the ground, causing dust to rise. At his command, the onlookers dispersed. Xiao Lian wanted to continue arguing with Yun Jiaoyu, but now that the jailer was angry and stern, she dared not speak, afraid of being whipped. Chong Jin's deep eyes looked like dark ink on rice paper, difficult to dissolve. He looked at Yun Jiaoyu, gesturing for support. Let's go too. Yun Jiaoyu nodded heavily, immediately helping Chong Jin to walk forward. Seeing this, Xiao Lian's face darkened further, and she grew more dissatisfied with Yun Jiaoyu. She muttered secretly, feeling hurt. Brother Jin is being seduced by that fox spirit and doesn't recognize his own mother. And she doesn't even let me go with him, only calling Yun Jiaoyu. Qi Zhaozhao passed by Xiao Lian, looking confused. She didn't understand the complicated relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, so she asked, "Madam, why do you use the word to describe our sister-in-law?" Lu Yunxiu gave a cold smile and agreed, exactly. Yun Jiaoyu is the wife that Brother Jin brought home in a grand procession. Now, the two of them are just getting along better. How can that be called seduction? After speaking, she pulled Qi Zhaozhao away to continue their journey. Zhaozhao, let's go. Don't learn bad habits from others, or you might even turn your own good daughter-in-law against you. Xiao Lian was stunned, realizing that perhaps that was true, feeling even more frustrated. After a rest, everyone regained enough strength to continue walking. Elder Chen kept thinking about Yun Jiaoyu's words, that one day, the Qi family might overturn the case. While traveling, he deliberately moved closer to Yun Jiaoyu, flattering her, "Madam Qi, with your pace, do you think you and young Master Qi can keep up? If not, we can slow down. It's summer now, the sun is long. As long as we reach Fong County 30 miles away before nightfall, it's fine." To ensure the prisoners reach their destination on time, the officials usually force them to walk at least 50 kilometers a day. Yun Jiaoyu looked up at Chong Jin's condition. The tall man seemed more upright than before. It seems that at his current pace, his body can still handle it. He can keep up. Yun Jiaoyu took out a 5-ounce silver ingot from her sleeve, thinking she couldn't keep helping the man walk every day, or her own body wouldn't last. She secretly handed the silver to Cheng Er. "Yamen officer, my husband's back is injured, so he can't walk easily. I wonder if you could help me buy a cane in Fong County. Of course, if you can find a wooden wheelchair, that would be even better." Cheng Er weighed the silver in his hand, smiling happily. Today, Yun Jiaoyu could suddenly produce 10 ounces of silver to please her, which was more profitable than doing any dirty business. He nodded cheerfully and became more eager. "I can buy it. Of course, I can buy it. Rest assured, I will handle it. The items you want, I will get them for you by tomorrow." After speaking, he hurried to the front of the team. He called out to the others and went ahead to Fong County to buy a wooden wheelchair. Chong Jin lowered his eyes, his black obsidian-like eyes flashing sharp glints now and then as he looked sideways at the woman beside him. Just now in the woods, he had wanted to ask, "Where did you get so much silver?" Yun Jiaoyu was clever with her words. She had already prepared her excuse. She deliberately shot a proud look at the man and raised her voice slightly. "Second aunt can secretly hide silver in her shoes, so why can't I?" Chong Jin's narrow eyes were full of doubt. How much silver could be hidden in shoes? Even if she hid silver, Yun Jiaoyu didn't spend money like that. 5 ounces here, 5 ounces there. How much silver must be hidden in her shoe soles to spend so boldly? This woman. She's not afraid of her lies tying her tongue in knots. Chong Jin pressed his lips tightly together. Since Yun Jiaoyu wouldn't tell the truth, he had no intention of pressing further. He sighed helplessly, but from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his mother, Xiao Lian, walking with a limp behind him. She was walking while glaring fiercely at Yun Jiaoyu with eyes that seemed ready to eat her. A coldness clouded Chong Jin's eyes, and the foolish filial piety of his mother gradually faded away. In the past, he only focused on studying and rarely saw Xiao Lian. Every time they met, Xiao Lian was always gentle and kind, never shouting or acting fierce like Yun Jiaoyu. He had always thought Xiao Lian was a wise and kind mother, while Yun Jiaoyu was a greedy and fierce wife. After all, every time Xiao Lian saw him, she would tell him how Yun Jiaoyu had committed countless big mistakes that angered everyone in the back house. She even complained that having a daughter-in-law like Yun Jiaoyu in the Qi family was a punishment worse than digging up her ancestors' graves.
But now,
he suddenly realized that his previous prejudice against Yun Jiaoyu was a bit deep. Besides her harsh behavior towards him, she seemed to be reasonable in her actions towards others. Chong Jin's brow twitched slightly, and he suddenly remembered something. His deep voice reached Yun Jiaoyu's ear. He seriously said, "Although I don't like you, I always believe that people should be guided by rules in their actions." Mother was really too much today. The Qi family is in trouble, and the three houses should help each other. Third aunt is kind and gentle. You did very well, and right to give her the bamboo cup. The mistake was mother's. She shouldn't have taken Zhao Zhao's bamboo cup. If similar things happen again, just like today, teach mother properly. Don't worry about making me angry. I will support you. Yun Jiaoyu was stunned for a moment, hearing Chong Jin's breath close to her ear. Truly deserving of being the future chief counselor, he is very thoughtful. She had indeed been worried about Chong Jin before, but not because she and Xiao Lian might cause a scene and upset him. She was worried that Chong Jin might later refuse to let her treat him. Now, with her fortunate husband's support, Yun Jiaoyu felt suddenly enlightened and no longer felt oppressed. If Xiao Lian dares to make trouble in front of her again, she will just deal with her directly. After walking for a while, suddenly there was a commotion at the front of the team. The sound of hooves pounding relentlessly grew louder and closer. After a while, the Exile team finally saw what was happening ahead. There were dozens of horses running wild without anyone driving them. They seemed to be going crazy, rushing wildly along the mountain path. The prisoners were afraid of being hit by the horses, so they hurriedly moved to the sides of the mountain road. In just a few moments, the wild horses brushed past the crowd and disappeared into the distance, leaving only hoof prints on the ground. Yun Jiaoyu squinted, feeling that this situation was a bit strange. But she couldn't quite put her finger on what was odd. What was certain was that these frightened horses had strong limbs and no forelocks, looking more like wild horses than domestic ones. At this moment, the officer who had been sent by Cheng Er to buy wooden wheelchairs in Fong County stumbled back. His hat was blown off by the wind, and he hurriedly picked it up and put it back on, then ran to Cheng Er. He panted and said, "Cheng Er, something's wrong. There's a herd of tigers ahead hunting prey. We can't pass through. Maybe we should take a detour?" Cheng Er looked gloomy, his voice rough. "This is the only road to Fong County. How can we detour? We're now in a place with no villages in front or behind, and Fong County is just 10 miles ahead. Even if we turn back now, we won't make it back to Qingzhou today." Tai Chung suppressed his panic and looked at the sky, saying, "And it's almost dark. If we stay overnight in the wild, no one can guarantee that besides tigers, there won't be wolves or wild boars." Feeling completely helpless, he sighed, "What should we do now?" After Cheng Er's words, panic spread quickly through the group. The prisoners freaked out and refused to move forward even a step. There's a tiger pack ahead? Then what are we waiting for? Officers, let's head back to Qingzhou right now. If we don't leave now, and we meet the tiger pack face to face, all of us will become tiger food. Yes, and if we get bitten and die, that's one thing, but the worst is if we don't die and have to watch our bodies being eaten. That kind of crime is too terrible to bear. Chong Jin was annoyed by the loud discussions and struck the ground with his whip to quiet everyone. He shouted, "Stop arguing." His action worked. The Exile group immediately quieted down. Chong Jin thought carefully and made a decision. We can't go back to Qingzhou. Going back and forth will waste 2 days, and traveling at night is dangerous. Instead, let's stay nearby tonight and check out the tiger situation in the morning. Yun Jiaoyu looked toward the distant mountain trail, her whole body entering a state of alert. She had encountered tigers before during missions. As for tiger packs, it was her first time. If these tiger packs finish hunting and quickly return to the forest, leaving a clear trail for them to pass, that would be ideal. But if they encounter these wild animals again, then there's nothing to do but hope the tigers have bad luck. Yun Jiaoyu was determined. She used her mind to quickly check the medicines in the Space's pharmacy. Surprisingly, there was sodium thiosulfate. This drug, if injected into veins, can quickly reach an animal's brain and anesthetize it fast. But it can only be used at close range and is very dangerous. Considering the speed of tigers, which is much faster than humans, Yun Jiaoyu's eyes darkened. It seemed that intravenous injection should only be a last resort for defense. She also looked through the storage of her space, finding several boxes of medicinal herbs brought from the Qi family. Fortunately, the herbs were complete, and she could make both anesthetic powder and top-grade poisons with just a few ingredients. It should be enough to deal with a tiger pack. When we encounter the tigers, first take the parts suitable for medicine. Then skin them and exchange the hides for silver in Fong County. From now on, she can spend silver without Chong Jin doubting where it came from. Officers, why don't we retreat 5 miles to set up camp? Chong Jin saw Yun Jiaoyu staring into space and thought she was so frightened she lost her focus. He took the initiative to call Chong Jin. Even though the Qi family had fallen on hard times, his gaze still carried authority and certainty. His deep, hoarse voice sounded again. I remember there's a tall camphor forest 5 miles away. The camphor trees grow straight, and while tigers can climb, they probably can't go much higher than a few meters. If we encounter a tiger pack, those who can climb should do so, and we might avoid being completely eaten. In this panic, everyone was afraid to suggest ideas. Chong Jin was the most educated among them, and coming from a wealthy family, he had broad experience. His words often convinced others. Chong Jin nodded quickly, feeling more confident. All right, then we'll follow young Master Qi's plan. Yun Jiaoyu looked over this future high official with mixed feelings. Before he turned corrupt, he truly didn't care about his own life or death. Chong Jin's back was injured. He couldn't climb a few meters high, let alone make big movements. He was just giving advice to others, not considering his own safety at all. Xiao Lian saw they could avoid the tigers, and a small smile appeared, but then she suddenly remembered something. Her face instantly scrunched up as she limped over to Chong Jin. Brother Jin, you know that our mother and the second household have never gotten along, and today there was a quarrel with the third household. Right now, our Qi family's third household and second household uncles are tall and can easily support their women up trees. But our main household only has you, the injured young man. You can't stand straight, so how can I help you climb and avoid the tigers? Chong Jin pursed his lips tightly, his brows cold and stern, his eyes dark and unreadable. Fortunately, even his biological mother knew he couldn't stand upright. Then Xiao Lian, acting foolishly, said, Brother Jin, you have to think of a way for Mom. Or maybe I can step on Yun Jiaoyu's body to climb. Chong Jin forced down the anger rising inside him, his voice sounding like it was coming from between clenched teeth. Yun Jiaoyu looked at her small figure, which was not much taller than her, and wondered how she could bear her weight. She coldly looked at Xiao Lian with a meaningful gaze. Why does a mom apologize to third aunt? As long as the mother apologizes to the third aunt, with the generous nature of the third household, even if she truly encounters a pack of tigers, she won't neglect your safety. Xiao Lian's face turned pale. Should she make Lu Yunxiu apologize? That's impossible. But just a few words of disagreement with a third household over a broken bamboo cup. How did it come to needing an apology? It must be Yun Jiaoyu, that stubborn girl, who incited Brother Jin. He no longer cares for his own mother. Xiao Lian wanted to throw a tantrum and cry for sympathy, but when she looked into Chong Jin's cold, dark eyes, she knew that this unfilial son's stubbornness was surfacing again. She could only awkwardly walk over to Lu Yunxiu, giving up her pride, and said, "Third sister-in-law, all of this was my fault before. I was narrow-minded, and I hope you won't hold it against me." Lu Yunxiu looked away. She then spoke to Chong Jin. "Since Brother Jin has spoken, our third household will naturally take care of your mother's safety." After everything was arranged, Xiao Lian, Chong Jin finally turned his gaze to Yun Jiaoyu. Honestly, he disliked this woman. Almost all of his embarrassing moments in life were caused by Yun Jiaoyu. It was she who personally ruined his marriage, damaged his reputation, and made him responsible for her. At one point, he even became a joke in Qingzhou, talked about over tea and meals. Fortunately, now her personality has improved somewhat. Chong Jin's expression softened slightly, and he spoke gently. "If you really encounter a pack of tigers, you don't need to worry about me. Just go find Uncle San for help. Third auntie likes you, and will also look after you." Yun Jiaoyu was startled when she saw Chong Jin's gaze. She didn't expect the man to have arranged a backup plan for her. But unfortunately, she couldn't accept his kindness. If she truly faced a pack of tigers, she would kill the tigers, prepare medicine from their flesh, and sell their skins. How could she leave Chong Jin alone to climb the fragrant camphor tree? Moreover, before reaching Zizhou, she had to protect Chong Jin. This guy, as the main villain in this power struggle story, must not die if the plot is to stay intact. Yun Jiaoyu decided to face the danger together. "Don't worry about me," she said, patting her chest and speaking in her original tone. "It's just a pack of tigers. Do I look weak? Rest assured, I will protect everyone." Before nightfall, the Exile team successfully reached the fragrant camphor forest. They hurried down the path, and everyone's stomachs growled loudly under the night sky, so hungry they pressed their backs to their fronts. Even in such a dangerous situation, the guards like Chong Air didn't delay their business. They took out many steamed buns from their bags and sold several bags at a high price of 1 or 2 silver coins each. They lit a few more fires to keep warm. Zhang Mingyang bought some steamed buns this morning, and she still had some left. She shared the buns with Qi Xingtian and Qi'er. Feeling proud, she said, "Look, I told you this morning at the court prison to save some buns. Now I don't need to buy another bag." When she said this, her voice was a bit louder. She wanted to see how Yun Jiaoyu would handle the family's food problems. Chong Air decided to firmly support Yun Jiaoyu, believing she had a lot of silver. He offered a bag of buns with both hands. In a friendly way, as if trying to make peace, he said, "Madam Qi, this bag of buns isn't much, but please, you can have it. Tomorrow, when we reach Fong County, I'll get some meat for you to eat." As soon as he finished, Zhang Mingyang froze. Why should these people have to spend a silver or 2 to buy buns? But Yun Jiaoyu could take and eat for free? Zhang Mingyang felt very upset inside. She mocked Yun Jiaoyu with a teasing tone. "Oh, daughter-in-law, are your big family planning to open a green dye workshop? Your skills are impressive. In just one day, even our official has fallen for you." Xiao Lian also secretly insulted Yun Jiaoyu as a sly fox or a little courtesan. She thought that when Chong Air came out of the woods at noon, with a whip-throwing gesture, he was clearly trying to help Yun Jiaoyu and stop the Exile team from watching the show. So, they must have started their affair then. Chong Jin had heard so many dirty words from elders these past days, and his brows furrowed tightly. Yun Jiaoyu was, after all, his wife. A cold flash appeared in his eyes, and his dissatisfaction was as cold as ice, hard to melt. "Second aunt, don't spread such baseless rumors," he said. "Accusing a young person of being innocent without proof makes you look shameless. If we go to Zizhou in the future, spreading these words will make it hard for Sister Xiao to get married." Yun Jiaoyu's long, Thick eyelashes hid her surprise that someone was defending her. She showed no expression, seeming indifferent to Zhang Meinyang's teasing and Xiao Lian's anger. "Officer, we appreciate your kindness," she said, pushing the buns back to Cheng Er. "But you can take this bag of buns back. I can figure out my own dinner tonight." "Oh, my dear lady, just accept it," Cheng Er said, seeing Yun Jiaoyu not accept his kindness, and he decided to remember this favor for Zhang Meinyang. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Meinyang, who immediately became speechless. He continued to flatter her, "My lady, not to mention that our brothers still rely on you and young Master Qi for support in the future. Even the good place young Master Qi found for us to hide from the tiger pack is worth a bag of buns in return. I think from now on, you shouldn't be called a jailer. Just call me Second Cheng." Xiao Lian and others saw Second Cheng so humble and were confused. What did Yun Jiaoyu do to make Second Cheng, a jailer, value her so much? Did she bribe him with silver? That shouldn't be. The little troublemaker was so poor in the morning she couldn't even buy a bun. How could she have money to bribe an officer? No need. Yun Jiaoyu refused again. She and Chong Jin were both injured and needed nutritious food to recover. As for the buns, they had no nutritional value. She planned to select a big, fat sheep from her space farm to roast and eat. She would share some with Third Aunt and Second Cheng to win their favor. Yun Jiaoyu didn't want the buns, but Xiao Lian did. She quickly grabbed the bag of buns from Second Cheng and greedily hugged it to her chest. With a bright smile, she said, "Then I'll take it. Official, I thank you on behalf of our families, you and Brother Jean." Second Cheng, worried Yun Jiaoyu wouldn't accept, decided to turn a blind eye, thinking that since she was Yun Jiaoyu's mother-in-law, it was fine. Since she took the buns, it was as if Yun Jiaoyu accepted the gift. Xiao Lian took the bag of buns and deliberately handed one to Old Lady Qi. She glanced at Zhang Meinyang and remembered how Zhang Meinyang refused to share buns with Old Lady Qi, being called stingy. She raised her voice to show off, "Mother, you eat first. I have a mother in my heart. I don't want some people who can buy buns, but refuse to share a bit with their elders." Her sharp voice reached everyone in the Qi family. Zhang Meinyang was so angry, she felt like her chest might burst. Xiao Lian was just about to mock her by name. "Come, Zhao Zhao, this is from your eldest aunt. Third brother, you eat too. And Wenlang, you too. Third sister-in-law, this is your share." Lu Yunxiu didn't take the buns. She had integrity. She truly didn't understand how Xiao Lian could feel at ease, using Yun Jiaoyu's face to save her own. After Xiao Lian divided the buns from the bag, only 2 remained in her hand. She quickly stuffed one into her mouth and handed the last one to Chong Jin. "Brother Jean, this last one is for you." Chong Jin's cold, proud eyes darkened as he looked away and said firmly, "I don't want it." Xiao Lian's face showed embarrassment. She thought the unfilial son was worried that Yun Jiaoyu might be hungry, so he refused to eat the last bun. She could only glare at Chong Jin and angrily say, "I'm not deliberately not sharing with Jiaoyu. It's just that there aren't many buns," and she herself said she wouldn't eat it. Chong Jin helplessly withdrew his gaze and turned his body away, refusing to look at Xiao Lian. This wasn't really about whether Yun Jiaoyu wanted to eat or not. Since the bun was a gift from Second Cheng to Yun Jiaoyu, from the very beginning, whether Yun Jiaoyu wanted it or not, Xiao Lian should have kept a portion for her. Xiao Lian's face turned pale with anger. Seeing she couldn't persuade this unfilial son, she snapped, "Fine. If you want to eat or not, that's your business." She quickly withdrew her hand and stuffed the bun into her own. Chong Jin's peripheral vision caught these actions. He took a deep breath, feeling very angry and even unable to feel hungry at that moment. Yun Jiaoyu was used to her mother-in-law's tantrums. She patted Chong Jin's shoulder and pointed to the deep forest 100 meters away, signaling, "Wait for me a moment, I'll find something to eat. Also, I'll look for some tools to see if I can modify them into bows and arrows." Chong Jin responded coldly and indifferently. However, he didn't pay much attention to her words about finding tools for bows and arrows. As for finding food, He had already checked on the way back and saw that the area was so desolate that there weren't even any wild fruit trees. It was unlikely she would find anything. Yun Jiaoyu left the crowd that was gathered together and gradually headed into the deeper night. After walking a bit, she looked around carefully. When she confirmed no one was watching, she took out anti-inflammatory and pain relief medicines from her space and swallowed them with water. The advantage of being able to control her space with her mind was that it sped up the process of making medicines. Yun Jiaoyu found the herbs she needed in her storage. She mixed mandrake flowers, wild black aconite, white angelica, angelica root, Sichuan lovage, and Tianshan starflower, grinding them into fine powder and storing it in a small porcelain bottle that previously held a healing ointment. This way, she had made the anesthetic powder. She also wanted to make some healing ointment in her space, but due to time constraints, had to give up. She pulled out a fat sheep from her farm in the space. Before leaving, she cut the tail of a reddish-brown horse in the breeding base with a surgical knife. She pulled on the shiny horse tail, which was elastic enough to serve as a makeshift bowstring. With almost everything ready, Yun Jiaoyu led the sheep and headed toward the fragrant camphor forest, collecting some sturdy tree trunks along the way. As I hurried toward the bonfire, I heard a familiar voice, anxious and angry. But this time, it wasn't Xiao Lian speaking, it was Madame Qi. She spat as she yelled, "Oh dear, you unfilial son. Why don't you listen to your mother? Can your mother even harm you? She carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. Besides, your wife is a lowly woman. What can she find to eat? You should eat your bread quickly. And don't leave her even a bite." Yun Jiaoyu held the fat sheep's hand, almost loosening the ponytail she used as a makeshift rope. Her deep, cold eyes watched Madame Qi. The Qi family, from Madame Qi herself to Qi from the second household, truly was one big family. They were selfish and liked to stir up trouble in others' marriages. Luckily, Yun Jiaoyu had come from another world and had no feelings for Chong Jin. Xiao Lian's eyes shimmered with tears, seeming to have cried sadly when Yun Jiaoyu was away. She wiped her tears with her sleeve, thinking that her mother-in-law had spoken up for her. Soon, her brother-in-law Jin would be on her side, and she wouldn't be swayed by Yun Jiaoyu anymore. "Stop crying. If you have the strength to cry, you'd better save your energy for tomorrow's journey." Madame Qi frowned, wondering how her eldest son had fallen for this peasant woman. She only knew how to cry. Useless. She couldn't even discipline her daughter-in-law. "Grandmother is right. Save your strength. This exile will be hard, lacking clothes and food. Speaking less and crying less will help us move faster." Yun Jiaoyu's quiet voice sounded deliberately loud, creating a disturbance. She slowly led the sheep to Chong Jin. This sudden noise clearly told everyone that she had overheard their words. Chong Jin's dark eyes, like shards of ice, shifted away from Yun Jiaoyu. He felt ashamed for his elders. Madame Qi's face turned red with embarrassment. After being caught eavesdropping, she wanted to scold her granddaughter-in-law, but her gaze met the sheep. Her eyes lit up instantly. She hadn't eaten meat in over a day and couldn't bear this suffering. Now that she had the sheep, she could finally enjoy some good food.
"Wow.
Sister-in-law, where did you find this sheep? It looks so fat." Qi Zhao came over, starving. Although she had eaten a bread, her stomach was still growling loudly. Qi Zhao felt a bit shy and asked Yun Jiaoyu, "Sister-in-law, can I eat this sheep?" "Of course." Yun Jiaoyu smiled gently. Once the older sister-in-law finishes roasting the lamb, she will give the biggest, fattest, and most tender pieces to Zhao Zhao. Qi Zhao was very happy, walking quickly and skipping over to Lu Yunxiu. She took Lu Yunxiu's hand, her delicate round face showing joy. Children often can't hide their feelings. Her clear, sweet voice said, "Mom, I really like the older sister-in-law. The older sister-in-law is very generous and kind to us. Unlike Annie Da and second aunt, who pretend to be generous but are actually very calculating." The named Xiao Lian and Zhang Meinyang looked annoyed, already rolling up their sleeves to scold Qi Zhao. In the next moment, Lu Yunxiu protected Qi Zhao Zhao tightly. She looked coldly at the others and said, "Older sister-in-law and second sister-in-law probably won't argue with the children. Kids don't understand much. They just say what they want." Chia Er also wanted to eat lamb and ran to Yun Jiaoyu, mimicking Qi Zhao Zhao. She swallowed hard. "Older sister-in-law, can I have some of your lamb?" She pretended to be pitiful. "Ya Er, and my parents haven't had meat all day. You're so kind. I think you'll share some lamb with us." Chia Er's big, round eyes sparkled. If only their second family found this sheep, it would be perfect. Then, even if she wanted to eat lamb, she wouldn't have to beg Yun Jiaoyu humbly. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze was sharp and deep. She usually didn't care about strange relatives' morals, so she wouldn't be manipulated by moral pressure. Moreover, she remembered when she first arrived, lying half-dead in the main bedroom of the Qi family, Chia Er was there too. At that time, her niece had called her a troublemaker and a bad person. Yun Jiaoyu held a grudge. She forced a smile without anger and answered in Chia Er's tone, "No, you can't. This lamb looks fat, but once it's plucked and roasted, there's not much meat. Your older brother still has injuries, so I need to save some meat for him to recover." Chia Er's eyes widened. How could this mean girl have two faces? Just a moment ago, Yun Jiaoyu wasn't talking like this to Qi Zhao Zhao. She couldn't believe she was being rejected. Her eyes turned red, and she went to hold the hand of Grandma Qi, acting cute. Chia Er knew that Grandma Qi loved her the most. Whenever she cried loudly, her grandma would try to cheer her up by picking stars from the sky. Sure enough, Grandma Qi's wrinkled face immediately looked sad. This morning, Zhang Meinyang didn't share her bread with her, which made her very angry. But Qi Xingtian was her favorite son, and Chia Er was her favorite granddaughter. How could Yun Jiaoyu, an outsider, look down on her? Mrs. Qi angrily glared at Yun Jiaoyu and scolded, "How much meat can Brother Jin eat alone? I'll tell you, this meat, the front legs must be kept for the second household. The back legs will be reserved for your mother-in-law, your husband, and the third household. As for the rest of the meat, I will handle it. If you don't listen to me, that is unfilial. Someone like you, a disobedient daughter-in-law, would be thrown into a pig cage if you were in Qingzhou." Before the fat sheep was even placed on the fire, Mrs. Qi's plan was already ringing loudly. Yun Jiaoyu's cold gaze swept toward her, her light brown eyes coldly fixed on Mrs. Qi, her sharp look making everyone hold their breath. She spoke indifferently. Respect for elders shows filial piety from the younger generation. "I believe that since I married into the Qi family, I have been faithful and never did anything to betray Brother Jin. But just now, grandmother, you also tarnished my reputation and called me a such unkindness and cruelty. Why should I be filial to you? Grandmother, do you want to eat lamb? Fine. Then ask my mother-in-law, second aunt, and Yao niece to find some lamb for you. Otherwise, you want to eat the lamb I catch, which is impossible." Second Cheng. Yun Jiaoyu called Second Cheng over and handed the sheep to him. Based on their pace of travel, they would be in Zizhou in more than a month. Since Second Cheng wanted to flatter her, she would give him some benefits from time to time. "Second Cheng, please handle this fat sheep. After it's roasted, I only want 3 lamb legs and some lamb ribs. Others, you can divide among yourselves. Also, besides our Qi family members, share some with the others traveling with us." Second Cheng had never seen such a fat sheep before. Although the sheep's thick wool made it look even bigger, he knew from raising sheep at home that even after removing the wool, this sheep weighed at least 100 pounds. Second Cheng's mouth was watering, and he hesitated to share the extra meat with the other travelers. Yun Jiaoyu saw his thoughts and said, "From now on this journey, I promise we will have endless meat to eat. There's no need to worry about sharing." Second Cheng hurriedly nodded and bowed, feeling even more respectful toward Yun Jiaoyu. He had traveled between Qingzhou and Zizhou several times and had never encountered such a fat sheep on the road. The Qi young lady was truly lucky. It seemed that following her would bring even more benefits in the future. Second Cheng quickly led away the fat sheep, excitedly built a bonfire filled with dry wood, and prepared to start roasting the whole sheep. After this series of actions, Madame Chi's face, which was once slack and relaxed, was now flushed with color. Her normally pale face turned bright red from the excitement, then became completely pale and blue. Yun Jiaoyu had no time to pay attention to Madame Chi's lively mood. She walked straight past the grandmother and granddaughter, sat down on the ground beside Chong Jin, and focused on sorting the branches she had collected, preparing to select a few to make bows and arrows. Madame Chi was publicly humiliated by Yun Jiaoyu. Even if she wanted to eat roast whole lamb, she could only grit her teeth and pretend to be indifferent. She rolled her eyes at Yun Jiaoyu, feeling angrier the more she thought about it. She mocked, "It's just a broken sheep. Who wants to eat it? She's just a girl from an ordinary merchant family, so her knowledge is shallow. Just a sheep, yet she has to make such a fuss, acting like it's some rare delicacy." Xiao Lian helped Madame Chi to sit back on the ground, forcibly pulling her attention away from the fat sheep she was staring at. Swallowing her saliva, she agreed. "Yes, Mother is right. It's all my daughter-in-law's fault for making Mother angry." Madame Chi huffed gloomily, and Xiao Lian helped her sit down again. Her resentful eyes stared at Xiao Lian, full of regret, as if her intestines were green with remorse. If she had known there would be roast lamb to eat, she wouldn't have spoken badly about Yun Jiaoyu to this useless daughter-in-law. After Madame Chi and the others left, Yun Jiaoyu's ears finally became quiet. She threw all the collected elm branches onto the ground, dividing them into two groups, long and short. The longer branches were used to make bows, and the shorter ones were cut into sections to make arrows. Yun Jiaoyu took out a sharp surgical knife from her sleeve, sharpening the shorter branches and shaping one end into an arrowhead. Actually, there were many knives in the space storeroom, but she was reluctant to use her beloved surgical knife to cut wood. Unfortunately, this surgical knife had been seen by Chong Jin before. If she suddenly used other tools to make arrows, it would only make the man more suspicious about where the items came from. Under the firelight, the surgical knife reflected a bright gleam, catching the man's attention. Chong Jin narrowed his long eyes, a hint of curiosity flashing in them. His eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and he asked, "I wanted to ask earlier, where did you get this small, exquisite knife? I've never seen such a knife in Qingzhou." Yun Jiaoyu had been lying a lot these days and was quite skilled at fooling people. Without stopping her hand and making a sharp arrow, she said, "Didn't I tell you before? When I was making a bamboo tube, I met a mountain villager. He knew I was going to be exiled and was worried I might be bullied along the way, so he gave me this knife for self-defense." Chong Jin kept watching Yun Jiaoyu, trying to find a flaw in her answer. But Yun Jiaoyu's actions showed no signs of lying. She seemed completely honest. However, Chong Jin believed that the less suspicious something looked, the more it should be questioned. He looked closely at the material of the knife. Wait, this kind of knife was made from a special material, not something an ordinary mountain villager could afford or buy. So, Yun Jiaoyu was lying. This knife wasn't given to her by someone else. She had it herself from the start. Chong Jin's face remained calm, and he kept his judgment to himself. There were more and more doubts about her. He wanted to ask where Yun Jiaoyu had found the sheep and horse tail, but now it seemed unnecessary because she hadn't told the truth at all. Yun Jiaoyu moved quickly. She skillfully divided her shiny black ponytail into several parts, using them as bowstrings and tying them onto a long elm branch. In just half an hour, she had made a bow. She pulled the bowstring and shot with an elm arrow, testing it out. The arrow shot out sharply and hit a camphor tree branch 10 meters away. Seeing how powerful her handmade bow and arrow were, Chong Jin's handsome face looked even sharper. His dark, bright eyes watched Yun Jiaoyu closely. That intense, curious gaze seemed to want to see through her beautiful exterior and understand her true thoughts. He had married Yun Jiaoyu 3 years ago. During those years, she was weak and lazy, only interested in tricks and greed. But now, Yun Jiaoyu could hunt and shoot so easily. She was completely different from before. Could she be possessed? Thinking of this, Chong Jin's expression softened a little. As her husband, he decided to find a good doctor later to help her. Yun Jiaoyu was happy with her bow and arrow. But if she really faced a group of tigers, a bow and arrows alone wouldn't be enough. She kept practicing making bows and sharpening arrows. After half an hour, a delicious smell of roasted lamb wafted from the campfire. The aroma was so tempting that everyone's stomachs growled. The exiled prisoners gathered around the fire, waiting to share a piece and eat. Cloud Jiaoyu finished making all the bows and arrows. She made 5 long elm bows and 50 arrows. Wow, 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 mother, the roasted lamb smells so good. Chi couldn't help but keep looking at the roasted lamb. At first, she thought she should be brave and not share the lamb since Cloud Jiaoyu wouldn't give her any. But the whole roasted lamb was just too tempting. She pouted and begged Zhang Meinyang, "Mother, you're senior to Cloud Jiaoyu. Why don't you go be friendly with her? Maybe she'll agree to share some lamb with us." Zhang Meinyang looked where her daughter was pointing. In the firelight, the lamb was sizzling with oil, and the meat looked tender and delicious. She swallowed hard. She was definitely going to eat that lamb. But she wouldn't try to be friendly with Cloud Jiaoyu. She didn't believe that if she tried to share the lamb, Cloud Jiaoyu could do anything to stop her. Take Chong Jin, for example. He wouldn't let his wife trouble his aunt. Old Lady Qi and Xiao Lian had long been debating this, and in the end, they thought the same way. The group decided to stick together and act as one. By the outside, they meant Cloud Jiaoyu, an outsider from the Qi family. To make sure they could get some lamb, they squeezed into the crowd around the campfire. They planned to be quick and grab a share when it was time to divide the lamb. Cloud Jiaoyu didn't notice their sneaky moves. She called Cheng Er, determined to buy a jar of wine from him. Mixing anesthesia powder with strong alcohol was the best way to numb pain. While they were eating the lamb to regain strength, she could use the wine mixture to soak the elm arrows. If they really encountered a tiger pack, the soaked arrows would work faster to deliver the anesthesia. "Madam Qi, you're too polite," Cheng Er said. "It's just a jar of wine, no need to buy it. I'll give it to you." Before leaving Qingzhou, Cheng Er had packed several wine gourds in his bag, planning to sell them to prisoners with a drinking problem. But now, hearing that Cloud Jiaoyu was willing to pay 10 taels of silver for wine, he decided not to bother with small profits from prisoners and was eager to give her a jar right away. Cloud Jiaoyu didn't want to take advantage of Cheng Er. Since she became a military medic on missions, she had seen all kinds of people. People like Cheng Er, who had money and was eager to spend it, either avoided trouble or made sure to settle accounts clearly. She wanted to avoid future problems and complications. So that's why she never accepted Cheng Er's bread before. Yun Jiaoyu took out 50 taels of silver from her space. Even brothers need to settle accounts clearly. Cheng Er, I appreciate your kindness. But you still need to take this silver. If you feel bad about it, give me a few more bowls. Having bowls means they can be used to soak arrows. Cheng Er's eyes fixed on the silver, unable to look away. He smiled so broadly that he couldn't close his mouth and took the silver without hesitation. "No problem, no problem." Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The crowd around the roasted whole lamb fire pit became restless. Shouts rang out one after another, and one clear male voice shouted, "Official, please help me. My son was pushed into the fire by that woman from the Qi family. Official, please help me. My son was pushed into the fire by that woman from the Qi family." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes suddenly changed. The Qi family? She looked toward the source of the voice. Her calm gaze instantly turned cold. In her line of sight, a boy about 12 or 13, dressed in ragged clothes, was thrown into the blazing fire of dry wood. He struggled to get up, trying to stand, but his hands were burned by the hot fire, blistering. He let out a sharp, ear-piercing scream, as if it could reach. Meanwhile, by the fire, Xiao Lian was fighting fiercely with a man. The voice calling for Cheng Er was from this man. Yun Jiaoyu's hand, holding a wine gourd, involuntarily clenched tighter. She looked at her mother-in-law in shock. She was just focused on making bows and arrows, and hadn't watched Xiao Lian for an hour. Why was she causing trouble again? Chong Jin was also attracted by the noise. He supported himself on a nearby tree, struggling to stand. No one helped him. Every step he took was trembling. His cold eyes, filled with fragments of ice, coldly looked at the fire where the incident happened. His lips pressed tightly, and his expression towards Xiao Lian was full of exhaustion. Yun Jiaoyu saw the man move from afar and hurriedly went to support him. Together, they moved forward to see what was really happening. Oh my God, is there no justice in this world? My daughter-in-law caught a fat sheep, and I can't eat it? Why are you stopping me? Xiao Lian sat on the ground and threw a tantrum, crying loudly in front of everyone. She wiped her tears with her hands, showing no shame. The man who had been fighting with Xiao Lian looked at her with red eyes, full of pain. We all heard when your daughter-in-law argued with your mother-in-law before. Her meaning was clear. Apart from the Qi family's third household and the married couple, no one else could share the lamb. We tend to be soft-spoken and naturally have to stop you. But I didn't expect you, woman, to be so cruel, pushing my son into the fire. If something happens to my son, I won't forgive you even in death. Xiao Lian's face, as big as a pancake, was already bruised and purple. The man's strength was great, and after hitting her, her hair was pulled out in clumps. Although the man was telling the truth, she still clenched her teeth tightly. The stubbornly defiant voice said, "That was just her angry words. I am her mother-in-law, and it's natural for her to show respect to me. How could she really refuse to let me eat meat? You all are too serious about this. Now look at the consequences. The older one lost her teeth from and the younger one accidentally fell into the fire. Serves them right." Yun Jiaoyu frowned, a wave of anger surging in her chest. She simply couldn't understand. How could Chong Jin, such a fair and strict person, have such an ignorant and selfish mother? The child almost burned to death after falling into the fire. How could she casually speak such cruel, vicious words to dismiss her own evil deeds? Yun Jiaoyu helped Chong Jin, who had just reached the bonfire, and the boy who fell into the fire was pulled out by the onlookers. He was still sparking with fire, his skin painfully blackened from the burns, and he rolled on the ground. His desire to survive drove him to try to smother the flames with dirt. What exactly happened? Chong Jin's sharp eyes fixed on Xiao Lian, his voice cold and full of hostility, making people afraid to meet his gaze. Xiao Lian's eyes flickered nervously. Seeing her precious son angry, she hesitated and stammered, I. At this moment, the old Madame Qi secretly took a step back. Her wrinkled hands grasped Qi Yaoer and Zhang Meinyang, ready to leave. She had no intention of getting involved in the heated fight between Xiao Lian and Chong Jin. Stop right there. Yun Jiaoyu's clear, commanding voice rang out, stopping the old Madame Qi and others. Although she disliked Xiao Lian as a mother-in-law, she thought Xiao Lian was just a simple-minded fool with a temper. Xiao Lian, who was timid and afraid of the strong, wouldn't dare to fight outsiders from the Qi family or harm others' lives unless provoked. Seeing that the old Madame Qi and others didn't stop, Yun Jiaoyu narrowed her beautiful peach blossom eyes with a hint of sarcasm. Her voice was melodious and cold, with a sneer. Grandmother and second aunt left so quickly. Are you trying to provoke my mother-in-law into standing up for a few pieces of lamb, then feeling guilty? So you were in such a hurry to leave because you felt embarrassed? Chong Jin's thick eyelashes hid the brief flash of disappointment in his eyes. After Yun Jiaoyu's reminder, he looked at Madame Qi with a look of dislike. Suddenly, he thought being falsely accused and exiled might be for the best. Seeing the true faces of the elders in the Qi family now is better than being promoted to high official and then being implicated in their ignorance, leading to the family's destruction. Madame Qi was exposed and did not feel ashamed. Instead, she shamelessly said, "Granddaughter-in-law, what do you mean by that?" Zhang Meinyang quickly thought and agreed, "Niece-in-law, you have no proof, so don't talk nonsense. It's clearly your mother-in-law's greed for meat that caused someone to almost be burned to death. Why are we elders involved in this?" Qi straightened her back, happily gloating, "Sister-in-law, Why didn't you just share the mutton with us earlier? If you had been more generous, Annie wouldn't have been beaten so badly, and she might not have almost lost her life. Yun Jiaoyu suddenly felt a cold aura. She saw Qi Zhaozhao trembling behind Lu Yunxiu.
It seemed she was frightened by something.
Yun Jiaoyu called Qi Zhaozhao over and asked gently, "Zhaozhao, you were also by the bonfire just now, right? Tell your sister-in-law what exactly happened." Qi Zhaozhao's big, round eyes suddenly filled with tears, and tears started falling one after another. She was quite frightened and cried, "I saw the mutton was ready, so I waited by the fire to eat. But unexpectedly, second auntie and grandma kept pushing me, wanting me to get more meat for them. If I refused, they told Annie to grab the meat. After a quarrel with her, seeing she couldn't get the meat, second auntie tripped auntie. I saw with my own eyes how auntie was pushed into the fire." Qi Zhaozhao closed her eyes and still remembered Xiao Lian pushing someone into the fire. Both auntie and second auntie. They are really terrifying. Xiao Lian was stunned. She wondered how she accidentally pushed someone into the fire. Turns out she was tripped by that despicable second wife. Realizing it late, she cursed Yu Zhang Mainyang. "Do you want to see our main family embarrass itself?"
Ow.
"Dad, it hurts so much." The young boy, burned beyond recognition, finally rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames. He lay there, barely breathing, his pitch-black, hollow eyes gradually losing focus, in terrible pain. Yun Jiaoyu's heart trembled. The boy's face was blackened from burns, with injuries on his arms and chest that had damaged the subcutaneous tissue, severe third-degree burns. Once a third-degree burn progresses to a full-thickness burn, the young boy's skin will definitely die and many nerves will be damaged. If the wound cannot be repaired quickly with surgery to remove the dead tissue, the skin may become infected further. This child's life will be at risk. The sound of his pain almost made everyone present feel pity and sadness. Yun Jiaoyu was heartbroken hearing this and knew she couldn't wait any longer. Tonight, she must perform a wound repair surgery on this boy as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Yun Jiaoyu cleared the crowd to keep the air flowing, regardless of whether her actions might seem suspicious. She planned to take out sterile gauze from her space to cover the burned area, to reduce the pain and keep the wound clean. But in the next moment, the boy's father suddenly pushed her hard. Yun Jiaoyu was pushed to the ground and hurt her wrist, which started bleeding. "Don't touch my son. If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten lamb. If I hadn't gotten involved in your family's problems, my son wouldn't have been burned. Today, I, Sun and Nyo, stand by my words. If my son dies, none of your chief family members will survive." Yun Jiaoyu gasped from the pain in her wrist. She looked complicated, thinking about how to persuade Sun and Nyo to let her treat the boy. Before she could come up with a reason, Chong Jin appeared beside her unexpectedly. He walked alone, trembling slightly, but he steadied himself and stood firmly in front of her. Chong Jin pursed his lips and reached out his long, strong hand to help her up. Yun Jiaoyu was stunned. Was this man suddenly changing? Was he trying to help her? But Chong Jin wasn't changing. He had noticed Yun Jiaoyu's subtle expression towards the boy, different from others. Most people, seeing the boy barely alive and burned badly, would feel pity. But Yun Jiaoyu was different. She looked anxious. While everyone else was frozen and helpless, just watching the boy's life slip away second by second, Yun Jiaoyu was thinking of dispersing the crowd. He didn't understand why she wanted to do that, but he somehow felt, this woman must have a way to save the boy. Chong Jin spoke carefully, lowering his voice but clearly, "Yun Jiaoyu, can you save this boy?" His tone was no longer cold and proud as usual. On the contrary, she gradually softened and became gentle, breaking new ground with a hint of trust that women rarely notice. Yun Jiaoyu nodded and said, "Yes." Suddenly, she added, "Actually, before I married into the Qi family, I happened to come across a secret recipe for treating burns." Chong Jin lowered his expression, clearly remembering the Yun Jiaoyu from before. Back then, she couldn't even read or write properly. Even if she had access to the burn treatment secret recipe, could she understand or remember it? But now he wasn't going to dwell on these details. If this woman, after being possessed, suddenly gained skills she didn't have before, he hoped her possession would last longer. At least, she should first heal the child's injuries. After Yun Jiaoyu confidently agreed, Sun and Nyo said, "My wife knows a bit of medicine. The child is badly burned and in pain. Why don't you let her try? Maybe she can save the child." "Shut up. You say your wife knows medicine?
Does she really?"
Sun and Nyo refused to let Yun Jiaoyu touch his son. He also angrily pointed at Xiao Lian and said to Chong Jin, "No matter how much you argue, we're family. How can I believe your wife really wants to save my son? Maybe your wife might even use this opportunity to harm my son, Sun He, for that wicked woman." Yun Jiaoyu finally realized that to get Sun and Nyo to allow her to save Sun He, she first needed to give them an explanation. Right now, she could only let Sun He endure the pain a little longer. She decided to go and seek justice for him. With a firm voice, Yun Jiaoyu said, "Sun and Nyo, since you don't trust me, I will give you an explanation." She walked toward Xiao Lian and Zhang Meinyang, her cold gaze like sharp shards of ice piercing both women. As she approached, the cypress forest was silent, and the dry wood at the bonfire was burning into fragments. It was a quiet sound, but now it felt like thunderclaps, piercing into everyone's ears.
"What?
What are you trying to do?" Xiao Lian asked first. She was so frightened by Yun Jiaoyu's sharp gaze that she dared not breathe. She swallowed hard and mustered her courage, saying, "Yun Jiaoyu, I am your mother-in-law. I warn you, since you are my daughter-in-law, you must respect the moral rules and remember that you should always stand with me." Yun Jiaoyu's lips curled with sarcasm, her cold eyes flashing with a chill. She said coldly, "Mother-in-law, you bring up moral rules because you're afraid? It seems you also realize how unreasonable you've been this time. You pushed a living person into the fire and still show no remorse afterward. Have you ever thought that the child you pushed into the fire is someone else's beloved son? If today someone pushed Chong Jin into the fire, how would you feel?" Yun Jiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, Chong Jin hasn't had the chance to enter official office yet. Otherwise, with a mother like you, he would eventually suffer even more because of you. Xiao Lian was hurt by Yun Jiaoyu's words, and her eyes darkened slightly. She stubbornly refused to admit she was wrong. Even as a 7th-grade minor official, she could still oppress ordinary people. If her brother Qi became an official, why would she be exiled? If she wasn't exiled, how dare Yun Jiaoyu scold her so harshly? The more Xiao Lian thought about it, the angrier she became. She gritted her teeth and asked angrily, "What do you really want to do with all these words?" Yun Jiaoyu lowered her eyes and saw Xiao Lian's mental defenses starting to break down. She chuckled slowly and said, "What I want to do is very simple. Although I am your daughter-in-law and I must respect you as my mother-in-law and uphold family morals, there are laws beyond family rules." Yun Jiaoyu didn't know much about the laws of Qi, so she looked at Chong Jin and asked, "In Qi, how are people who intentionally hurt others causing serious injury, or even death dealt with?" Chong Jin's clear lips pressed into a straight line, and his eyes darkened. He looked away from Xiao Lian and answered after a long pause, "According to Qi law, intentionally injuring someone causing serious injury results in 30 strokes of punishment and 5 years of detention. If it causes death, the punishment is the same injury with death as the penalty. From the current situation, if Sun He can't be treated tonight, Xiao Lian is very likely to pay with her life."
"No wonder."
Chong Jin asked if she could save Sun He. Yun Jiaoyu frowned, but the ancient punishments were truly harsh. The original body was whipped 40 times and died. If Xiao Lian was whipped 30 times, she would be barely alive. As for using equal harm to exchange life, that level of cruelty could serve as a strong warning to others. Yun Jiaoyu looked up at Chong Jin. She wanted to use the Qi law to make Xiao Lian face the consequences herself. But Chong Jin, being fair and just, his mother Xiao Lian was also his own mother. She didn't know if he would be willing to let his own mother suffer such punishment. Chong Jin's expression remained calm, showing no signs of disturbance. He looked clear and honest as he said, "Son and Nyo and son, he suffered today. I, Chong Jin, will strictly follow the law to give you justice. Right now, son, he is seriously injured. I will instruct Ching heir to administer corporal punishment to my mother. If son Hio's life is unfortunately lost, I will take her place and exchange my life for hers. Xiao Lian cannot avoid suffering and cannot change her bad habits. The punishment by whip must be carried out. However, he cannot watch his beloved mother be burned alive. If it comes to that, he will only take Xiao Lian's punishment himself." Chong Jin's expression was firm and resolute, speaking loudly and clearly. Yun Jiao's brow twitched slightly. He was shaken by the man's strong sense of integrity and determination. Standing there, he couldn't think clearly for a long time. Sun Aniu, a man in his 40s, had redder eyes. Hearing Chong Jin's promise, he immediately let go of his tough exterior as a father. He sank to the ground and instinctively wanted to hold Sun Hio and cry, but his body, almost completely burned, left him with nowhere to hold on. "Since you promised in front of so many people, I will believe you this once." Sun Aniu wiped his tears with his rough hand. He was originally an honest farmer. Unfortunately, this year Qingzhou suddenly increased taxes, and his harvest was poor. To pay the land tax, he had no choice but to risk becoming a robber. Whether his luck was good or bad, his first time robbing, he stole a cart of jewelry from a wealthy family. Sadly, right after the theft, he was caught by soldiers and thrown into prison. At first, they found the stolen goods, and according to the law, he would only be imprisoned for a few years. But unexpectedly, the court falsely accused him of hiding valuables, claiming the officers found nothing during the search. He and his son Sun Hio were sentenced to exile. Sun Aniu's pain was beyond words. He could only swallow his suffering.
Cheng quickly acted.
When Chong Jin said he would punish Xiao Lian with the whip, he found 2 uneven wooden sticks to replace the board. He ordered the guards to hold Xiao Lian down and beat her. As soon as the first strike landed, Xiao Lian let out a pig-like squeal. She was beaten several times, sweating profusely, crying and wailing, Chong Jin, "I really regret giving birth to you, my son. If I had known you would be so cruel to me, I should have strangled you when you were born."
She was hit a few more times.
Xiao Lian began to beg for mercy. "Brother Jin, please be kind to your mother. Mother is so old. How can she endure 30 lashes? Brother Jin, I beg you, please stop the officials." Throughout the entire process, Chong Jin never blinked and completely ignored Xiao Lian's pleas during the punishment. After 30 strikes, Xiao Lian was exhausted and completely fainted from the pain. Second brother Cheng pressed her a few times on her chin but saw she had no reaction. The only thing certain was that this woman was very tough and did not die. After watching the punishment all the way through, Zhang Meinyang's legs went weak. She only hoped that Yun Jiaoyu and Chong Jin had already forgotten about her tripping Xiao Lian. "Second aunt, now it's your turn." Yun Jiaoyu saw how Zhang Meinyang went from being fearless at first to unable to stand while watching the punishment.
She kept this in her mind.
Her voice was a little higher, and sometimes waiting for the execution was more painful than the punishment itself. Zhang Meinyang started speaking unclearly. I just accidentally tripped the eldest sister-in-law. I didn't mean to. So, I shouldn't be punished, right?" Yun Jiaoyu looked calm. "Second aunt, there is a higher power watching over us. If you dare to say that Yaoer, your niece, will never get married in her life, and swear by your old oath, then I will believe you didn't mean to do it." In the next second, Zhang Meinyang seemed to lose her voice. She stood there caught in a dilemma. She was born a courtesan, constantly trying to please many guests daily. If she was careless, she could be taken advantage of. How could she bear to let her only daughter follow her old path? Even if she swore, she wouldn't do it. Seeing Zhang Meinyang silent for a long time, Chong Jin spoke faintly. "Since second aunt seems to admit it was intentional, let's proceed according to the law. Those who cause harm directly or indirectly are equally guilty. Second brother Cheng, Please continue with the 30 strikes. The order for 30 strikes was given immediately. Zhang Meinyang was overwhelmed with fear, and that last straw broke her. She gasped for breath and fainted immediately. Fainting was better. At least she wouldn't scream and shout like Xiao Lian. Second brother Cheng dragged her away to beat her, and Qi Xingtian, trembling with fear, covered Qi Yaoer's eyes with his last bit of responsibility, not letting her see. Once everything was settled, Yun Jiaoyu finally approached Sun He. The 12 or 13-year-old boy was now unconscious, his life hanging by a thread. Fortunately, her space's operating room had all the necessary medicines and tools. As long as she could use her mind to bring Sun He into her space for surgery, he could be saved. Because his burns were extensive and difficult to move, Yun Jiaoyu could only ask second brother Cheng to lead everyone elsewhere to start a fire and keep warm. Second brother Cheng, Sun Ainyo, the secret recipe I used for burn treatment was passed down by a master. During treatment, no one else can be present. Now it's late, and everyone is hungry. I suggest you carry the whole roasted sheep first, find a different place to eat and rest. Also, while eating the sheep, please make sure to watch over everyone carefully and do not let anyone disturb me. If my focus during treatment is distracted, this child could be in serious danger. Cheng Er nodded firmly. Madam Qi, rest assured. I will watch over everyone carefully. When he heard that they could start eating the sheep, Cheng Er felt that the 60 strikes earlier were worth it. He quickly ordered a few guards to hold torches and lead the prisoners deeper into the fragrant camphor forest. As for Sun Aniu, he simply couldn't bring himself to eat the lamb. But when he heard Yun Jiaoyu say that no one should disturb her during treatment, his mind instantly became alert. He secretly vowed that, for his dear child, he would keep everyone under control. Soon, the men of the Qi family's third branch carried Xiao Lian, while Qi Xingtian's father and daughter from the second branch carried Zhang Meinyang, and they all moved deeper into the woods. Before leaving, Chong Jin looked specifically at Yun Jiaoyu. The moonlight and the dappled shadows of the trees made his silhouette look fragmented. His eyes were dark and serious, and he stood still for a long time. Seeing Yun Jiaoyu squatting on the ground observing Manhwa, he slowly walked away. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away, a group of tigers seemed to be guided by something. After a whip cracked and struck the ground, they marched in neat formation toward the fragrant camphor forest. The masked person wielding the whip hid in the darkness of night. Watching the tiger group leave, the masked person quickly whipped their horse and left the border area between Qingzhou County and Songzhou County, heading toward the capital. Inside the camphor forest, after the Exile team moved away, Yun Jiaoyu carefully inspected the surroundings. Once she confirmed no one was watching, she focused on trying to bring Manhwa into her space surgery room. This was her first time bringing someone into the space, so she wasn't sure if it would work. For a large open wound like Manhwa's, whether changing dressings or performing surgery, it must be done in a sterile environment. But the fragrant camphor forest was full of organic matter and had many pathways, so it couldn't provide a sterile environment. Therefore, she could only rely on the sterile space of her space surgery room. Yun Jiaoyu took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes, and her heart pounded wildly under her tense nerves. When she opened her eyes again, she had mentally put on the surgical gown, and Manhwa was lying straight on the operating table. During the surgery, her gaze involuntarily lingered on Manhwa's face and upper body for a long time. Under the brief burn from the campfire, the nerves and blood vessels on this child's body had already necrotized in many areas. Yun Jiaoyu was almost steadily applying negative pressure drainage on the wound surface, aiming to better stimulate the body to produce more new blood vessels. Her focused mind controlled the speed of the surgical movements, greatly speeding up the wound healing process. After half an hour, Yun Jiaoyu had thoroughly cleaned the secretion and dead skin fragments from the injury. She also applied epidermal growth factor to promote rapid wound healing. Post-surgery, Yun Jiaoyu patiently wrapped and bandaged He's wound in a sterile environment using sterile gauze. Just after finishing the bandage, they heard the loud howling of tigers, which suddenly echoed throughout the fragrant camphor forest. The tiger roars were deafening, spreading fear through the night. Yun Jiaoyu sensed the danger of the approaching tiger group. Her eyes suddenly narrowed, and her back instinctively stiffened. Fortunately, the surgery was already done. After her mental focus broke, he was immediately transferred out of the space. Yun Jiaoyu quickly turned around, her sharp gaze scanning every inch of the land in the darkness. She didn't see any tigers in sight. She thought perhaps the quiet night and the dense sound waves from the tiger roars created an illusion that the tiger group was right behind her. But judging by the sound, the tigers weren't far from her. Yun Jiaoyu lowered her gaze and gently pressed her red lips together. She stared at He, who was still unconscious, her expression becoming more complicated. Tigers have keen hearing. Even the faintest sound can be detected within 100 meters. Right now, whether she chose to retreat with He or fight alone to prepare her bow and arrows for defense, it would attract the tiger group's attention. If she chose to retreat, not to mention the child's fragile body unable to withstand the jostling, and considering that tigers, as feline predators, have naturally superior running speed, she simply couldn't escape their sight. But if she stayed and fought the tiger group head-on. During her surgery on He, she had wasted too much time preparing and hadn't soaked her arrows in strong alcohol mixed with anesthetic powder. Without anesthetic effects, how effective could her arrows be against the tigers? While Yun Jiaoyu was caught in a fierce internal struggle, a hurried, anxious voice suddenly sounded. Sun Ainyo staggered toward Yun Jiaoyu and He, rushing over. "Here, Dad is here to protect you. Even if we have to die, we'll die together. Father and son." Yun Jiaoyu's furrowed brow instantly relaxed. Seeing such touching father-son love, how could she easily back down? Even though she wasn't fully confident she could defeat the tiger pack, she was determined to try for Aniyu and his son. Her education and military experience in modern times had ingrained in her a strong, brave spirit. In dangerous situations, she couldn't abandon anyone. Even if the person in front of her wasn't Aniyu and his son, but Xiao Lian, her malicious mother-in-law, she would still try to save her. After all, saving others reflects her true character and conscience. In life and death, she only aimed to do good. Those who do wrong will face justice through law and karma. Niece-in-law, your third aunt is worried about you. Let me quickly take you back to the Exile team. Behind Aniyu, third uncle Qi Xianglei from the third household, along with his son Qi Wenling, appeared before Yun Jiaoyu. Originally, Lu Yunxiu only asked Qi Xianglei to bring Yun Jiaoyu back to the team, but Qi Wenling, usually quiet, stubbornly insisted on going with his father to find her. He believed that true friendship shows in adversity and thought his sister-in-law was a good person worth treating well. Yun Jiaoyu was surprised, not expecting someone to come specifically for her. Before she could speak, she saw a staggering figure behind the two from the Qi family. Chong Jin had found a thick wooden stick, which he leaned on as he wobbled toward her. Seeing Chong Jin, Yun Jiaoyu was more surprised than when she saw the third uncle from the Qi family. But this man probably came to protect He, fearing that if He died, Xiao Lian would also be in danger. No matter what his intentions were, Yun Jiaoyu didn't care. Her mind was only on one thing: enough people. She had made 5 bows and knew that the men of the Qi family and her chief husband all knew how to use bows and arrows. If Aniyu also knew how to shoot, everyone could have a weapon. If he didn't, it was okay, at least she would have a spare bow. Third uncle, it might be too late to retreat now. The tiger pack is nearby. The noise we made when you arrived probably already exposed our location. Yun Jiaoyu went to grab her handmade bow and arrows, placing them into Qi Xianglei's hands. Since we can't run anymore, why not fight bravely? Maybe there's still a chance. After speaking, Yun Jiaoyu noticed her younger cousin Qi Wenling holding the bamboo cup she had made earlier. Without a bowl to soak her arrows, the bamboo cup was a good alternative. Her eyes lit up slightly. Wenling, could you lend the bamboo cup to your sister-in-law for now? I want to fill it with strong alcohol to soak the arrows in mephisin powder. Don't worry. If you think this bamboo cup smells of alcohol, my sister-in-law will make you a new one tomorrow. Qi Wenlong is now 15 years old. In the past, during family banquets, he had tasted strong alcohol before. He shook his head and quickly handed over the bamboo cup. Sister-in-law, a real man acts decisively and doesn't hesitate like a child. Our third family's children are not so delicate. They can't even smell a little alcohol. Sister-in-law, please use this bamboo cup without worry. No need to make a new one for me. Yunjiu's eyes showed admiration and amazement. Unlike the bad bamboo of the main Qi family producing good shoots, or the shameless unity of the second family, the third family's upbringing is good, truly open-minded and reasonable. But the bamboo cup still needs to be replaced, because residual mephesin in the cup could harm the drinker's nerves. Yunjiu took the cup, poured out all the remaining water onto the ground, and opened the wine gourd bought from Chang'er. She poured the fragrant strong wine into the cup, then added mephesin powder, shook it well, and mixed in the strong alcohol. She then stuffed 10 slender elmwood arrows into the mixture, soaking the sharp ends. At this moment, the sound of roaring tigers grew louder. A group of tigers finally appeared in everyone's sight. Yunjiu looked around and saw 15 tigers. These tigers were strong and muscular, with bright, glossy brown-yellow fur. When they saw the crowd, they deliberately showed their sharp claws and growled warnings. It seemed they could become aggressive at any moment, leap up, and pounce on people to bite. Yunjiu's eyes were sharp and dangerous, flickering with a hidden threat. Her gaze fell on the thick left hind legs of these tigers and noticed something unusual. Carefully looking closer, she saw faint yellow petal-shaped markings on their hind legs. But because the tiger's fur was thick and brown-yellow, the shapes were blurry.
So,
these tigers weren't wild? They were deliberately raised and trained by someone? This was incredible. Even in modern times, a trainer capable of raising 15 tigers was extraordinary. Sun Ainyu, can you shoot arrows? If not, protect Sun He at all costs. Yunjiu's voice was firm and clear. While protecting him, remember to keep the bamboo cup safe and replenish the elmwood arrows in the cup in time. Wild beasts fear fire. Yunjiu acted without hesitation. When facing the tiger group, she tried to show her strength. Otherwise, the tigers would see her as weak and become more reckless in attacking people. Suddenly, she kicked the burning torch at the campfire into the air. The torch's light was like a shooting star in the night sky, drawing a beautiful arc over the camphor forest. Suddenly, the tiger group saw the torch coming and roared loudly. Unable to dodge in time, the flaming torch hit one of the tigers on its back. The king of beasts let out a painful and angry roar. It rolled on the ground, its back burning fiercely. For some reason, this scene made everyone feel a strange mix of fear and excitement. At this moment, everyone took out elm bows and pulled out elm arrows soaked in strong liquor and calming powder. In the next moment, they aimed their arrows carefully at the tiger group.
for elm arrows shot through the forest.
The elasticity of the horsehair bough suddenly propelled the arrows toward the tigers. The tiger group retreated gradually, putting more distance from Yun Jiaoyu and others. They kept about 50 meters away, trying not to be hit by the arrows, while secretly watching and alert. When Yun Jiaoyu was a military doctor, she heard some animal trainers mention that loud noises could scare tame tigers. Unfortunately, there was no familiar whistle in the space warehouse. Her eyes sparkled as she remembered that before Exile, she had seen a box of fireworks in the Qi family storeroom. At that time, she was busy gathering gold, silver, jewelry, medicines, and silk, and didn't pay much attention to the fireworks. Now she thought that fireworks could be used to intimidate the tiger group. But fireworks are large, and taking them out directly from her sleeve would look too exaggerated. She wouldn't be able to explain where the fireworks came from and might be mistaken for a monster. Yun Jiaoyu searched through the space storeroom mentally and finally found a dozen suitable-sized firecrackers. These firecrackers were a bit bigger than modern thumb-sized ones used during festivals. They contained explosives in the middle, with small stones on both sides. Qi Xianglei noticed the firecrackers, frowned, and asked curiously, "Niece-in-law, where did you get these firecrackers? They look so familiar." Last year, the Qi family bought firecrackers from outside. The patterns on them were exactly the same as the ones in Yun Jiaoyu's hand. Qi Xianglei was puzzled. Before the house was searched, Zhang Meinyang had hidden silver notes and broken silver in her shoe soles. So, could it be that Yun Jiaoyu's firecrackers are also hidden away before the house was raided? Normal people wouldn't choose to hide something worthless like firecrackers instead of silver. His niece-in-law acts very strangely. Yun Jiaoyu turned around and looked at Qi Xianglei, pulling out a raw elm arrow and tying the firecrackers to the arrow with a thin layer of gauze. After performing this smooth and flowing action, she explained briefly, "Third uncle, you know I don't have many close people in the Qi family. Chong Jin doesn't like to spend time with me. But I love lively things. When I'm bored, I just set off firecrackers for fun, to entertain myself. Yesterday, before the house was raided, I still had some firecrackers on me. Look at my luck, it's really good. Now they can be useful, which is quite a coincidence." Qi Xianglei was still confused about what Yun Jiaoyu was trying to do. What use could these small firecrackers possibly have? The tiger herd is so far away, they can't be scared off again. Chong Jin looked coldly at Yun Jiaoyu beside him, his dark eyes showing no emotion. Given Yun Jiaoyu's past reputation and character, it was normal that she had no close relatives in the Qi family.
But
Chong Jin suddenly thought of something. His eyes, fixed on Yun Jiaoyu, were filled with suspicion. Perhaps her change in personality wasn't just due to being possessed. If it was just normal possession, how could she carry firecrackers that hadn't been used since the previous year in the Qi family? He remembered that all unused firecrackers from that year had been locked in the storeroom. Did Yun Jiaoyu go into the storeroom before the house was raided? No, if she really entered the storeroom, how could she only take firecrackers and not other things? Before he could figure out the reason, Sun Aniu's anxious and worried face caught his attention. Sun Aniu was worried they wouldn't be able to handle the tiger herd, constantly wiping his sweat nervously. His hands trembled uncontrollably, but he didn't mess up, quickly soaking the elm arrow in the medicinal solution. He vigorously stirred the arrow along the bamboo cup's wall, trying to make the medicine absorb faster into the wooden arrow. Feeling the tense atmosphere, Chong Jin gave up on doubting Yun Jiaoyu further. He drew his long bow, knocked the elm arrow, and with a smooth, tense motion, he drew back the bowstring. His tall, slender figure looked especially elegant and poised under the night sky. Right now, fighting the tiger herd was the most important thing. As for Yun Jiaoyu, the 2,000-mile journey into exile would be enough for him to see what kind of person she really was.
Bang, 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 lao et lo sin echo continuun sir.
Yun Jiaoyu kept pulling out elmwood arrows and shooting them at the fragrant camphor tree branches near the tiger group. The sharp arrows darted through the dense leaves, finally embedding into the branches with a strong impact, making a loud bang like a cannon. The camphor forest was usually quiet at night, but the explosions made the peaceful jungle even more frightening. The tiger group, inexperienced with such battles, roared loudly on the ground. Some tigers even opened their mouths wide, showing their sharp teeth and growling angrily to vent their frustration. At this moment, Yun Jiaoyu saw her chance. She drew her elm bow and shot the soaked, poisoned arrow forcefully. In the next second, the arrow hit the tiger's throat. It pierced diagonally into its thick neck. The fierce, angry tiger, in pain, fell to the ground and died. Its howling echoed through the forest again. One tiger fell first, and the 4 tigers shot by Chong Jin and others also started to become paralyzed on one side due to the effects of the poison. With a few thuds, they all collapsed to the ground. Now, out of 15 tigers, only 10 could still move. Soon, the remaining tigers looked at each other and, overwhelmed by their weakened strength, decided to retreat. "Miss Qi, thank you so much. Thank you for saving my crane and preventing him from being eaten by the tiger group." Sun Aniu, still shaken after the tigers retreated, couldn't hold back his tears. The man in his 40s knelt heavily in front of Yun Jiaoyu and kowtowed fiercely. Yun Jiaoyu helped him up, frowned and said, "Son Anu, it's actually our Chi family's second branch that was at fault first. You don't need to thank us. If anyone should be thanked, it's yourself, my third uncle, and my cousin Wenlang. Moreover, it was because you didn't give up on Sun He that we could unite and fight back the tiger group. Without you, we wouldn't have had time to soak the arrows, and the tigers wouldn't have retreated so quickly." Sun Anu, tears streaming down his dark face, looked very miserable. He wiped his nose and said, "Sorry, it's your mother-in-law and second aunt who are to blame. I, Sun Anu, come from a farming family and didn't go to school, but I know right from wrong and will never hold a grudge wrongly." He turned to look at Chong Jin, and his hatred for him lessened a lot. "Young Master Chi, I will remember your kindness tonight. Thank you for coming all this way to save my crane." People outside often said that the eldest son of the Chi family didn't like his wife. This time, Chong Jin hurried here, probably to protect his son Sun He, not to rescue Yun Jiaoyu. Strangely, Chong Jin's image became more admirable in Sun Anu's mind. Yun Jiaoyu listened to this, without feeling anything was wrong. However, Chong Jin, with heavy breathing and slightly parted rosy lips, hesitated at the edge of speaking. He was thinking about whether to tell Yun Jiaoyu the truth. Actually, he came specifically for her. He strongly urged Yun Jiaoyu to treat Sun He, because if she truly died in danger, he would feel guilty. Chong Jin's gaze darkened. He called out, "Yun Jiaoyu." Hearing her husband's voice, Yun Jiaoyu turned to look at him. But she only turned briefly out of respect. Then she kept walking straight toward the area a short distance away, where 5 tigers were. Only one of the 5 tigers was killed instantly. The other 4 were only temporarily paralyzed. They were still alive. She needed to finish them off with a scalpel to ensure they were truly dead. Yun Jiaoyu took out a sharp scalpel from her sleeve. With her back to Chong Jin and others, she swiftly stabbed into a tiger's body, blood spilling everywhere. As a modern military doctor, she felt a bit regretful watching the tiger blood on the ground. Actually, every part of a tiger could be used medicinally. Even its blood could strengthen the body and mind. For example, tiger's stomach could treat indigestion, tiger's kidneys could cure lymphatic tuberculosis, tiger's fat could soothe muscles and relieve pain, and tiger's bones could strengthen muscles and bones. If no one was behind her now, she would have split the tiger carcasses, those that had died thousands of years ago before tigers became protected animals, into 2 parts, one to sell and the other to transfer into her space. Fortunately, she would reach Fong County tomorrow. Then, if she could go alone to the pharmacy and sell the tiger, she might even secretly keep one for making medicine. "Sun Anu, son, he cannot move right now. Stay here and watch over these tiger carcasses. I'll send Ching-er and the others back." She needed Ching-er to find a cart or a stretcher so Sun He could lie down and travel. Compared to making a stretcher, finding a cart was much easier, but most people on the Exile route were unwilling to bother. They lacked the strength to walk, let alone help carry others. Sun Anu nodded. "All right, Madam Chi, I will definitely watch over these tiger carcasses." In the time it took for a cup of tea, Yun Jiaoyu supported Chong Jin and followed Xianglei and the others to find the Exile team. By then, Xiao Lian had already woken up. She was crying non-stop, her sobs becoming quite annoying to listen to. She lay on the ground, holding Lady Qi's hand and crying, "Mother, how could I have given birth to a son like Jin Gur, who betrays his family? He even dared to have the officials beat me. I am his biological mother. I raised him for over 20 years, enduring hardships to teach him. Yet now, he married and forgot his mother." Lu Yunxiu saw Yun Jiaoyu and the others return, and her tense heart finally relaxed. She coldly glanced at Xiao Lian, not wanting her niece-in-law to be upset, and quickly stopped Xiao Lian from saying more. "Big sister-in-law, you shouldn't say that. After all, son, he was the one you pushed into the fire. Moreover, Jin Gur has been good to you. He even said that if Sun He died, he would be willing to trade his life for yours." Xiao Lian's face looked a little better, but she still cursed under her breath. She looked at Zhang Mainyang, who had just woken up, and her mood improved. Her son Jin-gur could at least be willing to die for her. As for Chi-ar, the daughter of the second wife, she hadn't even mentioned suffering for her mother. Xiao Lian began to feel proud. After being praised, her back pain eased a lot. She worried. I just heard the tigers roar. I don't know if Jin-gur can come back safely. Chong Jin's dark eyes looked like clouds covering the sun, suddenly brightening as if a flash of light had broken through. A glimmer appeared in his eyes. His mother was not beyond hope yet. Just as her feelings of relief started to spread, she saw Xiao Lian perform a prayer gesture, openly reciting, what was that saying again? Yes, rise in rank and wealth, and die a good wife. Lu Yunxiu heard this and looked helplessly at Yun Jiaoyu. She still couldn't stop her talkative, scheming sister-in-law from speaking. Xiao Lian didn't notice Yun Jiaoyu returning. Her eyes were full of scheming. She clasped her hands in prayer, loudly chanting, Please, heaven. Please, Buddha, Jade Emperor. Bless Jin-gur to be safe, and let my unfilial daughter-in-law Yun Jiaoyu be eaten by a tiger. Better yet, after exile, let my son find a gentle yet powerful wife. Xiao Lian's eyes shone brightly as she started dreaming. Since her son couldn't succeed in officialdom, she thought about becoming a wealthy daughter-in-law's family. As long as she could be favored by a rich official's daughter during exile, maybe she wouldn't have to continue being exiled. As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Jiaoyu let out a cold, mocking laugh. This wicked mother-in-law, always hoping for her death, no matter where or when. Her icy gaze fixed on Xiao Lian's face, and she sarcastically said, Mother, you should stop cursing. It's dirtying the ears of the gods. Furthermore, you're seeking help from both Buddhism and Taoism. Such insincere wishes may cause the gods to punish you directly with lightning strikes and retribution. Xiao Lian was stunned, not expecting to be caught after cursing Yun Jiaoyu. Lu Yunxiu carefully climbed down from the camphor tree and approached Qi Xianglei and Qi Wenling, checking their bodies for injuries. Seeing that they were unharmed, she finally relaxed. She asked Qi Xianglei, Husband, what about son Aniu and son He? Are they still alive? Seeing their calm expressions, she wondered if the tiger herd had already retreated. Qi Xianglei nodded to confirm. Before she could reply, Qi Wenling spoke excitedly and respectfully. Thanks to our sister-in-law. She made a bow and arrow, and even used firecrackers to scare away the tiger herd. That's right, she even personally shot a tiger. If our sister-in-law were a man, she could definitely go to the battlefield and fight, becoming a great general with her skills. Qi Wenling had never spoken so openly in front of the Qi family members before, showing how much he truly liked Yun Jiaoyu. Most of the exiled prisoners admired strength deeply. When they heard that even the king of beasts was driven away, they all climbed down from the trees. They gathered around Yun Jiaoyu, asking, Really? Sister-in-law of the Qi family, did you really kill a tiger? Wow, that's amazing. I heard a tiger can sell for 5,000 taels of silver. That's quite valuable. You're so capable, girl. If only I could marry a daughter-in-law like you. What a pity. I don't have that luck. Hearing that a tiger could sell for 5,000 taels, Xiao Lian's face gradually showed greed. But how could this dead girl be so much more impressive than when she was in the Qi family? Xiao Lian's mind raced, and her hatred for Yun Jiaoyu grew even stronger. Surely, this unlucky star had stolen Qi's family's luck. She thought, no wonder Qi's family fell into decline after she arrived, and her own fortunes turned around. Bah! That wicked woman. Believing Yun Jiaoyu had taken the Qi family's luck, Xiao Lian wanted to keep all the money from selling the tiger for herself, feeling it was only right. She ignored Yun Jiaoyu and directly spoke to Chong Jin. Brother Jin, since your wife killed the tiger, tomorrow you should have her take it to Fong County's medicine shop and sell it. By the way, you young folks don't really control your expenses, not knowing how costly firewood, rice, oil, and salt are. We still don't know how much silver we'll need in the future. Thinking ahead, she said, once you sell the tiger, just hand all the silver over to me. Your mother will manage the accounts for you. Chong Jin tightly pressed his red lips together and turned away without paying attention to Xiao Lian. He couldn't understand why his own mother was so comfortable demanding this and that. Seeing her son ignore her, Xiao Lian glared fiercely, trying to hold her confidence. She got angry. Without thinking, she picked up a piece of broken stone and threw it at Chong Jin. Mother was just talking to you. Didn't you hear? Chong Jin's face changed when hit. His arm was cut by the sharp stone, bleeding slightly. This was fine. This was his beloved mother from the past. A coldness grew in his eyes as he looked over and said indifferently, "It wasn't me who killed the tiger. I can't decide that." Xiao Lian's face darkened as she glared at Chong Jin. "You're useless. In front of your wife, you can't even handle such a small thing." Then she ordered Yun Jiaoyu sternly, "You girl, don't think I won't give you a chance. As long as you give me all the money from selling the tiger, I won't bother about what law has taken from me before." Yun Jiaoyu's cold gaze fixed on Xiao Lian, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. She crossed her arms and said calmly, "Mother-in-law, there's no need to give me a chance. I don't need it at all. Now I will tell you plainly, you can plan all you want, but it won't work. Not even a copper coin from selling the tiger will fall into your hands." Yun Jiaoyu was too lazy to argue with Xiao Lian anymore. She walked straight to where Cheng was and called him aside. She had already decided how to properly handle the money from selling the tiger. Yun Jiaoyu walked 10 meters away, keeping some distance from the Exile team, then stopped. Cheng, following behind her, also had a greedy look on his face like Xiao Lian's. But he quickly hid it. "Madam Qi, you're amazing. You actually killed a tiger. In all of Dachi, there are few men who can do that." Yun Jiaoyu always felt Cheng-er's expression was a bit strange earlier, but she didn't think much of it. She straightforwardly said, "Actually, it wasn't just one tiger but 5.
What?
Cheng-er couldn't hide his desire and was stunned. 5? 5 tigers could sell for 25,000 taels of silver. As an officer of the Court of Justice, even if he made money on the way to exile, he would only earn a few hundred taels a year. But Yun Jiaoyu had earned 25,000 taels in just one day of exile? If he secretly took the people from the Qi family's 3rd branch, wouldn't all that silver be his? 25,000 taels of silver are enough for him to live comfortably for many years without worries about food or clothing. Yun Jiaoyu suddenly notices the cold, murderous look in Cheng's eyes and realizes how deep people's desire for money can be. Now, with just 5 or 10 taels of silver, it seems impossible to control Cheng anymore. Yun Jiaoyu taps her finger and asks, Cheng, do you know how he killed the tiger?" She takes out a scalpel from her sleeve, its sharp curve shining coldly in the moonlight, clearly capable of cutting through flesh easily. She presses the scalpel against his neck and says, "I have 1,000 ways to kill a tiger and, of course, 1,000 ways to kill a person." Cheng's palms instantly sweat. Was his murderous intent just too obvious? Has he been caught? He swallows hard and asks, "Madam Qi, what are you doing?" "I've been busy today, all following your orders." The cold scalpel makes Cheng feel breathless. He's never seen such a strange weapon before. He feels fear and suddenly realizes that if Yun Jiaoyu can kill 5 tigers, then killing him would be easy. He's foolish to even think about stealing that batch of silver. Seeing that Cheng is truly frightened, a sharp look flashes in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes. She slowly says, "I just want to tell you that I've already decided what to do with these 5 tigers. Don't worry. As long as you obediently follow my instructions in the future, I promise you'll be rich and proud of your hometown." Cheng remembers the story of killing a goose to get golden eggs. In his village, elders often told children this story to teach them not to seek small, immediate gains at the expense of long-term benefits. He understands now. Yun Jiaoyu is like a wealth goddess. Instead of risking his life fighting over the silver with her, it's better to work under her for a long time. Maybe he can even get more benefits. After thinking it through, he bows and acts more obediently, pretending to be eager and loyal as before. "Madam Qi, you can rest assured. I will obey and never have any other thoughts." A faint look of disdain flashes in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes. The saying goes, don't doubt people you trust, but now, in this critical time, she can only guard against Heir Chung while still using him. If we carry the 5 tigers to the pharmacy in Fong County tomorrow, it will be too obvious and attract attention. I think, tonight, we should find 2 carts. We can hide the tigers in the carts and then cover them with old cloths before entering the county early tomorrow. We'll get everything done in one go.
Cheng frowns.
Getting 2 carts is not a problem. Outside Fong County, there are many farmhouses. When the time comes, we will buy 2 carts. But loading 5 tigers, how can we use only 2 carts? Laying them flat and stacking them, 1 cart is more than enough. Buying 2 carts would be a waste of money. Yun Jiaoyu noticed Cheng Er's worried look and added, 1 cart for the tigers and the other for Sun He, that child. He has to lie in the cart for the journey these days. Don't worry, you won't lose out on your benefits. She continued, on the way into Exile, we will meet all kinds of people and face various difficulties. So, after selling the tigers, I won't keep all the money on me. I will deposit most of it in the bank, so whenever we arrive somewhere and need money, we can withdraw it.
Cheng was increasingly confused.
What money could be used on the Exile route? Usually, prisoners buy daily supplies with money, right? Yun Jiaoyu's thick eyelashes covered her bright eyes, as she had her own plans. Before becoming a military doctor, she studied criminal psychology. After spending a day with her peers, her intuition told her that among these exiled people, except for Wu Qian and the others, many did not have enough criminal psychology to meet the exile standards. Like Sun and Niu, he helped her stop Xiao Lian and others from eating roasted lamb to repay his gratitude for being fed. He is simple, honest, and clear about his grudges. He has no murderous intent on him. What kind of actions would cause such a person to be exiled? So, she wanted to improve the living conditions for these exiled people. After all, if they survive to reach Suzhou, they will have to become neighbors with the Qi family. Forget about the second branch of the Qi family, Xiao Lian and old Madame Qi. But the third branch of the Qi family has been so kind to her, she must help them manage relationships with the local people in advance. Moreover, if she can earn a good reputation for the Qi family on the way, Chong Jin might be able to enter officialdom sooner. Then the future prime minister could focus on his role as an antagonist and pursue his career. They could also divorce earlier. When Yun Jiaoyu proposed to improve the living standards of some prisoners, Cheng Er was visibly stunned. He suddenly remembered what was said before he left Qingzhou. Among these exiled prisoners, many are from other counties and provinces. They were first taken to Qingzhou, then arranged by the Qingzhou governor to be exiled to Zizhou. Among the criminals heading to Zizhou Dahuang County this time, besides Wu Qian and others involved in crimes of adultery, kidnapping, and most of the offenders were also involved in cases of theft from merchants and traders across various regions. In these theft cases, all the valuables disappeared without a trace. Previously, the officials from the court's yamen had joked privately that powerful people might be using these cases to secretly steal large amounts of property. Before leaving Qingzhou, the yamen chief even comforted him, saying he would take good care of his family. At first, those words sounded strange, but now they seemed terrifying upon reflection. Cheng Er's forehead suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Thinking back to the first day of his exile, they encountered a tiger pack, something they had not seen in previous missions. Could it be that someone wanted to prevent the theft cases from being solved, even to the point of killing the criminals to silence them? In life and death moments, people's minds tend to become sharper. Cheng Er was so shocked by this thought he couldn't speak. If he was right, then he must wholeheartedly serve Yun Jiaoyu. This woman was so fierce, she could even scare away tiger packs. Following her might make it easier to get money and keep his life safe. Cheng Er wiped his sweat and secretly prayed that if his suspicion was true, those powerful people would wait until they reached Zizhou to kill and silence the witnesses. No matter what, he would return to Qingzhou to continue serving as an official. Request failed. A cold triangular snake stretched its body in midair, startling everyone present. Once they regained their senses, the prisoners, terrified, froze in place or crouched down, shielding their heads, afraid the 1-meter-long venomous snake might land on them. "Cousin-in-law, watch out." Qi Wenlang saw the triangular snake showing signs of lunging at Yun Jiaoyu and hurriedly shouted a warning. His frightened voice reached Yun Jiaoyu's ears. She paused slightly while tending to Zhao Laohui's left foot wound. She instinctively turned her head and saw the snake's hexagonal scales rushing toward her. The snake kept flicking its tongue and hissed sharply, making everyone gasp. Chong Jin had just helped Xiao Lian sit on the ground when he heard Qi Wenlang shout. His deep, ink-colored eyes suddenly darkened, as if bottomless. He narrowed his pupils and looked at Yun Jiaoyu, then quickly said in a deep voice, "Yun Jiaoyu, take your knife. Kill this snake. Don't you have a portable knife?" The reminder helped Yun Jiaoyu regain her composure. She quickly stood up, aimed at the snake's head, and acted swiftly. The sharp surgical knife sliced through the snake's body, cutting the triangular snake into 2 halves. Due to the action of the primitive central nervous system, the snake's muscles continued to contract and produce movement. Wu Qian's eyes were filled with a surge of murderous intent, and she couldn't help but shout, "Bite her. You useless thing." As she spoke, everyone except Yun Jiaoyu looked at Wu Qian.
So,
Did Wu Qian's grandson throw the snake? Most people were either focused on bandaging Yun Jiaoyu's wound or still frightened, busy with their own tasks, with no energy to notice who threw the snake. Now, the culprit has revealed herself. After the triangular snake was cut in 2, the remaining venomous snake's life force was completely enraged. The upper part of the snake, cut off, kept writhing and quickly crawled toward Yun Jiaoyu. Hiss! The sound was sharp and nerve-wracking, and the venomous snake moved very fast. It shot through the small grass on the ground and coiled around Yun Jiaoyu's left ankle. The angry venomous snake retaliated fiercely, biting down hard at her ankle with its remaining strength before dying. Almost instinctively, Yun Jiaoyu kicked the snake away. When she saw the snake lying motionless on the ground, she realized her left foot was already bitten, and it hurt a lot. She rolled up her pant leg and looked down, discovering 2 rows of tiny bite marks on her ankle. She was indeed bitten. "Wu Qian, look at what you've done." Someone stood up for Yun Jiaoyu, saying, "The wife of the Qi family's eldest son is so kind. She not only caught a fat sheep for us to eat, but also helped us deal with the man-eating tiger. If it weren't for her, we might have already died. You don't thank her, but how could you secretly hide a venomous snake to bite her? Do you have any conscience?" Beside them, Chong Jin's eyes flashed with coldness, full of icy hostility. His brows were filled with unrelenting anger as he coldly said, "Wu Qian, you previously insulted many good women and committed terrible deeds. Yesterday, you even tried to defile my wife. You deserve to be expelled and punished. Why do you still want to secretly harm her?" Chong Jin's powerful voice echoed in everyone's ears, and almost everyone was influenced by his righteous words. Wu Qian sneered at the corner of her mouth, raised her right hand angrily, and swung it as if smashing something to vent her anger. She said angrily, "I've already become... If I don't tear you and your wife into pieces, I'm a kind-hearted person. I only placed a snake to bite her. Compared to the shame she has caused me, this is nothing." He turned around and scolded the person who had spoken up for Yun Jiaoyu. "That shameless woman gave us lamb just to win people's hearts. I already showed her great respect by eating her roast whole lamb. Why should I feel grateful to her? I, Wu Qianhua, will stay here. As long as I live, I will never let that shameless woman have a good life." Wu Qian was furious from the accusations and insults, glaring angrily at Yun Jiaoyu. But then he remembered how Yun Jiaoyu had washed and bandaged Zhao Laohui's wounds with clean water earlier. His mood improved a little. That kind of detoxification couldn't really remove the snake's venom completely. His great-uncle had been bitten by a snake before and died. The village doctor, like Yun Jiaoyu, tried to remove the poison, but his great-uncle still died. So Wu Qian was sure that Yun Jiaoyu's limited skills couldn't fully remove the snake's venom. After all, she was just a woman. What real ability could she have? Catching a sheep by luck or killing a tiger by chance. That was probably the best luck she'd ever had in her life. Today, this shameless woman would surely face retribution and be poisoned to death. Chong Jin didn't know how Yun Jiaoyu was doing. They were dozens of meters apart and couldn't see clearly. Also, Yun Jiaoyu was bitten by the snake but didn't make a sound, making it hard to guess what she was thinking. Maybe she was too frightened by the snake. Realizing this, Chong Jin stopped sitting and resting. He stood up slowly and painfully, then moved toward Yun Jiaoyu. At this moment, Xiao Lian quickly grabbed her son, trying to delay time. "Oh, Brother Jin, my head hurts so much. Help me rub my temples first, then go see your wife." Xiao Lian was scheming. When Yun Jiaoyu needed a water pouch to wash Zhao Laohui's wounds, she had stubbornly held her son back from leaving. Finally, the girl had no choice but to throw the water pouch over.
Now.
Since Yun Jiaoyu had been bitten by the snake, Xiao Lian would keep holding her son tightly. Maybe the sight of that little brat would make her so angry her heart would race, and the venom would spread faster. When she died, her son Jin Gur would also listen to her commands. "Mom, I don't think your head really hurts. Stop pretending." Chong Jin's clear eyes were cold and sharp, shining with tiny icy glints, and he looked at Xiao Lian with deep disappointment. Her eyes cooled as she looked away. "Yun Jiaoyu is my wife after all, and your daughter-in-law. Mother, it hurts me to see you wish your daughter-in-law dead." Chong Jin forcefully shook off his mother's hand, quickening his steps to reach Yun Jiaoyu's side. Actually, Yun Jiaoyu was not scared. She stayed silent because she was focused on using her mind to search through her space for the anti-venom serum. When she was bandaging Zhao Laohui earlier, she was thinking about how to remove all the venom from his body. Her medical experience told her that injecting anti-venom serum was the best way to treat a snakebite. But now, the criminals in the Exile team were all gathered together. Zhao Laohui was still conscious. If she openly took out a syringe, drew the serum, and injected it into his vein, she might be mistaken for an evil spirit invasion and be burned alive. Most importantly, she had checked her space carefully. Now, there were only 2 vials of anti-venom left in the Western medicine room. If she used both today and someone else got bitten by a snake next time, there would be no medicine in her space to treat snake venom directly. If she couldn't cure the person then, what reason could she give? So, the only way was to secretly give Zhao Laohui the serum without anyone noticing. At the same time, she needed to keep the serum stock in her space for emergencies. Thinking of this, Yun Jiaoyu's mind drifted far away. Her calm expression looked surprisingly like she was frightened. This caught Chong Jin's attention. He approached her and asked in a gentle, warm voice, "Are you okay?" Interrupted from her thoughts, Yun Jiaoyu suddenly trembled slightly. Suddenly, her gaze accidentally swept over the dead snake. In the next moment, her clear and lively eyes brightened, and a sudden idea flashed in her mind. She had a solution. Her idea was simple. She would use her mind to recreate a batch of anesthetic powder in her space. She would secretly mix it into the wine to tempt Zhao Laohui to drink. Then, she could quietly inject the anti-venom serum while he was unaware of the pain. This way, she could completely remove the venom left in his body. Seeing Yun Jiaoyu's mind wandering, Chong Jin frowned for no reason. "Did Wu Qian scare you?" Although he didn't want to comfort her too much, his gentle, deep voice still sounded, as the saying goes, "Do good deeds without asking about the future." This future path sometimes refers not only to smooth sailing, but also to hardships. Wu Qian was guilty of severe crimes such as kidnapping and, yesterday, you made them undergo punishment in the bamboo grove, removing their clothes as a way to address the problem at its root, which was a very correct action. Chong Jin spoke clearly, his tone cold but with a hint of seriousness. He patiently explained, "When we decide to do something, we must be prepared to face the consequences. The current consequences are still manageable, so don't be too frightened to avoid hurting yourself." Yun Jiaoyu's deep eyes showed a hint of surprise. So Chong Jin came here specifically to comfort her, leaving behind Xiao Lian? Faced with this unprecedented concern, Yun Jiaoyu froze in place. As someone who has read this political novel thoroughly, she knew exactly how this future prime minister's mind worked. It seemed he thought she was too frightened to clean her wound herself, so he humbly came to care for her. "Can you still move your leg?" The next moment, Chong Jin's slender fingers reached for the water pouch, preparing to use the remaining water inside to rinse Yun Jiaoyu's wound. His expression was hard to read, happy or angry, and he spoke softly, "If you can't move, don't force it. Although I was a little distance away, I saw clearly how you helped clean the wound. Snake venom is very toxic, and I doubt you can bend down and curl your leg. I'll help you wash and bandage it, as a way to thank you for making your mother develop some respect for the law." Yun Jiaoyu's brows furrowed tightly, her eyes deepening as she looked at Chong Jin. This future major villain, before turning dark, was truly just and strict. Despite hating her as his wife, he still had the face to come care for her. Honestly, Yun Jiaoyu admired Chong Jin's attitude of keeping things separate. But she couldn't help but say, "Chong Jin, I wasn't scared. I was just standing there lost in thought, actually wondering how to completely remove the snake venom from the injured person's body. As for the method, I've already thought of one." Considering that Zhao Laohui's snake venom entered his body earlier than hers, the venom had already spread to other parts of his body. To detoxify quickly, the most urgent task was to make anesthetic powder as soon as possible. Yun Jiaoyu's clear voice slightly raised, "But since you want to repay me, and I believe my mother has gained some respect for the law, that's also partly thanks to me. I won't be hypocritical. Just help me clean and bandage the wound." From afar, Xiao Lian saw the affectionate scene of the young couple and was furious. Her chest rose and fell heavily with anger. She kicked a piece of broken stone in front of her and scolded, "That little troublemaker was just bitten by a snake. Why should Brother Jin go wash her feet? Brother Jin is a top scholar after all." Zhang Meinyang looked at her with a mocking smile. Big sister-in-law is truly lucky. Seeing Brother Jin and his wife so loving makes me, as the second aunt, happy for them too. Xiao Lian naturally heard the sarcasm in Zhang Meinyang's words and became angry. She pointed at Zhang Meinyang and shouted, Where do you get the nerve to laugh at our main family? If it weren't for you causing trouble and pushing someone into the fire, I wouldn't be so estranged from Brother Jin. If you dare to cause trouble again, or try to pit me against Brother Jin, I swear I'll tear you apart." Zhang Meinyang was scolded harshly. Her face turned pale, and after being called she couldn't keep a good expression anymore. With a sharp tone that cut deep, she said, "Is it my fault that I caused trouble for you? But if you hadn't insisted on having a famous teacher watch Brother Jin study since childhood, would he have taken the imperial exam? Would our chief family now be falsely accused? If you hadn't looked down on our merchants and insisted Brother Jin become an official, maybe our chief family would still be the richest in Qingzhou, among the common people." Hearing this, Xiao Lian felt guilty. She also thought that it would have been better if she hadn't let Chong Jin take the imperial exam. Lu Yunxiu listened to the words of these two sisters-in-law and shook her head helplessly. She had her own views on the exile of the Qi family, but she knew better than to argue with these two. Over the years, the Qi family had donated a lot of silver to the treasury, gaining reputation, but a big family attracts trouble. Someone was definitely eyeing their wealth, which led to the exile of everyone. The false accusations of corruption against Brother Jin in the imperial exam were just the surface reason for their downfall. But who was really behind their suffering? Lu Yunxiu couldn't figure it out, but she didn't plan to think about it further. Since they had been exiled, they would probably live in Zhizhou Dahuang County for the rest of their lives, so there was no point dwelling on the past. The quarrel between the main house and the second house grew louder and soon reached Chong Jin's ears. But after experiencing that day, Chong Jin's heart was already unaffected and calm. He was focused on rinsing Yun Jiaoyu's wound. His movements seemed slow but were very effective. After rinsing, he looked at how Zhao Laohui had tied the bandage on his foot and guessed the correct way to wrap it. Once Chong Jin finished bandaging, Yun Jiaoyu spoke, saying, "I need to go call Zhao to help me find a more private place," she added. Chong Jin suddenly looked a bit uncomfortable. Although they were married, this was the first time Yun Jiaoyu asked him to help her since they married. Okay. The man awkwardly turned his head away and called Zhao Zhao over. Zhao Zhao had been worried sick about Yun Jiaoyu, but was stopped by her older brother Qi Wenlang from going to see her. He was afraid she might cause trouble for her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, are you alright? Zhao Zhao hurried over to Yun Jiaoyu. Do you want to? I'll help you go over there. When she helped Yun Jiaoyu, Zhao Zhao also gave Qi Wenlang a happy, proud look.
See.
She wouldn't cause trouble for her sister-in-law. She could help her, and her sister-in-law seemed to like her too. Zhao Zhao supported Yun Jiaoyu and walked a few dozen meters away. Finally, they reached a more open area with some bushes for cover. She poked her head around, looked carefully to make sure no one else was nearby, then let go of Yun Jiaoyu. She bravely patted her chest and said, Sister-in-law, you can hear. I'll watch for danger. Zhao Zhao's voice was clear and cheerful, full of the innocent liveliness typical for her age. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes curved into a gentle smile. She really liked these two children from the third household. They were smart, kind, clever, and most importantly, knew right from wrong. She nodded, her eyes shimmering with gentle warmth. Zhao Zhao, I might be squatting here for a while. She warned, if you can't wait, you can play nearby. I'll call you when I'm done. Zhao Zhao quickly understood that Yun Jiaoyu wanted to go farther away. It was dark and windy, and they were in the woods, so Zhao Zhao was scared. But now, since the nearby snakes had disappeared and her sister-in-law was here, she felt much braver. She wasn't afraid anymore. She cheerfully said, okay, I'll sit over there and wait for you. With that, Zhao Zhao jumped happily onto a large rock standing in the woods, sitting there quietly, waiting for Yun Jiaoyu. Cloud Jiaoyu pretended to take off her pants behind the bushes, then immediately used her mind to find the anti-venom serum in the space medical room. She took out a vial of serum and injected it into her left arm vein at a 20-degree angle, pushing 6,000 units of anti-venom into her bloodstream. After the injection, she quickly prepared the anesthetic powder called Ma Fei San in the space. It had been too long since she started cleaning and bandaging old Zhaohua's wound. If she didn't inject the serum soon, the snake venom might reach her lungs, and even if she received the serum later, her body could suffer lasting damage. Frowning tightly, Cloud Jiaoyu focused her mind on making the anesthetic powder. She had to be quick. Saving the injured person required speed. After about a cup of tea time, Cloud Jiaoyu, sweating heavily, finally finished preparing the Ma Fei San in the space. She poured the powder into a small porcelain bottle. Her legs, numb from sitting in the squat for so long, almost lost all feeling when she stood up. She called out to Qi Zhao Zhao, ready to return to the Exile team. Now, everything was ready. All that remained was to have the injured person drink the Ma Fei San to dull some of their pain before injecting the serum. She walked back along the same path, limping on her injured foot into the Exile team. When she reached the place where she had cut the poisonous snake in half, she suddenly stopped. Her eyes darkened. She thought she must throw this half of the snake into her space for safety. Making anti-venom serum wasn't hard. Just process the snake venom to detoxify it, then inject it into a horse. Once the horse developed antibodies, she could extract the horse's blood and use her space equipment to make the serum. No matter what, this ready-made venomous snake had to be moved into her space. She was worried about how to transfer the snake into her space. Suddenly, Wu Qian nearby picked up a stone and threw it hard at Cloud Jiaoyu's head. Fortunately, she had already noticed Wu Qian's sneaky move with her peripheral vision. Just as the stone was about to hit her forehead, she deliberately twisted her body, dodging the attack. While crouching on the ground, she quickly grabbed the snake and threw it into her space. Woo woo woo, big brother, this person is trying to kill our sister-in-law with a stone. Qi Zhao Zhao was so frightened by the scene she couldn't speak. She looked toward Wu Qian, seeing a sinister and contemptuous smile, and felt a shiver run down her spine. His eyes seemed to hold a nearly crazy, sick desire that made it hard to look directly at him. Yun Jiaoyu heard Qi Zhao Zhao crying and immediately struggled to stand up. She blocked Qi Zhaozhao's back, holding her protectively in her arms, preventing her from seeing Wu Qian's dirty and shameless gaze. Yun Jiaoyu briefly exchanged a cold look with Wu Qian. She knew very well what that dirty man's eyes meant at this moment. Unexpectedly, even though all the tools for the crime were gone, this still had such vile thoughts? Truly unrepentant. Yun Jiaoyu kept patting Qi Zhaozhao's back to comfort her. At the same time, she glanced at the stone Wu Qian had just thrown on the ground, a cold light flashing in her eyes. She picked up the stone. With astonishing speed, she suddenly threw the stone at Wu Qian. There was no chance for him to react or dodge.
Bang!
The stone hit Wu Qian's forehead, and fresh blood suddenly flowed out. He roared angrily like a madman woman.
How dare you hit me?
Yun Jiaoyu's dark eyes flashed with a hint of threat, and her gaze shot out a strong killing intent. She coldly said, "You dared to set a trap to hurt me, and you also dared to use stones to secretly attack me. Why can't I fight back and hit you?" Yun Jiaoyu looked at Lao Zhao, who was gradually falling asleep, thinking she must quickly give him the strong wine mixed with medicinal powder, so he would drink it. If he fell asleep, she wouldn't be able to inject the serum without being noticed. Yun Jiaoyu's dangerous voice was almost squeezed out from her teeth. Every word was clear and sharp, warning Wu Qian, "You must not think that I didn't fight back earlier because I was scared by your shameless sneak attack. I didn't punish you because I had more important things to do, and I temporarily spared you out of mercy." Yun Jiaoyu's deep, sharp eyes suddenly darkened. Her cold, commanding voice carried a faint hint of deadly threat. She intoned, "I warn you, if next time you dare to recklessly provoke me again, or even look at my sister-in-law with that disgusting gaze, then this stone I throw will be your eyes." Wu Qian's palms inexplicably broke out in sweat, and a lecherous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He instinctively slowed down until it completely disappeared. He was still trembling with fear. Had he really been scared by this woman just now? Chong Jin, upon hearing Qi Zhaozhao's cry for help, hurried over with a broken branch, moving as fast as he could. But he didn't expect Yun Jiaoyu had already resolved the crisis with her iron will before it even escalated. Chong Jin's face darkened, and his cold eyes stared at Wu Qian with a sharp glare. He was filled with disappointment in himself for being such a burden, blaming his tired legs and feet. He wondered when his back injury would heal. His slow walking and weak appearance made him feel like a useless person, and he knew he couldn't protect anyone like this. Seeing the dullness in the man's eyes, Yun Jiaoyu paused her gaze when she looked at him. She didn't try to comfort his sensitive guilt. As someone who would become a top official in the future, if he couldn't handle a little frustration and disappointment, how could he maintain order and run this political story later? Although she thought this in her heart, her cold voice slightly raised as she called out, "Second Cheng." Hearing Yun Jiaoyu call him, Second Cheng, who had been sitting by the fire lost in thought, quickly stood up and ran over. He observed Yun Jiaoyu's spirit and energy. He confirmed she was full of life and vigor. Apart from her legs being less convenient, everything else was exactly the same as the day before. He finally relaxed. Second Cheng had been worried for a long time. Since Yun Jiaoyu was poisoned by a snake during her escape, he had been uneasy. His mind was filled with thoughts that if the most fierce person in the Exile team died, he might as well give up his job as a guard. After dividing the money from selling tigers with his brothers, he planned to run away. They couldn't handle the trouble caused by the powerful figure behind the theft before reaching Zizhou. Now, hearing Yun Jiaoyu call him confidently, he suddenly felt alive again, no longer worried or discouraged. "Madam Qi, Wu Qian daring to let a poisonous snake bite you is really reckless. I think he deserves a lesson. I won't trouble you. I'll teach him a harsh lesson myself." Second Cheng eagerly pulled out the whip tied at his waist, ready to punish Wu Qian. He raised his hand, his face twisted with anger and teeth clenched. Using all his strength, he fiercely whipped Wu Qian. The whip cut through the air with a sharp sound, making a harsh noise. In an instant, Wu Qian's arm was torn open, flesh and blood exposed. Wu Qian's vicious eyes stared directly at Yun Jiaoyu, shouting angrily, "You this despicable person. Don't think that just because the official is helping you, I will surrender under heavy punishment." He said fiercely, "I tell you, as long as I Wu Qian am alive, I will never let you go." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm. Her dark eyes looked at Wu Qian without any emotion. Only those who feel powerless to solve their problems and are at a loss will shout until their voices are hoarse. These people try to convince themselves they're strong by shouting loudly enough to almost lose their voice. Yun Jiaoyu's tone slightly lifted, and she spoke with interest, suddenly stopping, "Since you say that, then just live until today. Anyway, throughout history, exile journeys are often deadly." Wu Qian was stunned instantly. His bravado vanished in an instant, lasting only a few breaths. When Cheng Er saw Yun Jiaoyu speak, he followed suit. He grabbed a whip, ready to lash it around Wu Qian's neck. Wu Qian's legs suddenly went weak, and a foul smell from his pants made him urinate, clearly terrified. He knelt on the ground abruptly. "I was just talking out of anger. Miss Qi, I was wrong, I really was. Please forgive my careless words. I beg you." After saying these words, even Wu Qian's former brothers looked down on him. Cheng Er frowned and spat. "I thought you were capable, but it turns out you're just a coward. No wonder you got stripped of your status." Wu Qian's eyes darkened. But for the sake of survival and revenge, he could only betray his conscience and beg this scoundrel. Yun Jiaoyu lazily looked at him. "Your pleading words clearly show you're being insincere. Even if you are genuinely begging, I am not the kind of person who forgives just because someone slaps me and offers an apology. Moreover, you really want to kill me." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were cold. When it didn't involve her life or death, she could be generous. But this person was trying to send her to the gates of. She absolutely couldn't forgive such a person. "I remember that the laws of Daki say that those who harm others should be sentenced to 30 cane strokes and 5 years of detention. If someone dies because of you, the punishment should be equal to the harm caused, life for life. I was bitten by a snake and should have died. But I survived thanks to my medical skills." Yun Jiaoyu's deep eyes were filled with a sharp killing intent, her gaze like a blade. She slowly said, "Therefore, I believe your punishment should be a bite from a venomous snake. But since there are no snakes now, you should be punished according to the consequences of poisoning." Her clear, decisive voice reached everyone's ears. The prisoners instantly fell silent. In the forest, the only sound was the wind rushing past. After understanding the logic behind Yun Jiaoyu's words, most people thought what she said made sense. The perpetrator, if they escaped death because the victim was lucky to survive, is the greatest irony for the victim. Hearing the resolute tone in Yun Jiaoyu's voice, Cheng Er tightened his grip on Wu Qian's neck, using more force.
Ugh.
Wu Qian struggled to pull the whip away, his legs almost straight and tense. Under everyone's watch, Wu Qian quickly stopped moving. At this moment, Cheng Er dragged the corpse into the woods, planning to leave it for the wild animals that hadn't appeared yet. After throwing Wu Qian into the bushes, he clapped his hands, annoyed by the bad luck. He soon returned to the exile team. No one noticed that the man's hand in the bushes moved slightly. He suddenly opened his eyes, filled with dark hatred, as if he wanted to tear Yun Jiaoyu into pieces. When Wu Qian was being choked, he knew he couldn't struggle, so he held his breath on purpose, pretending to be dead. Fortunately, Cheng Er didn't use the long whip with a loop to drag him away, but instead pulled on his clothes. This saved him from disaster. Wu Qian slowly got up from the bushes, heading deeper into the forest, planning to rest and recover first, then find a chance to seek revenge. At this moment, within the exile team, Yun Jiaoyu had secretly mixed the anesthetic powder into the wine gourd she bought from Cheng Er. She handed the gourd to Zhao Laohui, saying, "Uncle Zhao, you and my father are about the same age. I call you Uncle Zhao out of respect." Zhao Laohui, who had witnessed a brutal punishment, was now wide awake. "You were bitten by a venomous snake not long ago. You should rest early. But you saw what happened just now. I can't sleep after seeing Wu Qian, that wicked man, die." Yun Jiaoyu handed over the wine gourd and said softly, "Why not have a few sips of wine, and then sleep early?" Zhao Laohui's heart was clear as a mirror. This girl was kind, and was doing this for his good. Wu Qian, that wicked man, was extremely evil, having harmed many young women. If he had harmed his own daughter, he would have wanted to die. Now Yun Jiaoyu had Chang'er and his life, which was a great act of kindness. Zhao Lahui took the wine gourd, and his honest voice quickly expressed thanks. "Thank you, Madam Qi's eldest daughter-in-law. You're so thoughtful, noticing that I can't sleep. You're truly a good person." After Zhao Lahui drank the wine with the anesthetic powder, Yun Jiaoyu noticed Chong Jin watching her. His eyes suddenly showed some surprise. She didn't expect Yun Jiaoyu to act so decisively, without hesitation. Cloud Jiaoyu's delicate eyebrows, like moonlit ink, slightly raised as she looked at Chong Jin. She noticed that the man's eyes no longer showed the previous frustration and guilt over his leg's inconvenience. Her gaze slightly hardened, realizing that instead of comforting or persuading his sensitive heart, it was better to directly address the root of the problem. Now that Wu Qian has been dealt with, even if the journey ahead is full of dangers, it will be better without hidden tricks or backstabbing within the team. During the late night, just before dawn, most of the Exile team finally fell into sleep. Cloud Jiaoyu took advantage of the lingering effects of the anesthesia to take out anti-venom serum from her sleeve. She rolled up Lao Zhao's sleeve and injected it into his vein. She also used her mind to access the space, extracting venom from a snake, then processed it to detoxify before injecting it into the horses, preparing to wait until the horses developed immunity to produce more serum for storage. Chong Jin did not sleep peacefully. In his drowsy state, he saw a woman seemingly holding a needle-like object and stabbing someone. Seeing this action, his sleep was instantly interrupted. But when he rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked again, he saw Yun Jiaoyu struggling to stand, lifting her injured left foot, hopping on one foot across the ground. Chong Jin pursed his lips, his sharp eyes fixed on Yun Jiaoyu. His deep brows slightly raised in confusion. Strange. Could he have seen it wrong? At this moment, his suspicious and guarded gaze was caught by Yun Jiaoyu. She felt uncomfortable under his stare. "Aren't you going to sleep? Can you still travel tomorrow?" A flicker of something strange passed through Chong Jin's eyes, and in a hoarse, magnetic voice, he replied, "My back wound hurts again. I can't sleep." He casually lied. But as soon as he spoke, he regretted it. Yun Jiaoyu happily hopped on one foot, moving beside him, and poked at the scabbed wound on his back. The wound was not infected, and the anti-inflammatory medicine seemed to be working well. As for the pain, it was probably the effect of the painkillers wearing off. Her cool fingertips brushed over the wound, feeling like silk gently touching her heart, causing a slight itch. "The wound isn't infected. If you feel pain, I'll buy some pills for you when I get to Fong County." Yun Jiaoyu secretly thought that if she bought ready-made pills for Chong Jin directly, she wouldn't have to sneak around, secretly mixing medicine into his water anymore. She advised, "You should rest now. We can't delay the tiger selling. The dawn is approaching. I'll go call Chang'er to Fong County, so we won't attract too much attention selling tigers during the day." Chong Jin's deep, gentle eyes suddenly paused. The woman's legs and feet were inconvenient, and she couldn't go alone to Fong County, which he understood. But why call second brother Cheng? It would be easier to ask family members like third uncle to go with her. Why bother with outsiders? This woman, she probably has the old habit of clinging to power. As expected, no matter when or where, a person's true nature is hard to change. Chong Jin's eyes suddenly darkened, and his prejudice against Yun Jiaoyu resurfaced. No wonder this woman was so generous to second brother Cheng. Usually so careful with money, yet she openly took 10 taels of silver from her private stash to bribe him. It seems she wanted to lure second brother Cheng with silver first, then create a chance to be alone with him, and finally climb up by making him her main supporter during the exile journey. Chong Jin's gaze instantly turned cold, and he felt disappointed in Yun Jiaoyu. His deep voice, filled with suppressed anger, said, "How shameless." Yun Jiaoyu thought she had heard wrong. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Why was he suddenly insulting her now? Not willing to show weakness, she retorted in her usual fierce tone. Chong Jin, are you possessed or out of your mind? I asked someone to take me to Fong County to sell tigers. How is that shameless? Realization hit her suddenly, and her pupils shrank. Could this man think she was trying to steal a man? Although, given her personality, if she hadn't been ordered to be beaten to death by Xiao Lian and survived until exile, she might really do such a thing. But her actions yesterday, all day long, and second brother Cheng, was there anything inappropriate or wrong? Chong Jin, you are simply going too far. Yun Jiaoyu's sharp gaze fell on him, her voice full of anger. She deliberately lowered her voice while speaking, but it still woke some people. The first to wake up were Xiao Lian and Zhang Meinyang, who had just been beaten not long ago and weren't sleeping peacefully. Lu Yunxiu, who slept lightly at night, was also awakened. She tugged at her husband's sleeve, reminding the younger ones that there was a conflict nearby. Yun Jiaoyu knew shame and understood that family matters should not be made public. Although she hadn't done anything to shame her family, once a scandal spread, even innocent things could be twisted into something shameful. Gossip was frightening, and she didn't want to be laughed at. Seeing Xiao Lian wake up, Chong Jin stopped arguing with Yun Jiaoyu, fearing the situation would escalate. He also saw that she was truly angry, which made him realize he had misunderstood her. His stern face softened slightly, and his deep voice said, "It was my petty mind just now. I apologize. Don't you have other things to do? Let's go first, or it'll get bright outside." Yun Jiaoyu is not an unreasonable person and won't keep dwelling on others' mistakes. Moreover, this man is sincerely apologizing. But Xiao Lian's eyes brighten with joy. Finally, they are arguing. Her brother Jean is finally arguing with this scoundrel. Yesterday, both of them behaved politely, which scared her a lot. She thought her son was upset about being exiled, so she planned to fully accept this daughter-in-law. Xiao Lian was already in a light sleep, and now, quietly thinking back, she vaguely understood what they were arguing about. Not wanting to miss this chance, her loud voice suddenly started shouting. She hoped the argument would get bigger, making Yun Jiaoyu and Chong Jin's conflict deepen. Ignoring her body's pain, she stood up from the ground, hands on her hips, cursing loudly, looking like a quarrelsome woman. Spitting saliva at Yun Jiaoyu, she yelled, "You wicked woman. Now you've been caught sneaking around by my brother Jean, right? I knew you, this wicked woman, couldn't stand loneliness and always clung to wealth and status. Sure enough, now that my brother Jean isn't the top scholar or the grandson of a wealthy family, you don't look at him anymore. Want to cheat on him with other men?" The Exile team became noisy again. Many people woke up because of Xiao Lian's loud voice, and they got angry. "Can't you let us sleep? We have to travel again tomorrow. Chief family woman, can you behave? Among us exiles, you're the most troublemaker. Is it because you're unhappy with your daughter-in-law? So you want to smear her?" Within the Exile team, Yun Jiaoyu was already popular. Seeing Xiao Lian arguing with her, her eyebrows furrowed tightly, very unhappy. Some even wanted to roll up their sleeves and hit Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian's face suddenly turned pale. What's going on? How did her useless daughter-in-law suddenly gather so many people? Afraid of being beaten, she quickly hid behind Chong Jin. Seeing Cheng Er also approaching, she straightened her back. "Official, do you think my daughter-in-law is seducing you? If you say she is, I'll immediately make my son divorce her. Sell her to you as a wife." Her loud, aggressive voice rang out among the crowd. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes slightly darkened, finally understanding Xiao Lian's plan. It turns out she's worried about not having enough money and wants to sell her to get some cash, so she can have a better life on the rest of the exile journey. Yun Jiaoyu's lips curled coldly. She had even agreed with Cheng Er to improve the living conditions for the exile team. It seems that Xiao Lian cannot use this batch of silver. She will not enjoy this blessing anymore. Chong Jin's aura suddenly turned cold. As he looked down at his mother, A deep chill spread through him. The more desperate someone is, the clearer their true nature becomes. He never expected his biological mother to want to sell his wife for money. But the situation was caused by him. His gaze was deep and complicated. He wanted to defend Yun Jiaoyu. Mother, be careful with your words. Yun Jiaoyu. She didn't do such things. Yun Jiaoyu looked at Xiao Lian with disgust. She had tolerated Xiao Lian for a long time. Her icy stare was like a sharp ice pick, piercing past Chong Jin. She stopped on Xiao Lian and angrily said, Mother, your sense of law is really weak. In Daki, slaves with sale contracts can be bought and sold. Concubines can be bought and sold. But where is the logic in selling a wife? And you say I am unfaithful? Do you have proof? If you don't. Yun Jiaoyu paused, her cold and proud voice clear and firm. If you have no proof. Today, I, Yun Jiaoyu, swear that in the main house, Chong Jin, who raised me with kindness, will accept you as his mother. I will not interfere. But I will never recognize you as my mother-in-law again. Her strong, rhythmic words reached everyone's ears. Xiao Lian stiffened behind her. How dare this dead girl refuse to acknowledge her as her mother-in-law? She even wanted to sell Yun Jiaoyu to Cheng Er and then act helpless, expecting her to continue to show filial piety. Cheng Er was unjustly accused and frowned, wanting to curse. He was extremely annoyed. If Yun Jiaoyu hadn't been capable of driving away the troublemakers, he would have agreed immediately, just to have a woman to play with. But now, Yun Jiaoyu? How could he provoke her? He wished he could support her, so she could deal with the powerful figures hiding in the shadows. You're such a shameless woman. What nonsense are you talking about? Your daughter-in-law is such a good person, beautiful and kind. Why would she come to me? Cheng Er kept praising Yun Jiaoyu, trying to hold on to her favor. I think, with your daughter's temper and character, if our Daki country rewarded the virtuous and kind, your daughter-in-law would be the top choice. Other prisoners on the way to exile also started criticizing Xiao Lian one after another. Some, in their anger, even spat and cursed Ba. You're such a wicked woman. Ugly in heart and face. It must be that your husband died early, so when you see a happy couple, you feel uncomfortable. You're really a pervert. Xiao Lian was hit where it hurt and immediately turned pale. When her husband died, she was often scolded by Madame Qi for being unlucky. If her brother Jing hadn't been so promising, she wouldn't have been able to hold her head up in the Qi family. Xiao Lian looked at Cheng Er in disbelief, unwilling to miss the chance to sell Yun Jiaoyu for money. She limped out from behind Chong Jin. Walking over to Cheng Er, she pulled him aside and whispered, Official, don't be crazy. I'm saying that as long as you admit my daughter-in-law seduced you, I will sell her cheaply to you. Although my wife has bad manners, she's pretty. Are you sure you don't want her? Cheng Er's face darkened further. He secretly glanced at Yun Jiaoyu, noticing she was clearly upset. Suddenly, he reached out. He pushed Xiao Lian away to vent his anger. You old hag, why can't you change your ways? I already said she didn't me. Why are you still encouraging me to lie? Xiao Lian was pushed to the ground, landing on her back. Her already injured back hurt even more. Her whole body felt like it was falling apart, worse than death. She lay on the ground, crying out in pain, too scared to move or roll around. But she still refused to give up. Enduring the pain, she asked, Official, if my daughter-in-law didn't you, why are you so good to her? You even obey her commands. Yesterday, she told you to do something, and you did it. With that attitude, anyone would suspect you're having an affair. Xiao Lian's words sparked the interest of most people present. Zhang Meinyang also wanted to know why. For someone like Cheng Er, who only cared about money, if he wasn't bribed, the only reason he would have a close relationship with her was if they had a physical affair. Before Cheng Er could reply, Yun Jiaoyu's cold, sharp voice suddenly sounded. I can kill a tiger. One tiger is worth 5,000 taels of silver. Her eyes turned icy, and her dark gaze looked deeply at Xiao Lian. If you can earn 5,000 taels in one night, Cheng Er will obey you too. Mother, if you don't have that ability, don't assume I've been unfaithful. Yun Jiaoyu didn't want to reveal that she had silver hidden on her, so she spoke first to silence Ching'er. Her gaze at Xiao Lian was like looking at a dead person, then she changed her tone. Suddenly, she said, "By the way, I shouldn't call you mother anymore. Xiao Lian, since you have no proof that I've been unfaithful, our mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship ends here. To be honest with you, you don't have to sell me just to get some silver." Yun Jiaoyu's bright, clear eyes flickered slightly, and she sneered, "I've already told the officials that the exile journey will be hard. We are all fellow exiles, and when we reach Sizhou, we'll be neighbors. So, when we arrive in Fong County today, I will take some of the silver from selling the tiger to improve our lives during the journey and after reaching Dahuang County. But don't worry. You won't spend a single copper coin of that silver." As she finished speaking, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. The silver from selling the tiger, based on the usual weight, would be about 25,000 taels. Even if only part of it is taken, they would still have hundreds of taels to use for themselves. Normal farmers only earn a few taels of silver a year, so having hundreds of taels to improve their lives would mean living like gods. In an instant, the prisoners all trusted Yun Jiaoyu even more. The crowd cheered excitedly. "Mrs. Chi's wife, you are truly a kind person. No wonder the folks in Qingzhou liked your family's old master so much. I see your good character has been passed down perfectly. Mrs. Chi's wife, if you ever need me, Zhang Matzi, just say the word. I'm willing to risk everything for you." "Exactly, we're all willing." Praises and agreement flooded in one after another. Xiao Lian looked stunned, as if struck by lightning. What? This spendthrift is actually going to use silver to support outsiders? And not a single copper coin for her?
Jing'er.
Look at the good wife you married. I'm her mother-in-law. How can she not support me? Angrily, Xiao Lian turned over and crawled on the ground, grabbing Chong Jin's leg. Chong Jin's eyes grew cold. "Mother, you are my mother, but you are no longer her mother-in-law. I misunderstood Yun Jiaoyu. It's my fault. But no matter what, you shouldn't be shouting to ruin her reputation." Xiao Lian was furious, shouting loudly, "I did it for your own good. I was just worried you'd be cuckolded." "Is that so?" Chong Jin's cold, ink-black eyes fixed on Xiao Lian. "But you didn't care whether Yun Jiaoyu did anything wrong to me. You don't care about ruining her reputation, exposing family shame, or letting others slander her. All you care about is whether you can sell her, and whether that little bit of silver is still in your pocket." Chong Jin acts with a sense of justice and righteousness. His words are firm and clear, and his questions make most people present think that if Chong Jin became an official, he would be an honest and fair officer. Such a fair man would never accept bribes or cheat in exams. He must be falsely accused because of his outstanding character. Suddenly, the prisoners, who already admired Yun Jiaoyu, now also respect Chong Jin even more. This couple truly seemed like a perfect match, made for each other. Xiao Lian was so upset by the criticism that she couldn't speak properly. Old Madame Chi couldn't stand it and helped Xiao Lian up, saying, "Brother Jin, you've gone too far. She is your mother, after all. Why say such things about your own mother just because of an outsider?" Everyone in the Chi family, except Yun Jiaoyu, married into the family openly and honorably. This woman is officially the Chi family's daughter-in-law, but in reality, she's just an outsider. If she weren't an outsider, how could she still not have had a proper relationship with Chong Jin after so many years? Old Madame Chi, acting as a peacemaker, said, "You should go and talk to your wife. Although none of us in the Chi family like her, she's still been living with us for 3 years without paying anything. And in these 3 years, she could have had several litters of piglets. But she can't even lay an egg. Now, she not only wants to cut ties with your mother but also dares to sell the tiger and refuse to spend money for us." Lu Yunxiu couldn't listen anymore and looked at Yun Jiaoyu with pity. She didn't like her mother-in-law's scheming ways and added, "Mother, our third house still likes Jiaoyu. Besides, if it weren't for her yesterday, we might not have escaped the tiger's mouth. So please, say fewer words." Old Madame Qi glared fiercely at Lu Yunxiu, as if she wanted to tear her apart. She harshly scolded, "Shut up." Lu Yunxiu sighed and said nothing. Protected by Lu Yunxiu, Yun Jiaoyu felt warm inside. But she didn't care about Lu Yunxiu's face. Her cold, star-like eyes already looked coldly at old Madame Qi. A faint look of disdain flashed in her eyes. "Grandmother, I've been living here for free for 3 years. Your Qi family has been scolding me every day and trying to drive me away. Have you ever treated me like a person? Have I ever been spared a beating? I think none of us owe anyone anything. So don't be so shameless as to ask me to support you anymore." Old Lady Qi's stern face drooped, truly showing her stubbornness. Yun Jiaoyu's cold gaze flickered with a faint light. She was too tired to argue with these strange relatives. Compared to arguing with them, she preferred to do something practical as soon as possible. Her eyes looked at Second Cheng. "Second Cheng, go push the cart. We're going to Fong County now to sell tigers." Hearing about selling tigers, Second Cheng couldn't help but feel excited. "I'll go push the cart right now." Qi Xianglei looked worriedly at Chong Jin, who had a deep, unreadable expression, with lips pressed into a thin line, showing slight displeasure. Qi Xianglei cleared his throat suddenly. "Niece-in-law, why don't Uncle Third and you go together? The sky will brighten soon, and Uncle Third can't sleep either. Since he's awake, he might as well go with you to Fong County." Qi Chongjin's expression softened slightly. Compared to Second Cheng, Uncle Third's character was unquestionable. He relaxed completely. Second Cheng, driven by greed, was willing to follow Yun Jiaoyu and listen to her now. But he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be tempted by money. What if he betrayed her for 2,500 taels, or even harmed her for it? Yun Jiaoyu looked at Qi Xianglei and nodded. "All right, then Uncle Third, thank you." Qi Xianglei smiled and shook his head. "No trouble at all. We're family. No need for formalities." No matter what, Yun Jiaoyu's niece-in-law was firmly accepted by their third family. Soon, Qi Xianglei pushed the cart past Yun Jiaoyu. "Niece-in-law, your legs are inconvenient. Come up on the cart." Yun Jiaoyu didn't refuse. With her foot injured, she could only sit on the cart. "Thank you, Uncle Third." Old Lady Qi's eyes rolled like spinning wheels. She didn't expect the third brother to be so clever. He was eager to treat Yun Jiaoyu well, which meant the third brother might support them later. An hour and a half later, at the start of the morning, Yun Jiaoyu sat on the cart, traveling over rugged mountain roads, listening to the rustling sounds from the forest and the crowing of chickens from farmhouses as they neared Fong County. After being delayed by Xiao Lian and others, Yun Jiaoyu arrived in Fong County only when dawn had broken. Fortunately, many people entered and exited Fong County, and the guards at the city gate were changing shifts, so no one checked under the white cloth on the cart. Qi Xianglei had been to Fong County several times before, but back then he was the head of the Qi family's third household, a wealthy man. Now he had changed his identity and become a prisoner. He pushed the cart to a pharmacy's door. "Niece-in-law, this is a shop run by an old friend of mine. His shop likes to buy rare and exotic animals for medicine. The tigers are especially scarce and in high demand. You can sell them to him, and the price might be higher than other shops." Yun Jiaoyu is not familiar with Fong County shops. She thanks him and says, "Since Uncle Third has this connection, I will sell the tigers to the shop owner. Please, Uncle Third, pass the message. I'll wait outside now so the cart doesn't get taken away." Qi Xianglei thinks this makes sense. Right now, many places are suffering from natural disasters, and most people are having a hard time. It's best to keep someone at the door to guard the tigers so they don't get stolen. Qi Xianglei goes into the shop first. As he enters, Yun Jiaoyu quickly lifts the white cloth covering the tiger and pulls out a scalpel from her sleeve. The sharp scalpel curves and cuts into the tiger's hind leg, removing the yellow, petal-shaped tiger skin. She repeats this 5 times. Before Qi Xianglei comes out, she finishes cleaning her hands and feet, making it impossible for anyone to tell these are domesticated tigers. They look like wild ones. Soon, Qi Xianglei comes out of the shop looking very dejected. His face is pale, like he's been humiliated. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, he manages to hide his feelings a little and sighs, "Niece-in-law, maybe we should change to another shop to sell the tigers. Anyway, no other shop is buying our tigers." Yun Jiaoyu notices something unusual and frowns. "Uncle Third, what's wrong?" Qi Xianglei's eyes are dull. He shakes his head and says politely, "It's nothing. My old friend thought I was a fugitive. He doesn't believe we have tigers to sell. He even forced me to leave quickly, or he'd report us to the authorities." In front of the younger generation, Qi Xianglei hides his sadness, not wanting them to worry. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes flash with a hint of danger. Her sharp gaze looks into the shop. She doesn't believe that just these words could humiliate her kind-hearted Uncle Third. From Qingzhou to Zhezhou, how many exile prisoners can really turn back? If this insult isn't avenged today, she might never get her revenge in this lifetime. "Uncle Third, wait here for a moment." She then steps down from the cart. She hops on one foot, wobbling, and supports herself on the shop door before entering. Her voice is clear and unwavering, with a strong sense of conviction. "I will go inside myself to see the shop owner. I insist he apologize properly to you. Uncle, you don't need to come with me. I can go alone." Qi Xianglei didn't want the younger generation to step in and seek justice for him. Especially not this young person, Yun Jiaoyu, who could shoot a tiger with a single arrow. He truly wanted to rush into the shop and stop Yun Jiaoyu from doing anything illegal. But unfortunately, someone had to stay behind to watch the cart and the tiger. After much hesitation and worry, Qi Xianglei felt very anxious. Helplessly, he sighed, hoping his niece-in-law would be sensible and let her handle the shopkeeper herself. Inside the pharmacy, the strong smell of herbs filled Yun Jiaoyu's nose. Looking at the wooden medicine cabinets, she saw a man dressed in silk clothes, pointing at the clerk's nose and angrily shouting, "From now on, anyone from the Qi family who comes here, kick them all out. Is it a tiger or not? A fugitive? How come you have such rare herbs for sale? I think you're just here to collect debts." The clerk was so scolded and yelled at that he didn't dare speak. Enduring the shopkeeper's spittle flying everywhere, he finally muttered softly, "Shopkeeper, it's thanks to the third master of the Qi family that we managed to set up this pharmacy before. This time, even if the tiger sale was fake, he hasn't asked for silver in all these years. It must have been him during his exile." Hearing the clerk defend Qi Xianglei, Lu Dong, the shopkeeper, immediately looked angry. He suddenly raised his hand to hit the clerk. "Shut up. When he borrowed 300 taels of silver in the name of Lao Taishan, I signed a note. But now, after the Qi family was raided, the note is gone. Who can prove he borrowed my Lu Dong silver? From now on, speak less outside, and watch your mouth." A cold shadow flickered in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes. She hated people who owed money and refused to pay back. Luckily, Uncle thought she had a good relationship with him, enough to call it friendship. But it turned out that Uncle's trip to Fong County wasn't just to help her sell the tiger, but also to ask for the 300 taels back. Thinking about Lu Dong's words, if that note was lost during the raid on the Qi family, could it be that she had already stored the note in her space warehouse? On the day the Qi family was raided, she indeed moved many locked small chests into the courtyard of the third house, so maybe the note was in there. Yun Jiaoyu extended her slender finger, reached into her sleeve, and tried to search the space warehouse with her mind. Thinking that the people of the third house had been kind to her, she believed she should retrieve that money for them. At this moment, Lu Dong also saw Yun Jiaoyu. He had never seen her before and immediately changed to a friendly, eager expression, approaching her and asking, "Madam, what would you like to buy?" Yun Jiaoyu looked coldly at him and said, "I'm not here to buy medicine. I'm here to collect a debt." Hearing about the debt, the man instantly panicked and became cautious, feeling a bit overwhelmed. "What is your relationship with Qi Xianglei?" He stomped his foot and shouted, "I tell you, I have no money. Even if I did, I wouldn't pay. Now get out of here." A coldness flashed in Yun Jiaoyu's beautiful eyes, and a hint of annoyance appeared. She hurriedly searched through her space for documents. If she could find the evidence, this debt would be settled. But the Qi family was extremely wealthy, with countless IOUs, making it hard to find the right one quickly. Yun Jiaoyu's deep gaze turned cold as she looked at Lu Dong. She tried to delay, saying, "Boss, instead of questioning me about trivial matters, why not just give me 300 taels of silver to settle the debt? Otherwise, I worry things might get out of hand and your shop might have to close." Lu Dong's eyes showed disgust as he looked at Yun Jiaoyu, and a wicked thought grew in his mind. He sized her up and said, "So, you want to make a scene here?" He couldn't help but smile sinisterly. "Little lady, I don't think you're Qi Xianglei's wife. Why not follow me? I'll make sure you eat well and enjoy life." His words carried a lecherous tone, and a sly smile appeared on his face. He was scheming something sneaky. This woman, though disabled, looked quite good. Playing with such a young lady would definitely be interesting. When he got bored, he planned to drug her, forge a contract, and sell her to a brothel. Yun Jiaoyu's icy eyes flashed with killing intent, radiating a strong sense of pressure. Having faced Wu Qian a few times, she knew exactly what that look meant. Her dark eyes emitted a chilling aura. She took out a surgical knife from her sleeve and stabbed it into the wooden counter. Then, supporting herself with one hand on the counter, she kicked the man in the chest with her uninjured foot, knocking him to the ground. After the fight, she moved smoothly and swiftly, pulling out the knife and pointing it at his throat. "Boss, while I can still talk to you properly, hand over the silver to settle the debt." Her voice was commanding and threatening. "If you dare to think any improper thoughts again, do you believe I will kill you?" Yun Jiaoyu's cold gaze fixed on Lu Dong. According to the laws of De Qi, those who fail to repay their debts will be detained and whipped 20 times for owing 10 taels of silver. For debts over 200 taels, they will be sold into servitude. I advise you to pay back your debts if you want to keep the shop. Hurry up and settle your debts, or if you cause too much trouble, your shop's reputation and good name will be ruined. And even your life could be at risk. Yun Jiaoyu is not very familiar with the Qi's laws, but luckily, the original owner often lent money at interest. The original owner, who couldn't read or write, memorized the laws well to prevent people from refusing to pay back. Looking back, the original owner's savings were a good deed in the end. Lu Dong had never seen such a fierce woman before. Suddenly, he remembered Qi Xianglei saying that his niece-in-law had killed a tiger. Could she be the woman in front of him? She looked as fierce as a mother tiger, so it must be her. Lu Dong's palms started sweating. If he had known Qi Xianglei was really selling tigers, he would have been nicer to him. But now that he had offended her, she definitely wouldn't sell him a tiger. He pretended to be polite. "Miss, I really don't want to owe money. Your third uncle is just talking without any proof. I've been running my pharmacy for years. Who remembers what happened so many years ago? To you, he's here to collect debts, but to me, he's just trying to cheat money. Honestly, if it weren't for our past friendship, I would have already reported him to the authorities." Yun Jiaoyu's brows furrowed, her eyes darkening. Without proof, it was hard to demand repayment. She searched the space warehouse thoroughly. If she couldn't find proof, she would be at a disadvantage. Lu Dong's expression grew smug. He got up from the ground, straightened his back, and looked proud. He sneered. "Miss, I think 300 taels is enough. But as for the tiger, I'm willing to buy it. I don't mind your false accusations about me not paying back. Just sell me the tiger at a low price. 1 tiger for 1,000 taels, 6,000 taels for 5 tigers. I want them all. Now, the tiger market isn't good. If it weren't for the fact that you're Qi Xianglei's niece-in-law, I wouldn't buy it at all." Yun Jiaoyu's ears buzzed with noise. She was too tired to bother with this greedy merchant's tricks. Finally, she found the loan note for 300 taels in the corner of the storage room. She took out the note from her sleeve and placed it on the counter. Her palm slapped down sharply. "The proof is here. Pay up now. Keep making excuses, and I will kill you and feed you to the dogs. Also, the tiger market price is 5,000 taels per tiger. If even 1 copper coin is missing, I won't sell it at all. The tiger market price is 5,000 taels per tiger. If even one copper coin is missing, I won't sell it at all. A cold, clear voice rang out sharply, sounding more forceful and threatening as it spoke. Lu Dong swallowed hard, eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Yun Jiaoyu. Hadn't she Xianglei said the IOU was missing? How could it be in this young lady's hands? Yun Jiaoyu saw confusion in the man's eyes and spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. Before the Qi family was seized, my third aunt had already given me the IOU for safekeeping. Shopkeeper, now that you see the IOU, do you still want to deny it? Lu Dong had been running a pharmacy for many years and was already wealthy. As long as the Qi family hadn't been seized, he was willing to repay the debt, just to curry favor with Qi Xianglei for future dealings. But now, not only had the Qi family lost their wealth, but they had also been sentenced to exile. His family couldn't offer him any help, so why should he give money to help them now? A sly look flashed in his eyes. Young lady, technically, since you have the IOU, I was going to return the money to your third uncle.
But
Lu Dong began to argue, relying on his education to twist the facts. You see, although the person who made the payment on the IOU isn't from your Qi family, the 300 taels of silver were definitely borrowed from Qi Xianglei using the Qi family's assets. Now that your Qi family has been seized, even if I want to repay the debt, I have to turn the money over to the government treasury, right?
Lu Dong, I'm an honest man.
How could I conspire with you and break the law? If I secretly gave him the silver, I would be committing a crime. Yun Jiaoyu completely lost her patience. No matter the dynasty, even in ancient times before the stars shifted, debt always belonged to the debtor. Her gaze swept toward Lu Dong, a faint glint flickering in her eyes. Her cold, icy expression spread across her face, and her voice carried a chill. Shopkeeper, are you bullying us women because you think we can't read much? I think the one really playing tricks in front of the law is you. Yun Jiaoyu said angrily, even under the laws of the Great Qi Empire, the person who made the payment on the IOU is who you must return the money to. The IOU states that the payer is Lu Sibian, who is my third aunt's biological father. So, isn't it correct for my third uncle to collect this 300 taels on her behalf? Since you know that the Qi family's house was raided, you should also know that even the court official's office did not take away this IOU. This means that even the court official's office does not believe the 300 taels on this IOU belong to the Qi family's private property. Are you refusing to repay the debt because you want to question the decision of the court official's office? A heavy accusation was placed on Lu Dong, making him feel guilty instantly. As a merchant, how dare he question the court official's office? This woman is really hard to fool. Seeing Lu Dong's brows furrow tightly, Yun Jiaoyu's eyes suddenly became mysterious. She slightly raised her lips, hiding a complex emotion in her eyes. She sneered and pressed him. Shopkeeper, repaying debts is the right thing to do. Don't you know that my third aunt's father is also in Songzhou? He is your Wancho County Magistrate's advisor. I thought if I ride quickly, I could invite him to your pharmacy in half a day. I just don't know if this relative, once he finds out you're refusing to pay back the debt and making excuses, will directly take this IOU and report to the authorities to draft a contract of servitude for you. A hint of threat flashed in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes. By then, you will become a servant of the Lu family, born into slavery. The wealth you've fought for your whole life will only be considered private property of the Lu family. Whether you pay back the money or not, you choose which is more important. Lu Dong's pupils shrank. Why hadn't Qi Xianglei told him this? His old master was a Wanzhou County advisor? Wanzhou County is right next to Fang County. Compared to him, a merchant, his old master is quite influential locally. Official authority is more powerful than wealth, especially when one is an official, and he is just a merchant. Lu Dong suddenly felt anxious. Realizing he might lose everything and be forced into slavery, he didn't hesitate. He boldly took out a silver note from his sleeve. He shoved it into Yun Jiaoyu's hand. Grandma, don't say any more. You just want 300 taels, right? I'll give it to you. Look at this silver note. The amount on it is exactly the same. Now, can you give me the IOU? Lu Dong's face was full of humility and desperation. Seeing Yun Jiaoyu still holding onto the IOU and refusing to let go, sweat broke out on her forehead. He really wanted to slap himself. If he had just paid the Qi family directly, why did he have to provoke this legal expert grandma? His tone was weak and helpless, almost on the verge of crying. He was about to kneel and beg, "Grandma, I've paid you back with this silver. Why don't you give me the IOU?" Yun Jiaoyu's eyes flickered with amusement. It's easy to summon a spirit, but hard to send it away. If Lu Dong had returned the silver to Qi Xianglei earlier, she wouldn't have to come personally to argue with him. Now she moved slowly and took control of the situation. She tormented the other person's psychological defenses, saying, "You humiliated my third uncle, who is a fugitive, and also betrayed the trust he once placed in you by lending you money. You want me to return the IOU? That's not so easy. Unless you go to the shop right now, take this money, and apologize to him." Lu Dong was about to break down. Just moments ago, he had insulted Qi Xianglei, and now he had to go and apologize like a grandson. This was simply too much. But despite feeling overwhelmed, Lu Dong didn't hesitate for a second. For the sake of not being sold into slavery, he immediately rushed to the door, grabbed Qi Xianglei's leg, and knelt down with a thump. He shoved the banknote into Qi Xianglei's hand. He cried and begged, almost banging his head on the ground, shouting, "Third Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted that you are a fugitive. It was my petty mind. I hope you, Third Master, a gentleman, won't hold this against me." Qi Xianglei looked confused. What was going on? In less than a moment, Lu Dong had changed his attitude? Had his niece-in-law beaten this petty man in the pharmacy? Qi Xianglei looked at the shop with a grateful glance. 300 taels of silver was just a small amount for the Qi family in the past. If the Qi family hadn't fallen on hard times, he probably wouldn't have asked Lu Dong to return this money in his entire life.
But now,
Qi Xianglei looked at the banknote in his hand, his eyes dark. "Lu Dong, in the past, you shamelessly called me your brother. Now that our Qi family has fallen, you reveal your true colors. I'll tell you, this debt is cancelled. From now on, our friendship is over." Lu Dong suddenly let out a heavy sigh. If their relationship was broken, so be it. Anyway, the Qi family would never return to their former peak as the richest family. Their most promising grandson now couldn't take the imperial exam because of cheating scandals. With such a situation, breaking ties with a wealthy merchant like him, Lu Dong, would only make Qi Xianglei regret later. After apologizing, Lu Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead and returned to the shop. "Madam, just now I apologized outside with a loud and firm voice. Now you should be able to return the IOU to me, right?" Yun Jiaoyu's eyes cooled, and a faint chill flickered across her lazy expression. "Of course I can return it." Lu Dong's eyes lit up. Just as he reached out to take the IOU, Yun Jiaoyu said, "But before I return it to you, I have another business to discuss." Yun Jiaoyu understood well that IOUs could accrue interest. However, Qi Xianglei was generous, so the IOU didn't specify any interest. Faced with such a greedy merchant, she must strike a hard deal, or she would be wasting this rare opportunity given by heaven. Outside, there are 4 tigers on the cart. As long as you're willing to buy 6,000 taels each, no less, I will return the IOU to you. Lu Dong's herbal shop was famous in Fong County for its rare and precious medicines. When he heard the word tiger, his eyes lit up with a strong desire to get them. But one tiger was only worth 5,000 taels. This woman wanted 6,000 taels for each. Yun Jiaoyu looked at Lu Dong with disdain. "Shopkeeper, 6,000 taels per tiger is not expensive. Now, there are many tigers in the mountains, but few hunters. I could sell you just one for 5,000 taels, but I have 4 tigers here, enough to make tiger medicine for a whole year. Are you sure you want to miss this chance to stock up?" Lu Dong hesitated, feeling unsure. He only had 30,000 taels in total. 4 tigers at 6,000 taels each would cost 24,000 taels. That would take most of his savings, making it hard for him to decide. But Yun Jiaoyu made a good point. Hunters are rare, and he might not find such fierce animals for medicine again soon. If his shop ran short of funds later, he could sell 2 tigers to other merchants and recover some money. After much internal struggle, he finally gave in. 6,000 taels it is. I'll buy them. Lu Dong took out a silver note for 24,000 taels from his storeroom and handed it to Yun Jiaoyu, feeling heartbroken. He had lost money on a tiger just to get back the IOU. Frowning, he thought to himself that he must not borrow money from others again to avoid being cheated. Shopkeeper, my husband was beaten with a stick the other day. He's exhausted and weak. Since we're doing business, why not buy some warming and healing pills from you? Business is about give and take, after all. Lu Dong's face darkened with frustration. This woman was more shameless than he was. He lost 4,000 taels, but only bought some healing pills from her. Surely, she was a clever wife from the wealthy Qi family, good at managing her household. He already wanted to curse Yun Jiaoyu's ancestors, but still took out the pills, pretending to honor her, with a forced smile that looked worse than crying. Madam Qi is right. We should do business with fairness. Soon, Yun Jiaoyu left the herbal shop with 24,000 taels and some pills. She only sold 4 tigers, so she can keep one in her space for medicine production. In ancient times, many medicinal materials now protected as animals are used in traditional medicine. Maybe in the future, she can accidentally gather other rare herbs and create powerful medicines. Qi Xianglei was getting impatient waiting outside the pharmacy, mainly because more and more pedestrians were passing by. They kept glancing at the cart, intentionally or not. He was worried that if he stayed too long in front of the pharmacy, the tigers might attract attention and be stolen. Third uncle, check the time. Chong Jin and the others will soon arrive at Fong County to meet us. To avoid delaying our journey, I've already told the shopkeeper I will sell him this tiger. Yun Jiaoyu wanted to distract Qi Xianglei so she could move one of the tigers into her space. Qi Xianglei frowned. He really didn't want to sell these good herbs to that untrustworthy Lu Dong. But a few days ago, it was his niece-in-law's decision, and he supported her. Third uncle, I can't walk well. Could you please go to the carpenter's shop and buy a wooden wheelchair for Chong Jin? Also, buy 2 crutches so we can travel more easily these days. Yun Jiaoyu handed 5 taels of silver to Qi Xianglei. I'll pay for it. I just sold the tiger, so I have money now. Qi Xianglei didn't want to accept Yun Jiaoyu's money. If it weren't for her, he probably wouldn't get back his 300 taels. He returned the silver and said, Niece-in-law, even after selling the tiger, you shouldn't spend so extravagantly. Be frugal. The carpenter's shop outside isn't like that greedy man Ching. Don't think you need only a wheelchair and 2 crutches. Even if you buy more, it won't cost 5 taels. Qi Xianglei, familiar with Fong County's layout, waved at Yun Jiaoyu and headed to the carpenter's shop. He advised, Third uncle is your elder. I paid for these silver coins for you. Consider it a thank you for today's kindness. Just stay here and rest. I'll be back soon. Seeing this, Yun Jiaoyu didn't refuse anymore. On the road to Exile, 300 taels could be very useful. She also wanted to save some money for the third house. After all, if old lady Qi found out her third son had money, she didn't know what trouble she'd cause. After watching Qi Xianglei leave, Yun Jiaoyu reached into the white cloth covering the cart and used her mind to put one of the tigers into her space storage. The cloth visibly sagged in one large spot. After transferring the tiger, she told Lu Dong to move the tiger. Passers-by who happened to glance at the suddenly empty spot on the cloth felt like they had just seen a ghost. Walking quickly and patting her head, she hurried across the street, afraid to stay near Yun Jiaoyu. Seeing this, a hint of helplessness flickered in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes. She thought that with her skill of storing items in space, she could be a traveling magician in ancient times. As she thought this, her peripheral vision suddenly caught an unusual sight. She froze in surprise, thinking, is that
fog?
Fong County is surrounded by mountains. On the long street, Yun Jiaoyu looked up and saw that the distant mountains around her were covered with a faint layer of fog. This fog was different from the morning mist. It looked thick and murky. Upon closer look, it even had black and yellow colors mixed in with the white. Her modern knowledge from over 20 years told her these were underground fogs. But this was not a sign of an upcoming earthquake. Yun Jiaoyu's pupils suddenly widened. She suddenly realized she had missed an important detail. Not only was there fog in her line of sight, but since she met the crazy horse on the mountain road yesterday, they had been encountering various troubles during their exile. Thinking carefully, all these incidents seemed connected to signs of an impending earthquake. After meeting the crazy horse, a tiger herd appeared. Although these tigers were domesticated, they were just as fierce as wild tigers. At first, she thought the handlers trained the tigers well, but now it was clear. Perhaps the tigers sensed the coming earthquake, becoming panicked and agitated. And those tangled snake piles. When the snake groups emerged from their hiding spots, it was also a sign they sensed the earthquake. All these signs pointed to one conclusion. Between Qingzhou and Songzhou, a large earthquake would occur within a few days. Yun Jiaoyu's deep eyes fixed on the distant mountain fog, unable to look away. She was filled with shock, feeling the first real fear since her soul transfer. Fear is natural. In the face of natural disasters, even the most powerful nobles are as insignificant as dust. No matter how influential someone is, they can be overwhelmed by a disaster in an instant, especially her, a person in exile. Yun Jiaoyu gradually understood. Even though her presence prevented the Chu family women from being insulted during exile and kept the group from suffering inhumane treatment, the main plot of this political story still continued as usual. The future prime minister, Chong Jin, would turn evil during the exile, experiencing various calamities and natural disasters. These calamities and disasters would only affect him emotionally. But for a minor character like her, they could be deadly. Cloud Jiaoyu felt like she was briefly falling into a deep, bottomless abyss, her eyes losing some of their shine. But her feelings of frustration and negativity only lasted a few seconds. The busy passers-by around her gave her great strength. In the novel she was reading, these people, including the Qi family members, might all be just paper figures. But now she was in this world, and she could truly feel that these people were alive. At least she was alive. Cloud Jiaoyu's gaze gradually became more determined. Since she discovered the earthquake was coming, she decided to try her best to save her own life and also help save others. Cloud Jiaoyu waited outside the pharmacy for a moment. She saw the long street not far away, where Chung Er had already led the exile team into Fong County. Sun and Nyo's strong hands were pushing a cart, with Sun he lying steadily on it. Chong Jin and Zhao Lao Huai were also invited to sit nearby and rest after a long journey. When Cloud Jiaoyu saw Chong Jin, she was about to speak, but she heard Xiao Lian loudly scolding from afar. How can there be such a reason? The son sitting on the cart, while his mother walks on the yellow earth. If this gets out, everyone will laugh their heads off. Cloud Jiaoyu's cold gaze swept through the crowd and directly looked at Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian saw her too, her eyes seeming to want to eat her alive, and she glared fiercely at Cloud Jiaoyu. She gasped and said angrily, "My son doesn't listen to his mother anymore, and the wicked woman has stirred things up, making me, as a mother, feel heartbroken." Xiao Lian was full of anger because of what Cloud Jiaoyu had said in front of so many people before about ending their relationship. She was furious inside. Zhang Meinyang gave her husband a look, and Qixing Tian immediately ran toward Cloud Jiaoyu. His fat body was rushing down the street, looking like a wild boar weighing hundreds of pounds running into the neighborhood. Cloud Jiaoyu's left foot was already injured, and she couldn't move easily. She hopped a few steps on one foot, holding onto the shop door nearby to steady herself. But unexpectedly, Qixing Tian charged at her forcefully. With a loud, Cloud Jiaoyu was knocked to the ground, her body falling sideways at the shop entrance. "Oh, dear, daughter-in-law, are you all right?" Qixing Tian looked apologetic, his loud voice piercing her eardrums and making it hard to concentrate. He hurriedly helped her up and said, "Daughter-in-law, I saw you standing alone by the street from afar. That third son really isn't good at taking care of you. You said that a person with a leg injury, if hit by a carriage or ox cart on the road, what should be done? As he spoke, Qi Xingtian's broad hand had already reached into Yun Jiaoyu's sleeve, feeling around. Yun Jiaoyu's cold, star-like eyes stared fiercely at Qi Xingtian, and after finally steadying herself, she asked, "Second uncle, what are you doing? Are you looking for the silver note I used to sell the tiger?" Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were filled with icy anger, her sharp gaze fixed on him. Qi Xingtian's face, greasy and drooping, involuntarily showed a silly smile. He quickly shook his head, but shaking his head didn't stop his right hand from continuing to search inside his sleeve. At this moment, Qi Xingtian's back was turned away from the Exile team, so they couldn't see his small movements. They could only see him helping Yun Jiaoyu up and having a slightly better impression of the Qi family's second branch. "Since you're not looking for the silver note I used to sell the tiger, second uncle, why did you put your hand into my sleeve? Are you bullying your niece-in-law?" Yun Jiaoyu's eyes, shining with a shimmering light, flashed with obvious annoyance. Suddenly, she reached out with her right hand, grabbing Qi Xingtian's round, plump arm. She pulled his hand out of her sleeve and snapped his arm with a loud, "Ah! Ah, it hurts, mother." Qi Xingtian's screams echoed down the street, startling the crowd nearby. When old Madame Qi heard her beloved son calling her, her wrinkled face suddenly filled with distress. Her old body hurriedly moved faster. She staggered over to Qi Xingtian. "My second son, what happened? Come, let me see." Clearly, Qi Xingtian's arm hung limply and uncontrollably. As he threw himself into old Madame Qi's arms, crying and complaining, his arm kept swinging. "Mother, I was just trying to help Yun Jiaoyu up, and this wicked woman actually broke my arm. I hurt so much, mother." Qi Xingtian's tears and snot covered his face. Despite being over 40, he was crying louder than a child. Old Madame Qi's face instantly darkened. She angrily grabbed Yun Jiaoyu's hair. Relying on her legs and back being injured and unable to stand steadily, she took the opportunity to vent her frustration over the past few days. She twisted Yun Jiaoyu's arm. "You little wicked girl. My son Xingtian is your husband's second uncle. He kindly came to help you. How could you break his arm? You wicked woman. Today I must have Brother Jin divorce you, so you leave with nothing." Meanwhile, the Exile team was gradually gathering nearby. The group had been walking for nearly 2 hours when they saw Madame Qi and Yun Jiaoyu arguing. They sat down on the brick path to rest, curious about what had happened. Chong Jin was helped down from the cart by son Aniu. His gaze drifted toward Yun Jiaoyu, and he slowly walked toward her. Madame Qi grabbed Chong Jin's sleeve tightly. "Brother Jin, today, you must stand up for your second uncle. Your second uncle has always treated you well. When you first started learning, he often took you out for walks. He's worried you study too hard and might overwork yourself. Every year on your birthday, he gives you expensive gifts. Your father passed away early, and he has always treated you like his own son." Madame Qi's eyes turned red as she squeezed her thigh, forcing herself to cry loudly. An elderly person in their 60s was crying loudly on the street, making the crowd think Yun Jiaoyu was an unfilial granddaughter-in-law. Pointing at Yun Jiaoyu, someone scolded, "Such unfilial conduct. If my daughter-in-law dared to hurt family members, I would have her thrown into the pond."
Exactly.
Besides, a daughter-in-law is just an outsider. Even if she's gone, we can marry again and continue the family line. Xiao Lian, who had sharp ears, overheard the words "continue the family line" and suddenly became excited. She pulled a woman nearby and said, "That's my daughter-in-law. She can't have children. We've been married for 3 years, and my mother can lay eggs, but she hasn't shown any signs of pregnancy. It's a curse. Moreover, this unfilial woman even threatened this morning not to acknowledge me as her mother-in-law.
Ah.
I guess our Qi family is cursed to have such a daughter-in-law." Xiao Lian and Madame Qi kept talking about Yun Jiaoyu, describing her as a troublemaker who disturbed the household. Suddenly, countless people began insulting her with harsh words. Xiao Lian looked proud and vicious, happy to see everyone upset with the woman. Yun Jiaoyu's stunning eyes swept over the crowd, filled with coldness and sharpness, making everyone fall silent. Chong Jin's ink-black eyes looked at Yun Jiaoyu, and his voice was deep. What just happened? He remained neutral, refusing to be led by elders before the woman spoke. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Your second uncle just tried to me. Chong Jin's pupils turned as cold as ink, and he stared directly at Xingtian. Second uncle, is that true? Zhang Meinyang suddenly crossed her arms and snapped. Pa. How can anyone believe what this shameless woman says? I, Zhang Meinyang, come from a noble background and was once a top courtesan. When I was young, many men fell for me. Your second uncle only has me in his life. He would never be interested in a dried-up woman like your wife. For a moment, Zhang Meinyang spoke without thinking, just trying to defend her useless husband. She even revealed her past as a courtesan. As soon as she spoke, the onlooker's eyes on Xingtian changed suddenly. What kind of man visits a brothel? Maybe the young lady was just taken advantage of by someone. Old Lady Qi glared fiercely at Zhang Meinyang with a look full of disdain. If her precious second son hadn't insisted on marrying Zhang Meinyang, she would never have let such a disgraceful person into her family. Unexpectedly, this woman mentioned her dirty past as a courtesan in front of everyone. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were full of killing intent. Angrily, it seemed she might really kill Xingtian. Her intense emotions made Chong Jin doubt whether his second uncle had truly flirted with Yun Jiaoyu. What? Second uncle, do you dare to admit it? If you're not trying to flirt with me, then why did you put your hand into my sleeve? Don't boast that you came to help me, so your hand accidentally went into my sleeve. Yun Jiaoyu quickly interrupted, leaving him speechless. After a moment, Xingtian weakly spoke. He couldn't say he was trying to steal her silver ticket. His face twitched from the pain in his arm, and he mumbled, I was just helping you. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes flashed with sharpness. But second uncle, it was you who bumped into me. Do you think it's reasonable to say you want to help me after bumping into me? Second uncle, your words are full of holes and can't stand scrutiny. Clearly, you think our family's marriage isn't good, and since second aunt is getting old and less attractive, you took the chance to bump into me and try to take advantage. You're talking nonsense. Xingtian was so angry at the slander that his face turned red. He secretly glanced at Zhang Meinyang and saw her face was as pale as pig liver. He immediately raised his voice and added, even if my wife is old and less attractive, she's still more beautiful than your dried-up little bean. Yun Jiaoyu was not angry at being insulted. It was true that her figure couldn't compare to the Kavya, more voluptuous second aunt. Her clear voice slightly raised, and her gaze deepened as she slowly asked, Oh? If second uncle isn't trying to take advantage of me, then why did you deliberately bump into me? And why did you reach into my sleeve and touch me? I will take the silver notes from your sleeve. With that, the noisy street suddenly fell silent. Zhang Meinyang's face turned pale with anger, glaring at her useless husband in disappointment. Old Madame Qi rolled her eyes and said, You little brat, look what you've done to your second uncle. Your second uncle is naturally timid. When you question him harshly, he just makes up stories. Now, you've pushed him to say he wants to steal the silver notes. Old Madame Qi was quick to react, but few believed her words. If the Qi family were still the richest, her words would be unquestioned, and no one would doubt her.
But now,
Son Aniu was the first to speak up. Old witch, you really love to slander your daughter-in-law. What's this about your second son being timid? He's timid, but he has a sneaky mind. Zhao Lahui also chimed in. Exactly. If he dared to steal Miss Qi's silver notes, who would believe he's timid? Just now, your second son was facing away from us. If he really stole the silver notes, he would have hidden the money in his sleeve for his own use. Who would believe he stole the notes? After her plan was exposed, Zhang Meinyang's eyes flashed with resentment. That's exactly what she was thinking. No one knew how many silver notes she had hidden in her shoes. If Qi Xingtian really managed to steal 25,000 taels of silver, then their second house could claim that this money belonged to them, and no one could find a reason to argue. But, surprisingly, this useless man actually admitted he wanted to steal the silver. Chong Jin's dark eyes were full of cold sharpness. Now that her second uncle admitted to wanting the silver, the truth was clear. His gaze was icy and fierce. "Grandmother, you are too lenient with your second uncle. He's nearly 50 years old now, yet he still lies like an irresponsible child. That's not right." Chong Jin stepped over to Yun Jiaoyu, noticing she was unsteady. He frowned. His eyes were calm as he reached out to study her. Looking at her coldly, he spoke in a deep voice. "You too? Why slander second uncle as if he wanted to harm you? I believe what you said now. If such things happen again, just tell me directly." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes, like stars, looked distant as she stared at Chong Jin. Her lips parted slightly, and she said slowly, "Whether you believe me or not isn't the point. I just want second uncle to admit his true intentions sooner." Not far away, Qi Xianglei was calling out to the carpenter's assistant. He was pushing a wooden wheelchair, and the assistant was holding 2 crutches. They moved together to the spot where Yun Jiaoyu was standing. He was surprised by his second brother's obvious arm injury and slightly opened his mouth. "What happened?" Qi Sheng, feeling angry, turned his head away and refused to reply. He thought, now the third house and Yun Jiaoyu were all on the same side, not standing with him. Qi Xianglei didn't want to make things boring, so he handed the crutches from the assistant to Chong Jin and Yun Jiaoyu. Then he pushed the wooden chair over to Chong Jin and said, "Brother Jin, you must have had a hard time yesterday. Here, this is a wheelchair that your third uncle bought for you. Sit in it." He pushed Chong Jin to the wheelchair and helped him sit down. "Your body is weak, so you can't get hurt again from traveling. Otherwise, your third uncle and third aunt will be very worried." Warmth appeared in Chong Jin's eyes. Compared to what Grandma Qi said, his second uncle treated him like his own son. He believed that his third uncle and third aunt were the ones truly caring for him. As he finished speaking, Grandma Qi immediately exploded. "Xianglei, where did you get that money? When your third house was being searched, didn't you hide a single coin? Are you lying and hiding silver behind my back?" Xianglei looked embarrassed and hesitated. He finally had 300 taels of silver on him, which he needed to give to his wife. The IOU was written in his father-in-law's name, just to recover the money later and use it as private property for Lu Yunxiu. Yun Jiaoyu immediately said firmly, "This silver is from me to your third uncle." Hearing this, Grandma Qi Xiaolian and the people from the second house all changed their expressions. Grandma Qi looked cold. "How can you be so unfair? How much silver did you give your third uncle? I tell you, if you want harmony in the family, you need to give some silver to your second uncle and your mother-in-law too. I think you can't just let Jean Gear be caught in the middle over this small amount of silver." Grandma Qi looked like she was about to cut ties with Chong Jin if she didn't get the money. Yun Jiaoyu looked frustrated, feeling that Grandma Qi was getting forgetful with age. Now, this future senior official clearly had little patience and trust for their group. If Grandma Qi and Xiaolian, or even the second house, kept causing trouble, knowing her husband's personality, she wouldn't be surprised if he disowned these relatives for justice. Zhang Meinyang also agreed, saying, "Yes, you must give the money. Also, you just injured your second uncle's arm. Who knows, maybe he will become disabled in the future. Considering the injury to your arm, you should compensate our second house more with silver coins." Qi Xingtian nodded. "For Jean Geur's sake, I won't cheat you. Just give me 10,000 taels of silver, and I promise to be kind and not cause any more trouble in the future." Seeing that the second house of the Qi family was already dreaming big and asking for too much, Yun Jiaoyu, filled with anger, leaned on her cane and watched coldly. "Second uncle deliberately bumped into me, trying to steal my silver, and now he's asking for 10,000 taels? He's dreaming. I see that all of you in the second house are quite sneaky and tricky." She slowly shook her head and waved a silver note used for selling tigers in front of everyone. "You want silver? I won't give you any." She handed a few hundred taels of silver notes to Chong Er. She instructed, Chong Er, now that we've finally entered the county town, we're no longer in the wilderness. Call some strong men to buy some favorite foods and put them on my cart. We can eat them while traveling. Chong Er's eyes lit up. This was the first time in his life he saw such large denomination silver notes. There were a full 200 taels of silver. Madame Chi was generous. She probably could buy enough food to feed the exiled travelers for 10 years. Chong Er rubbed his hands and took the silver notes. All right, Madame Chi, please wait a moment. I'll have someone buy the food right away. He called a few strong men to buy supplies, and before leaving, he also pushed away the cart Yun Jiaoyu had been sitting on. After getting the benefits, he felt energized. He eagerly chased away the onlookers. What are you all looking at? Believe it or not, I'll lock you all up in jail. Chong Er was an officer from Qingzhou's court, higher in rank than the local county officers. As long as he paid some people and a bit of silver, he could really send someone to the Fong County Jail to serve 2 years. Hearing that they might be taken to jail, the crowd quickly ran away. Some stubborn ones, wanting to see more, slipped into nearby shops pretending to buy things but actually eavesdropping and watching. Hey, don't go. Xiao Lian was anxious and worried. Seeing everyone leave her side, she felt she was at a disadvantage. Old Lady Qi's face, swollen with anger, turned red. Yun Jiaoyu, now that you've gained fame, you just give away 200 taels of silver. And you give it all to outsiders. What? As your grandmother, are we really not worthy of you giving us a single copper coin? Yun Jiaoyu's cold eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of sarcasm. To relatives who don't understand the situation, as long as they're alive, they will always be like a stubborn rash that can't be shaken off. Even if you tear off the sticky plaster and throw it far away, it will keep coming back again and again, asking for trouble. She spoke indifferently, grandmother. You're really confused. Before coming to Fong County, I already told you not to shamelessly expect me to support you. What? Have you forgotten so quickly? If you truly want me to treat you as family, that's not impossible. After Yun Jiaoyu finished speaking, Madame Qi's heart also tightened. A fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken. Now the Qi family is no longer the richest. The combined wealth of the main, second, and third branches is less than 1/10 of what Yun Jiaoyu has. If only they could make Yun Jiaoyu treat them respectfully like before, as long as their demands weren't too excessive, she might agree. Xiao Lian's voice was urgent. Tell me, how can we be recognized as family again? Yun Jiaoyu pressed her thin, red lips together. It's simple. Whatever you did to me before, I will do the same to you now. Once you pay off those debts, I will naturally treat you as family again. Xiao Lian's face darkened like coal, and anger suddenly surged in her heart. Before she could speak, Qi'er let out a light snort. Who would be eager to be bullied by you just for a bit of petty money? She tugged at Zhang Meinyang's sleeve. Mother, we used to slap Yun Jiaoyu every day, and she still had no food to eat. We ate bird's nest and shark fin, but she could only eat coarse bread and pickled vegetables. Every month, we received a few hundred taels of silver from grandmother, but she has nothing and has to rely on her family for help. Forget it, mother. Anyway, our second branch still has money. When we run out, it's not too late to show kindness to this lowly person. In short, she didn't want Yun Jiaoyu to bully her again. Qi'er's pupils were full of contempt for Yun Jiaoyu. Now that they've entered Fong County, they can also use their silver to buy food, and in the future, they can enjoy a good life. Zhang Meinyang frowned. Shut up. She tightly covered Qi'er's mouth. She had money, and hidden under her feet were over 2,000 taels of silver notes and broken silver coins. They could live comfortably for a lifetime, but if they wanted to be as rich and luxurious as before, it was impossible. Since they could cleverly take advantage of Yun Jiaoyu now, how could they let go of this opportunity? Chong Jin sat in a wheelchair, looking up at Qi Yaoa with a furrowed brow. His whole body radiated a commanding presence that made others afraid to look directly at him. His gaze grew serious as he shifted his eyes to Yun Jiaoyu. Because she was beaten every day and lived a life worse than that of a servant in the Qi family, did this woman become increasingly rude and unreasonable after marrying him? Yun Jiaoyu felt uncomfortable under the man's scrutinizing gaze and quickly looked away. She supported herself with a crutch under her arm, her eyes cold. Second aunt, I advise you to stop trying to trick me out of my money. She slightly lifted her head, her gaze fixed on the distant government office, and her voice softened with a warning tone. Otherwise, I will send you all to the authorities. Extortion and harassment. These two charges are enough for you to pay with your lives in Fong County. Old Madam Qi and Zhang Mainyang trembled. If a criminal on the way to exile commits another crime, the punishment is death. This wicked woman was so cruel. They only wanted her small amount of silver, but she actually wanted their lives. Old Madam Qi forced tears out. Jeaner, did you hear that? Look at the good wife you married. She wants to kill Grandma. Her sobs and whimpering annoyed everyone present. Chong Jin's deep eyes concealed his feelings. After these 2 days with Yun Jiaoyu, he knew that as long as the Qi family didn't go too far, she would never harm them. Pressing his lips tightly, he finally spoke softly, "Come here. Take me for a walk." This was directed at Yun Jiaoyu. She nodded. It was clear the man didn't want to bother with the unreasonable old Madam Qi anymore. Seeing her grandson ignoring her, old Madam Qi suddenly sat down on the ground, crying loudly. Her behavior was no longer like that of a noblewoman from a wealthy family. She thought that her outburst might make Chong Jin come back to comfort her and stop her from crying. But after crying loudly for a while, the man had already walked away. Only then did old Madam Qi stop her crying and glared fiercely at Xiao Lian. "Look at what a good son you raised. You are truly a curse. Killing my eldest son wasn't enough, and now you've raised my grandson to be led around by that wicked Yun Jiaoyu. You are completely useless." Xiao Lian's eyes reddened. She had been the wife of the Qi family for decades, but she had never been spoken to so harshly by her mother-in-law before. In the past, she was scolded for being unlucky, but now she was being accused of having no manners. She watched Yun Jiaoyu pushing Chong Jin's distant figure away. She clenched her teeth tightly, growing more angry at this woman. Yun Jiaoyu had an injury on her foot, but she could walk normally with a cane. However, pushing Chong Jin was still quite tiring. After walking a long way through busy streets, gentle and lively sounds gradually reached her ears. The passing crowd included people carrying their young children, walking through the streets buying snacks. Some were carrying their own grown fruits and vegetables, sitting by the roadside calling out to attract buyers. A few couples were shopping together, chatting and laughing. Yun Jiaoyu looked down at Chong Jin in front of her, thinking that in the original owner's memory, she had never gone shopping with Chong Jin. She felt the original owner was too much of a background character. According to Chong Jin's personality, if the original owner hadn't caused trouble, she might have waited until he reached a high official position and happily become his wife. Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed that Chong Jin had somehow started pushing the wheelchair himself. His gentle, deep voice sounded, "Was the silver on Uncle's body really given to him by you?" Yun Jiaoyu shook her head, not planning to hide anything.
No.
Before the Qi family was confiscated, Uncle borrowed 300 taels of silver from the pharmacy owner. This time, we came to sell the tiger, and I took the opportunity to get the silver back for him. The man nodded in approval, feeling pleased with the good relationship between Yun Jiaoyu and the third household. Although he didn't like this woman, she was his wife. As long as she maintained her good conduct, he would continue to treat her with respect for the rest of his life. After exchanging a few words, they fell into silence again. In the sunlight, Chong Jin's strong, sharp features looked smooth and firm, with deep eyes like a vast ocean, hard to read. After thinking for a moment, he spoke, his expression unreadable. "You should know that people's hearts are hard to predict. It's said that we shouldn't worry about having too few people, but about unfairness. Since you plan to improve the living conditions of the exiled prisoners, it's best to treat everyone equally and not favor some over others. Otherwise, offending people now could cause trouble later." It's easy for others to secretly plot against you and put you in a difficult position. A hint of surprise flashed in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes. Was this future prime minister analyzing her current situation? No, he probably didn't want her to offend the elders of the Qi family too much. That's why he called her out to talk. Honestly, this man was quite skilled at navigating the political scene, keeping both sides happy. Yun Jiaoyu suppressed her expression. She was not ungrateful, nor did she want to fight to the death with anyone. She looked straight ahead with confidence. As long as the advice is fair and sincere, I will take it to heart. Don't worry. Since you've spoken, I won't go too far. Isn't it better to worry about fairness rather than scarcity? She would treat everyone equally, even giving the group from Xiao Lian a share. But how much they could actually get depends on their own skills. Right now, Chung Er was busy ahead, calling people to load large pieces of pork, rabbit meat, and other poultry onto carts. The big shopping scene made everyone around feel like it was a festival. Considering the recent earthquake, it's wise to stock up early. Although she wasn't short of supplies, her Spaces farm had dozens of cows and sheep and over 100 pigs, horses, and other small animals. That amount wouldn't be enough if the earthquake came in a few days. Yun Jiaoyu's cold eyes flickered with a faint light, and she felt a headache coming on. How could she quickly stockpile supplies and warn the people of the two states about the coming disaster? Yun Jiaoyu pondered. Ancient wisdom was endless. Even in times without advanced technology, people understood natural phenomena like the 24 solar terms, lunar eclipses, and solar eclipses. In ancient China, some could predict earthquakes early using seismoscopes. She wasn't sure how much the people of Daki understood about earthquakes. Probably, they didn't have such devices, and even if they did, their predictive range would be limited. Currently, Qingzhou and Songzhou seemed peaceful, with no sign of impending disaster, no anxiety or panic before a calamity. She thought for a long time. Her eyes, shimmering with gentle light, suddenly sparkled with a rare joy. She had a plan. Before the earthquake struck, she would try to subtly warn the people of the two states about the approaching crisis. She asked the man sitting on the wooden chair, "Have you ever read books about predicting natural disasters or explaining natural phenomena?" Chong Jin was stunned. Yun Jiaoyu, who couldn't even read properly before, was now interested in books. His deep eyes showed surprise but quickly returned to calm. He remembered that Yun Jiaoyu had asked him questions about books before. This woman was probably up to something again, trying to get closer to him and share common interests. His dark eyes turned cold. The Great Qi national language records the theory of yin and yang and the 5 elements, which also includes many details about natural disasters and phenomena. Yun Jiaoyu immediately decided to go to the nearby bookstore to buy a copy of De Qiguiyu to read. If she could find information about earthquakes, she would hire someone to copy thousands of pages and distribute them to every household. This man is truly capable of being a prime minister. He reads so many books. Yun Jiaoyu had no idea what was on the man's mind. When passing by the bookstore, she simply left him at the door and went inside to buy the book herself. Chong Jin patiently waited outside the bookstore. During the wait, he saw Lu Yunxiu come around from behind. "Brother Jin, seeing that you and Jiaoyu are not arguing, third aunt is finally at ease." Lu Yunxiu sighed in relief, thinking that Chong Jin might argue with Yun Jiaoyu under pressure from Xiao Lian and Madame Qi. She was also worried that Yun Jiaoyu might not walk well on her own, making it harder for Chong Jin to push her wheelchair. So she decided to follow behind them, planning to watch over her all the way. Now that she saw Yun Jiaoyu enter the bookstore, she had something to say, but felt it was awkward not to speak. After thinking for a moment, she finally squatted down halfway in front of Chong Jin, keeping her gaze level with him. "Brother Jin, you act justly and fairly. Truly, you are the best child in our family. Third aunt really likes children like you." She then turned slightly to look toward Yun Jiaoyu. "However, you see, Jiaoyu is also quite good. These past 2 days, she's been decisive and clear about her feelings. I also heard from your third uncle that when she faced a tiger group, her bravery and danger made even someone like him, who has lived over 30 years, admire her." Lu Yunxiu genuinely hoped that Chong Jin and Yun Jiaoyu could have a good life together. But she also saw that these two children currently had no real feelings for each other. She anxiously said, You are too outstanding and were forced to marry Jiaoyu. Third aunt is really worried that you might neglect Jiaoyu for a lifetime. If you keep doing this, not only will you delay yourself, but you'll also waste her beautiful youth. That's just too unfair. At this moment, Yun Jiaoyu happened to come out of the bookstore, leaning on her cane. She froze in place, her feet heavy as lead. She really wanted to cover third aunt's mouth. Honestly, if only she could prevent the future prime minister from turning dark and spare her from being killed, she wouldn't mind being delayed for a few more months. As long as Chong Jin continued to ignore her until Zhou, she could then confidently ask for a divorce, without guilt. Right now, Chong Jin looked calm and composed, his cold and elegant face showing no trace of emotion. It seemed he didn't take Lu Yunxiu's words seriously at all. Yun Jiaoyu felt much more at ease. I immediately interrupted the kind aunt's words, smiling as I said, Third aunt, why are you here? Just in time, third aunt, I also have something to talk to you about. Come, let's go over there to chat. She supported herself with a cane and pulled Lu Yunxiu aside. After walking several meters, she finally leaned in close and whispered a few words into her ear. Soon, the surprise on Lu Yunxiu's face gradually changed as Yun Jiaoyu spoke. She frowned tightly, then finally said, All right, you can rest assured. Third aunt will definitely do what you asked. Chong Jin sat in a wheelchair, leaning to look at Yun Jiaoyu, not knowing what she and third aunt had talked about. In the sunlight, his refined features looked even more delicate, with deep eyes that, when not cold, shimmered like shining obsidian washing in a stream, captivating to look at. His long, thick eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, hiding his emotions behind his eyes. He gently pressed his pale lips and asked, Are you finished talking? If you're done, then push me away, she replied. Chong Jin withdrew his gaze, frowned, and turned to look ahead. It was probably because Yun Jiaoyu had mentioned wanting to live a good life with him, so third aunt came specially to persuade him. His expression turned cold. If the woman could be as noble and clear-headed as she had been these past few days, understanding right from wrong, he would seriously consider what third aunt said. Yun Jiaoyu frowned, thinking the man was rushing her. She was inconvenient with her legs and asked her to push the wheelchair. Didn't she just use her hands to turn the wheels earlier? Annoyed, Yun Jiaoyu leaned on her cane and pushed Chong Jin. She was sure he didn't want her to talk more with Lu Yunxiu, so he deliberately diverted her attention.
Child.
What's wrong with you talking with third aunt and me? We didn't say anything unpleasant, yet you just called her away. Lu Yunxiu sighed helplessly and quickly stepped forward. Jiaoyu, don't worry about Brother Jin. Don't push the wheelchair. Let third aunt do it. Seeing Lu Yunxiu take over, Yun Jiaoyu didn't refuse. She just supported herself with her cane and walked on her own. When she reached a street stall with a fortune-telling banner, Yun Jiaoyu paused and looked at it more carefully. She wondered whether the old man was truly blind or just pretending. If he had some skill, she would give him a big order. You're quite a mischievous little girl, aren't you? Thinking I can't see? That's why you're sizing me up? His deep, mysterious voice made Yun Jiaoyu freeze. Although she is a firm materialist, she now finds herself inside a book and believes in some metaphysical ideas. However, metaphysics is not superstition. The saying goes that the end of science is metaphysics. She thinks that metaphysics is actually based on scientific knowledge. In ancient times, most fortune-tellers on the streets were not true masters. The fortune-teller's words caught Chong Jin's attention. Sir, you have offended someone. My wife is visiting Fong County for the first time. She's curious and looks around a lot. Please don't take offense. Chong Jin doesn't believe in fortune-telling. He believes that everything depends on human effort. Moreover, these fortune-tellers tend to say things that sound nice and pleasing. When the Qi family was wealthy, Madame Qi often had fortune-tellers predict that he would achieve great things beyond others' reach and that the family would prosper. But now, the Qi family, with over 10 members, has lost all their wealth and is on the road to exile. Yun Jiaoyu waved her hand in front of the old fortune-teller's eyes.
Can you see me?
The old fortune-teller suddenly said, "My eyes have some issues, but I am not blind." Yun Jiaoyu felt a bit embarrassed, thinking he was a real master. It turns out he can only see shadows, so he can see her. She sat down at the stall. "Sir, I am in a good mood today, and have made a lot of money. I see you're wearing torn clothes and look pale and thin, as if you haven't been eating well. Business hasn't been good. I'm just here to visit you, and let you close up early today." The fortune-teller sat upright. "What do you want to ask?" Yun Jiaoyu became interested. She pointed at herself and Chong Jin. "Look at us. Do we have good fate? If they do, then this old man is not very skilled." After all, her original self wanted to marry Chong Jin and ended up dead from a beating. If they don't have good fate, she can prepare for a separation when she reaches Zhou. Chong Jin unusually didn't ask Lu Yunxiu to push the wheelchair and stayed quietly. There are many unfortunate people in the world, and Yun Jiaoyu, who has enough money recently, plans to help others with some business. "You really are a mischievous girl. You and this young man are clearly a married couple, yet you come to ask me about good fate? I think you were destined to be together, and once that is over, everything will be good from then on." The fortune-teller stroked his beard, straightened his back, and looked confident. She helplessly shook her head and angrily added, "Old man, I look pale and thin because I believe in vegetarianism. My torn clothes and shabby appearance are because I don't care about money or material things. Life is just about hobbies after all." After speaking, Yun Jiaoyu and Chong Jin fell silent. However, Lu Yunxiu hurriedly took out silver from her sleeve to give to the fortune-teller, saying, "Old sir, what you said is true. My nephew and his wife used to have a bad relationship, but recently there are signs of reconciliation. That's good to hear. It means good luck is coming your way." Lu Yunxiu was very excited, happy that her husband had given her all the silver he was bringing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have enough money to thank the old man for his words. Yun Jiaoyu was stunned for a moment and didn't speak. She couldn't tell if this old man was truly a master of mysticism. But if bad relationships end, then good ones will begin? She and Chong Jin definitely didn't have a good relationship. They would definitely part ways in the future. She frowned and deliberately spoke in her original arrogant tone. "You, old man, only know how to say nice words. I think you're not really capable. You're probably just here to scam money. Good luck. My husband doesn't like me. We won't have any feelings for each other in the future." Yun Jiaoyu felt like she was shooting herself in the foot. What if the future prime minister, because of this scammer's words, suddenly develops feelings for her? Would she still be able to smoothly part ways then? She spat several times, looking annoyed and frustrated. Seeing this, Chong Jin's expression darkened. His hands, resting on his knees, clenched tighter and his brows furrowed. He still had the same rough personality as before. Lu Yunxiu, standing nearby, covered her mouth to hide her smile. She thought this must be her niece-in-law feeling shy. "Third aunt, let's go. Let's hurry. I think Ching Er has finished buying supplies. We should return to the group." Yun Jiaoyu immediately turned around, ready to go back. Chong Jin didn't speak but nodded in agreement. Lu Yunxiu, not wanting the group of exiles to wait for them, pushed Chong Jin and headed back. Yun Jiaoyu, leaning on her cane, was walking slowly. Soon, she and Lu Yunxiu fell behind. She thought for a moment and, with a serious face, turned back to find the fortune-teller. She admitted that this old man had some ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have predicted that her former self and Chong Jin were curse lovers. "Old sir, I'll give you 100 taels of silver. Help me with something." Yun Jiaoyu sat back at her stall and said, "From now on, you must tell fortunes to at least 50 people every day. Move around more. Don't just sit behind the stall waiting. Walk along the street, and better yet, visit every part of Fong County. When you see men, women, old or young, just pick a few to read their fortunes. While helping them for free, tell them that you've recently observed the sky and found that Wei star is absent and Shu star is scattered. This means there will be a natural disaster soon, like an earthquake. If you do this, I will give you 100 taels of silver. Yun Jiaoyu believed in the power of word of mouth. She thought that if she spread the news, within a day or two, many counties in Qingzhou and Songzhou would hear about the earthquake rumors. This could help reduce the number of people hurt when the earthquake happens. The old fortune teller took the 100 taels of silver from Yun Jiaoyu's hand, his kind face full of a gentle smile. He looked at her with a mysterious gaze and said, "You are a kind girl. Having kindness will bring you good fortune in the future." Yun Jiaoyu frowned and quickly stood up from the wooden chair. She was really afraid that this old man would act all mysterious again and tell her that he was just waiting for her to send him business, since he hadn't opened his stall all year but would open it just to get her to bring customers. "That's enough. Old sir, you should go now." She waved her hand and walked toward the Exile team. Before leaving, she added, "Old sir, I'm leaving now. Be careful on your way and try to stay in open places." The fortune teller still looked like he was twirling his beard, with a smile on his face. He watched Yun Jiaoyu's back and nodded thoughtfully. Not long after Yun Jiaoyu left, the old man packed up a stall. Soon after, a group of men dressed in silk clothes arrived in the busy market on horseback. The leader's men followed behind him, all holding long swords. The leader frowned and asked, "Where is he? Didn't he say the master would be here today?" Someone replied, "Don't worry, master. Maybe he packed up and went traveling somewhere else. We're riding horses and the master is walking. We'll meet him sooner or later." The leader's eyes showed a hint of impatience. He loosened the reins, pressed his legs against the horse's belly, and rode through the busy market. Yun Jiaoyu returned to her group and noticed Lu Yunxiu looking at her with a strange expression. Lu Yunxiu smiled so widely she couldn't close her mouth. "Jiaoyu, I knew you were shy just now. Look, you even went back on your own to ask the master about the details of the good match with Brother Jin." Yun Jiaoyu suddenly widened her eyes in shock. This was definitely not the time to ask for details. Her eyes filled with disbelief. "Third aunt, please don't make fun of me. I didn't go back for that reason." She took out some small silver coins from her sleeve, which Lu Yunxiu had given her earlier for a fortune teller. "I went back to ask that old con artist for my money. He was talking nonsense, but I don't believe him." Yun Jiaoyu pushed the silver coins into the other's hand. "Third aunt, you don't need to worry about me and Chong Jin. We understand ourselves and will handle things. Also, please don't think about returning the silver to that old con artist. After I exposed him, he felt ashamed and left." Lu Yunxiu shook her head helplessly. She didn't believe Yun Jiaoyu was really going back to ask the master for money. She thought Yun Jiaoyu just didn't want to spend money, so she made up these lies to get her to accept the coins. Xiao Lian was so jealous she couldn't swallow her anger. That woman truly couldn't tell who her mother-in-law was. She was so kind to the third branch's woman, yet she didn't bother to show her own mother-in-law more respect. Yun Jiaoyu saw Xiao Lian's expression and pretended not to notice. Soon, Cheng Er and others pushed a cart back, filled with food, fruits, vegetables, everything needed. "Madam Qi, we've already bought enough food for now. We need to set off soon, or we won't make it through the 50-mile journey today." Yun Jiaoyu nodded. She had a cane, so 50 miles shouldn't be a problem. "Madam Qi, your legs aren't good. Why don't you rest on the cart with my families here? I'll push you along." Sun and Nyo cheerfully called Yun Jiaoyu over and already placed her cane on the cart. Yun Jiaoyu wanted to refuse, but seeing the situation, she couldn't. She supported the cart and got on. Frowning, she was worried. "Sun and Nyo, if I get tired later, just put me down. I can walk by myself. Madam Qi, don't worry about me. I'm a farmer. I have plenty of strength. You're small and delicate. How heavy can you be?" Sun and Nyo grinned widely and started pushing the cart. "Besides, I have brothers from the same village in the team. If I can't push anymore, I'll ask someone to help." Seeing this, Yun Jiaoyu knew she couldn't refuse their kindness anymore. The group finally set off on their journey. Yun Jiaoyu took out a new bamboo cup from her sleeve, filled it with mountain spring water in the space, and handed it to Qi Wenling. The bamboo cup was bought by her on the roadside when she joined the team. Wenling, this is a new bamboo cup your sister-in-law bought for you. Yun Jiaoyu specifically called Qi Wenling, who was pushing the cart, to give him the bamboo cup. Qi Wenlong's eyes showed a faint happiness. He wasn't pretentious. Yesterday, he used a bamboo cup with medicine and wine, planning to wash it by the lake and then drink again. Unexpectedly, Yun Jiaoyu really prepared a new bamboo cup for him. Her clear voice was full of gratitude. Thank you, sister-in-law. You are such a kind person. After being praised, Yun Jiaoyu couldn't help but smile. The two children in the third household are truly well-behaved and likable. At the same time, Yun Jiaoyu didn't forget Sun He. Last night, she gave Sun He surgery, and now he is in recovery. He needs to take medicine 3 times a day on schedule. So when she bought the bamboo cup, she specifically bought 2. She dissolved the antibiotic cephalexin tablets in the bamboo cup, planning to secretly feed Sun He the anti-inflammatory medicine. The cart bumped along the uneven road, and Sun He had already woken up. He was lying in the cart, feeling pain all over his body. However, he still looked at Yun Jiaoyu with grateful eyes. He knew to repay kindness. He understood that without Yun Jiaoyu, he might have died last night. Yun Jiaoyu felt sad inside. Such a young child, only a year or 2 older than Qi Zhaozhao, suffering so much pain. She couldn't bear to see him suffer more. She had originally planned to secretly give Sun He an injection of ceftriaxone sodium, which can treat wound infections.
But now,
she turned her back to Sun Anyo, took out the medicine quickly from her space without him noticing, and injected it into Sun He's vein. Only early treatment can cure the illness. Sun He was numb from the pain and didn't even notice Yun Jiaoyu had given him an injection. After the injection, Yun Jiaoyu handed the bamboo cup with antibiotics to Sun He and fed him water. Old Lady Qi glanced at Yun Jiaoyu and walked over to Qi Wenling. Wenling, look at your sister-in-law. I thought your sister-in-law bought a bamboo cup just for you, but I didn't expect. She also bought some for unrelated outsiders. Sun Anyo clenched his fists around the handle of the cart. Although what the old lady said was true, it made him feel uncomfortable inside. Yun Jiaoyu looked at Qi Wenling and was about to say something, but she saw him furrow his brows tightly. His cold eyes stared at old Lady Qi. Grandma, aren't you ashamed to say these words? Sun He is sick. What's wrong with your sister-in-law buying him a bamboo cup? And he was burned, which wasn't your fault. If you and second aunt hadn't encouraged big aunt to fight over the mutton, would Sun He have been burned? Qi Wenling really hates his own grandmother. He made a mistake and doesn't seem sorry, only trying to cause trouble for others. Sun Anyu felt very happy when he heard Qi Wenlong's words. The third branch of the Qi family has good manners. This young master speaks reasonably. Sun Anyu's gloomy mood finally improved a little, and he let out a few laughs. This young master is just like the eldest young master Qi. Both are honest and kind people. Qi Wenling admires his older cousin very much. Hearing the praise, he felt happy inside. Thank you, Uncle Sun, for your kind words. I will try to be a good person like my cousin in the future. A clear, cheerful voice reached Chong Jin's ears, warming his heart. Since being exiled, only the people from the third branch haven't blamed him. They have always treated him kindly. Thinking of this, Chong Jin suddenly paused. He realized that Yun Jiaoyu also seemed not to blame him. With this thought, his deep eyes grew even more mysterious. Yun Jiaoyu felt uncomfortable under Chong Jin's gaze and turned her head away to avoid his eyes. Old Madame Qi saw from the corner of her eye that her grandson and granddaughter-in-law were exchanging meaningful looks, and she almost exploded with anger. She clenched her teeth and harshly scolded Qi Wenling, intentionally speaking backwards to vent her anger. You all are good people, but I, your old grandma, am the bad one. She spat bitterly, unkind and ungrateful, even ignoring and not protecting your own grandmother, being easily influenced by outsiders. Old Madame Chi kept muttering as she dragged her aging body forward. Unfortunately, she couldn't keep up with the exile group. Yesterday, those exiled still felt down about being prisoners. Now, they had changed completely, eating meat and vegetables, with better treatment than at home. They became motivated, walking briskly, eager to reach Suzhou soon. Before long, old Madame Chi was forced to slow down by their energetic pace and fell behind alone. Her legs trembled, and she was completely exhausted. Xiao Lian and Zhang Meinyang also walked slowly. When they saw that their mother-in-law was even slower than they were, they suddenly called out Qi Xianglei. Xiao Lian asked first, "Third brother, you're just walking for yourself. How can you ignore your own mother?" Zhang Meinyang responded as well. Although they had disagreements, at this moment they all focused their anger on the third branch. Exactly, third brother. You and your wife should at least help your mother walk. Both believed that since they couldn't cause trouble for Yun Jiaoyu now, they might as well cause trouble for the third branch. In the end, the days spent in the third household are definitely better than theirs. Qi Xianglei's steps suddenly froze. Continuing to walk quickly with Chong Jin didn't seem right, nor did helping his own mother. He knew very well that his mother was a difficult person. Now that he knew the third household had money, they would surely find ways to squeeze him, making his son Zhao Zhao and Wen Lang's lives unstable. Qi Xianglei hesitated. Why isn't second brother helping? You're so unkind. Your second brother's arm was broken by that little brat. How much can he help me walk? Old Madame Qi was angry. She straightened her back, took a breath, and shouted at Qi Xianglei. Her furious eyes looked like she wanted to eat him. She demanded loudly, "Come help me quickly. Do you really think I was born yesterday?" Qi Xianglei frowned. Forced by the pressure, he could only turn back to help old Madame Qi. Lu Yunxiu naturally took over her husband's role and went to push Qi Chongjin's wheelchair. Yun Jiaoyu heard the noise and frowned, turning around to look at what was happening behind her. Compared to her, an outsider of the Qi family, if she ever left Qi Chongjin and went far away, she could completely escape this group of selfish, aggressive people who were like leeches she couldn't shake off. But Qi Chongjin, Qi Xianglei, and the others were different. They carried the Qi family name and would be constantly exploited by old Madame Qi and her group for their entire lives. The only way to escape these troublemakers was to wait patiently until they grew old and died. In her sight, old Madame Qi was already pushing her limits. Relying on her status as Qi Xianglei's mother, she climbed onto his back. Now he was even too lazy to walk anymore. Seeing this, Lu Yunxiu's previously rosy face instantly turned pale with anger, her head hanging low, biting her lip tightly. Yun Jiaoyu couldn't bear it anymore. Her clear voice suddenly rang out, "Third aunt, I just heard Uncle Sun say that in about 30 miles ahead is Wancho County. Once night falls, we can rest in Wancho County for the night. Third aunt, you can also reunite properly with third uncle." As she spoke, the expressions of old Madame Qi, Xiao Lian, and Zhang Meinyang all changed at once. Lu Yunxiu's father was a master in Wancho County. In the past, with the Qi family's wealth, they naturally looked down on a small master. When Lu Yunxiu's father came to visit, they often didn't give him a good look or good treatment. But now, these people had become exiles, and she wondered if Lu Sibin would take advantage of his position to cause trouble for them. Mrs. Qi glared at Yun Jiaoyu and immediately climbed down from Qi Xianglei's back. She coldly said, "I won't let you carry him anymore. So some people won't keep using the in-laws to pressure me." Lu Yunxiu's worried expression eased as she saw her husband unharmed and gave Yun Jiaoyu a thankful look. "Jiaoyu, I promise I will ask my father to meet you alone someday. Tonight, after you and Brother Jean finish your meal at Lu's house, go enjoy the chrysanthemums. It's a good chance for the young couple to build their relationship." Yun Jiaoyu was suddenly stunned, her delicate face showing a helpless expression. This third aunt really was determined to be a matchmaker, always looking for chances to pair her with Chong Jin. Considering they might pass by Lu's house, and even if they didn't go, the Qi family would still be invited to eat. Even if she and her family didn't go, the polite Lu family would send someone to inform Cheng, bringing everyone over for a small gathering. She didn't say anything and silently agreed to join for a meal. As for enjoying the chrysanthemums, she wasn't worried. The future prime minister wouldn't want to be alone with her anyway. Lu Yunxiu was happily pleased. Seeing Yun Jiaoyu agree, she leaned down and whispered in Chong Jin's ear, trying to persuade him. She lowered her voice and said earnestly, "Look, Jiaoyu has agreed to enjoy the chrysanthemums. Tonight, when you arrive at Wancho County, take her to see the chrysanthemums. This season, Wancho chrysanthemums are in full bloom, perfect for a quiet evening with a loved one." Chong Jin raised his eyelids, his gaze resting on his enthusiastic aunt's face, his eyes showing complex emotions. He didn't want to go enjoy the chrysanthemums with Yun Jiaoyu, but facing his kind aunt, he couldn't really refuse. His handsome face slightly furrowed, with a hint of heroism, and after thinking for a while, he softly said, "Okay. I will take her to see the chrysanthemums tonight." Yun Jiaoyu almost fell from the cart, feeling like a rush of blood was about to burst from her chest. Did she hear wrong? The future powerful official, the great prime minister, just agreed to take her to see the chrysanthemums tonight? Her face was full of embarrassment, determined not to develop any feelings with the villain. She turned to Qi Wenlang and said, "Wenlang, bring Zhao Zhao along tonight. Let's go enjoy the chrysanthemums together." Qi Wenlang, the first time being invited by his sister-in-law to see flowers, couldn't hide his excitement. His eyes brightened. "Sister-in-law, I will take you and brother to enjoy the chrysanthemums tonight. I hear the chrysanthemums in Wancho County are the best. They say these flowers were imported from outside, and they bloom for 2 months. It is July now, a time when flowers are in full bloom." Qi Zhaozhao heard her brother's words and puffed up her cheeks in anger. She argued loudly, "Brother only cares about pleasing the sister-in-law. How can you take her to enjoy the chrysanthemums? I should take her myself." Yun Jiaoyu chuckled softly at the innocent words of these two children. Lu Yunxiu sighed helplessly. Just when the opportunity for the young couple to have some alone time was rare and precious, these two kids ruined it. At this moment, Chong Jin's deep gaze swept toward Yun Jiaoyu. His tall, strong fingers gently rested on the wheelchair's armrest, tightening slightly. He parted his lips slightly and let out a breath. Does this woman refuse to be alone with him? Chong Jin finally noticed that Yun Jiaoyu's change was more than just her behavior. There was also a change in her feelings toward him. In the past, Yun Jiaoyu eagerly clung to him every day. If she could say a word to him, her face would uncontrollably show a silly, love-struck smile.
But now, she is changed.
She is starting to act normally. Chong Jin's gaze flicked over Yun Jiaoyu's fair, delicate face, feeling pleased with her normal behavior. After all, he despised anyone who harbored longing or greed for him. Chong Jin turned his body slightly and unconsciously licked his dry, chapped lips to soothe his thirst. He continued to let Lu Yunxiu push the wheelchair forward. After leaving the county town of Fong County, they set out again along the mountain trail. Yun Jiaoyu sat bored in the wheelchair, flipping through the De Qi Guiyu, Great Qi language, planning to find some knowledge about yin-yang and the 5 elements, curious if this language book recorded any earthquakes. But after flipping through several pages, Yun Jiaoyu couldn't understand a single word. She thought that even in this different world, the writing would be traditional Chinese characters, but she didn't recognize the script at all. It looked vaguely like ancient script. Yun Jiaoyu handed the book to Qi Wenlang beside her. "Wenlang, even on this exile journey, you must keep improving your knowledge. Read a few pages aloud for the sister-in-law and for Sun, He, and Zhao Zhao. When we reach Sizhou, the sister-in-law will find a way for you to continue studying." Qi Wenlang was full of energy. He had thought he would never have a chance to read again, but unexpectedly, the sister-in-law agreed to help him continue his studies. He didn't know why, but even though the exile journey was uncertain and life in Zizhou might not get better, he believed in the sister-in-law. He believed she could lead them toward a bright future. She spoke firmly, "I believe in sister-in-law." Since she said we can continue studying in the future, we definitely will. Sun Aniu felt even more grateful to Yun Jiaoyu. Tears streamed down his face. His son, Sun He, had never gone to school, but Yun Jiaoyu promised that he would be able to study someday. Madam Qi, don't worry. Sun Aniu, will always be grateful to you in my life. I will work hard for you. I will repay your kindness. Sun He, on the cart, was also becoming more determined to survive. He wanted to live. No matter how painful his injuries, he would stay alive to study. Yun Jiaoyu didn't like hearing about working like a beast. Since everyone was a person, they should just live honestly and with dignity. She wasn't good at comforting people, but she would do practical things to make others look forward to the future. Out of the silver from selling tigers, 5,000 taels were set aside specifically for Sun Aniu and his son. Without Sun Aniu's teamwork, she wouldn't have been able to kill the tiger. But now, he was seriously injured and overwhelmed by both grief and joy, which was bad for his health. She thought that once he recovered, she would give this silver to Sun Aniu and his son. Most importantly, He's injury. Even if he underwent skin graft surgery later, his skin would look very different from normal. The silver was not much to her, but it could change their lives. At that moment, Qi Wenlang was reading aloud from the great Qi national language, and just then, a line caught Yun Jiaoyu's eye, making her eyes brighten. She trembled all over, and suddenly became alert. Her voice was clear and cold as she asked, "Wenlang, can you read that line again for sister-in-law?" Qi Wenlang nodded and read aloud, "When yang is trapped but cannot come out, and yin is pressed but cannot evaporate, then an earthquake occurs." Yun Jiaoyu wasn't very good at understanding classical texts, but she thought this line meant that earthquakes happen because of the disorder between yin and yang. In modern science, earthquakes are mainly caused by the collision and pressure between tectonic plates. However, since ancient people studied earthquakes through yin and yang theories, perhaps this line could be used to warn the people of Qingzhou and Sangzhou. She decided that after reaching Wancho County, she would hire someone to copy this line thousands of times and distribute it. The journey was already dull and monotonous, and Qi Wenlang's steady reading had become a kind of spice in everyone's life. Most people didn't understand it, but listening made them feel a bit more cultured, and they felt proud inside. Qi generally dislikes reading. Now, hearing the constant buzzing sound like flies, her eyebrows furrowed tightly like a tangled rope. Just about to get angry, she hears Second Ching shouting loudly, "Rest here for half an hour. During this half hour, if anyone needs to go to the woods, go. Men, women, old, young, whoever can cook, come help with the meal." As soon as he finishes speaking, a group rushes into the forest to use the bathroom. Some people go to the stream to fetch water into their water bags for later use, but few go to cook. Lu Yinxiu pulls the people from the third household to help with cooking, while Sun Aniu and Zhao Lahui also go to lend a hand. Qi looks at the beef, mutton, and pork on the cart, saliva constantly dripping down her throat. She stares intently, "Mother, I want to eat that meat too. We have money in hand, right? If not, you can ask the official to buy some meat." Qi still thinks of herself as the eldest daughter of the Qi family, always believing her mother's wealth can make her live a luxurious life forever, never worrying about food and clothing. Zhang Meinyang glares at Qi. "Our second household only has this much silver. If you want to eat meat today, what will you want to eat tomorrow? People like you, who can't endure hardships, once we reach Sizhou, probably won't even be able to buy a simple cornbread." While scolding, Zhang Meinyang walks towards Second Cheng's location. To satisfy her daughter's craving, she spent 10 taels of silver to buy 2 pigs' trotters. Feeling both distressed and annoyed, she wishes she could slap herself twice. She's distressed about losing 10 taels of silver, and annoyed because, if she had known she couldn't get Yun Jiaoyu's money, she wouldn't have let her husband go to confront or threaten that little troublemaker. In Fong County, everyone with spare money bought food and supplies cheaply at the market. But their second household bought nothing. They only focused on taking Qi Xingtian to the clinic for a checkup. But halfway through, before the doctor could even prescribe medicine, They were told to leave and continue their journey. The more Zhang Mingyang thought about it, the angrier she got. When passing Yun Jiaoyu, she couldn't help but want to tear her heart apart. She spat several mouthfuls of saliva at her. "Second auntie, is your tooth broken? Why are you not closing your mouth and spitting everywhere?" Yun Jiaoyu disdainfully covers her mouth with her hand to block the tiny spit. Her delicate eyebrows, like distant mountain mist, furrowed in annoyance due to the chaos around her, and a look of disgust flashed to her eyes. She coldly mocked, "Second auntie, your behavior. This shows your true nature. I thought you were a wild dog in the mountains, completely uneducated." Zhang Mingyang was so angered by the word wild dog that she nearly fainted. Anger in the chest has already spread to every corner of the body. A fierce and angry figure pointed at Yun Jiaoyu and cursed, "You shameless person. How dare you call me a stray dog? If you hadn't forbidden us from eating those foods, I wouldn't have spent 10 taels of silver to buy 2 broken pig's trotters. And I wouldn't have spat at you. 10 taels of silver. That amount could support an ordinary family for 3 years." Zhang Mingyang rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight Yun Jiaoyu. If it weren't for this shameless person controlling the prisoner, she wouldn't be in such a terrible situation. Otherwise, with her beauty, she could bargain with Ching Er and buy the pig's trotters at a lower price. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes flashed with coldness, and a mocking smile appeared on her lips. Deliberately, she said softly, "Second aunt, you have misunderstood me. Today, Chong Jin advised me that no matter what, I must give food to your second house, grandma, and his biological mother. I had already promised him, but during the journey, the road was bumpy and I was exhausted, so I forgot to tell you." "What?" "So, even without spending silver, we can eat those mixed meals today?" Zhang Mingyang's face turned red, and her heart ached so much it seemed to twitch.
"Then,
"Can the official return the 10 taels of silver I paid?" Zhang Mingyang's tone improved a bit, knowing Ching Er only listened to Yun Jiaoyu. Yun Jiaoyu slowly shook her head. Her cold, proud eyes seemed unfocused, gazing calmly like still water. Everyone could see that beneath this still water, there was already a turbulent undercurrent. With a cold and sharp tone, she said, "Second aunt, the silver you gave willingly cannot be returned. No one forced you to buy it with a knife, right? You bought it willingly, and I sold it willingly. How can you be so shameless as to ask me to return the money?" Zhang Mingyang planned to hold onto her silver before reaching Zizhou, and cursed loudly, "You shameless girl. You are deliberately trying to make our second house go bankrupt early." After stuffing 2 pig's trotters into Qi Yar's hands, she rushed to Yun Jiaoyu, grabbing her arm with one hand and pointing at her nose with the other, angrily saying, "No. Today you must give me the 10 taels of silver. This is your fault. You forgot to tell the official not to take money. You said Brother Jean told you to take care of us, and that we could eat well and drink happily on the way, right? You probably don't want to argue with Brother Jean over 10 taels of silver, do you? Hurry up and give the money." Zhang Mingyang kept throwing a tantrum and rolling on the ground while speaking. Qi Yaoe and Qi Xianglei felt very embarrassed. Their family was not short of money, so why would they humiliate themselves just for 10 taels of silver and pretend to be farmers? They looked at Zhang Mingyang, and the father and daughter headed toward the place where the food was prepared, planning to pick a big, fat sheep to eat. Suddenly, among the second household, only Zhang Mingyang was left in Yun Jiaoyu's line of sight. Chong Jin had already heard the noise from Zhang Mingyang and Yun Jiaoyu. He looked calm and had no intention of taking sides. He believed Yun Jiaoyu could handle the situation well, especially since she no longer seemed rough and uncouth like before. When Yun Jiaoyu received the man's gaze, her eyes immediately became sharp and deep. Her brows and eyes carried a subtle, fierce look. She didn't plan to show Zhang Mingyang any kindness. Moreover, Chong Jin's earlier words were just meant to tell her not to favor anyone too much. He didn't want the Qi family to go hungry and develop murderous thoughts. There was no intention for her to treat them well with good food and drinks. Zhang Mingyang really was quite arrogant.
"All right.
I told my second sister-in-law, my daughter-in-law is willing to give you a meal in the second household. That's her kindness. Xiao Lian straightened her back and immediately looked proud and lively. She had long been eyeing those big, fatty meats, thinking that her son still cared about his mother and was willing to force Yun Jiaoyu and her to bow for her own sake. Xiao Lian's gaze toward Chong Jin became much kinder and more proud. With her son watching out for her, Yun Jiaoyu's little servant girl would have to obediently accept her as the mother-in-law and show her respect. In the future, even the second household would have to flatter and flatter her. Xiao Lian's thoughts grew more delightful, and she couldn't help but smile broadly, showing her white teeth. She dragged her wobbling body toward the cart loaded with food, planning to pick out her favorite dishes to eat. Glancing at the food on the cart, she suddenly started picking and choosing. Oh, Jiaoyu, you're really something. Why didn't the official buy some swallows' nests, fish fins, and abalone? All those beef, mutton, and pork are low-quality foods. If they had been in our chief family before, they would only be for the servants to eat. Xiao Lian disdainfully withdrew her gaze. She looked down her nose, her nostrils pointed at the sky as she looked at people. Although she was criticizing Yun Jiaoyu, she had already decided that she would eat all those meat dishes at noon. As Xiao Lian finished speaking, Yun Jiaoyu's lips twitched slightly, a cold smile spreading across her face like ripples on a lake. Xiao Lian, are you misunderstanding? Do you think this is a family picnic? Surprisingly, they often complain about low-quality food like beef, mutton, and pork and prefer to buy birds' nests, shark fins, and abalone. A hint of sarcasm flickered in her eyes. I promised Chong Jin I wouldn't let you go hungry. But I never said you could be so greedy as to have a different dish every meal, nor did I say you could criticize these ingredients. Xiao Lian was frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. When Yun Jiaoyu called her name directly, she knew the little troublemaker hadn't yet intended to show her respect. She drooped her face and frowned.
What do you mean by that?
She glanced toward Chong Jin, deliberately raising her voice to speak sharply to Yun Jiaoyu. Are you trying to let outsiders eat well every day, while I, as the mother-in-law, have to eat leftovers or even things that dogs wouldn't eat? Yun Jiaoyu looked up, her deep eyes darkening a bit. She had already guessed that Chong Jin wouldn't interfere in her argument with Xiao Lian this time, so she decided to take the opportunity to do what she wanted. At this moment, she saw from the corner of her eye that the people who went into the woods to relieve themselves and gather water had returned. Yun Jiaoyu called everyone over. She casually picked some herbs from the roadside, large-leafed green herbs, white-headed gentian, wild chrysanthemums, and purslane. Since everyone has come back, I have something mutually beneficial to tell you. Her gaze fell on the cart. Today, everyone can eat and drink freely from the food on the cart. But starting tomorrow, everyone must work to earn their food and drink. Some prisoners listened to her words and began to show dissatisfaction. One person asked first, "Didn't you say that the silver from selling tigers was meant to improve our lives? Why suddenly do we have to work for our food?" Exactly. This isn't keeping promises. You're just like a typical merchant. Old Mrs. Chi's wrinkled face drooped as she glared sharply at Yun Jiaoyu, quickly reacting. She scolded, "You little troublemaker. Are you trying to make things difficult for your second aunt and them so they can't eat the rations you bought? Is that why you came up with such sneaky tricks?" After saying this, Mrs. Chi immediately regretted her words. Because after these words, almost all the exiled prisoners cast resentful looks at them. Yun Jiaoyu saw this, and a coldness flashed to her eyes. She admitted she did have some schemes to trouble Zhang Mainyang and Xiao Lian. But her idea of making the prisoners work for food wasn't entirely selfish. One reason is that Chong Jin reminded her at the time that it is better to avoid unfairness than to fear loneliness. If people hold grudges even for unfair treatment, could it be that some become greedy after receiving kindness for no reason? If one day she can no longer provide benefits to these people, might they repay her with revenge? Therefore, she thought of using simple work to exchange for food, creating an atmosphere where everyone sees each other as equals. Another reason is that Yun Jiaoyu is a cautious person. Most of these offenders have indeed committed crimes. Some of them have special skills, which is good. But if they lack any skills, they might later envy Qi's family's success when they reach Dahuang County in Zizhou. They might even cause trouble for Qi's family, out of jealousy. So, it's better to teach them some skills so they can find honest work and avoid starving. Grandma, you worry too much, Yun Jiaoyu said coldly, looking at Madame Qi. She then glanced at everyone and said, actually, the work I mentioned, exchanging labor for real goods, is not difficult for any of you. I want to teach you how to recognize medicinal herbs. From Qingzhou to Zizhou, we will travel over 2,000 miles to Dahuang County. Along the way, we will encounter many herbs. Not only can we use them ourselves, but we can also dry and sell them in the towns we pass through. After Yun Jiaoyu finished speaking, the exiled prisoners' eyes lit up immediately. They had all experienced hunger and knew how important a skill could be for making a living. If they could learn to recognize herbs steadily, they would likely save up some money before reaching Dahuang County. When they finally arrived, they could even have a way to earn a living during their free time and live better lives. The prisoners were not fools. Once they understood, they immediately responded. I agree to exchange labor for food. I agree too. As the saying goes, give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Lady Qi is really kind. Some even urged Lady Qi, when can we start learning to recognize herbs? Yeah, hurry up and learn to recognize herbs. If I can learn it, maybe I can make enough money in Dahuang County to get married someday. Suddenly, the mood shifted. The prisoners, who had previously been dissatisfied with Yun Jiaoyu, now kept praising her. Xiao Lian's eyes were full of anger. Although she came from a farming family, she was used to the life of the wealthy Qi family's eldest lady. There was no way she would learn to identify herbs and then dry the herbs herself to sell in the town. This was simply a great shame to her. Her daughter-in-law was rich beyond measure, yet now she refused to support her and kept finding ways to torment her. Zhang Meingyang also didn't want to smell the herbs. Since becoming a courtesan, aside from a few days of hardship during exile, she had never done any rough or tiring work. Do we really have to identify these herbs? Xiao Lian, stubborn and shameless, asked. Even if you don't recognize me, I am still Jin's biological mother. You have no reason not to support me. Yun Jiaoyu's expression remained calm. She had already expected that everyone in the Qi family except for the third branch wouldn't want to recognize the herbs. Her gaze swept over Xiao Lian, and she said with undeniable authority, You mean support? Before, when you were my mother-in-law, you never treated me kindly. So, what right do you have to ask me to support you now? Her eyes darkened, and a cold, fierce aura radiated from her, almost suffocating Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian froze, holding her breath and not daring to speak. Yun Jiaoyu shifted her gaze away from Xiao Lian and said softly, In any case, either rely on yourself, use your labor to earn food and money, or every day, don't expect to eat beef, mutton, or pork, and don't dream of eating shark fin or abalone. If you're unwilling to work, I will have Ching Er give you a bag of steamed buns and a water pouch every day. She continued calmly, As for whether you eat or not, whether you get enough nutrition or faint on the road, it's up to you. Xiao Lian was furious, her eyes filled with resentment. That little brat Yun Jiaoyu clearly wanted to suppress her and make her bow her head. If she was forced to recognize the herbs, wouldn't that brat climb on her head and act arrogantly in the future? After witnessing Yun Jiaoyu's way of handling things, Chong Jin's deep eyes gradually showed admiration and approval. Giving steamed buns could meet the basic survival needs. Relying on picking herbs to exchange for food could solve the immediate problem of 3 meals a day. Sending dried herbs to sell could develop the skill of self-reliance. And this woman's words showed she didn't mention repayment, willingly spending money to buy food and happily sharing ways to earn money with others. Chong Jin's dark eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He never expected that this woman would have the kind-hearted quality of helping others without expecting anything in return. His deep gaze rested on his mother, Xiao Lian. He thought that perhaps this was a good chance to change her proud and extravagant ways and to start living a more down-to-earth life. At this moment, Yun Jiaoyu had finished explaining everything about the Qi family. She then began to teach the common herbs found by the roadside. She took out a wild chrysanthemum first. Wild chrysanthemums, everyone knows them, right? They used to be found in abundance along the fields in Qingzhou. Drying this wild chrysanthemum has the effect of relieving wind, cooling heat, reducing swelling, and detoxifying. It can treat wind heat colds and pneumonia. Sun Aniel listened carefully. Madam Qi, I know about wild chrysanthemums, but what exactly is a wind heat cold? Yun Jiaoyu paused, thought for a moment, and remembered that in ancient times, colds were often called wind colds caused by cold wind. But could she say that this wild chrysanthemum can treat wind heat wind colds? That sounded too complicated, and these people probably wouldn't understand. Suddenly inspired, she explained, Uncle Sun, you see, it's summer now. When it gets cool at night, people with weak constitutions are very likely to catch cold, right? Sun Ania nodded eagerly. Then Yun Jiaoyu continued, if you happen to catch a cold, and when you go to the bathroom, you feel heat during urination, then that's a wind heat cold. Last night, it was cool in summer, and she stayed up all night to take care of Sun He. He indeed caught a cold, and just now when he went to the bathroom, he seemed warm. Seeing this, he immediately understood what a wind heat cold was. Sun Aniu, who had never studied before, was excited to learn about the wonders of herbs. Madam Qi, you explained it so simply and clearly. I understand now. Nearby, Chong Jin was also listening to Yun Jiaoyu teach about herbs. He sat in a wheelchair, watching her. His eyes were as dark as aged ink, bright and full of depth. When she explained the herbs, she almost shone like the bright moon in the night sky. In that moment, Chong Jin felt that the name Yun Jiaoyu truly suited her, like her name. She was as luminous as the moon. He no longer asked when Yun Jiaoyu had learned to identify herbs. He just thought she had gone mad, changing her personality completely, and suddenly learned medicine. Even if he asked her, she would only say she learned from the neighbors or from a doctor. In the end, he couldn't get the real answer, so there was no need to ask. Suddenly, Sun Aniu sneezed loudly. Madam Qi, if I want to treat a wind heat cold, how should I use this wild chrysanthemum? Should it be eaten raw or soaked in water? Yun Jiaoyu considered, for personal use, it's best to boil it into a soup and take 1 to 2 ounces. Approximately. About 25 to 30 flowers. Sun and Nyo remembered this, and, because he knew the effects of wild chrysanthemums, felt very energized. Today, he planned to pick wild chrysanthemums. Once they dried, he would boil them to treat colds and chills. Most of the other prisoners in exile also listened eagerly. Ordinary families often get sick throughout the year, and catching a cold is the most common illness. They didn't know how to treat colds and chills. Every time they got sick, they asked the village barefoot doctor, then brewed loquat leaf tea at home. But because they didn't understand herbs well and didn't handle them properly, their condition often worsened. Now, they knew that wild chrysanthemums could be used to treat such illnesses. Since these herbs are closely related to their lives, everyone remembered them better. Soon, Yun Jiaoyu introduced 4 common roadside herbs to everyone. At the same time, Lu Yunxiu and the others had already cooked lunch. The aroma of rice wafted from the large iron pot over the fire, mixed with the smell of roasted beef and lamb on the neighboring fire. The scent was so tempting that almost everyone swallowed hard. All right, time to eat. Yun Jiaoyu put away the herbs. After eating, during the journey ahead, you can pick some herbs along the way. She added, every day, I will teach everyone about some herbs. I don't expect you to remember all, but if you remember a few, it will help support your families later. Many of the prisoners looked excited. Their spirits seemed to lift naturally. They happily gathered around the fire, eating meat and discussing the 4 herbs Yun Jiaoyu had just introduced. They talked and reinforced their memory. Lu Yunxiu also took Qi Zhao Zhao to Yun Jiaoyu, showing interest in the herbs she had just mentioned. Jiaoyu, Andi-san was cooking earlier and didn't hear your herb introduction clearly. Can you tell her again? Also, Lu Yunxiu pushed Qi Zhao Zhao in front of Yun Jiaoyu. Zhao Zhao isn't as clever as when Lang in school. She smiled shyly. She was so captivated listening to your herb talk just now. Can you let Zhao Zhao learn more about herbs and healing in the future? Yun Jiaoyu already liked Zhao Zhao, and now that she knew Zhao Zhao was interested in traditional medicine, she was happy to teach her more. So she readily agreed, saying, "Of course, I can do that. Annie, as long as Zhao Zhao is interested, I will definitely teach her about herbs and medical skills." Zhao Zhao blinked her bright eyes and smiled sweetly at Yun Jiaoyu. That smile almost melted her older sister-in-law's heart. Yun Jiaoyu gently pinched Zhao Zhao's face. She also took the opportunity to explain again, in front of Lu Yunxiu, the effects of common herbs like wild chrysanthemum and large-leaf blue. Yarler Qi eagerly watched Yun Jiaoyu accept Zhao Zhao as her apprentice, feeling even closer to her. She snorted softly and muttered, "What's so special about that? Being a doctor is just about taking money for treatment, just like begging for food. There's no real difference." Although Qi Yar also wanted to learn medicine, she didn't want to lower herself by begging Yun Jiaoyu. She knew that even if she asked, that mean person would only mock her and wouldn't agree to teach her. Zhang Meinyang saw her daughter's thoughts and gently patted her head. "Yar, proper young ladies don't learn those things. Poor folks need a skill to support themselves. Aryar will definitely be talented in many ways, just like her mother. When she gets married, she can find a good family and be treasured again." Zhang Meinyang didn't care much for Yun Jiaoyu's medical skills. She still had over 2,000 taels of silver, enough to make her skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Yun Jiaoyu overheard Zhang Meinyang and her talking, and she looked at them. They quickly fell silent. They thought, why not eat for free? And gathered around the fire, eating meat eagerly. They planned to enjoy a big feast today. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, the exiled group set out again. Many of them, while walking, picked wild herbs along the way. At first, they held the herbs in their hands, but as they gathered more, they started to carry them. One by one, they muttered, "Looks like when we get to Wancho County, I need to buy a bamboo basket. Otherwise, carrying herbs by hand is too inconvenient." Many agreed, "I want to buy one too. When we get to the county, let's buy them together." Among these exiles, except for the Qi family, whose property was confiscated, most had some money left. Son Ania didn't have money to buy a bamboo basket, but Yun Jiaoyu gave him a cart. He can lay out all the collected herbs on one side of the cart, drying them as he walks. After a few days, he can sell the herbs faster than others. Several hours later, Yun Jiaoyu and her group finally arrived within the land of Wancho County. Before entering the town, they smelled the strong scent of marigolds in the air. Yun Jiaoyu noticed many people coming from other counties just to see the marigolds. They looked relaxed, fanning themselves and admiring the flowers. From a distance, it seemed these visitors arrived in carriages. "Lin Fuziu, you are so busy. Everyone else is riding in carriages, but why are we walking? And you keep vomiting and looking sick." "Exactly, and did anyone tell you? Your smell's really bad, like. No wonder you're considered an illegitimate daughter. You're dirty from head to toe." The insults reached Yun Jiaoyu's ears, drawing everyone's attention. Qi Yaoer looked toward the voices and thought those wealthy girls' insults sounded very fierce and hurtful. She secretly watched them, then shifted her gaze to Yun Jiaoyu, thinking about learning some words to insult her. Otherwise, every time they called her a little brat, it was never creative. Yun Jiaoyu caught Qi Yaoer's gaze with the corner of her eye. She looked over and saw a girl in a red shirt and green skirt bending over by the field, vomiting. After being insulted, the girl frowned, her face pale and looking very weak. Yun Jiaoyu looked displeased at the insulting girls. She thought to herself that their words were even more foul than a nearby latrine. She was considering whether to speak up for the girl as they passed by. But she realized she was just passing through. Even if she helped Lin Fuziu, it wouldn't change her fate and might even make others insult her more. However, Lin Fuziu? Why does that name sound so familiar? Yun Jiaoyu tried hard to remember, but her mind drew a blank. When her gaze unintentionally swept over Chong Jin's handsome face, she suddenly remembered. This Lin Fuziu was also a character with a story in this political novel. Her mother was the only daughter of the magistrate of Tsongzhou Tong'an County. Over 10 years ago, her mother fell in love with a poor scholar. Under family pressure, they parted ways. Later, her mother had her out of wedlock and died in childbirth. Her birth was considered a disgrace to Tongan County. However, no one knew that the poor scholar who was looked down upon back then had already been promoted several times through the imperial examination. From a Hanlin Academy official, he became the current imperial teacher, the person closest to the emperor. In the novel, Lin Fuyu accidentally meets Chong Jin after a flower viewing. After she faints from illness, it is Chong Jin's doctor who treats her. When she wakes up, she immediately falls for him and secretly promises her heart. Later, Lin Fuyu is taken to the capital by the imperial teacher and becomes a proper noble daughter. Unfortunately, for unknown reasons, this talented person only lived to 20 before passing away early. It seems that Chong Jin's sudden exoneration from a false corruption charge after exile is closely related to the imperial teacher, Lin Fuyu's father. Chong Jin notices Yun Jiaoyu secretly watching him, his deep gaze falling on her. His pale lips lightly pressed together.
Why are you looking at me?
Yun Jiaoyu's clear, lively eyes hint. Look at that young lady over there. She's so pitiful. Any honest person can see she's unwell, yet she's still being insulted. I think she's about to faint. Maybe you should go take her to the medical clinic? Chong Jin's cold, starry eyes fix on Yun Jiaoyu, as if writing "you're sick" in his gaze. He coldly shifts his gaze away. Do I look like I love meddling? If he weren't a man sitting in a wheelchair, Yun Jiaoyu would probably push him aside and bring Lin Fuyu forward. As long as Lin Fuyu secretly promises her heart to Chong Jin according to the story, she might also be able to quickly part ways with him. Chong Jin, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Won't you take her to the medical clinic? Yun Jiaoyu's crimson lips glow faintly. I see that young lady is vomiting badly. She probably can't hold on much longer. How about this? When she faints, you just take her to the medical clinic. Maybe you can save her life. After she finishes speaking, Yun Jiaoyu suddenly feels that Chong Jin's gaze on her is becoming more surprised and disdainful. She hears his deep voice say, "Aren't you good at treating and saving people? Even if she really faints, instead of making me, who is almost disabled, take her, why don't you do it yourself?" Yun Jiaoyu is stunned. She raises her hand to cover her forehead. She was so eager to watch the drama and play matchmaker that she completely forgot her current image in front of Chong Jin, a healer who knows medicine. Now, it seems her presence has changed the small details of the future development. No, she must make Lin Fuyu have a better impression of Chong Jin. This way, when she is later taken to the capital, she can quickly help her father clear Chong Jin's name regarding the exam cheating scandal. Thinking of this, Yun Jiaoyu got off the cart, leaning on her cane, and walking toward the field ridge. Lin Fuyu, are you perhaps like your early deceased mother, having someone outside and secretly bearing a forbidden child? Exactly. How can you so violently? You're really a reckless girl, and a little, just like your humble mother. 2 women dressed in fine silk and satin stood beside Lin Fuyu, pointing and mocking her. Their words were like rising tides of sarcasm, flooding toward Lin Fuyu, as if to drown her. Yun Jiaoyu, leaning on her cane, walked over to Lin Fuyu and supported her weak, slender arm. Her clear voice suddenly turned cold and sharp, saying, "After all these years, this is the first time I've seen an unmarried girl use such malicious words to insult an innocent woman." Coincidentally, an old farmer passing by with a bucket of slop heard this. Yun Jiaoyu grabbed one of the women by the back of her neck and pushed her toward the bucket of slop. In the next moment, the woman smelled the stench and immediately vomited. If just vomiting can prove pregnancy, then I could also say, since you vomited, you must be pregnant now. The woman Yun Jiaoyu held by the neck turned pale purple, her anger rising. She struggled and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you humiliate me? Do you know that the county magistrate of Tongan County is my father? If you offend me, Muyenjiao, aren't you afraid I'll have my father arrest you?" At this moment, Cheng Er saw the daughter of the magistrate of Tongan County, Muyenjiao, being grabbed by Yun Jiaoyu. His eyes widened, and his legs suddenly went weak. He ran over to Yun Jiaoyu and pulled her aside, whispering, "Madam Qi, since this girl is a daughter of an official, I think you'd better not provoke her. Besides, we'll pass through Tongan County again in a few days. What if she holds a grudge and delays our journey?" After speaking, Mu Yanjiao looked up and saw the exiled prisoner. She noticed that many prisoners had words carved on their heads and realized, "So you're a criminal in exile." She struggled to free her neck from Yun Jiaoyu's grip. Fuming, she pointed at Yun Jiaoyu and said, "You, a criminal, dare to boss around me, the daughter of the county magistrate? Believe it or not, I could have my servant kill you right now." Xiao Lian saw that the women here to admire the flowers were all officials' daughters. Her eyes immediately showed greed, and she wanted to push Lu Yunxiu aside to bring Chong Jin, sitting in a wheelchair, in front of them to catch their attention. What if they liked her? Then they wouldn't need to be exiled anymore. As soon as Xiao Lian's hand touched the handle of the wooden wheelchair, she saw her son looking at her with a very cold expression. She was startled and froze, not daring to push the wheelchair anymore. Xiao Lian clenched her teeth, feeling very humiliated because she was distant from her son. She once again remembered this humiliation and hatred towards Yun Jiaoyu. Xiao Lian hid aside and prayed to the heavens, muttering constantly, "Please, heaven, just let this young lady from the official family kill Yun Jiaoyu. Kill her, definitely kill her." Yun Jiaoyu saw everything from the corner of her eye. Her eyes were calm, like a deep abyss filled with cold, dark currents flowing beneath the surface. She no longer cared about Xiao Lian's emotions and didn't feel threatened by Mu Yanjiao at all. She calmly said, "I never knew that even the daughter of a county magistrate could freely hold the power of life and death. But you should be glad I am giving you orders. Otherwise, if things get serious, your father will not only lose his official position but might also kill you, his unfilial daughter," to vent his anger. Mu Yanjiao frowned and crossed her arms, scolding, "You little brat, what do you mean by that?" Another woman coldly said, "What does it mean? It's just that you're afraid because your father is a county magistrate, so you're making threats, hoping she'll spare you now?" Yun Jiaoyu was not exaggerating. She pointed at a carriage with a small bamboo sign that read Tongan County Magistrate's office. "This is the magistrate's carriage." "So, the woman you just insulted must be a young lady from the magistrate's office." Mu Yanjiao looked disdainful. "So what if she is?" The magistrate was an official position in the Great Qi Empire. Although it was lower than Mu Yanjiao's father, who was a county magistrate, a magistrate still had the authority to supervise county magistrates. "Miss Mu, even if you and Miss Lin are arguing and insulting each other, no matter how harsh your words are, your father or grandfather in official positions probably won't hold a grudge or make a big fuss about it openly." Mu Yanjiao's lips curled into a proud smile. Of course. The Lin family never got angry when their granddaughter was insulted, so they allowed Lin Fuziu to become more and more arrogant. "Miss Mu, do you think that Lin's grandmother didn't stand up for her because she, like you, also dislikes Lin?" Yun Jiaoyu's eyes, like cold stars, looked at Mu Yanjiao. This question completely stunned Mu Yanjiao. All of Lin's clothes and accessories are made from high-quality materials. She is probably very favored in the official's household. Her elders would never openly argue with you because officials keep personal and public matters separate. But what if today, you insulted Lin so badly that she couldn't take it anymore and tried to drown herself or hang herself? At that moment, do you think her elders would report your father and blame him for failing to teach his daughter properly, causing harm? Yun Jiaoyu's gaze carried a firm, commanding presence. Although she was now a criminal, her words made people think deeply and feel fear. Her eyes darkened slightly, and she coldly said, "Must I, as a criminal, remind you that as the daughter of the county magistrate, the post of supervisor is lower but still has the authority to oversee and report the county magistrate?" Mu Yanjiao's face turned pale. Her chest seemed to stop breathing from the scolding. Suddenly, she remembered that her father often hosted banquets for officials of lower rank than himself. If Lin Fuziu really had an accident today, things might develop exactly as this criminal said. Mu Yanjiao looked up and down at Yun Jiaoyu. Having been humiliated today, she must remember this contemptible woman deeply. Aren't they going to Tongan County? When the time comes, let's see how she will deal with her. She withdrew her gaze from Yun Jiaoyu, then looked at Lin Fuchu with complex emotions, gradually showing a hint of fear. She coldly said to Yun Jiaoyu, "Even if I can't casually bully Lin Fuchu, I can definitely humiliate you, this lowly criminal. Just wait for me. When you get to Tongan County, I will definitely have you torn apart and killed." After saying this, Mu Yanjiao and the woman beside her got into her carriage and headed back home, no longer interested in admiring the flowers. Her eyes were full of scheming and hatred as she left. Yun Jiaoyu watched the carriage slowly leave, then turned her attention to Lin Fuchu. She didn't expect that although this woman was physically weak, her face showed resilience and strength. Her pale lips pressed tightly, looking like she might faint at any moment, but she insisted on not collapsing outside and embarrassing herself. Yun Jiaoyu's brow moved slightly. This seemingly delicate but actually tough woman was probably why the future chief counselor wanted to help her and sent her to the clinic. She was about to say something to Lin Fuchu. I could smell a faint odor in the air. This smell didn't come from. It was coming from Lin Fuyu's breathing. Yun Jiaoyu was slightly stunned, shocked beyond words by the initial diagnosis. No wonder this beautiful woman, who secretly loved Chong Jin, died at the lovely age of 20. It turns out, she had uremia? Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were dark, like thick clouds gathering silently in a windless night when she looked at Lin Fuyu. Uremia patients, if not treated well, usually have only 3 to 5 years left. If treated properly, many can live another 20 or 30 years. Thank you for speaking up for me, Lin Fuyu said, her face pale and dull, unsteady on her feet, needing her maid's support to stand. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze was cold. Even when she was thanking, her expression was very indifferent. It seemed she was too exhausted from her illness to show any other emotions. This matched the symptoms of uremia, like dizziness and a blank expression. Lin Fuyu's voice was weak and breathless. She took a sachet from her maid, skillfully covered her mouth, then spoke to Yun Jiaoyu again. Frowning, a look of embarrassment flashed across her face. Sorry, was I stinky just now? Yun Jiaoyu slowly shook her head, secretly glancing at Chong Jin. She thought that if this conversation developed between Lin Fuyu and him, it might help build an unspoken emotional connection. Chong Jin noticed Yun Jiaoyu's strange gaze. He patiently exhaled, as if trying to calm his emotions. In the next moment, Chong Jin couldn't hold back anymore. His brows relaxed but then furrowed, and his hand on the wheelchair armrest clenched unconsciously. He moved his lips silently, facing Yun Jiaoyu, and asked, "Are you out of your mind today?" Yun Jiaoyu understood what the future prime minister meant. She froze, then sharply glared at him, biting her lip. "You're the one out of your mind." Lin Fuyu's expression stiffened at his words. Then she heard Yun Jiaoyu hurriedly explain, "I didn't mean you." Not far away, Chong Jin, who had been watching silently, showed a faint smile. Yun Jiaoyu kept her composure and looked away from Chong Jin. She said seriously, "Miss Lin, you don't need to thank me. I only spoke up for you because I saw you almost fainting. Honestly, before I helped you, I even wondered if my sudden help might make your situation worse or put you in more trouble. So, in the end, I didn't manage to prevent you from being humiliated." Lin Fuyu's pale face finally regained some color. She smiled, making her face look less lifeless. She looked directly at Yun Jiaoyu, her eyes shining with tiny flashes of light. It was the first time she met someone so honest with her. Chung Er shook his head helplessly, comforting himself. Although offending the daughter of the Tongan County magistrate was not good, at least they had made friends with the miss from the Duyofu. Later, when passing through Tongan County, they probably wouldn't be treated badly. He didn't think too much and looked at the sky, then returned to the team, urging the other exiles to hurry into the city. Yun Jiaoyu's expression grew serious, her mind racing quickly. Based on Lin Fuyu's reaction now, She clearly wasn't in love with Chong Jin at first sight. If this trend continued, would it affect Chong Jin's efforts to clear his name from the exam fraud? If Chong Jin couldn't enter officialdom in time, or even become a prime minister, would the story fall apart? Yun Jiaoyu frowned, her gaze fixed on Lin Fuyu. She secretly thought she had to improve Lin Fuyu's impression of Chong Jin. Fortunately, they would pass through Tongan County again later, so she might have a chance to change the story's direction. Feeling helpless, Yun Jiaoyu decided to put Chong Jin and Lin Fuyu's matters aside for now. She needed Lin Fuyu to live a few more years. Saving lives and healing the wounded was something a doctor could do easily. Since they encountered a seriously ill patient on the road who looked like they wouldn't live long, she couldn't ignore it. "Miss Lin, please don't mind my blunt words. I am a doctor, and I have to say some things. May I ask if you've been feeling nauseous, vomiting, having diarrhea, or experiencing itchy skin all over your body recently?" Lin Fuyu frowned and nodded. She looked at Yun Jiaoyu with growing respect and hope. Long before her illness appeared, her grandfather searched for famous doctors everywhere, but no one could cure her disease. She never expected that the woman in front of her, just by glancing at her, could see her condition. Could she be a divine doctor? As Yun Jiaoyu prepared to take Lin Fuyu's pulse, her maid immediately became angry, crossing her arms and scolding, "Ardiofu has a famous doctor here, and our miss takes medicine from the doctor every day." She pushed Yun Jiaoyu away forcefully, saying, "You're just an exile. What medical knowledge do you have? Hurry up and get out. Don't think you can scam us for money." The maid deeply agreed and stopped Lin Fuyu from helping Yun Jiaoyu, patting her chest as if she was loyally protecting her mistress. She advised Lin Fuyu, "Miss, those who are exiled are not good people. She's probably a liar trying to pretend to be a doctor to cheat our officials' money. Let's leave quickly, so she doesn't get angry and do something dangerous." Yun Jiaoyu already had injured legs, and now she was pushed down hard, falling onto the uneven, broken stone path. Her back wound, which had just scabbed over, was now bleeding heavily due to the rough bump. Chong Jin noticed Yun Jiaoyu being bullied and looked extremely angry. Although he and Yun Jiaoyu didn't have much affection, she was still his wife. How could he just watch her be hurt? He coldly ordered Lu Yunxiu to push him forward. When he reached Yun Jiaoyu, she was still unable to stand because of her injury. She endured the pain in her back, kneeling on her left knee. She planned to support herself with her crutches, using her uninjured right leg to help her stand. Just as she was about to get up, the man's cold voice said, "Support yourself on my legs, put your strength into my legs, and then stand up." Yun Jiaoyu didn't expect Chong Jin to come and help her. But she didn't push against his legs. Instead, she used her arms to hold onto the wheelchair's armrests and crawled up from the ground. Lu Yunxiu helped her pick up her crutches from the ground and glared at the maid who had just pushed her. "Jiaoyu, since they don't want you to interfere, then just leave it be. We may be prisoners, but we still deserve dignity. There's no reason to be bullied like this." At this moment, Lin Fuyu finally noticed Chong Jin's figure. Her eyes briefly flashed with surprise. The man's delicate features looked almost divine, with dark, icy eyes like black jade and a sharp, handsome face with clear, defined lines. After Yun Jiaoyu steadied herself, she took the crutches. Within a few breaths, the pain from her back wound made her speechless. Her deep, icy eyes looked fiercely at the culprit who pushed her, and anger quickly flooded her pupils. Suddenly, the maid stepped back a few steps and hid behind Lin Fuyu. Yun Jiaoyu's expression instantly turned cold, and she asked with a chilling voice, "You, this maid, are really interesting. How much does your official's household pay you in a year? Is it enough for me to cheat? Also, I only stand up for justice because I can't bear to see someone being bullied. Regarding status, your postmaster's office is not as good as the county magistrate. If I truly had bad intentions and wanted to deceive for profit, why would I bother to flatter Mu Yanjiao and not join her in humiliating you?" Yun Jiaoyu's eyes darkened slightly, showing clear disgust. She was filled with coldness, as if she had figured something out. Suddenly, She sneered. Even a stranger like me is willing to help speak up for your young lady. And you, as her personal maid, hear Mu Yanjiao insulting and humiliating your young lady, yet you pretend to be deaf and mute, timidly letting her be bullied. I think you're not afraid I will cheat money. You're afraid you'll be scolded by your master for being a coward, right? As Yun Jiaoyu finished speaking, Lin Fuziu suddenly turned around in surprise and stared at her maid. Thinking carefully, she realized that what Yun Jiaoyu said was true. Every time Mu Yanjiao bullied her, the people around her became silent. Only after Mu Yanjiao left did they come back to life, then criticize her in her ear. Young lady, don't listen to this vile person's nonsense. It's not like that. Shut up. I don't want to hear any more from you. Lin Fuziu's eyes were filled with sadness that couldn't be erased. She bit her lip and suddenly pulled her maid's hand away. Turning around, she scolded, "Stop trying to lie and deceive me. When we return to the estate, I will tell everything to my grandmother. From now on, whether you stay at the postmaster's office or leave will be decided by my grandmother." Xiao Lian watched the young lady's temper flare up the whole time. She secretly nodded, feeling quite pleased. Thinking that this young lady had no opinion of her own and that her handling of maids depended on elders, she became even more satisfied with Lin Fuziu. She looked like someone easy to control. If she could become her daughter-in-law someday, not only could she help her brother get a small official position, but she would also surely be very caring and filial to her. Xiao Lian's plan was ticking away happily as she walked toward Lin Fuziu. However, halfway there, she suddenly caught a whiff of a foul smell of. She immediately stopped, fanning the air at her nose with her hand, showing disgust and refusing to go forward. Lin Fuziu didn't notice Xiao Lian's reaction. She went over to Yun Jiaoyu, reached out and held her hands, examining her from top to bottom. "Miss Jiaoyu, I saw you fall so hard just now. Are you all right? I think it's getting late and outside the county town isn't very safe. Why don't I take you to the medical clinic in town?" Yun Jiaoyu's delicate, fair face looked like a plum blossom in a storm, beautiful yet fragile. Her back was soaked with blood, her clothes stained from the injury. The pain from the skin and clothing rubbing and pulling from behind made her body tremble slightly. She took a deep breath, trying to endure her pain. She shook her head to indicate, "I won't go to the medical clinic." After all, she was a doctor herself and could treat her own injuries. Plus, the back wound was just bleeding heavily and looked frightening, but it wasn't serious. Compared to her injuries, she thought Lin Fuyi's illness was more urgent. "Miss Lin, I just heard your maid say you've been taking medicine lately? The doctor prescribed you tonic medicine to strengthen your kidneys? I can see your kidney energy is weak and your body isn't in good shape." Lin Fuyu's eyes brightened gradually. "Yes, the doctor advised me to warm and supplement my kidney yang." Yun Jiaoyu frowned, secretly thinking this was a very unskilled doctor. She spoke seriously, "Let me tell you the truth. If you don't change your medicine soon, you won't live past 3 years." The maid who had just been scolded by Lin Fuyu was still unwilling. She was worried that after returning to the mansion, the lady of the Duyofu, a noble family, would be angry and sell her off. So, she shouted defiantly, "Miss, look, this person is just a liar. She first advises you to change your medicine, and then she'll try to make you spend money on her prescriptions." The arguing was giving Yun Jiaoyu a headache. She caught a glimpse of Chong Jin's cold profile, which looked sharper and more stern. It was obvious he was displeased and had lost patience. Yun Jiaoyu decided to act quickly, because if she didn't get into Wancho County now, the city gate would close and she wouldn't be able to enter tonight. Tonight was supposed to be a reunion for Aunt San and Uncle San. "Miss Lin, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Your kidney energy is already weak. Focusing only on warming and supplementing your kidney yang will only hurt your stomach qi more. You know very well that your stomach isn't good anymore. Otherwise, you wouldn't be vomiting so badly even when riding in your usual carriage. That shows your stomach qi has also weakened." Yun Jiaoyu didn't have paper, ink, or brushes with her, but her space storage had the 4 treasures of the study, brought out from the Qi family. Since Chong Jin was present, she asked Lin Fuyu, "Do you have ink, paper, and brushes in your carriage? I can give you a free prescription. As long as you take it regularly and pay attention in daily life, you could live another 10 or so years. Lin Fuyu nodded to show she understood. She wasn't very healthy normally and mainly played with brushes and ink, so she had some in her carriage. She waved her hand to let her maid go get the supplies from the carriage. In an instant, Yun Jiaoyu seemed even closer. She straightforwardly said, "My maternal grandfather never told me about my illness. But I overheard that I probably won't live past 3 years." Lin Fuyu had long accepted the fact that she would die early, but she did not expect to meet Yun Jiaoyu. She gave a grateful look to Yun Jiaoyu and said, "If you can really improve my health, I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life." Yun Jiaoyu was stunned, realizing that she might have already changed the course of the story. Now, her only task was to tell Lin Fuyu the name of her husband. She thought that when she entered the capital and met her imperial teacher father, she would repay her kindness by mentioning Chong Jin's false accusations in the imperial examination. Soon, the maid handed Yun Jiaoyu a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Yun Jiaoyu did not recognize the characters of the Great Qi Kingdom, so she handed the wolf hair brush and rice paper to Chong Jin. Holding the inkstone that had already been ground with ink in one hand, she said, "Chong Jin, I will tell you the prescription. You write it down." Chong Jin's eyebrows, which were slightly arched, twitched, and his eyes looked like a deep sea with turbulent currents. He kept his hands hanging down without moving, not writing. Yun Jiaoyu couldn't understand what kind of temper the man was having at this moment. She secretly decided that if he didn't write this time, she would call Qi Wenling over to write it herself. Suddenly, Chong Jin's deep gaze fell on Yun Jiaoyu. "Wasn't it just a few days ago that you were vengeful and refused to accept any loss? Why is it that today, even though someone pushed you and caused blood to flow down your back, you only asked a few questions to the attacker? Your temper is quite strange." His words implied that Yun Jiaoyu was being too easy to talk to this time. His eyes were cold, and he turned to speak indifferently to Lin Fuyu. "Miss Lin, you used the wrong person, and your control over your subordinates was not strict, which caused your wife's back to be covered in blood. Although you have dismissed your maid, shouldn't Miss Lin apologize to your wife for this matter? You didn't mention an apology at all, only that if the prescription works, she won't forget your kindness. From my point of view, your behavior is inappropriate and damages the reputation of the Doyofu, postmaster's office." Lin Fuyu's pale face gradually looked worse. She initially thought this man was handsome and spirited, but now, when he scolded her, he was so stern. She was not someone who lacked manners and knew that the fault was indeed with the Doyofu first. It was true that she did not discipline her maid well. She respectfully bowed to Yun Jiaoyu and apologized, saying, "I am truly sorry, Miss Jiaoyu. You are a good person helping me and kindly offering me the prescription. But I failed to watch over my maid properly. It's my fault for not controlling my household well, which led her to be rude to you. I hope you can forgive me and not take this matter to heart." Cloud Jiaoyu looked at Chong Jin with new respect. She thought he was just having a bad mood, but it turned out he was standing up for her. He understood her well. Her temper really didn't like to accept any loss. But she was facing an important person who could change her life, so she chose not to argue and appeared more easygoing to gain favor. Now Lin Fuyu was scolded and specially came to apologize to her. Although her back still hurt, she genuinely didn't mind at all. She was also worried that Lin Fuyu, being seriously ill, might get upset and have emotional swings, which could cause her to faint again. "You sincerely apologized to me, so I won't hold it against you," she said. Cloud Jiaoyu urged Chong Jin, "Look, she's apologized. Now you can go write the prescription, right?" Chong Jin kept his lips pressed tightly and didn't speak, but he nodded in agreement. When Chong Jin laid the rice paper on his lap and picked up the wolf hair brush, Cloud Jiaoyu started dictating the medicine formula. Poria 1½ liang, by Zhu, 1 liang 2, Zhuling 1½ liang, Zaixia 1½ liang, by Xiao 1 liang 2, Huang Lian ½ liang. This formula can warm the kidneys and strengthen the spleen and unblock the water channels. Miss Lin, just drink it as usual. I'll also ask my husband to write you a treatment plan and a list of daily precautions. Just follow them, and your condition will gradually improve. Cloud Jiaoyu added some more precautions, and Chong Jin wrote them down one by one. Even though he was writing with a rice paper on his lap, his calligraphy was strong and lively, with powerful strokes that seamed to the paper. The strength of his brushwork and the elegant, muscular style of his characters caught Lin Fuxiu's eye, and her eyes shone even brighter. She praised sincerely, Miss Jiaoyu, your husband's calligraphy is truly outstanding. Cloud Jiaoyu looked back and forth between Chong Jin and Lin Fuxiu. She remembered from the original story that Lin Fuxiu would be taken to the capital in the next few days, enjoy a few years of family life there, then fall seriously ill and pass away. But if Lin Fuxiu could drink her prescribed medicine every day, maybe Chong Jin would enter officialdom and get promoted to the capital, where they might meet again. A meaningful glint appeared in Cloud Jiaoyu's eyes, as if foretelling a destined encounter, her future as a powerful official's granddaughter, meeting the daughter of the imperial tutor again, was fated. Having read countless books, Cloud Jiaoyu understood this setup and couldn't help but think she should leave Chong Jin as soon as possible. After all, she was just a minor character in the story, and once she reached Zei Prefecture, she needed to quickly negotiate a divorce with Chong Jin. To help Lin Fuyu remember Chong Jin more deeply, Yun Jiaoyu's clear and cold voice sounded, carrying a hint of pride. My husband once took the imperial exam and became the top scholar. Naturally, his calligraphy is excellent. Lin Fuyu was surprised. He was the top scholar in the high school exam? Yun Jiaoyu nodded, then spoke sadly. My husband was harmed by treacherous people, accused of cheating in the imperial exam. In the end, our chief family was forced to abandon everything and was exiled. Lin Fuyu frowned, suddenly recalling that she had also heard about the Qi family, the wealthiest family in Qingzhou, being exiled. In her memory, the grandson of the Qi family, a talented boy from a young age, had previously passed the exam, and students from Tsangzhou envied his bright future after becoming a top scholar. It seemed that the man sitting in the wheelchair before her was Chong Jin, the grandson of the Qi family. Lin Fuyu turned around, looking at Yun Jiaoyu with a complicated expression, unsure how to comfort her. Such incidents of being harmed by corrupt officials often could not be overturned in a lifetime. She took off the jade pendant made of woven string from her neck and said, Miss Jiaoyu, as the saying goes, patience can lead to great success. Rest assured, with your kind heart and your husband's talent and learning, everything will get better. Unfortunately, my grandfather is only a postal supervisor and can't help much. She handed the jade pendant to Yun Jiaoyu. But whatever I can do, please feel free to ask. Yun Jiaoyu immediately received a piece of clear, translucent Hetian jade pendant. Suddenly, Yun Jiaoyu felt that the current situation was developing very differently from what she had imagined. Compared to the story where Lin Fuyu fell in love with Chong Jin at first sight, now Lin Fuyu seemed much closer and more friendly toward her. Let's go. If we stay later, the city gates will close. Chong Jin's deep, magnetic voice slowly fell. He didn't take Lin Fuyu's words of thanks to heart. His life had ups and downs, and he had long been perceptive about people. In his view, even if Lin Fuyu said she would repay her kindness someday, a young lady from a postal office couldn't really help them. They were all exiles. Unsurprisingly, they would probably spend their lives in Zizhou Dahuang County, far from the emperor's reach, while Lin Fuyu would grow old in Tsangzhou. In other words, they would never meet again, and repaying kindness would be impossible. The jade pendant Lin Fuyu gave Yun Jiaoyu today was probably just her good-hearted gesture and a token of gratitude for the medicine she provided. Yun Jiaoyu responded softly, watching Lu Yunxiu push the wheelchair, guiding Chong Jin toward the entrance of Wancho County. She raised her hand to say goodbye to Lin Fuyu. Miss Lin, remember to take your medicine every day and be careful not to catch cold. Also, don't scratch your skin if it itches. As for your promised help, I would be very grateful if one day you could speak up for my husband and believe in his innocence. Lin Fuyu knew her status was humble. Even if she spoke for Chong Jin, no one would pay much attention. Still, she nodded politely to Yun Jiaoyu and agreed. As night fell, Yun Jiaoyu said farewell to Lin Fuyu and followed the Exile team into Wancho County. Lin Fuyu also got into the official's carriage, which was driven forward toward Tongan County. Inside the Wancho County gate, bright and cheerful marigolds were planted along both sides of the main street. Many shops had hung lanterns at their doors and continued doing business. "Mother, we haven't been to Grandpa's house in a long time. Look, Aunt Sung, who sells buns, has some white hair now." Qi Zhao Zhao hid behind Lu Yunxiu and peeked out as they passed the bun shop. Aunt Sung saw Lu Yunxiu's figure and hurried out of the shop, handing her a few large meat buns. "Xionyang, we've heard about your situation." She sighed. "Take these buns. They can serve as some food for the children." She also looked at Qi Zhao Zhao and Wenling. "Oh, Zhao Zhao and Wenling have grown so tall. Aunt Sung is getting old." Yun Jiaoyu was touched by the lively scene before her. No wonder Lu Yunxiu was so sensible and kind. She was close with her family and neighbors, which showed she had been well-behaved since childhood. Chong Jin sat in a wheelchair, his deep eyes casually glancing at Yun Jiaoyu beside him. Compared to the good reputation of the third aunt in Wancho County, Yun Jiaoyu's past in Qingzhou County was notorious. Her voice slightly raised, she said, "When we arrive at the third uncle's house, remember to be polite and avoid conflicts." Yun Jiaoyu was stunned. Just then, she suddenly remembered that her original self had argued with Lu Sibian's family before. Now she understood why Lu Yunxiu had said she would specially ask Lu Sibian about her. It seemed she wanted to help her restore her image in Lu's family. The reason her original self had conflicts with Lu's family was because when Lu Sibian and his family visited Lu Yunxiu at the Qi family, she had acted as the eldest lady of the main house and, along with Xiao Lianzhong Mainyang, secretly mocked these people. She had originally planned to humiliate Lu's family to get closer to her own mother-in-law. Unexpectedly, Lu Sibian suddenly became angry, and Xiao Lian and Zhang Mainyang immediately pushed the original person out to take the blame. Yun Jiaoyu felt embarrassed and said, "Don't worry. I understand the situation. I will act a little like a young person." Soon, the group was taken to a guest house in Wancho County. In the Great Qi Kingdom, guest houses are divided into state-owned and private. State-owned guest houses are managed by the government and are mainly for officials on official business. Private guest houses are run by merchants, and anyone can stay there. Originally, with Yun Jiaoyu's silver, everyone in the Exile group could stay in private guest houses. But Wancho County is close to Qingzhou, and they worried that openly improving the prisoners' living conditions might attract the local officials' attention. So, Chung Er suggested that when they reached Songzhou, everyone should stay in government-run guest houses, even if it was harder. The government guest houses have different room standards. The rooms are ranked from high to low as Tianhao, Dihua, Renhao, Tongpu, Chaifeng, and Maquan. Officers like Chung Er, who have no official rank, can only stay in Tongpu. Prisoners like those in exile can only stay in Maquan, and guards take turns watching them to prevent escape. When Yun Jiaoyu and others arrived at the guest house, Lu Sibian had already sent people to wait for a long time. Seeing Lu Yunxiu, he shouted, "Miss! Miss!" He rushed over and stood beside Lu Yunxiu, saying, "Miss, the master has sent a carriage to pick you up, and also asked the old servant to make sure your family is invited to the mansion for a small gathering." When old lady Qi heard that someone was coming to pick her up for a small gathering at Lu's residence, her face lit up with joy. She straightened her back, looking like the wealthiest old lady in Qingzhou at this moment. Xiao Lian, from the corner of her eye, deliberately glanced at Yun Jiaoyu and felt herself regain her dignity. She clenched her teeth and whispered in a low voice, "Little brat, wait and see how I deal with you tonight." Yun Jiaoyu watched old lady Qi and Xiao Lian's reactions clearly. She looked at both calmly, her gaze deep and peaceful, like a tranquil lake. Old Lady Chi was the first to walk toward the carriage, her eyebrows and eyes smiling brightly. Since the in-laws are so hospitable, I won't refuse. Xing Tian, you and your wife and Yaoer should get into the carriage quickly. Don't keep the in-laws waiting too long. Lu Yunxiu stood still, not replying to the Lu family servant's words, but she saw her mother-in-law and the second wife quickly get into the carriage. Xiao Lian also shamelessly followed and got into the carriage. Wenling, Zhao, you two go ahead and get into the carriage. Lu Yunxiu spoke softly, then greeted the household servants a few times before instructing them and asking Qi Xianglei to help carry Chong Jin on the wheelchair. Once everything was ready, Yun Jiaoyu was about to get into the carriage. Second Master Cheng bowed politely and said, Madam Qi, we will set out by tomorrow morning at the latest. Please don't miss the right time, she added. Yun Jiaoyu nodded and replied, Rest assured, we will return on time. Tonight, you all rest well, and remember not to cause trouble. For some reason, Yun Jiaoyu always felt that the inn was filled with an unusual fragrant aroma. This scent, mixed with the smell of rouge and the natural scent of marigolds in the air, was especially sharp and strong. She didn't know what distinguished people had stayed in this inn tonight. She only hoped that these important guests wouldn't cause any trouble for the temporary residents. Yun Jiaoyu got into the carriage. This was the first time since she had a falling out with Xiao Lian that she was crammed into such a small space. Third sister-in-law, I can't believe your own father, the steward of Wancho County, only sent one carriage to pick us up, she said. Look at this. Once the daughter-in-law gets into the carriage, it's so crowded it's almost suffocating. Zhang Meinyang was lying on the soft cushion of the carriage. She didn't want to sit upright, fearing that the bumps of the carriage would hurt her back, which had been whipped. She didn't care. She boldly occupied 3 seats alone. Lu Yunxiu's face turned pale. Second sister-in-law, if you sat upright, this carriage wouldn't be so crowded. The carriage sent by Lu's family could seat 15 people, making it the largest available. But now, Zhang Meinyang and Xiao Sei occupied 3 seats each, so Qi Zhaozhao and Qi Wenlang could only sit on Lu Yunxiu's and Qi Xianglei's laps. Old Lady Qi glared at Zhang Meinyang, signaling her to speak less. Tonight was supposed to be a big feast at Lu's residence. But Zhang Meinyang seemed to ignore her grandmother's warning. She couldn't help but complain, why should I suffer and sit upright? My back is injured, so I should lie down in the carriage. Instead of blaming me for occupying 3 seats, you might as well blame Brother Jin for risking his life to save me and getting whipped. Chong Jin's dark eyes were cold and sharp, his handsome face more defined. He said clearly, Second Aunt, if you find the carriage too crowded, you can walk to Lu's residence yourself. Why look down on my family's carriage for being too small? Lu Yunxiu also coldly agreed. Yes. Second sister-in-law, my family's carriage is simple and not suitable for your noble stature. You should still get off the carriage. At worst, you can hire a spacious carriage by the roadside to go to Lu's residence. Zhang Meinyang stiffened her back. She really didn't want to spend money renting a carriage to Lu's house. Although she had over 2,000 taels of silver, she still needed to be careful with her spending. Clearing her throat, she said, It's not that I dislike your family's carriage. I just think, why should family members be strangers? I have a back injury and should be lying down to rest. It's normal to take up more space. But you, niece-in-law, seeing how crowded the carriage is, wouldn't you take the initiative to step out and make some room for us? Yun Jiaoyu's brows slightly furrowed, her beautiful eyes already showing some coldness. Her gaze, cold as icy stars, looked at Zhang Meinyang. Second Aunt, where do you want me to go? To sit outside with the coachman? Or walk on foot like the pedestrians outside? A sinister look flashed in Zhang Meinyang's eyes. Sitting with the coachman outside would be a way to insult Yun Jiaoyu as a servant. But rather than humiliating Yun Jiaoyu as a servant, she preferred to drive her off the carriage altogether. If she arrived late alone at Lu's residence, it would only make Lu Sibin dislike her more. Then she could join forces with Granny Qi and Xiao Lian to tell Lu Sibin that Yun Jiaoyu not only mistreats elders, but also disrespects her mother-in-law when Yun Jiaoyu is not around. If they were exiled together, they would surely be harmed and die during the journey. Lu Sibin, accustomed to life and death, would probably, for the sake of his family's reputation, just give a command to kill Yun Jiaoyu, to vent their hatred. Granny Qi also had this plan. She wouldn't miss this good opportunity in Wancho County. As long as she killed Yun Jiaoyu, then the 25,000 tails on her body would be hers. Before Zhang Meinyang could speak, Granny Qi coldly said, "It's because of you, the troublemaker, that the air in the carriage is so thin now. Your mother-in-law and second aunt are both injured. How can you be so rude as to upset them? Let them rest peacefully. Get off the carriage now. You have a cane and legs, don't you? Walk to Lu's residence." Chong Jin's eyes, as cold as black jade, flashed with a chill. His deep, magnetic voice fell. "Grandmother and second aunt are so eager to drive people off the carriage. Are they trying to drive Yun Jiaoyu away so they can talk badly about her to the third uncle?" Chong Jin's eyes were cold and clear, already understanding human nature. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Currently, Yun Jiaoyu has 25,000 tails, which will only make those who dislike her more jealous. "Shameless. What are you talking about?" Old Lady Qi said coldly. She looked nervously at Chong Jin. In the past, Chong Jin brought honor to the Qi family. As her eldest grandson, she usually supported and pampered him. But now he is increasingly siding with outsiders, and his heart is leaning more toward Yun Jiaoyu. Xiao Lian, hearing Chong Jin's words, immediately got up from the cushion. Her eyes were full of resentment. "Grandpa, what you said really hurts Grandma's feelings." Xiao Lian was reluctant to make her son leave the carriage, but she also didn't want to miss the chance to let Lu Sibian punish Yun Jiaoyu. After much thought, she made her decision. "Chong Jin, get off the carriage too. I think you're confused. Recently, you've been repeatedly disobeying me and Grandma because of Yun Jiaoyu. The night outside is deepening, and the summer breeze is cool, perfect for you to clear your head." Lu Yunxio's face was pale, her lips pressed tightly, listening to the family arguing inside the carriage. Her eyes were cold as ice. "Mother, elder sister, second sister, you really don't take me seriously. This is my Lu family's carriage. Only I have the right to decide who gets off. I care about Jiaoyu and Chong Jin." She looked deeply at everyone. "So, neither of them can get off. You can either walk to Lu Mansion or ride with them in the carriage to Lu Mansion." Lu Yunxio's voice was firm and full of anger. Qi Xianglei also spoke up for his wife, putting his arm around Lu Yunxio. "Yes, I agree with what Sister Lu said." Old Lady Qi was so angry she almost choked. She raised her hand to hit Qi Xianglei. "You forget your mother after marrying. You're truly ungrateful. Enough. That's enough." Yun Jiaoyu's deep eyes flashed with a cold light, full of disdain for Old Lady Qi and the others. She had already made up her mind. Holding her cane in one hand and pushing aside the carriage curtain with the other, she said, "Thank you, Auntie, for your concern. But the carriage is too chaotic inside. They don't want to sit with me, and I can't stand sharing the carriage with them. Rest assured, Auntie, you go to Lu Mansion first. I will arrive later." She then leaned on her cane, pushed herself up from the carriage, and carefully stepped down to the ground. Yun Jiaoyu looked back and saw Chong Jin's face darkening. She reached out her hand to help the other person. "Do you want to get down? If you do, I will help you." Chong Jin's gaze was deep and gentle as it fell on Yun Jiaoyu's pure white right hand. He paused briefly, without hesitation. He responded softly, his pleasant voice reaching her ears. "I will get down." Xiao Lian saw this and felt her chest tighten with anger. She inwardly cursed Yun Jiaoyu's ancestors. This little troublemaker truly managed to control her son, who was born after 10 months of pregnancy. But Xiao Lian held back her temper and did not stop Chong Jin from getting off the carriage. The most important thing now was to control Lu's estate first, and then find a chance to deal with Yun Jiaoyu. Outside the carriage, a summer breeze blew. Yun Jiaoyu and Chong Jin, leaning on their crutches, dragged their nearly crippled bodies through the night market. Chong Jin was clearly surprised that Yun Jiaoyu called him to get off the carriage again. His eyes became hazy and deep as the candlelight on both sides of the street illuminated him. "Why did you think to call me down too?" His magnetic voice fell, and Yun Jiaoyu's expression was like the starry night sky, with a bright smile on her lips. Her shining eyes looked at the departing Lu estate carriage. Her expression suddenly turned cold, and her clear voice sounded, "When heaven intends to destroy a person, it first drives them mad. If I don't let them take the opportunity to harm me, how else can I strike at their weak spot and make them respect me in the future?" In the Great Qi Kingdom, as the granddaughter-in-law of Qi Lao Fu Ren and Xiao Lian's daughter-in-law, even if these people did many bad things behind her back, many would still think they weren't at fault. Those unaware of the truth would only think that Yun Jiaoyu is not filial enough as a daughter-in-law, which caused her mother-in-law and grandmother to dislike her. Since Qi Lao Fu Ren and Xiao Lian wanted to harm her, she would seize this opportunity to let Lu Sibin and the others see their true colors. And she would also take this chance to restore her original reputation and fame. Yun Jiaoyu looked up at Chong Jin, who was a head taller than her, and added, "Don't worry. I just want to warn my grandmother and them. I won't make things too difficult for them." Chong Jin's eyes were calm and peaceful. He had no opinion on Yun Jiaoyu's idea of teaching Qi Lao Fu Ren and others a lesson. He was obedient, but not blindly so. People who did wrong, regardless of age or whether they were elders, should turn back from their mistakes, not keep repeating them. Today, Madame Qi and others were thinking about plotting to steal money and harm others. It's possible they might do something even worse tomorrow. As the eldest grandson of Madame Qi and the biological son of Xiao Lian, he felt responsible and obligated to work with Yun Jiaoyu to make them stop in time. "Of course, I asked you to get off the carriage, not really to make it easier for them to do bad things." Yun Jiaoyu pointed to a nearby pharmacy. "Although we came to Wancho County because of Exile, it's still a visit to relatives tonight. If everyone goes empty-handed, it would seem too rude for our Qi family." Although Lu Yunxiu and the others had 300 taels of silver, that amount was not enough to buy gifts for visiting others without shrinking their budget. That's probably why Lu Yunxiu didn't stop at shops when the carriage passed by merchants. She wanted to consider the children Zhao Zhao and Wen Lang, hoping to save some silver to use later in Zizhou. "We should buy some gifts at the pharmacy. Old Master Qi is getting older. If we can buy some 100-year-old ginseng, it will make our Qi family look good and also make him happy." Yun Jiaoyu slowly walked with her cane, adding, "And buy some hemostatic ointment too. The wound on my back still needs medicine to stop the bleeding." Now that Yun Jiaoyu had legitimate silver, she didn't need to make gold wound medicine in the space. She could just buy it directly at the pharmacy, which was easier and less tiring. In less than an incense stick's time, Yun Jiaoyu had bought several boxes of 100-year-old ginseng and some hemostatic ointment. Considering that the man's back wound was much worse than hers, she also bought some herbal pills made from southern snake vine, Polygonum multiflorum, and Luo's vine, herbs that promote healing. The two then headed to Lu's residence. On the way past the moneylender, Yun Jiaoyu also stored the silver notes she hadn't managed to deposit in Fong County last time. When they arrived at Lu's house, it was already early hour of the dog, around 9 p.m. The big gate was closed, and the household servants outside seemed to ignore their arrival. Suddenly, a few deliberately loud voices rang out. "Oh dear, my son-in-law, my granddaughter-in-law, is not very filial. Still, she's the one Brother Jean cares about and loves. Why don't you let her in? It's cold outside, and if Brother Jean gets worried again, it wouldn't be good." Yun Jiaoyu paused, suspiciously glancing at Chong Jin. Honestly, just these two sentences made her feel like vomiting her lunch. How could Madame Qi, the old lady, say such things without a conscience? As expected, Chong Jin's relaxed eyebrows also furrowed. He pressed his thin lips tightly, clearly looking unhappy. His clear eyes showed indifference as he said through the red door, "Grandmother's ability to talk nonsense is getting better and better. I don't know what you just said to the third uncle." Chong Jin acts openly and honestly, speaking confidently and forcefully. Behind the door, Lu Sibian slowly stroked his beard. He already disliked Yun Jiaoyu. Earlier, this rude girl even insulted their Lu family, saying they were poor relatives from the countryside trying to seek wealth. Plus, after hearing Grandma Qi and Xiao Lian's crying, his dislike for Yun Jiaoyu grew even more. Xiao Lian secretly wiped tears with her sleeve, crying softly, "Child, how can you call your grandmother's words nonsense? Isn't everything your grandmother just said the truth? Did Yun Jiaoyu not shamelessly say she doesn't acknowledge me as her mother-in-law? She caught wild game, and even outsiders got to share the mutton. Why can't I, your grandmother, and your second aunt's family eat bread? Moreover, she sold her hunted game, but we didn't get a single copper coin to spend on our family. Instead, she eagerly gave the money to unrelated outsiders. Tell me, what kind of logic is that?" Grandma Qi suddenly turned around and burst into loud crying, overwhelmed by Xiao Lian's tragic atmosphere. She angrily pointed and sobbed, "What your biological mother said, I can accept, but your good wife broke your second uncle's arm. She even forced the official to beat your biological mother and second aunt 30 times each. All these things tell me which one wronged your wife." Chi'er was also speaking from the side, timid and pretending to be pitiful and wronged. "Third uncle, you don't know. Today, my eldest sister-in-law was so proud. She sat in a cart pushed by a man all the way, while we could only walk." After speaking, Lu Sibian's gloomy face showed even more disgust. Earlier, his good daughter Lu Yunxiu was supposed to tell him these things. He saw that his daughter had a lot to say. But it didn't happen. His wife's son and daughter-in-law were so anxious that they already pulled Lu Yunxiu and Qi Shilei away to chat. Xiao Lian took the opportunity to stir trouble, hinting, "If this continues, we might not even reach Sizhou. Maybe in a few days on the Exile road, Yun Jiaoyu's wicked girl will cause us to die. After all, that mean person is really good at winning people's hearts." Now, almost everyone in the Exile team listens to her commands. Lu Sibian frowned deeply, lost in thought after hearing Xiao Lian's words. At the same time, old lady Qi suddenly sighed and said softly, "In the past, when I was at the Qi family, my daughter-in-law didn't get along well with Xiuyun." She secretly glanced at Lu Sibian. "It's just that Xiuyun is generous and doesn't argue with her." Then, the old relative of the Qi family frowned tightly and refused to loosen his grip. His good daughter once agreed to marry Qi Xianglei, and he was also willing. It wasn't because the Qi family was the richest in Qingzhou, but because Qi Xianglei was honest and kind to Xiuyun. But now, the Qi family has fallen, and his Xiuyun chose to leave rather than divorce. She followed Qi Xianglei into exile, and he respected her choice. However, this didn't mean he would let others bully his good daughter. This is outrageous. Which family's daughter-in-law would do such an unforgivable thing? Not only mistreating her mother-in-law and elders, but also punishing her family in all sorts of ways. Lu Sibian was so angry that his chest heaved up and down, his brows furrowed fiercely. "Father-in-law, don't blame me for meddling. Today, I must vent my anger for you all. Come here. Open the door." As he spoke, the servants of Lu's residence suddenly swung open the bright red door. What appeared before Lu Sibian's eyes was Yun Jiaoyu and Chong Jin, each holding a cane and carrying large and small gift boxes, standing at the gate of Lu's residence. Yun Jiaoyu walked upright and straight, feeling innocent and confident, her clear eyes directly looking at him. Unfortunately, Lu Sibian had always disliked people coming to bribe him. When Yun Jiaoyu arrived with gifts, he completely ignored her expression. He was convinced she was trying to flatter him, hoping he would forget their past conflicts. In the next moment, he glared at Yun Jiaoyu in anger. "Come here. Capture this wicked woman for me." He was determined to eliminate Yun Jiaoyu, the troublemaker, for his daughter. Before Yun Jiaoyu could speak, he coldly ordered, "Yun Jiaoyu, show no respect for elders," repeatedly insulting elders. Even if the Qi family is no longer as prosperous, they must be dealt with according to family laws. Someone like her, who commits such treacherous acts, should be beaten to death. "Bring me a wooden stick, hit her." Without hesitation, Lu Sibian commanded, and the Lu family servants immediately went to fetch a wooden stick, intending to beat Yun Jiaoyu to death. Chong Jin stood before Yun Jiaoyu, raising his hand to block Lu Sibin's cold stare at her. His eyes darkened slightly, once again pushing the boundaries of what is acceptable for Madame Qi and Xiao Lian. His deep black eyes radiated a strong sense of pressure. Even though he was currently a criminal, his commanding presence made people hesitant to underestimate him. Zheng Xing assured, "Third aunt, listening with ears is not the same as seeing with your own eyes. What my mother and grandmother said earlier, you shouldn't believe everything you heard." Yun Jiaoyu was indeed rough and unrefined before, but now she is changed. Now she is honest and sincere, a good person. Yun Jiaoyu looked at Chong Jin with a moment of hesitation. This future chief counselor truly conducts himself with integrity and innocence. She had never seen anyone speak so calmly yet with firm resolve. Even when facing someone much taller than her, she maintained her strength and righteousness. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes flickered slightly as she watched the servants of Lu's household raise wooden sticks and saw Xiao Lian and Madame Xiao with sneaky, triumphant expressions. She remained calm, her eyes cold with a hint of danger about to burst forth. "Grandma, it seems you're really eager to see me beaten to death in Lu's household." Yun Jiaoyu looked around and said, "You've dismissed Auntie San and Uncle Sen just to paint me as extremely unfilial in front of third uncle?" A bright red smile played on her lips as she mockingly sneered, "I admit, what you just said is true. But do you dare to tell the full truth? The reason I didn't let you eat lamb is because I caught you insulting me as a shameless woman and even plotting to deny me a simple meal of steamed bread. You were whipped by the Yamen officers because you almost killed someone. Xiao Lian and Annie Sen, do you forget that son? He is still lying on the cart, unable to move?" Yun Jiaoyu's voice was firm and powerful, sharp as a blade cutting through everyone's throats. She coldly questioned, "And he's only a child of 12 or 13. You pushed him into the fire, causing him to be covered in burns all over his body. Just after one night, have you forgotten your evil deeds? Have you forgotten that a young man just starting his life is now unable to move, forced to endure the pain of his burns every day?" Yun Jiaoyu's beautiful eyes filled with fierce anger, then turned to Lu Sibin. "Third uncle, during these days of exile, I've gotten along very well with Auntie San. The third aunt has been guided clearly by you, and I respect her very much. She also likes me a lot. I used to be disrespectful to you, but now I sincerely apologize." Yun Jiaoyu places the gift box she bought on the ground. "Long Jin and I thought, since we are visiting Lu's house, we shouldn't come empty-handed to eat and drink for free. So, we specially bought some 100-year-old ginseng from a shop in Wancho County, hoping to help you and Granny San improve your health. Also, I brought the gift that third aunt previously asked us to buy for you." Her clear and pleasant voice slowly clears up Lu Sibian's misunderstanding of her. Lu Sibian looks at Yun Jiaoyu with a deeper and more thoughtful gaze, as if pondering how much of her words are truly sincere. Seeing Lu Sibian wavering after Yun Jiaoyu's words, Granny Qi pretends to feel pity and admits part of the truth. "Dear, Yun Jiaoyu only managed to marry into our Qi family through trickery. In the past, we did speak harshly to her. But that was her own fault. If it weren't for her, Jean Ger's marriage to the daughter of a high-ranking official in the capital wouldn't have fallen through." She sighs heavily, stirring up feelings. If only the person who married into our Qi family back then had been that official's daughter, perhaps our Qi family wouldn't have been exiled today. Granny Qi's eyes flash with a hint of resentment. She secretly thinks that if it weren't for Yun Jiaoyu, the new daughter-in-law who married into the Qi family, perhaps Chong Jin wouldn't have been falsely accused of cheating in the imperial exams, and someone would have helped clear his name. They wouldn't be helpless now, forced into exile. All of this, in her mind, is Yun Jiaoyu's fault. After Granny Qi finishes speaking, Lu Sibian's eyes deepen further. He shares the same thoughts as Granny Qi. At this moment, Chong Jin tightly presses his lips, his delicate and thick eyelashes hiding his emotions. His handsome face is cold, and he speaks in a low voice. "Grandma, I am unwilling to marry Yun Jiaoyu, but I have never regretted it. Although Yun Jiaoyu used tricks to be with him, causing him to be disheveled and misunderstood by others, their relationship was not clear. But that was because he himself was not careful and proper, which gave the woman a chance. He usually doesn't dwell on the past and prefers to look forward. Please don't say these things anymore. He then looks firmly at Lu Sibian. Third uncle, if you insist on beating Yun Jiaoyu to death with a stick, then don't be soft-hearted toward me. His eyes are cold. As a husband, I cannot bear the responsibility of protecting my wife. I should suffer together with her. Even with injuries on his body, Chong Jin stood straight and tall. The moonlight poured over his broad shoulders, making his slim figure look longer. This scene inexplicably made Yun Jiaoyu understand why the original body insisted on marrying Chong Jin despite all odds. This kind of man, even if he doesn't like his wife, will still take his responsibilities as a husband seriously. No wonder the original body was so infatuated with Chong Jin, even enduring 3 years of insults and scolding from the Chi family without asking for a divorce. It turns out the original body's problem was not character, but simply poor judgment. Xiao Lian was furious. Lu Sibian had already decided to kill Yun Jiaoyu. This rebellious child. Why come out just to protect this worthless person? Xiao Lian went to Chong Jin and tightly grabbed him, stopping him from stepping forward. Old Madam Qi also urged, "Oh, my dear in-laws, Brother Jin is completely bewitched by this wicked woman. If tonight you can help us eliminate this troublemaker from the Qi family, I will thank you in my next life by working as a beast to repay you." Lu Sibian looked at old Madam Qi, who was over 10 years older than him, kneeling on the ground and begging him with her gray hair. For a moment he felt pity. He turned his head away and raised his hand. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and execute. Do it now."
Stop.
Lu Yunxiu hurriedly came out from the backyard. She was pulled back by Zhang Meinyang, who desperately tried to stop her from approaching Yun Jiaoyu. Angered by the obstruction, Lu Yunxiu pushed Zhang Meinyang's shoulder away with both hands. The force made Zhang Meinyang lean back, her back hitting the ground firmly. Zhang Meinyang's back wound worsened. She was now lying motionless, feeling her skin almost torn apart. Tears streamed down her face in pain. "Lu Yunxiu, I am your second sister-in-law. How could you hurt me like this? Are you even human? You heartless. Wicked people are not human." Lu Yunxiu glared fiercely at Zhang Meinyang, her eyes full of hatred. Zhang Meinyang was stunned by that look, which seemed to want to tear her apart. Seeing Zhang Meinyang settle down, Lu Yunxiu quickly ran to Lu Sibian's side. She looked at Yun Jiaoyu standing straight and tall, feeling pity. She seriously said, "Father, Jiaoyu is a good person. Earlier, the eldest sister-in-law took water cups from Zhao Zhao, and it was Jiaoyu who gave her brother Jin's share to Zhao Zhao. That's why we had water to drink. And, Father, you don't know, we met a tiger pack in the forest last night. It was Jiaoyu who bravely led Xiang Lei and the others to kill the tiger when it was in danger." Lu Sibian was stunned in place. When he heard the words tiger pack, his worried eyes looked at his daughter. He examined her carefully, afraid that Lu Yunxiu might be hurt. He couldn't believe it. "You say you encountered a tiger pack, and Yun Jiaoyu, that young girl with yellow hair, actually killed a tiger?" "Yes. Father, now our group of exiles, except for my mother-in-law, my eldest sister-in-law, and the family of the second sister-in-law, everyone respects Jiaoyu. This girl is amazing. Yesterday, she even saved a child, Sun He, who was almost burned alive. And when an elder was bitten by a snake, she helped to save him." These words matched what Yun Jiaoyu had just said. According to the laws of Daqi, if Xiao Lian and Zhang Meinyang almost caused someone's death, they would each be whipped 30 times, which was a very light punishment. It couldn't be considered Yun Jiaoyu taking advantage of her elders. Moreover, in this era, it was rare for men to kill a fierce tiger, let alone a woman like Yun Jiaoyu. This girl was brave and fierce. She might achieve great things in the future. Is this true, dear daughter-in-law? Lu Sibian finally realized that his prejudice against Yun Jiaoyu was too strong. Meanwhile, Madame Qi and others clearly softened their stance towards Yun Jiaoyu. Madame Qi glared at Lu Yunxiu. Child, now that Yun Jiaoyu is being kind to you, you no longer recognize me as your mother-in-law? Do you not know who is closer and who is distant in your heart? After speaking, she saw Qi Wenlong's robes fluttering in the wind. He quickly ran out. Grandmother, sister-in-law is kind-hearted. Even though we are not blood relatives who are broken and connected by bones, her sincerity makes her trustworthy and close to us, more than anyone in our third family. He stepped in front of Yun Jiaoyu. Grandpa, if you insist on beating sister-in-law to death, then do it to me too.
Yes.
Me too. Qi Zhaozhao also ran to Yun Jiaoyu's side. Her bright, tearful eyes looked straight at Lu Sibian, stubbornly biting her lower lip, clearly angry at her own grandfather. She pouted and hummed. Sister-in-law promised to teach me herbal medicine and to learn medicine with me. If you want to beat sister-in-law to death, then Zhao Zhao won't be close to you anymore. Yun Jiaoyu was moved by the scene of the third family blocking her in front. Auntie and the others were truly good people. Her eyes reddened. Now that everything was clear, she thought, why not stir things up a bit more? Grandmother, you, Xiaolian, and second Annie, are you trying to use Grandpa to harm me? Are you planning to seize the 25,000 taels of silver I earned from selling tigers? To be honest, on the way to Lu's residence, I deposited all my silver into the bank. Now I only have some broken silver on me. Since you haven't provided the deposit receipt, even if I die, you won't be able to get the silver. After depositing the bank note, Yun Jiaoyu had already stored the bank's token in her space. Without the token, unless she personally takes the route guide to withdraw the money, the bank won't release the silver. Old Lady Qi frowned. She knew the locations of all the banks in Feng County. When Yun Jiaoyu and Chong Jin were wandering in the busy streets earlier, she was sure that this little troublemaker hadn't had time to deposit money.
But now,
this troublemaker actually took the opportunity to deposit silver at the bank. Old Lady Qi's eyes were as venomous as snake venom, almost making her unsteady. Qi Yaoa had to support her. She looked at Yun Jiaoyu with hatred and said coldly, "You wicked woman." She didn't know where this troublemaker had hidden the bank token. Without the token, even if she killed Yun Jiaoyu, she wouldn't be able to get the silver. Lu Sibian, upon hearing the words 25,000 taels, saw the gleam in Old Lady Qi's eyes when she heard about the silver. He was completely sure now that he was being used as a by Old Lady Qi. 25,000 taels of silver could support a family of 3 for an entire year. Old Lady Qi must have been tempted by this silver and wanted to use him to harm Yun Jiaoyu. Dear relative, I meant well to entertain you. Lu Sibian's face darkened as he stroked his long beard. You're willing to use me to kill for money? Is that how you lie and scheme against me? Old Lady Qi was a clever woman. She hadn't lied just now. She only told facts that benefited her. Her eyes flickered nervously, afraid to meet Lu Sibian's commanding gaze. She awkwardly and vaguely explained, Dear relative, I didn't scheme against you. She looked for an excuse. What I just said was the truth, but you misunderstood my meaning. Hearing her excuse, Lu Sibian's face darkened with anger. He was the master of Wancho County. How could he be so easily deceived? He shook his sleeve, just as the kitchen servants brought out dishes one by one. The aroma of the dishes filled the air: braised pig's trotters, yellow braised shark fin, Buddha jumps over the wall, roasted deer tendons, and many more luxurious dishes. These were all ingredients Lu Sibian had generously spent several months' salary to prepare for entertaining the Qi family. He looked at the old gift box holding the century-old ginseng in her hand. The gaze towards Yun Jiaoyu was gentle, and he said kindly, Good child, you are a polite and well-behaved kid. He spoke softly and kindly. Let's forget about the misunderstandings between us before. Today, it was because third uncle was deceived that you suffered unfairly. Third uncle is at fault. Come, Xunyang, take Xiao Yu and brother Jin to the dining hall for dinner. Yun Jiaoyu's deep eyes swept over Xiao Lian and others. She nodded slightly and said nothing more. To her, the servants in third uncle's house, used to hearing all kinds of gossip and scandals, no longer found ordinary excitement interesting. But now, they are witnessing the lively scene of the once rich family from Qingzhou. They will probably talk loudly about Madame Qi's cruel heart and her conspiracy with her two daughters-in-law to harm her own granddaughter-in-law. Zhangzhou Wancho County is very close to Qingzhou. Tonight's arguments will surely reach Qingzhou, maybe even help restore the original person's reputation a little. Soon Yun Jiaoyu, supported by Lu Yunxiu and holding a cane, headed towards the dining hall. At this time, Madame Qi and Xiao Lian and others also wanted to sit at the dining table. But just as they stepped forward, before they could land their feet, Lu Sibian coldly said, "Madame Qi, our Lu residence is small and cannot accommodate you and your group. I think tonight's dishes, which you are used to from the Qi family, are nothing special. The sky is getting late, so I won't see you off. Guards, these people out for me." Lu Sibian emphasized the word heavily. Madame Qi's face turned red and her neck thickened. It was the first time she was driven out like this. She angrily accused Lu Sibian. "What do you mean?" Madame Qi's wrinkled face drooped, and her mind quickly raced. She thought, now that Lu's house is forcing them out, could it be that they have to return to the inn and live among the horses? If only they go back and live with the animals, those exiled lowlifes would definitely mock her openly. But if they don't go back to live in the stables, would they have to sleep on the streets? Madame Qi was extremely distressed. Yun Jiaoyu, why can't she just obediently take out the silver notes and be beaten to death by Lu Sibian? Such an unfilial, worthless person. Lu Sibian's eyes flashed with obvious disdain. "Madame Qi, you are a few years older than me. I think some words don't need to be spoken so clearly." He sighed softly. "Could it be that I have to tell you to leave my Lu family before you'll understand human words?" After speaking, Lu Sibian pointed outside the mansion with his finger and coldly snorted. "Please go." Old Lady Qi's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Once the head of the richest family in Qingzhou, now she was being ordered out by a mere minor clerk. That would be so shameful to tell others. Lu Sibian looked around and asked the butler, "Where is Second Master Qi, who broke his arm?" The butler respectfully replied, "Madam is kind-hearted. She specially called a doctor to check and bandage Second Master Qi in the backyard." "Why check his pulse or bandage him? Just get them all out." "Yes." Old Lady Qi felt deeply humiliated. She sat stubbornly on Lu's property and refused to leave. Anyway, she wanted to eat and drink well today at Lu's house. She hadn't had roasted deer tendons in a long time. Lu Sibian disdainfully looked at the few women causing trouble in his house and signaled to the household servants. In the next moment, Old Lady Qi, Xiao Lian, Zhang Meinyang, and others were dragged and thrown outside the mansion. Several sounds of pain rang out one after another. Just as Qi Xinglei's arm was bandaged and he planned to come out leisurely for a good meal, he was unexpectedly driven out by Lu's servants in the blink of an eye. Seeing his mother and wife outside the mansion, he immediately understood what had happened. Fuming with anger, he cursed, "Mother, why did you go and offend Yun Jiaoyu for no reason? That woman is very cunning. The money she has, we can just give up on it. It's all your fault. We finally had a chance to enjoy a good meal tonight. Now look, we can't eat anything at all. You all are so greedy, like snakes swallowing an elephant." A crying sound suddenly arose. The red gates of Lu's mansion had already closed, blocking out the noise from outside. Inside the kitchen, everyone could no longer hear any shouting or insulting words. Yun Jiaoyu and Chong Jin were seated at a round yellow pearwood table. The household servants quickly arranged all the dishes neatly. As soon as they sat down, Yun Jiaoyu felt someone was secretly watching her at the dining table. When she sensed that disgusted gaze, she looked openly toward the source of the stare. She then realized the person watching her was Lu Yong, the only son of Lu's house. Her clear, lively eyes flickered. She carefully recalled her past conflicts with Lu Yong. Thinking carefully, the only issue between them was that she had called him a beggar from the Qi family who came to ask for food. Lu Yong sneered and said, "Father, you just said that Brother Jin's wife is a polite person. From my point of view, She has no manners at all. When visiting our home, I only see you buying gifts for your mother and me, but I never see you buy anything for me. I am her elder after all, and she still calls me uncle. Liu Yong's gaze drifted to the 100-year-old ginseng brought by Yun Jiaoyu. Currently, the market price for whole, 100-year-old ginseng in Daki is at least 200 taels at the pharmacy. This woman is willing to spend hundreds of taels on ginseng for the Liu family, but she's not willing to buy him anything to please him? It's clear she looks down on him. Yun Jiaoyu didn't want to cause more trouble with the Liu family, especially since they would leave Wancho County tomorrow. However, she had prepared a gift for Liu Yong, which cost no less than that single ginseng. Her bright eyes sparkled as she spoke in a clear voice. Third uncle, that's not what you should say. I've long heard Chong Jin say that third uncle likes literature and calligraphy. When I helped third aunt buy rare ancient books at the stationery shop, I also bought you a top-quality Shizhou inkstone from Shizhou. I included this inkstone in third aunt's gift, so you misunderstood. Third uncle. Liu Yong was stunned. A top-quality Shizhou inkstone usually costs at least 100 taels. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face, completely losing any signs of displeasure. He shyly scratched his head and praised, Brother Jean is so particular. He even knows to let his niece-in-law buy such a fine inkstone. Chong Jin's handsome face was sharp and defined, with eyes like shards of cold ice. His gaze on Yun Jiaoyu was deep and mysterious. No wonder she used to come back from social outings angry and scolding. It turns out someone openly asked for gifts. Yun Jiaoyu was lost in thought, watching the man who had been staring at her thoughtfully. She couldn't help but reach out and pinch his leg. Raising her eyebrows slightly to show her displeasure, she said, Why are you looking at me like that? Go eat your meal. Liu Yunxiu watched their interaction with a happy heart, and her appetite improved greatly. When she realized what Yun Jiaoyu had just said, her eyes started to fill with tears. This girl was so thoughtful, even preparing gifts for her family. If she weren't so short on money now, she wouldn't hesitate to spend those 300 taels of silver. Auntie, it's rare for us to visit Uncle Sand and Uncle Third, so let's be happy. If you cry, Grandpa and Uncle will be worried. Yun Jiaoyu noticed the subtle change in Liu Yunxiu's expression and sincerely cared. Tonight is a night for family reunion. Auntie, you can't cry. Liu Sibian liked Yun Jiaoyu even more. There are no parents in the world who don't love their children. He sighed softly. Jiaoyu, you are kind and wise. We were wrong to misunderstand you before. People say that only through hardships can true friendship be seen. With you and Brother Jean by Miss Xiu's side, and with Xiang Lei, Wen Lang, and Zhao Zhao around, even if you go far away, I feel at ease. Yun Jiaoyu's beautiful eyes are bright and lively, but can she really feel at ease? According to Chong Jin's future prospects of becoming a marquis or prime minister, as long as the Qi family lives longer, she, as the aunt, along with a third uncle, cousins, and younger siblings, will have a good life ahead. After a meal, Madame Liu arranged accommodations for everyone in the backyard. Yun Jiaoyu and Chong Jin are married and should stay in the same room. When she learned they would share a room, Yun Jiaoyu's face showed mixed emotions. She wished she could immediately return to the inn and stay in the stable. Jiaoyu, why are you shy? It's not bedtime yet. You can go enjoy the county's marigolds and come back to sleep together tonight. Liu Yunxiu smiled happily, as if now was the perfect chance for Yun Jiaoyu and Chong Jin to be together. Her voice was light and joyful. You're married. Just sleep. There's nothing to be shy about. Yun Jiaoyu's ears felt like they were struck by lightning. Her mind went blank. Her original body was married to Chong Jin, but she and Chong Jin were not. Fortunately, she had sleeping pills in her space medicine room. If the situation became awkward when they were alone, she would give Chong Jin some medicine. That way, both could sleep peacefully through the night. Before leaving the house to see the marigolds, Liu Yunxiu carefully applied golden wound ointment to Yun Jiaoyu's bloodied back. After dressing her wounds properly, she took out a set of pale yellow silk clothes and a horse-face pleated skirt from her old boudoir for Yun Jiaoyu. With her careful dressing, the woman at the dressing table had clear, lake-like eyes, delicate and beautiful, truly captivating. Yun Jiaoyu sat at the dressing table and looked at her face seriously for the first time. Not to boast, but her original face was quite attractive. Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful she was, she still had to lean on a cane when going out, walking a bit awkwardly. She staggered as she walked, planning to go with Chong Jin, Wenling, and Zhao Zhao to enjoy the chrysanthemums. She also planned to visit the marquee of Wancho County's bookstore. She needed to find some scholars to copy pages from the Great Qi national language about earthquakes, yin-yang, and the 5 elements. To avoid bad luck and not run into Madame Liu and others at the Liu residence gate, Yun Jiaoyu deliberately exited through a side door. The night market in Wancho County is lively, with many lanterns decorated with chrysanthemums hanging outside shops. People come and go, strolling along the town streets, most heading toward the largest flower market in the city. Older sister-in-law, let's go see the flower market too. Qi Zhaozhao's bright, round eyes sparkle with excitement as she pulls Yun Jiaoyu into the crowd. Her cheerful voice says, "Older sister-in-law, in Wancho County, people usually go to the countryside during the day to enjoy the flowers. There are thousands of acres of land growing Wancho flowers, and the view is especially beautiful. That's why every year, thousands of visitors come to see the flowers. But at night, the best place to enjoy chrysanthemums is not outside the town, but the flower market." Qi Zhaozhao visits Wancho County for half a month each year and knows everything about it well. Yun Jiaoyu also realizes that Wancho County gathers many people from different parts of the Great Qi Empire. The accents of the passers-by are almost all different. According to modern ideas, Wancho County is now a tourist spot. Her eyes darken slightly. Right now, the chrysanthemums in Wancho County are in full bloom, attracting countless visitors. She wonders how many people might lose their lives if an earthquake occurs there. Chong Jin notices the subtle change in the woman's expression, and his gaze lingers on Yun Jiaoyu. He remembers that Yun Jiaoyu used to be very interested in the flower market. The market sells all kinds of fresh and fake flowers. The fake flowers include paper flowers, silk flowers, satin flowers, and velvet flowers, all handmade. Whenever women visit the flower market, they often buy many velvet hairpins. They change their styles daily, wearing different velvet flowers and showing off in front of him. Unfortunately, the Qi family has fallen on hard times, so Yun Jiaoyu probably no longer has the leisure to buy so many beautiful flowers. Just as this thought arises, he sees the woman at the market, wandering with Qi Zhaozhao in front of a vendor. Her previously sad expression quickly disappears, replaced by bright, shining eyes like clear moonlight. She is giving Qi Zhaozhao a live demonstration, pointing at the colorful chrysanthemums. "Zhaozhao, remember, the leaves of chrysanthemums have medicinal value. They can clear heat, reduce phlegm, and nourish blood, and improve circulation. From now on, if we see wild chrysanthemums by the roadside, we should pick some, dry them, and not only use them ourselves but also sell them to pharmacies." Qi Zhaozhao's bright eyes sparkle with joy. She never expected that even ornamental flowers could have medicinal uses. She nods eagerly, happy that she has learned another medicinal property today. Brightly smiling, she said, "I understand, sister-in-law." But as she spoke, a few sarcastic laughs suddenly came from the distance. A group of middle-aged men dressed in elegant robes approached, holding folding fans to appear refined, and they looked down on Yun Jiaoyu with disdain. One of them sneered arrogantly, "Such a rustic village girl. What she says is not worth mentioning in polite society." He looked at her with a condescending attitude and shook his head. Wancho County is named after the Wancho flower. Most visitors come to enjoy the flowers. Only poor people and low-class folks would think of destroying these beautiful flowers to sell for a living, using noble things to make money. Yun Jiaoyu looked up with a faintly annoyed expression on her delicate face. Her cold eyes, as sharp as cold stars, fixed intently on these unfamiliar men. Although she was called a low-class person, Yun Jiaoyu was not angry. She knew they were telling the truth. When the Qi family was in business, they belonged to the merchant class. After their home was raided, they no longer belonged to the scholar, farmer, or craftsman classes, and indeed, they were now considered low class. But beside her, Qi Zhaozhao was only about 12 or 13 years old and was very interested in learning about medicinal herbs. If these foolish men ruined her interest in studying medicine, Yun Jiaoyu would be furious enough to tear them apart. Her gaze was calm and deep, and her clear voice slowly and steadily said, "Even the most beautiful flowers only bloom for a few months. If people in this world used all the medicinal herbs that can cure diseases just for personal enjoyment, it would be not only a waste, but also dangerous to lives." Yun Jiaoyu looked at them with a contemptuous expression and stepped a few steps closer to the men. Her powerful voice rang out, "Time blooms abundantly and has a strong fragrance. If it is only regarded as a worthless ornamental flower and someone gets a stomach illness, they can only and diarrhea to recover. If complications arise, their life could be in danger. Sweet-smelling fennel, if only used for decoration, cannot be used for cooking or medicine. In this world, not only chefs cannot make delicious dishes with perfect aroma and flavor, but even doctors can only watch helplessly as patients with hardened arteries worsen, go blind, or even die without being able to save them." Her calm, melodious voice was steady and confident, responding smoothly and orderly to the group of spoiled young men. The sudden commotion drew the attention of passers-by nearby. The man was about 40 years old. Wearing a dark green brocade robe with a bamboo leaf pattern, he appeared elegant and refined. When he saw the jade pendant hanging from Yun Jiaoyu's neck, his eyes shone brightly, and his legs felt as heavy as lead, making it impossible for him to walk properly. Yun Jiaoyu did not notice the strange looks from the passers-by nearby. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes. In the Great Qi Kingdom, people are divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. Some are not forced by life and can enjoy birdwatching, walking dogs, and flowers. But others must use their skills to earn a living. Her voice, powerful and clear, sounded like breaking rocks and piercing clouds. "I think we shouldn't mock you spoiled young masters who waste their family wealth and do nothing. And you shouldn't look down on those of us who rely on our skills to support our families." After she finished speaking, the people watching around them suddenly clapped and cheered loudly. Vendors with deep voices said, "Yes. Well said. I've long disliked those rich brats who think they're better just because they have a little money. We all earn our money with our skills and craftsmanship. Why should we be bullied or insulted? Thinking a bit of silver makes you a lord? Dream on." The vendors at the flower market were different from ordinary vendors. They were wealthy merchants from Wancho County. They had made their wealth through business, unlike those who had already accumulated capital, so they often felt inferior. Now that Yun Jiaoyu was defending them and speaking up, they felt proud and cheered along. The crowd of merchants loudly voiced their support, their passionate voices flooding into the ears of the spoiled young men. The latter was scolded until their faces turned red, their anger rising within their chests. Fists clenched tightly, they swung at Yun Jiaoyu. "Woman, just because you have some medical skills, you dare to show off in front of us. Believe it or not, I'll sell you to a brothel and have you rot in Wancho County for the rest of your life." A flicker of hostility flashed in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes. In a strict feudal society with clear social classes, any arrogant man with a little wealth or power would act high and mighty, using their privileges to bully and humiliate others. Qi Zhaozhao's pupils shrank suddenly, clearly scared. Yun Jiaoyu instinctively pulled Qi Zhaozhao behind her for protection, and she reached into her sleeve space, ready to take out a disposable syringe. She planned to inject over 1 milliliter of insulin into the young men when they rushed at her. For a normal person, injecting more than 1 milliliter of insulin could cause shock. If the dose was larger, it could cause irreversible harm or even death. They were too overbearing. She decided she wouldn't hold back anymore. Yun Jiaoyu used her mind to draw out 1.5 milliliters of insulin. A fist with strong wind suddenly shot through the air toward her. Fortunately, the syringe was already prepared. She raised her hand to inject into the outer side of the attacker's upper arm. But she saw Chong Jin's strong, muscular arms suddenly lift up, steady and firm, blocking the attack. The man's arm, smooth from years of martial arts practice, made her fist ache when resisting the strike. His broad, powerful palm immediately gripped the attacker's arm. The attacker's arm was about to break. Someone anxiously asked, "Wan Yuan, are you okay? Okay? Are you blind? Hurry up. Fight these people to death. I'll take responsibility if you do." The Wan family was one of the few wealthy families in Wancho County. Although they were not as powerful as the Chi family at their peak, they still held sway in the county. Half of the farmland in Wancho County belonged to the Wan family. If they stopped planting marigolds, the county magistrate would have to come begging them politely. But killing a few people was no big deal. As long as the magistrate didn't issue an order, they could do whatever they wanted. "Jiao Yu, take Zhao Zhao, and Wen Lang and leave first. I'll hold them back here." Chong Jin's gaze was calm and deep, fearless in the face of danger. If he couldn't pass the imperial exam this lifetime due to corruption, he would forever be a criminal serving a sentence. Better to risk his life here in Wancho County than to walk into the wilderness. At least he was willing to die fighting these. Yun Jiaoyu and Qi Zhao Zhao could then continue safely to Zizhou. Yun Jiaoyu's deep brown eyes radiated icy coldness. "What do you mean hold the rear? Do these people deserve you to do that? If we're leaving, we leave together." No wonder Chong Jin became the top corrupt official after becoming the chief minister. He didn't even blink when his own family was killed. It turns out he encountered so many thugs on the way into exile. This was destined to be a life of chaos for Chong Jin, full of treachery and violence. No matter what, he needed to teach these local bullies a lesson. As long as Chong Jin's darkness didn't go too far, maybe she and her original family could still survive. Yun Jiaoyu's mind was racing, thinking about how much insulin to inject into each person. Controlling the dose precisely could keep them alive, but make them fall into unconsciousness. This way, they wouldn't have to get involved in a legal case or spend money to smooth things over, and they could leave Wancho County safely. While thinking about this, a deep and powerful voice suddenly rang out. "Stop." A middle-aged man, who had been watching Yun Jiaoyu from the shadows for a long time, stepped forward and blocked Yun Jiaoyu and Qi Zhao Zhao. He was followed by 6 bodyguards, who looked either wealthy or noble. Upon hearing "stop," these bodyguards suddenly frowned angrily and surrounded Wan Yuan and others. Wan Yuan had never seen these people before, but was sure they were outsiders from another county. However, he was a local boss and was not afraid of outsiders. He coldly issued an order, "Brothers, attack. Today, we will teach these arrogant outsiders a lesson. They think our Wan family in Wancho County is easy to bully." Wan Yuan proudly sneered and boasted loudly, "Our family is a wealthy merchant family in Wancho County. We support most of the local population's livelihood." He shouted angrily, "Today, if you dare to offend me, not one of you will escape." Wan Yuan straightened his back and made a gesture with his hand. 4 or 5 of his friends immediately understood the signal and rushed forward to fight the bodyguards. The imperial tutor, Lu Chong, was full of killing intent, and his commanding gaze was naturally intimidating. He stared at Wan Yuan and others and scolded loudly. Even in Songzhou, far from the emperor's reach, Wancho County is still under the protection of the law and has officials from the court stationed here. You talk about killing and punishing others, but what responsibility can you take? Who are you to decide life or death for him? It shows that the local officials in Wancho County are incompetent. They let you, a mere merchant, become so arrogant and powerful. Lu Chong's eyes were sharp and deep. Having served as the imperial tutor for over 10 years, he no longer wasted words or argued with unruly troublemakers. People who tarnished the reputation of the area could be dealt with quietly or openly, using whatever means necessary. Chong Jin looked toward Lu Chong with deep, night-like eyes. Although he didn't know the other's background, he could tell from his commanding presence that he was a powerful official. When he took the imperial examination in the capital, most officials he met were similarly imposing. Chong Jin's cold, ink-black eyes narrowed, losing their previous expression of calm. Since being falsely accused in the imperial exam, he no longer had any good feelings toward high-ranking officials. For candidates who fought hard to reach the capital, studying tirelessly, burning the midnight oil for over 10 years. Their efforts seemed insignificant to these high officials, who could dismiss them as easily as dust. Lu Chong noticed Chong Jin's expression, his eyes softening as he spoke gently. "Does this young master have any opinions about me?" Yun Jiaoyu only knew the general direction of this political intrigue novel's future. She had no idea who the middle-aged man in front of her was. Her delicate, thick eyelashes hid a look of confusion in her eyes. The identity of this middle-aged man was a bit beyond her understanding. Wanyu felt that the aura of this outsider from another county was becoming more unusual, and suddenly realized that the other person might have a high status. His pupils shrank, and he was about to speak, telling his friends to stop. But unexpectedly, one of his followers was very eager to follow orders. He swung a punch directly at Lu Chong's face. In her line of sight, Lu Chong instinctively stepped back, even though the fist hadn't hit his face yet. But his body suddenly stiffened. He leaned back and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Wanyu ignored the pain from his arm nearly being broken by Chong Jin. He widened his eyes, feeling an inexplicable fear in his heart. He broke free from Chong Jin's grasp and kicked his subordinate, getting anxious. "Are you crazy? Why did you hit so hard?" I didn't even touch him. Wanyu, you have to protect me. He's pretending to be sick." The subordinate held his breath, hearing that Wanyu didn't want to take responsibility. Lu Chong's guards saw their master almost collapse and were full of murderous intent. They gathered around Lu Chong. They tried to press on his pressure point to wake him, but suddenly his mouth crooked. His mouth was still drooling, and then his eyes started to turn askew. "Is this a trash? How dare you disrespect the imperial master of the current court?" The leading guard suddenly grabbed Wanyuan's neck tightly, panic in his heart. He pressed harder with his palm. "What won family wealth? I tell you, if anything happens to our imperial master, your whole family will pay the price." Wanyuan's neck was about to break. He was choked so he couldn't breathe, feeling closer to death than ever before. Yun Jiaoyu looked at Lu Chong lying on the ground, her eyes deep and full of surprise. Her nerves tightened as she didn't expect that this was the current imperial master, Lu Chong. That is Lin Fuziu's biological father? Yun Jiaoyu stared at Wanyuan with a cold, terrifying gaze. If the current imperial master suffered and couldn't continue his duties, couldn't bring Lin Fuziu to the capital, and couldn't help Chong Jin expose corruption for his own daughter, wouldn't Chong Jin have to stay in Zizhou for life? And the Qi family members wouldn't be called criminals for life? Qi Zhaozhao and Qi Wenlang are still so young, with a bright future ahead. They must not spend their lives in Dahuang County. Saved Lu Chong. The words imperial tutor and funeral arrangements echoed loudly in the flower market. Wanyuan's legs went weak as if struck by lightning, and it seemed like he suddenly remembered something. Like a drowning person seeing a piece of driftwood. He stared with wide, frightened eyes, pointing at Yun Jiaoyu and struggling to speak. Official. She knows medicine. She is a doctor. Let her examine the imperial tutor. Maybe he can recover. Wanyuan was desperate, thinking that since the flower market was full of tourists and vendors, there were no real doctors around. But now, Yun Jiaoyu, a ready doctor, was right in front of him. He could only try to get her to treat the illness. Lu Chong's guards nearby stared coldly at Wanyuan, wishing they could tear him apart. If something happened to the imperial tutor in Wancho County, the guards, would definitely be blamed when they returned to the capital. The leading guard calculated the distance to the nearest medical clinic. Even if they went to ask a doctor, it would take about an incense stick's time to go and come back. That much time wasn't long, but they couldn't afford to delay the treatment. They looked at Yun Jiaoyu with suspicion, asking, "We're talking about Lord Lu's illness. Are you confident you can cure it?" Yun Jiaoyu's lips pressed into a thin line, her cold eyes fixed on Lu Chong. Honestly, she wasn't completely sure. She truly wanted to save Lu Chong and was willing to use all her medical skills. But now, with so many people in the flower market, she had no way to treat the imperial tutor alone. She couldn't use her mind to move Lu Chong to her space for treatment. She also couldn't take out her instruments from the space to check his condition. She could only use traditional pulse diagnosis, combined with acupuncture and medication to stabilize him. In our great Qi country, among all the states, there are only a few doctors who can treat strokes. Are you really confident? Chong Jin's deep eyes looked at Yun Jiaoyu. He believed in her medical skills. But this was and the person was the current imperial tutor. If her treatment went wrong, not only Yun Jiaoyu but also the Qi family could be implicated. If the Qi family was further blamed, their family of over 10 people would face only one outcome, death. Honestly, she said, I don't know, but I want to try. If it isn't treated in time, it can cause paralysis. If the condition worsens, the brain tissue can suffer from lack of blood and oxygen, leading to death in many cases. The leading guard frowned tightly and asked angrily, Try? Our imperial tutor is someone you can try to consult with, right? If they can treat, then go ahead. If not, don't interfere. Sure enough, you, a young lady, know little about medicine. You only memorize some basic herbal knowledge and show off outside, trying to seem talented. I feel sorry for Lu Chong. Thankfully, my master stood up for you, thinking you had some skill. If I had known, I would have let you be humiliated. You really deserve to be cursed. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes grew cold, and her hand, hanging by her side, clenched slightly. She is a doctor, not a fairy, and is not a minor illness. She honestly admits she isn't completely sure, which is normal. Her deep eyes carried a bit of chill, and her determined gaze looked at the other person. She sneered, You don't think your master's was because he stood up for me, do you? In fact, even if he hadn't helped me, it was only a matter of time. The guards grew more impatient and scolded angrily. This is ridiculous. What? My master kindly stepped forward to help you, and now you're turning your back, trying to blame him for the? Yun Jiaoyu remained patient, her gloomy eyes calmly meeting the other's fierce gaze. She explained clearly, Your master is the imperial tutor. He is busy with official duties, often overworking himself, right? The guard scoffed dismissively. As a high-ranking official, it's normal for him to be often overworked. Then Yun Jiaoyu asked, Recently, has your master had disputes with colleagues? And been repeatedly at a disadvantage, feeling angry but unable to vent? The guard's brows almost furrowed into a knot, and he stopped scoffing. After being accused, he looked at Yun Jiaoyu with some respect. He thought to himself that officials often have disputes with colleagues, and it's normal to have pent-up anger. This woman's words must be mistaken. Her clear voice continued, In the past few months, has your master been seeking cool air? Every night, does he go out to get some wind and catch a cold? The guard's expression froze. He stared at Yun Jiaoyu in surprise. How did she know these things? Seeing the guard's attitude soften, Yun Jiaoyu's gaze grew more composed. She withdrew her eyes and calmly said, It doesn't happen without reason, nor does it occur suddenly. So, recently your master must have shown signs of like drooling at the corner of his mouth or not being able to close his eyes fully. But you didn't take these warning signs seriously. As she finished speaking, Lu Chong's guards fell silent like chickens. They looked at each other, understanding deep down. The master of the family truly experiences situations that women often talk about. However, previously, they were busy with official duties in Kyoto, which caused delays, and they never took the time to see a doctor. Later, feeling upset about work, the emperor showed concern for Lu Chong and ordered him to return to his hometown for half a year to relax. The master of the family already disliked their hometown, and the closer they got to leaving, the less motivated they were to seek medical help. Yun Jiaoyu looked around and spoke coldly. Now, besides me, no one at the flower market is willing to come out and help. And not just you, even your master doesn't seem to care about his health. So why should I take the blame or admit that that was caused by me? Yun Jiaoyu's clear eyes emitted a strong sense of pressure. If I say I am willing to try, it means I believe I have a chance to treat the. If I cure your master, I won't ask for credit. If I fail, don't shift the blame onto me for delayed or improper treatment. And don't even think about involving my family because of this. Until she was confident she could save him, she wouldn't let the Qi family be in danger again. Even the slightest risk was unacceptable. Chong Jin's impression of Yun Jiaoyu improved again. This woman had become much more cautious than before. He held her slender wrist and said, "Since these officials don't agree to let you help, let's go." His dark eyes glanced at the guards and said calmly, "Since it's late at night and the flower market doesn't need to be visited anymore." After he finished speaking, the leading guard quickly became anxious. He immediately reached out to block Yun Jiaoyu and Chong Jin from leaving. He hesitated, looking at his master. Just as he was pondering, Lu Chong nodded with great effort. Now that he had received permission, the guards no longer worried about responsibility. They spoke in a steady tone. "Treat him. If you succeed, our master will definitely reward you. If you fail..." After a pause, he agreed, "We won't implicate you either." After receiving the promise from the leading guard, Yun Jiaoyu supported herself with a cane and stepped forward to Lu Chong's side. Her left foot was injured, and she couldn't squat easily. So, she simply knelt on the ground, checked his pulse, and took out her acupuncture kit from her sleeve, preparing to treat him with acupuncture. Chong Jin's deep eyes showed a hint of surprise. When did this woman have such a complete set of medical tools? Surprisingly, she even prepared silver needles. Yun Jiaoyu noticed the man's deep gaze and looked up to explain, "I bought these in the pharmacy this evening." "You didn't notice." Chong Jin's gaze fixed, and he had to admit it. Now, the understanding between Yun Jiaoyu and him seemed to be getting better. Yun Jiaoyu took out the silver needles from her acupuncture bag. She carefully inserted them into specific points on the face: Yangbai, Xiaoguan, Taiyang, Ingxiang, Ditsang, areas related to movement and sensation, to treat paralysis. She looked up at the guards and said, "Hold Mr. Lu's lower limbs firmly, especially the knees. I will needle his legs shortly." She explained, "Sometimes, patients' legs involuntarily bend or draw inward. If not held, the needles might break during insertion." The lead guard clenched his teeth and patiently listened to Yun Jiaoyu's instructions. He signaled his subordinates, who kneeled beside Lu Chong and held his lower limbs. Unexpectedly, his legs really did involuntarily draw inward. The lead guard looked at Yun Jiaoyu with growing respect. This rural girl truly has some skill. Yun Jiaoyu almost used all the silver needles in her acupuncture bag, turning the patient into a needle person. She inserted needles at points like Chu Qi, Waiguan, Higu, treating upper limb paralysis. Then at points like Zhu San Li and Kunlun, treating lower limb paralysis. She instructed the guards, "In the next few days, make sure Mr. Lu doesn't catch a cold again. The dozens of needles I just used have effects to boost brain function, calm the mind, and unblock the blood flow. After removing the needles, your master should regain some movement. With your help, he can walk slowly." She glanced at Lu Chong's face, which was not quite right, and added, "Tomorrow, you can find another doctor to continue the acupuncture. That way, his asymmetry will improve. One session of acupuncture won't cure his nerve paralysis." The lead guard didn't understand what Yun Jiaoyu meant by nerve. But if one treatment could help a patient walk again, this woman's medical skills must be top-notch. He hesitated, scratched his head, and cleared his throat, saying, "Miss Yun, I apologize sincerely. I was just too worried about our master," and spoke disrespectfully. "Please forgive me. Since you need to do more acupuncture, could you kindly come again tomorrow? We won't trouble you to come to us. We will visit you instead." Good voice and kind words. "I still hope you can be a good person and treat our adult symptoms." Yun Jiaoyu wanted to agree to give Lu Chong a second acupuncture treatment. But tomorrow, they would continue heading to Zhezhou Dahuang County, so there might not be enough time for treatment. After thinking for a moment, she agreed. "We're just passing through Wancho County, and we'll stay only one night. If you truly want me to give Lord Lu acupuncture, come to Lu's house in Wancho County at the beginning of the hour of Mao tomorrow, and find me." The hour of Mao is sunrise, which is around 5 a.m. in modern time. Giving acupuncture at that time would not delay their travel plans. Yun Jiaoyu thought of something. I'll give you a prescription. Take 1 dose daily, boil water twice, and give it to your lord morning and evening. Also, don't throw away the medicinal dregs after boiling. Wrap them in gauze and apply to your lord's face. She saw a scholar at a nearby stall selling chrysanthemums and copying classical texts. Yun Jiaoyu borrowed brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, and asked Chong Jin to write the prescription. Chong Jin looked at Yun Jiaoyu, then took the writing tools. At the vendor stall, he copied the names and amounts of the herbs as the woman instructed. Jingjie, Fongfeng, and Quanxia, 1 liang each, 3 centipedes, by Jiangcan, Honghua, and Jishanjia, half a liang each. After a while, Chong Jin finished writing the prescription. Yun Jiaoyu had already removed her silver needles and packed them away. The guard handed the prescription to Lu Chong, who was amazed by the elegant, cloud-like handwriting. After acupuncture, Lu Chong could now speak. His voice was faint, but still understandable. He was helped to his feet, eyes bright. Young sir, your calligraphy is truly divine. Your writing reflects your character. Such exquisite handwriting. You must have studied hard for many years. Did you pass the imperial exams? Lu Chong had seen Chong Jin hold Yun Jiaoyu's hand and try to leave, so he guessed they might be a couple. He looked at the jade pendant hanging around Yun Jiaoyu's neck, which he had given to Lin Yang as a token of love. He wondered if Yun Jiaoyu was really Lin Yang's daughter. Yun Jiaoyu felt uncomfortable under Lu Chong's gaze. She noticed that his eyes were fixed on the jade pendant around her neck. That was a gift from Lin Fuziu. She secretly thought that this jade pendant might be something Lu Chong once owned. Could it be that this imperial tutor Lu, lord of the empire, suspected she was his daughter? Cloud Jiaoyu's fair forehead furrowed slightly, but she had no dark intentions towards anyone. A clear voice sounded. Lord Lu, you've looked at my jade pendant many times. Could it be that this jade is a rare treasure? Lu Chong frowned. When he was young, he was just a poor scholar and couldn't afford such a fine jade pendant. It was bought with the money he earned from selling paintings and calligraphy for a month, the only jewelry he could afford. It was only worth 500 copper coins. Cloud Jiaoyu deliberately mentioned, "This jade pendant was given to me by the granddaughter of the prefect of Tongan County. Miss Lin is also a poor girl. Her mother died in childbirth when she was born, and she was raised by her maternal grandfather and grandmother. Now she is seriously ill, and her health doesn't look good." Lu Chong's eyes suddenly shrank. Miss Lin is gone. His legs went weak, but luckily, the guard helping him pushed him gently, preventing him from falling again. He had thought that after Miss Lin cut ties with him, she would marry and have children. Thinking that the child was raised by her grandparents from a young age, could it be that the girl she gave birth to is his daughter? Miss Yun, may I ask how old that child is? What is her name? Cloud Jiaoyu exhaled softly, a smile on her lips. As long as Lu Chong can bring Lin Fuziu to the capital early, the matter of Chong Jin's exoneration is just around the corner. Her clear voice was cold but gentle. She looks about my age. Her name is Lin Fuziu. Lu Chong's eyes were bright. When he was young, he loved the peony flower. That child must be his biological daughter. Good girl. Tonight, you told me these things and you saved me. I won't forget your kindness. Lu Chong just wanted to recover quickly. He used to think he was alone, with no blood relatives. So he was busy with government affairs, fighting against the eunuchs and treacherous officials in the court day and night. Now that he has Lin Fuziu, he must prioritize their health and safety. Thinking of his daughter Fuziu being seriously ill, he furrowed his brows and decided to bring her back to the capital to recover. Cloud Jiaoyu nodded slowly, her water-like eyes shining with a joyful smile. Saving Lu Chong was her duty as a healer. As for whether the imperial teacher would remember her, that was not important at all. As long as Chong Jin clears his name early, she can also leave her marriage soon. Lu Chong tightly held the prescription in his hand, immersed in the joy of finding his daughter, while also admiring Chong Jin. He always valued talented people, and he looked at Chong Jin again and asked, "Young master, you didn't tell me earlier, have you taken the imperial examination?" Chong Jin's gloomy eyes were as dark as ice, with slightly furrowed brows and a calm tone that revealed no emotion. He patiently said, "Pass the imperial exam. After several years of selection, I recently became the top scholar. It's just a pity." Chong Jin's voice was deep and relaxed. "It's a pity I was framed for cheating in the exam, which not only caused me to fail but also led to my entire family being exiled." Lu Chong looked into Chong Jin's eyes with surprise. First, he was surprised that an exiled prisoner could freely stroll through the flower market, and second, he was surprised to learn that this man was actually the grandson of the richest family in Qingzhou, Qi's family. He remembered Yun Jiaoyu saying they were staying at the magistrate's house in Wancho County tonight. Perhaps the magistrate had arranged it, which is why they could leave the officer's custody for a night. However, he had seen Chong Jin's exam paper from the imperial exam. The brilliance of his writing was extraordinary. How could he need to cheat to become the top scholar? A cold light appeared in Lu Chong's eyes. It was definitely the scheming of those eunuchs and treacherous officials. But unfortunately, the officialdom was not a place where talent alone could guarantee success. Anyone who advanced far in official circles had to endure the sharp arrows of power and the attacks from both inside and outside. Lu Chong's eyes flickered with a hint of sympathy, but he quickly noticed Yun Jiaoyu's good mood. He suppressed his expression, thinking it was just gratitude for this young lady helping him find his daughter. This young master, exile isn't always a bad thing. Experiencing wind and rain and seeing the world will help you go further and become more successful. He exerted great effort and patted Chong Jin's shoulder. With a meaningful tone, he said, "In this world, good things often come with hardships. Only through trials can one become strong. Perhaps, when you reach the place of exile, looking back, you'll find that the hardships you've endured will help you." Chong Jin's eyes deepened, and he nodded in response to Lu Chong's comfort. After being falsely accused of cheating, he had already understood the ups and downs of official life, knowing that external forces beyond anyone's control existed. Since he had been exiled, he decided to focus on self-cultivation. He wasn't studying only to become an official.
"Cousin, I'm tired."
Qi Zhao timidly tugged at Yun Jiaoyu's sleeve, already sleepy. Her clear voice sounded, "Why don't we go back early?" Yun Jiaoyu's brows furrowed in thought. She still wanted to find someone to copy pages from the great Qi language about yin-yang and the 5 elements. But seeing that Qi Zhao was truly exhausted, she helplessly rubbed her head. "All right, then let's go back and sleep first. Children need enough sleep to grow taller and develop their brains." She held Qi Zhao's hand and supported her with a cane as they headed toward the Lu residence. Before leaving, I also greeted Lu Chong, saying, "Lord Lu, please wake up early tomorrow to go to Lu's residence. Otherwise, if the time is late, our group will have to leave Wancho County." Lu Chong has always been in the habit of reading early in the morning, a habit he has not changed even after becoming the imperial tutor.
He replied, "All right."
"Then I will trouble Miss Yun tomorrow." Chong Jin also nodded at Lu Chong to indicate they were leaving, turning back with Qi Wenlang to Lu's residence. On the way back, Qi Wenlang sighed, "Elder cousin, look at Lord Lu. Even though he is the imperial tutor, he still argues with others and gets upset. I think as officials sometimes it's not as comfortable as when we were merchants. Why would Lord Lu want to be an official? He even had it from anger, which isn't worth it." Qi Zhao also shared this feeling, nodding in agreement like crushing garlic. Yun Jiaoyu opened her eyes wide. Although it was late at night, she felt no tiredness. She was worried that Qi Wenlong's words might influence her young husband, making him think he shouldn't become an official in the future. If Chong Jin doesn't become the prime minister later, wouldn't the entire plan fall apart? Her heart was tight with anxiety. She heard Chong Jin's gentle voice, like a mountain spring flowing softly. "Every profession has its difficulties. Look at our Qi family, living comfortably before. That was because our grandfather worked hard and was diligent. So, this world exists because some people endure hardships while others enjoy peace." Seeing that Qi Wenlang didn't quite understand, Chong Jin slightly parted his lips and calmly explained, "Look at your sister-in-law, curing and saving people." Before she became a doctor, she must have known countless herbs and disease mechanisms to judge illnesses and prescribe medicines accurately. The time and effort she put in are beyond what ordinary people can imagine. That is hard work. After learning medicine, she also has to face the contempt, doubts, and dissatisfaction of patients' families. That is also hard. But if everyone thinks these things are hard and avoids doing them, how many patients would die from untreated illnesses? He explained, "You don't know the fish's happiness if you're not a fish. Look at Lord Liu. He seems troubled at heart, but perhaps he enjoys being a parent official. After all, he works harder, so some people can live more comfortably." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes flickered with agreement to Chong Jin's words. She held Zhao's small hand and echoed, "Zhao Wenling, sometimes when you think others are suffering, it's just because you can't bear that hardship yet." Before she joined the military as a doctor, she didn't know how many sleepless nights she had spent working through countless nights. After becoming a military doctor, she also didn't know how many families of helpless patients had blamed her. She used to think that practicing medicine was hard, but if no one practiced medicine, where would the doctors come from? There would only be more and more patients struggling to find help. She glanced at Chong Jin, realizing that, in a way, this man was just like her. Once he decided on something, he would never change his original intention. After returning to Lu's house, Yun Jiaoyu and Chong Jin took the two children to Lu Yunxio's courtyard. Then they turned around and went back to their rooms to rest. As she passed by her uncle Lu Yong's courtyard, she saw him with 5 or 6 scholars, enjoying the moon and drinking wine. Yun Jiaoyu raised her delicate eyebrows slightly and suddenly remembered that Lu Yunxio's younger brother, Lu Yong, was a teacher at the Wancho County Academy. She gently patted her forehead. She had been thinking about going outside to find someone to copy the Dichi national language and distribute pages about yin-yang and the 5 elements. That was a complete waste of effort. She could simply ask Lu Yong to assign tasks to the students at the academy to copy and distribute the texts. Considering it was late at night, she didn't want to disturb the men. She planned to visit Lu Yong before leaving tomorrow. The two of them returned to their rooms. Yun Jiaoyu instinctively placed a thick quilt between the bed and the mattress, thinking about how to talk to Chong Jin so they could each sleep on one side and rest well. Just as she divided the bed into 2, without saying a word, she saw Chong Jin already take a quilt out of the wardrobe. He quietly walked to the side of the bed and sat on the imperial concubine's seat. In the next moment, he skillfully pushed the tea table on the seat to the corner and spread the quilt he was holding on the bed. Without even lifting his eyelids, he said, "You sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the imperial concubine's seat. Let's draw a line with the wardrobe. Tonight, we won't cross each other's boundaries. No one is allowed to step over." After speaking, Yun Jiaoyu looked up. She saw that the man's deep black eyes were calm, and he pulled the quilt over himself, lying down properly. Then he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Yun Jiaoyu froze completely, her mind flooded with endless questions. What is going on? So, is this man's behavior now just to protect himself? Is he afraid she might suddenly attack him? Yun Jiaoyu fell silent, realizing she might have overthought things. Had she even considered giving him sleeping pills? Given the current situation, it is clear that Chong Jin has changed his attitude towards her. He no longer dislikes her as much as before, but he still has no romantic interest in her. Yun Jiaoyu suddenly relaxed and let out a breath. She was more grateful than ever for her original self. Thanks to her past misdeeds, Chong Jin now keeps his guard up around this body and has no romantic thoughts at all. Feeling completely at ease, she quickly pulled the blanket over herself and went to sleep. She had a good night's rest. The next day, at dawn, the copper ring on the bright red door of the Lu residence was knocked loudly. After guard Lu explained the purpose of the visit, the household servant was shocked and went to inform Lu Sibin, who was still asleep. When Lu Sibin, half asleep, heard that such an esteemed person as the imperial tutor was visiting, he was fully awakened. In a small place like Wancho County, having a top-ranked imperial tutor come personally to his home was as rare as a lucky omen. Hurry, hurry, wake up everyone in the family. Lu Sibin quickly got dressed. Since the imperial tutor is visiting, we must show proper respect. It would be rude not to. Go wake up Yong-gur too. This is a great opportunity to show our respect to the imperial tutor. We can't miss it. The servant hesitated and said, Master, but the imperial tutor is here to see Lady Qi. He said he wants to help her with her illness.
What?
Help her with her illness? You mean Madame Qi's daughter-in-law? Lu Sibin was shocked and sat up quickly. Then he understood. He waved his hand to invite guard Lu in, then called Yun Jiaoyu to come meet him. Right now, he hated the Qi family and others very much. Thinking that Yun Jiaoyu knew the imperial tutor, this was a rare opportunity, more valuable than him becoming the county magistrate of Wancho County. Such a remarkable woman might be the key to the Qi family's future prosperity. He got up and headed to Yun Jiaoyu's courtyard. Since the imperial tutor is here to see that girl Jiaoyu, we shouldn't miss this chance. Tell Yong-gur to get up quickly, along with Xiaonyang and the others. After Jiaoyu's treatment, we'll all go to the main hall to meet the guest. The servant responded repeatedly. Yun Jiaoyu had not slept well for 2 nights. When the servant woke her, she was lying sprawled on the bed. Her sleep was very poor. Chong Jin woke early, sitting at his desk, making good use of his free time to read books. While flipping through the pages, he kept glancing at Yun Jiaoyu's domineering and terrible sleeping posture. He spoke slowly. If you don't get up now, there won't be enough time before we leave to give Lord Lu acupuncture. Unknowingly, Chong Jin found the rough sleeping posture of Yun Jiaoyu quite pleasing. Yun Jiaoyu lay on the bed, took a few deep breaths, then sat up in one go. She believed it was unfair to keep the patient waiting too long. Fortunately, she slept peacefully all night, which helped restore her energy and strength. After changing her clothes and opening the door, she followed the housekeeper to the main hall of the Lu residence. Just as she reached the corridor beside the main hall, she saw Lu Chong being supported into the house by guards. After a night of rest, Lu Chong's condition had improved significantly, and his speech was becoming clearer. As usual, Yun Jiaoyu took Lu Chong's pulse. She then used silver needles to target acupuncture points like Yangbai, Xiaoguan, and Yingxiang. While inserting the needles, Lu Chong frowned and asked, Miss Yun, last night you mentioned that the granddaughter of the county's postal supervisor was seriously ill. I see you are so skilled in medicine. Maybe you can cure her? If you can treat her, I'll think of ways to help you escape your exile. Yun Jiaoyu's deep eyes sparkled with clarity. Honestly, she was tempted by Lu Chong's offer. If she could avoid exile, she could find a remote place to hide and live quietly. Even if Chong Jin turned dark and became the chief counselor later, he might not find her, let alone take revenge on her and her family.
But
at this moment, Chong Jin also appeared outside the main hall. Granduncle Lu Sibian had specifically asked him to accompany Yun Jiaoyu, worried she might offend the imperial teacher if she met him alone. Although Lu Sibian underestimated Yun Jiaoyu and overthought things, she was clearly capable of handling herself and wouldn't risk offending Lu Sibian. Still, he was there because he was asked to. Chong Jin's dark eyes, as deep as an ink stain, looked silently at Yun Jiaoyu inside the hall, unreadable. He believed that any normal person, given the chance to end their exile, would seize it without hesitation. Yun Jiaoyu's delicate fingers held the silver needle, continuing her methodical acupuncture. Her clear voice said, "No need, Lord Lu." Her bright eyes shone, and if she didn't want to be exiled anymore, it was obvious that among these exiles, only Chong Jin, with his villainous aura, would survive. People are not like plants. No one is truly emotionless. She got along well with the third branch of the Qi family, and they were all good people. If she could help save a life, she would certainly want them to live well. Lu Chong didn't seem to expect Yun Jiaoyu to refuse him. The commanding presence of a high-ranking official, calm and imposing without anger, gradually radiated from him. Frowning tightly, Miss Yun, Are you sure you want to let go of this great opportunity in front of you? Are you sure you want to continue being exiled with the people from the Qi family? Yun Jiaoyu despises being threatened openly or secretly. Her gaze suddenly turned cold.
Yes.
She then said, Lord Liu, Miss Lin's health is not good. I checked her pulse yesterday and gave her a prescription that can help prolong her life and improve her health. Originally, Miss Lin could only live for 3 more years, but if she takes the medicine on time every day, she might live at least 10 more years. As a doctor, I have done everything I can for her illness. Yun Jiaoyu was completely unafraid of the pressure from Lu Chong. Her cold eyes looked straight at him. Lord Liu, if you truly care about Miss Lin, who is seriously ill, instead of pressuring me here, you should bring her to the capital as soon as possible. Lord Liu has missed over 10 years of father-daughter time. It's better to make up for some of that now, so you won't regret it for the rest of your life. Lu Chong's eyes darkened a little. Did his daughter originally only have 3 years to live? A chill ran through his brows, annoyed that he hadn't known earlier that Miss Lin had given birth to his child. If his daughter could only live for 3 years, how much suffering had she endured all these years? Then he thought about the prescription Yun Jiaoyu had given yesterday, and his expression softened again. A cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes. How do you know she is my daughter? Also, isn't there any other way to let Fuziu live healthily until old age? Yun Jiaoyu slowly shook her head. Lord Liu, you don't need to worry too much. As long as she takes her medicine on time, stays warm and avoids exhaustion, and keeps a good mood, your daughter still has a chance to live to her 50s or 60s. In ancient times, living to 50 or 60 was considered old age. Patients with uremia, who take good care of themselves, can live 30 more years at least. Hearing this, Lu Chong finally relaxed. He was now the imperial teacher of the country, fully capable of ensuring his daughter could recover without worries and enjoy her remaining years. Yun Jiaoyu's expression was calm, her tone steady as she explained, "This is just my guess. But from your reaction, I believe I am right." Lu Chong clearly didn't believe her. Just a guess? Yun Jiaoyu, combining her memory of Miss Lin's experience and Mu Yanjiao's insults towards her, nodded lightly. Miss Lin is known as the shame of Tong'an County. Her mother, Lin Yang, died in childbirth before marriage. After her birth, Lin Fuziu endured a lot of humiliation and was often mocked by the county magistrate's daughter for being lowly. I guess that in this world, besides her maternal grandmother, only her biological father might truly care for Lin Fuyu. Lu's pupils suddenly constricted. How unreasonable. A young county magistrate's daughter daring to insult his daughter as lowly? He snorted softly, silently accepting Yun Jiaoyu's guess as a reason. Lu calmed his mind. After a set of acupuncture treatments, he felt his blood flow smoothly, and his ears and eyes became clearer. His crooked eye and crooked mouth also showed signs of improvement. Once he heals his own illness, he will go to recognize his family. Lu looked at Yun Jiaoyu with deep meaning. Before today, he only thought she was a skilled doctor who didn't seek fame or power. But now, it seems this young lady has quite a fiery temper. She faced his mighty imperial teacher without fear and even dared to defy him. A hint of admiration flickered in his eyes as he pressed further. You, young lady, really have a strong temper. However, I'll ask you once more. Are you truly willing to give up this chance to end your exile and continue suffering with the Qi family? Yun Jiaoyu's gaze gradually firmed. I truly am willing. As she spoke, it was as if a beam of light shone into the corridor, illuminating the deep, unseen abyss in Chong Jin's heart. He looked at Lu with a surprised expression. Yun Jiaoyu's delicate, fair face was bright and spirited, her voice clear and pure. Moreover, I believe one day, the Qi family will clear their name. Serving a lifetime in Zizhou's wilderness is not where our Qi family's 10 or so members will end up. Her words rang loudly in everyone's ears. Even the guards who had argued with Yun Jiaoyu last night showed admiration. The main hall fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Lu raised his hand and slowly stroked his beard, suddenly bursting into a deep, hearty laugh. Good, young lady. Your temper is just to my taste. Lu's gaze fell on the jade pendant hanging from Yun Jiaoyu's neck. Since this jade pendant was given to you by Fuyu, I believe there is some destined connection in this world. Since you saved me, and also saved my only heir, who is stranded outside for many years, from now on, I will take you as my adopted daughter. Lu's deep eyes swept over Yun Jiaoyu, finally resting on Chong Jin standing in the corridor. He had long noticed the man outside. His eyesight was always excellent, and he was sure Chong Jin was no ordinary person. Now, out of gratitude, he accepted Yun Jiaoyu as his adopted daughter. In the future, he believed this couple would never disappoint him and would bring him unexpected surprises. Miss Yun, or rather, second miss, what are you still standing there for? Our Lord Lu has already accepted you as his adopted daughter. You should agree quickly. The guards urged Yun Jiaoyu, worried that she might refuse Lu Chong again and offend him. Yun Jiaoyu paused, thinking that it's wise to know when to go along with things. Now, they are heading to Zhe Prefecture, and she wonders what else might happen along the way. Having a reliable supporter is always good. She responded reluctantly, adoptive father? Lu Chong hummed softly, a bit proud, recognizing me as your adoptive father. Does that make you feel wronged? Not satisfied, he deliberately said, you might find it strange at first, but you'll get used to calling me that after a few times. Yun Jiaoyu chuckled softly, feeling amused by the proud temperament of the imperial teacher. At this moment, Lu Sibin and his group arrived. On the way here, Lu Sibin had already sternly advised Lu Yong. Lu Yong wished he could go back to last night and give himself a few good slaps for his reckless behavior. If he had known Yun Jiaoyu had connections in the capital, he wouldn't have caused trouble. He would have flattered and praised her instead. Hearing the noise outside, Yun Jiaoyu's relaxed brows furrowed slightly. By the way, I'm glad to have an adoptive father, she said. But Lord Lu. Lu Chong deliberately puffed out his chest and glared. Yun Jiaoyu forced a laugh, but adoptive father, a talented person like me shouldn't be too conspicuous. I'm still just a common person. I wouldn't want anyone to know I have a distinguished adoptive father unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, possessing great talent might bring trouble. Lu Chong's deep eyes seemed to smile, knowing well that someone talented and willing to hide their brilliance could attract trouble. He looked forward to the day Chong Jin clears his name and advances in his career. How many people would be shocked by Yun Jiaoyu then? A satisfied flicker crossed his dark eyes. All right, let's do as you say. As soon as Lu Chong finished speaking, Lu Sibin led the people from Lu residence into the hall. Though Lu Sibin was only a scholar, he was well-connected in Wancho County's official circles. He bowed slightly and greeted warmly. Lord Lu isn't in the capital, but appears here in Wancho County. Your visit truly brings glory to our Lu residence. Lu Chong, accustomed to being treated with respect, looked at Yun Jiaoyu and said calmly, I've been unwell, so I returned home to rest for a few months. Fortunately, I met this child, Jiaoyu, and her condition has greatly improved. I expect I'll be returning to the capital soon. After speaking, Lu Sibin's gaze on Yun Jiaoyu became more meaningful. He shamelessly praised her without hesitation. Being able to treat the Lord's illness is truly a blessing from your past life, Jiaoyu. This child is truly a good kid. She married into the Qi family many years ago and has never caused trouble. Everyone in her family praises her as a good person. Yun Jiaoyu couldn't listen anymore. Even if she tried to put on a brave face, she couldn't bring herself to accept these empty compliments that went against her conscience. Seeing that it was already bright outside, she thought that soon it would be time to continue their journey to Zhezhou. So she hurried over to Lu Yong and quietly asked, Third uncle, may I speak with you privately? Lu Yong readily agreed, showing great respect for Yun Jiaoyu. They walked outside the main hall, and Yun Jiaoyu took out a torn page from her sleeve. Third uncle, I heard you teach at Wancho County Academy. I believe your knowledge is quite deep. Would you mind having the students copy and widely share this page about yin and yang and the 5 elements? Yun Jiaoyu handed the torn page from the De Qiguiyu to Lu Yong. Lu Yong instinctively read the words on the page. Yang lies hidden but cannot emerge. Yin presses down but cannot rise, leading to earthquakes. After reading this sentence silently, Lu Yong furrowed his brows deeply. This means that Yang energy is hidden below and cannot come out, while Yin suppresses Yang, preventing it from rising, which causes earthquakes. Lu Yong had been teaching for many years and had read countless books. Suddenly, this sentence made him think of something else. In recent days, the underground water in Lu's kitchen yard had become cloudy, bubbled, and changed smell. Could this be the sign that Yang energy is unable to emerge? It matched perfectly with a sentence from De Chiguiyu. Frowning tightly, his heart was almost hanging in the air. He looked at Yun Jiaoyu with surprise, saying, "Jin's wife, are you suspecting that there will be an earthquake in Songzhou in the next few days?" Yun Jiaoyu's long eyelashes covered her eyes, which flashed with quick surprise. She hadn't expected Lu Yong to react so quickly. She didn't even know how her third uncle connected that sentence to the possibility of an earthquake. It seemed that the knowledge of the national language was profound and mysterious. As a modern person, her understanding of classical texts was not as good as that of ancient scholars. However, since Lu Yong realized that an earthquake might be coming, that was a good thing. At least, he could tell the hundreds of students at the academy and spread the warning throughout Wancho County. When the news spread, people in Songzhou and Qingzhou would be prepared for the earthquake. Yun Jiaoyu nodded slowly. "Third uncle, I bought this De Chiguiyu for Wenling yesterday. On the way, I was bored, so I asked Wenling to read a few passages. That's when I heard this sentence. You know, I haven't read many books, but my family's ancestor Jin was a top scholar. I told Chong Jin a made-up story, saying I asked him for an explanation, and that made me suspect there might be an earthquake soon. But we are just common people. Our words are not very influential, and most people wouldn't believe what we say. Since you, Uncle San, are a respected scholar at the academy, everyone would believe what you say. That's why I came to ask Uncle San to share the contents of his page." Lu Yong hesitated for a moment. If an earthquake really happened soon, pre-warning would be a great deed and a kind act. But I don't know how many people would believe if I share this page. Never mind. Whether people believe it or not, I must do what's right. I solemnly promised, don't worry. Today, Uncle Sam will have the students copy down this page of De Chiguiyu and distribute explanations to every household. Thank you, Uncle San, for your help. After half an incense stick's worth of time, Lu Chong left the Lu residence, surrounded by Lu Sibin and others. Lu Sibin stuck his head out to watch Lu Chong's carriage until it disappeared around the corner, then turned around with a satisfied smile. Lord Lu truly is a top imperial teacher. When talking about government affairs, his insights leave us all far behind. Standing at the gate of the Lu residence, Lu Sibin looked at the signboard. Proud and confident, he said to Lu Yunxiuqi and Lei, "The imperial teacher visited our Lu residence. From now on, our family will be blessed." Lu Yunxiu instinctively glanced at Yun Jiaoyu, wondering if she was overthinking. She always felt that before the imperial teacher left, he seemed to have something to say to his niece-in-law. But the niece-in-law acted as if she hadn't noticed, which was a bit strange. Yun Jiaoyu looked up at the sun and said worriedly, "Third aunt, it's already the end of the Mao hour. But Cheng Er and the others still haven't come to the Lu residence. I wonder if something has happened. Maybe I should go back to the inn to check. You and Uncle San and Zhao Zhao Wenling can stay a bit longer here at third uncle's place. The Lu residence is on the way out of the inn, and since Cheng Er has to travel 50 miles daily, it's unlikely they haven't gathered at the Lu residence by now." Chong Jin's expression was calm as he said, "I'll go with you." If something really happened at the inn, Yun Jiaoyu would have someone to look after her. Yun Jiaoyu looked at Chong Jin, didn't think much, and nodded. The two of them walked side by side toward the inn. Li Yongxiu and others thought that soon they would have to leave Wancho County, and maybe they would never return to Lu's residence in their lifetime. They looked down, feeling suddenly a bit sad. Xianglei hugged Lu Yunxiu to comfort her, and Lu Sibian gradually woke up from the joy of the imperial teacher's arrival. He sighed and pretended to be cheerful, saying, "Come on. Xiuxian, you and Xianglei bring Zhao Zhao and Wenlang. Let's go back to the kitchen as a family and have a good breakfast." Lu Yunxiu, tears in her eyes, forced a smile and said, "Okay, Dad, let's go eat together as a family." Yun Jiyue and Chong Jin, limping and leaning on their crutches, passed through the busy market. When they passed by a steaming bun shop, they bought 2 buns, and she handed one to Chong Jin. Her eyes accidentally caught sight of the distant scene where Madame Qi and Xiao Lian, looking dejected, entered a nearby wonton stall to sit. They were still shaken, saying, "Luckily, last night we didn't go back to the inn, but stayed outside overnight. Otherwise, we would have been caught by those officials."
Exactly.
I don't know how Qing and the others got so obsessed they ended up involved in such a serious legal case. Yun Jiyue suddenly froze, her deep eyes fixed on Madame Qi and the others. She heard the words legal case clearly. Her expression became a bit dazed, and she suddenly remembered the incense and strong perfume she smelled when she left the inn last evening. Could it be that the legal case was related to those strange scents? Yun Jiyue frowned tightly, feeling a bad premonition in her heart. She quickly exchanged a look with Chong Jin. "I'll rent a carriage, so we can get to the inn faster." If the officials were now arresting Qing and the others, then no matter how fast she and Chong Jin rushed, they might not catch up in time to find out what really happened because of their slow movements. It would be better to spend a few silver coins on the roadside to hire a carriage to the inn. Soon, a red horse, urged by the whip, trotted quickly toward the inn. In just half a cup of tea, they arrived at the inn. When Yun Jiyue got off the carriage, she saw Cheng and others being arrested by the county officer, Huang Xigua. Cheng was holding onto a pillar in front of the inn, refusing to let go. He shouted angrily, "I am from Qingzhou Court. As fellow officers, how dare you arrest me? Moreover, we, the people in this line of work, have never committed murder. And we certainly haven't harmed any women. You're slandering us."
Huang Xigua suddenly kicked Cheng.
"Shut up." Pointing towards the horse pen with his finger, he sneered, "Such a good family woman. And now her body is just lying outside the horse pen.
She's not killed by you.
Who else could have done it? I'm telling you, admit your guilt and sign the confession. Otherwise, you'll end up in prison and suffer the punishment." Since Cheng is a constable himself, he knows well what harsh torture in prison looks like, forcing confessions and inflicting pain. He struggles desperately, refusing to go into the prison no matter what. Just then, he sees Yun Jiaoyu and Chong Jin arrive, and, seeing a chance to save himself, he shouts, "Mrs. Qi, help me." Other guards escorting the prisoners also call out for help. "Mrs. Qi, please save us." Yun Jiaoyu feels overwhelmed by their high hopes, as if she could save everyone, and she feels a bit lost. Unconsciously, she has gone from being a prisoner to the main support for the guards, and even the prisoners. She feels helpless but has no choice but to step forward quickly and stop Huang Xigua, saying, "Sir, please show mercy." She asks, "What's going on here?" Huang Xigua and Lu Sibian are colleagues working under the county magistrate of Wancho County. He is a bit older and knows Lu Yunxiu. He also knows that Lu Yunxiu's family is among those being exiled. When he hears Cheng call Yun Jiaoyu Mrs. Qi, he immediately realizes that the person in front of him is Lu Yunxiu's sister-in-law. Out of respect for Lu Sibian's family, he snorts coldly, "Mrs. Qi, you're quite lucky. If you and your husband hadn't stayed at Lu's house last night, maybe your husband would also be suspected of murder and taken away." He patiently explains, "At dawn today, someone at the inn reported that there was a woman's body outside the horse pen, badly injured and without clothes. When we arrived, the woman was already dead. But it seemed recent, so her hand was still soft." With a malicious smile, he adds, "Mrs. Qi, you didn't see. That woman, apart from her face, had no good skin on her body. It's obvious she was brutally assaulted." A cold feeling flashes in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes, and she almost holds her breath. She ignores Huang Xigua's exaggerated description and focuses on the useful information. She suppresses her anger and doesn't scold these Wancho County guards for being fools. If the report was made at dawn, How could the body still be soft after an hour? If the body hadn't stiffened, it could only mean that the woman hadn't died when she was thrown into the horse pen. Yun Jiaoyu clenched her fists tightly, her eyes flashing with intense anger. She held back her temper and asked 3 times in a row, "Where is that woman now? When did you go to check her breathing? Have you considered that no breathing might be due to cold weather causing sudden breathing stops? In other words, she might still be alive, not dead yet." Although it is summer now, the temperature difference between day and night in Wancho County is quite large. Generally, in cold environments, lying on cold ground for too long can reduce blood flow and oxygen needs in the brain, which may cause symptoms similar to clinical death. Using modern medical understanding, temperatures below 18 degrees Celsius are considered cold environments. Temperatures below 10 degrees Celsius can negatively affect the human body. During the change from day to night, the temperature at the time of Mao hour is just cold enough to harm the body. Huang Shiguo was so shocked by Yun Jiaoyu's piercing gaze that he couldn't speak. He didn't understand what a sudden stop in breathing meant. If someone is dead, they wouldn't breathe anymore, right? How could someone still be alive but not breathe? Huang Shiguo wanted to argue, but after seeing Yun Jiaoyu's suddenly cold gaze, he dared not speak. He hesitated and said, "The woman is just outside the stable. We are waiting for the coroner to examine the body." Yun Jiaoyu's cold gaze swept over Huang Shiguo and then headed straight toward the stable behind the inn. She needed to see whether the woman was dead or alive. If she was alive, when the coroner arrived and examined the body, it could be too late. Her life might be lost forever. Seeing Yun Jiaoyu head straight toward the stable, Huang Shiguo and the others were curious and followed. They wanted to see if the person without breath was still alive. Cheng Er and the others briefly relaxed, placing all their hope on Yun Jiaoyu. They didn't want to risk their lives in Wancho County. At this moment, several men stepped out of the inn, full of spirit. They wore dark green round-collared brocade robes. The leader's robe was a different color, light yellow, and looked more noble, made from high-quality fabric. Chong Jin was from the richest family in Qingzhou. He immediately recognized that this was Yun brocade supplied exclusively by their Qi family to the Jingzhou Brocade Bureau. Yun brocade is precious, shining brightly like clouds in the sky, woven with gold, silver, copper threads, silk, and even feathers from birds and beasts. This kind of precious embroidery, worth a lot of money. Only someone from a noble family can wear it. I didn't expect that in a small county like Wancho, so many influential people would appear in just a few days. Chong Jin withdrew his gaze and headed toward the horse stable. Outside the stable, Yun Jiaoyu just arrived and saw a woman lying on the ground. Apart from her face, which was made up with powder, the rest of her body was hard to see clearly. There were red marks on her neck, and her body smelled strongly of alcohol. If you got close, you could also smell a very wild scent from her skin. Her wrists and ankles were tied tightly, with clear marks from the bindings. Yun Jiaoyu immediately took off her outer coat and covered the woman's body. She reached out to check her pulse. It was weak, but still there. She sniffed the air, but found no breath. Frowning, Yun Jiaoyu quickly confirmed her earlier judgment. It was indeed caused by a sudden heart stop due to the cold. But the woman had already fallen into a coma from the cold and now seemed to be in a fake death state. If she didn't act quickly, the woman's life would be at great risk. So, she had to save her fast. Sweat started to appear on Yun Jiaoyu's forehead as her mind raced. To save a patient suffering from hypothermia, she needed to perform intubation, vascular access, and possibly use needle electrodes to monitor the heart rhythm. There's no time left. She couldn't hesitate anymore. She had to use her mind to send the patient into the space operating room. Yun Jiaoyu's breath fogged as she turned to look at Cheng Er and others who had just arrived in the backyard. Wiping sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, she said, "Cheng Er, go ask the inn people for some quilts. Buy or borrow, just give me a few beds. Hurry." Hearing Yun Jiaoyu's urgent tone, Cheng Er immediately realized the situation was critical. He was both surprised and happy, surprised because the situation was bad, but happy because from Yun Jiaoyu's words, the woman abandoned near the stable was definitely still alive. As long as she was alive, she could clear his name. He would even sell everything he had to buy a few quilts at the inn. Chong Jin also arrived at the back of the inn. Sweat soaked Yun Jiaoyu's short hair on her forehead. Her dark eyes looked straight at Chong Jin, silently conveying her tension. She clenched her fists and said, Chong Jin, come help me. Then she looked at the officials who had followed Cheng from Qingzhou.
Come over too.
Soon, Cheng brought over 3 bedsheets. Listening to Yun Jiaoyu's instructions, she laid one bedsheet on the ground. Patients in hypothermic coma must not be moved roughly or jolted. Yun Jiaoyu couldn't move the patient alone, so she asked Cheng and others to help. She warned, you must be gentle and careful when moving her onto the bedsheet, or she might really die. As she finished speaking, Cheng and the others dared not even breathe loudly. They nodded quickly. This was a matter of life and death, so Yun Jiaoyu's words were absolute rules. After successfully transferring the patient, Yun Jiaoyu finally relaxed. At least the patient wouldn't die from being moved or jolted, which could cause deadly heart rhythm issues. Do you need my help with anything? Chong Jin's deep, gentle voice sounded smooth and calming, like a soothing balm for the mind. Yun Jiaoyu steadied herself a bit, swallowed her saliva, and said, I can't be disturbed, not even a little. So I want to ask you and Cheng to lift the remaining 2 bedsheets sideways, with your backs facing me. If I don't call you, you must not put down the sheets or look back at me. She needed a space that could hide her from onlookers. Only then could she focus and use her mind to send the patient into the space surgery room for treatment. Chong Jin nodded in agreement. Understanding Yun Jiaoyu's intent, he instructed 4 guards responsible for escorting the prisoner to stand at the patient's head and foot. He and Cheng positioned themselves at the patient's sides around the waist. The 6 of them kept about 3 steps away from the patient. Each person held one side of a sheet, standing firm like a pine tree, creating a space as wide as possible to block outsiders' view. Huang Shiguo originally wanted to see what Yun Jiaoyu was planning, but now, with 2 sheets blocking the view, they couldn't see anything at all. Suddenly, he felt annoyed. Can you still save the person? If not, move aside quickly and don't block the way. Leave the body here. The coroner will come later. As for you all, whether you're from the Qi family or Qingzhou officials, follow me back to the yamen. Among the group being exiled, aside from the Qingzhou officials, everyone else had already been taken to the yamen's prison for temporary placement. It was only these Qingzhou officials, relying on their status as officials, who stubbornly refused to leave the inn. Originally, Huang Shiguo wanted to let the Qi family members stay at Lu's house out of respect for Lu Sibin. But now, Yun Jiaoyu and Chong Jin insist on meddling to save people and refuse to let others watch the excitement. Then don't blame him for taking everyone away. Chong Jin's deep eyes shimmered with coldness. Official, the patient is still alive now. Your urgent rush to treat them is like endangering their life. Moreover, the officers from Qingzhou Court's yamen are backed by the court. He spoke calmly. Although you are all officers, you must understand this in your hearts. The position of the magistrate of Wancho County is far below that of the court's minister and deputy minister. Qingzhou is so close to Wancho County. If the court finds out that the people under your command are all tortured into confessions in the future, they might hold your magistrate accountable or even blame you. Chong Jin's brow twitched, radiating strong authority. His tone was cold and firm. Everyone, please consider it for your own sake. We kindly ask for some understanding and a little more time. Second Cheng also shouted. Exactly. Even a dog respects its master. No matter what happens today, please remember the court of Qingzhou is on our side. Give Madame Qi some time to treat her illness. After being threatened, Huang Shiguo clenched his teeth and glared at Chong Jin and Second Cheng. But they had a point. There are only about 50 or 60 officers under the court, and nearly 10 officers are responsible for escorting prisoners passing through Wancho County. If they resorted to severe torture to extract confessions, it would shame the court, and their lives might become difficult too. Frowning tightly, he said, Young Master Qi, I'll do this for Lu Shifu's sake. Give you a quarter of an hour. If after a quarter of an hour, this woman still shows no signs of breathing, you all must come with me back to the cell. He muttered, honestly, I think this woman is already dead. All this fussing around, according to our great Qi law, is considered desecration of a corpse. When that time comes, you'll all be held accountable. Chong Jin's eyes turned cold, as dark as ink jade, and his pupils suddenly darkened. His cold lips pressed into a faint, indifferent smile. Official, there's no need to bother yourself with whether this is desecration of a corpse. As he finished speaking, Huang Shigua angrily looked away. He wanted to see how someone who was clearly dead could possibly come back to life. The surroundings grew quiet. Yun Jiaoyu focused her attention, using her mind to gently move the unconscious woman into the space surgical room. Yun Jiaoyu quickly inserted a rubber tube through her voice box into her trachea. At the same time, she connected a ventilator to keep the patient's airway as clear as possible and ensure enough oxygen supply. Equipped with a heart-lung machine, she used disposable vascular catheters inserted into the right internal jugular vein, working with an external device to allow oxygenated blood to enter the lung circulation and the entire body. Finally, she used a needle electrode to puncture the body through the skin. After completing all preparations, she injected warm saline into the vein to warm the patient. She carefully began performing CPR on the unconscious woman. Unfortunately, no matter how fast her medical actions were, a single cup of tea's worth of time was not enough to wake the patient. Yun Jiaoyu's breathing nearly faltered as she tried to speed up the infusion of warm saline with her mind, without harming the patient. She had to go faster. She must make the patient breathe again quickly. Sweat soaked her forehead as Yun Jiaoyu continued performing CPR in the space. Meanwhile, the time of a cup of tea was almost up. Huang Shigua had long grown impatient, ready to signal the guards to take Xing'er and others away. Chong Jin stood tall and firm, a cold aura emanating from his eyes, intimidating those around him. Suddenly, the fingers of the unconscious woman on the operating table twitched slightly. She was waking up. She opened her heavy eyelids, and the lights of the operating room reflected in her eyes. Even after removing the medical equipment and transferring her out of the space, luckily, when the patient woke, her vision was always blurry, and her mind was in a fog. Her transfer was timely. By the time she regained consciousness, she was in the stable's backyard horse pen. Yun Jiaoyu let out a heavy breath, instinctively squatting on the ground, smiling. When she looked up, she saw Chong Jin's gentle, refined face, standing beside her like a solitary pine. His tall figure stood before her, and as the morning sun shone on him, his dark silhouette reflected on her face. Chong Jin, I am fine, Yun Jiaoyu said softly, her eyes shimmering with gentle light, as if she was relieved. Chong Jin turned his head and nodded slowly at her. He calmly placed the quilt down, and Xing'er and others also lowered their side of the blanket. When the blanket covering her eyes fell to the ground, Huang Shigua and the others saw Yun Jiaoyu help the woman who had just stopped breathing. The woman was not wearing clothes, only covered by Yun Jiaoyu's outer garment. Chong Jin looked straight ahead, without a glance, not even a flicker of his eyes on the full, scarred body. Instead, Huang Shigua and the others stared in shock. Yun Jiaoyu frowned tightly, her cold gaze sweeping toward Huang Shigua, coldly passing over her. To Chong Jin, she said, "Your coat is too big. Take it off and give it to her." Chong Jin frowned, surprised. He had never given his clothes to any woman before. Without hesitation, he took off his coat and handed it to Yun Jiaoyu. The loose clothing immediately wrapped around the woman's body. Except for her neck and bare feet, the rest of her was covered tightly. "Oh, little lady, you're finally awake." Second brother's rough voice hurried over anxiously. "Tell me, how did you end up in the horse pen?" Afraid she wouldn't tell the truth, he added, "Please be honest. We didn't insult you, and we certainly didn't want to kill you." Yun Jiaoyu's bright, lively eyes flickered as she thought of the numerous wounds on the woman. She didn't believe that the injuries could be so severe unless she had been assaulted by 5 or 6 people. She didn't want to add salt to the wound by asking questions. She simply said, "Don't ask anymore. No one wants to kill her." She suddenly had an old illness, and the pain was so bad, she fainted after hitting the wall. That's why she was thrown into the horse pen. Huang Shiguo frowned angrily and stepped closer. How is that possible? In Wancho County, there hadn't been a major case in many years. Cases of a decent woman dying in a government run-in were rare. Only officials and passing criminals stayed in such inns. If this woman died, it meant someone had kidnapped and assaulted her to death. If she didn't die, then someone had still abused her. If such a case was solved, they might even get promoted to the Imperial Guard in the capital. So, how could this woman have just had an old illness and been abandoned in the horse pen? Huang Shiguo glared at second brother, threatening and persuading him. "Listen, little lady, we have officials here to protect you. If you have any grievances, just tell us. You're a woman, not an official, and not a criminal. How did you get into the inn? Tell me, did these officers kidnap you and force you into the inn? Did they abuse you, or even try to kill you?" Huang Shiguo warned openly and secretly. If he didn't throw all this dirt onto second brother and them, he would have to act impartially and lock this reckless girl in jail. At this moment, the woman wrapped in Chong Jin's outer robe finally regained consciousness. She paused for a moment, fully understanding the situation now. Her gaze fell on Chong Jin, and her eyes brightened. She licked her lips, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Miss Fong gently touches her eyebrows with her delicate hand, then points at Chong Jin and deliberately says, "He kidnapped me." Her charming voice continues, "All these countless scars on me are caused by him." Chong Jin's eyes flash with anger, and he presses his lips together, without speaking. His gaze is deep, revealing the dark side of human nature without limits. Some people, when trapped in a swamp of their own making, often accuse others carelessly, dragging them into dirt and ruining their lives. As she speaks, Yun Jiaoyu's pupils suddenly shrink like cold stars. Besides the woman's sudden betrayal, she also realizes, if she predicts from the original story, Qi's family women would be assaulted on the first day of exile by Wu Qian and others. According to her third aunt Lu Yunxio's personality, she would probably choose to die. This means that when Chong Jin passes through Wancho County during his exile, he would definitely not stay at Lu's house. In other words, in the original story, Miss Fong would die from lack of medical treatment, and Chong Jin would be falsely accused of and imprisoned. It seems, in this alternate world, no matter how much her existence changes things, when it comes to the specific settings of political intrigue stories, the plot always develops according to the author's design. The author's intention to have Chong Jin falsely accused is to make him walk further down the dark path. Realizing this, Yun Jiaoyu frowns tightly. She cannot let him turn too dark. Otherwise, if they ever part ways, wouldn't he retaliate and hurt her? Yun Jiaoyu suddenly reaches out and pulls Chong Jin behind her. She coldly stares at Miss Fong and scolds, "I saved you, and this is how you slander my husband?" Her clear voice is firm. "My husband was not even at the inn last night. You know very well not only him, but no one in the horse stable last night assaulted you." As she speaks, a flicker of endless light flashes in Chong Jin's eyes. His gaze falls on the hand Yun Jiaoyu is holding tightly, and a strange emotion flashes across his eyes. Miss Fong also looks at Yun Jiaoyu with interest. Her thin red lips curl slightly, full of playful intent. She leans softly against the railing, and after hearing Yun Jiaoyu say Chong Jin is her husband, her eyes unconsciously darken with malice. She is a courtesan, used to playing with men, and treats every man with teasing. Although she and Chong Jin do not know each other well, dragging someone into trouble has long been her habit. But Miss Fong looks at Yun Jiaoyu's slightly annoyed gaze. In the backyard of the inn, among so many people, only Yun Jiaoyu was willing to cover her with her clothes. Only Yun Jiaoyu didn't look at her with malicious eyes and even thought of her, not letting others ask about last night. Helplessly, Yu spoke softly, since this young man is your benefactor and your husband. Fine, I will tell the truth. Not only your husband, but also everyone in the horse pen, truly did not me. Fong Yang casually finished speaking. Huang Shigua listened and immediately couldn't stand it. He angrily walked over, reaching out to grab Fong Yang's wrist, and asked angrily, "You shameless woman. With the wounds on your body, how could no one have assaulted you?" Pointing and gesturing, the marks on your body, and the lingering smell of men. If you say no man bullied you, I won't believe it. Just tell the truth. It must be those officers from Qingzhou who insulted you, right? Yun Jiaoyu frowned. The more she listened, the harder it was to bear. Although she had guessed Fong Yang's background, she had no right to reveal it. She cast a contemptuous glance at Huang Shigua, her eyes deep and sharp. "Officer, you are at least a constable from Wancho County. At the very least, how can you insult the women in your own area?" Huang Shigua scoffed. "What? She has the nerve to be lowly, and she hasn't even the face to admit it?" Fong Yang pushed away Huang Shigua's hand and slowly walked toward the wooden post in the horse pen. She leaned against it, revealing half of her smooth shoulder and neck. Completely ignoring the disdain and strange looks from others, Yu said softly, "Officer, I am the top courtesan of Drunken Flower Tower. If you say I am a shameless woman, then I am indeed. However, I was sold into Drunken Flower Tower for many years. Some things, it's not that I don't want to do them, but I can't." Yun Jiaoyu suddenly remembered what the pharmacy owner in Fong County had said about selling her to a brothel. It shows that in the Great Qi country, a woman's status is extremely low. Ordinary women going out are not safe at all. Yun Jiaoyu quietly observed Fong Yang. She was about the same age as her, with a good foundation, delicate skin, and tender flesh. Her hands had no calluses, clearly from a noble family. No wonder Huang Shigua mistook Fong Yang for a good family girl. So, she probably was kidnapped and forced into a brothel. Yun Jiaoyu couldn't help but speak to Huang Shigua. "Officer, you also heard. She is not the good family girl you mentioned." Thinking about the recent notices posted in various county offices about the triennial selection of the service. Guessing about Huang Watermelon and the others, they probably want to make up a big case to participate in the selection. She thoughtfully said, "Official, if you want to rely on this case to get promoted to the Capital Guard office, I advise you to close the case quickly. After all, there are some cases in this world that cannot be investigated or pursued." Yun Jiaoyu remembered the incense she smelled last evening. At first, she didn't think much about the scent, but now she realizes it was the smell of dragon saliva incense. The most precious spices in Qi are agarwood, sandalwood, musk, and dragon saliva incense. Among these, dragon saliva incense is most loved by the nobles and even the royal family in the capital. Yun Jiaoyu glanced at Fong Yang and immediately understood what had happened last night. It seems Fong Yang suddenly fell ill during intimacy, was mistaken for having died, and was hurriedly thrown outside the stable. This is an official run-in, and causing a death here is not something honorable. So, the noble who used dragon saliva incense planned to frame Cheng Er and the unlucky others. Huang Watermelon thought Yun Jiaoyu was just fooling him. What case can't be investigated? What can't be pursued? I think you're just trying to scare me. Even if Fong Yang isn't a good girl, she's a courtesan. Her appearing at an official inn without reason also suggests some scandal with officials. Today, I must catch that little troublemaker and those who are indulging in pleasures at the inn. The official inn is just a place for officials to rest, not a place for illicit activities. Huang Watermelon's voice grew louder, showing he was determined to find out the truth. It's understandable. Someone brave enough to gather people for pleasure at an official inn wouldn't miss the chance to make a big case and secure a bright future. Yun Jiaoyu took a deep breath and walked toward Fong Yang. Having seen better dynasties, she knew how difficult the world of Qi was. She supported Fong Yang's soft, purple bruise-covered arm and headed toward the inn's entrance. Seeing the county officers from Wancho County trying to stop her, her clear voice was commanding without anger. "Official, if you truly have the ambition to investigate this case, Then why not get the inn's registry and see who stayed here last night? Yun Jiaoyu became curious. Last night, she met the imperial teacher Lu Chong in Wancho County. Even the inn where Cheng Er stayed had a prominent figure from the capital. It seems that during their exile, everyone in this story world is living seriously according to the plot. She silently marveled and took Fong Yang away from the stable. The yellow watermelon was not stupid. When he heard Yun Jiaoyu speak, he suddenly realized that the person staying at the inn last night was someone he could not afford to offend. After reading the guest list at the inn, he was stunned and immediately became speechless. In a hurry, he quickly left the inn without looking back. At the inn's entrance, Cheng Er looked up at the blazing sun, feeling anxious and restless. He angrily kicked the stone lion at the inn's door, saying, "Wancho County officials are really good for nothing. We were just peacefully resting when we were falsely accused and insulted. Now it's already the time of the dragon. How can we travel 50 miles today?" Cheng Er thought about the exiled prisoners brought to Wancho County Jail by Huang Shiguo, feeling even more upset. He pointed at his officers and ordered, "Li Hu, quickly gather some brothers and go to the jail to get the people. We must leave by the end of the dragon hour. Otherwise, we won't be able to reach Suzhou de Huang County on time." Yun Jiaoyu listened to Cheng Er's impatient words, her brow furrowing. This was indeed an unexpected disaster, wasting a whole hour of their travel time. Fong Yang was barefoot on the ground, listening to the group from last night mention the exile route. Her slender eyebrows slightly raised, she said, "Benefactor, if you are heading to Tongan County, I might be able to give you a ride. If you travel by land, even if you walk non-stop today, you won't reach Tongan County before sunset. However, the magistrate of Mu County in Tongan is celebrating his birthday today, and I was invited to perform a dance." Fong Yang paused for a moment, then suddenly said, "If you don't mind, perhaps you could take the water route and ride my flower boat. When the boat docks, you can leave on your own." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were clear and lively, showing a hint of surprise she couldn't hide. She looked at Fong Yang, surprised that this woman was so badly injured and nearly lost her life today. And now she was still planning to perform a dance for the magistrate of Tongan County? This wicked feudal society. It really eats people. Yun Jiaoyu stared at Fong Yang in a daze and nodded in agreement, saying, "All right. Then I'll trouble you, Fong Yang." By the end of the dragon hour, Cheng Er had already sent people to pick up all the prisoners. Old Lady Qi and others saw the exiled prisoners come out of the Wancho County Jail safely, all intact. They sighed in relief and returned to the group. They had thought about escaping from Wancho County, but all their escape routes were in Cheng Er's hands. If they ran away without the escape tokens, they wouldn't be able to enter other counties. Even if you sneak into an unfamiliar county town, it is very likely that officials or soldiers will see you and become suspicious, leading to your capture. But living deep in the mountains and forests, if you get eaten by wild animals, it might be better to be exiled. "Jiaoyu, I heard at the inn that courtesan from the brothel falsely accused Brother Jean of inappropriate behavior." Lu Yunxiu, carrying large bags from her family, arrived by the lake. She specifically asked Qi Xianglei and Qi Wenlang to protect her belongings, then led Qi Zhaozhao to Yun Jiaoyu. Yun Jiaoyu sat on a wooden stake on the riverbank to rest. "Yes, that's true." Lu Yunxiu looked worried. That woman can easily spread rumors about unrelated people. Her heart might be very cruel. If our group of over 30 people board her fancy boat, who knows what tricks she might play? Do you think she can be trusted? Yun Jiaoyu looked at Lu Yunxiu with a cold gaze. Honestly, she didn't think Fong Yang could be trusted. Even her third aunt, who was usually kind-hearted, was described as having a malicious mind when it came to Fong Yang, and Yun Jiaoyu thought that made some sense. But for some reason, she still wanted to trust Fong Yang, even if only briefly. "Third aunt, don't worry. She won't play tricks." Worried Lu Yunxiu might still be uneasy, she added, "And even if she does, I have ways to ensure she safely takes us to Tongan County." Hearing Yun Jiaoyu's confident tone, Lu Yunxiu finally relaxed. Soon, the fancy boat slowly stopped at the riverbank. Fong Yang, being a top courtesan in a wealthy county like Wancho, was riding a 3-story painted boat. The boat's eaves curved elegantly, and it was beautifully crafted. Looking out, the carvings of dragons and auspicious clouds stretched endlessly, almost impossible to see the end. People like Cheng and others had never seen such a luxurious boat, and they were excited. Their anger from being falsely accused by the Wancho County officials also faded. They carefully ordered the exiled prisoners to board the boat in an orderly way. Sun Aniu and the other prisoners carefully helped Sun He onto the boat. They also didn't forget the 2 carts. They carried them onto the ship and placed them in the cabin. The boat started to move. Almost all the prisoners began to feel that exile might not be so bad after all. Throughout history, who would have thought that exile could be comfortable, with good food and a fancy boat ride? After a couple of days, most people grew to respect Yun Jiaoyu more and more. Chong Jin stood at the back of the boat by the carved railing, feeling the warm summer breeze through his wide bamboo green sleeves. Yun Jiaoyu supported her cane and walked over, taking out 2 pieces of rose pastry to give him. She also stood beside him, watching the shoreline quickly recede. Yun Jiaoyu was there to help him with his mental state, thinking about Fong Yang's false accusations, which might help this future villain turn darker. But she was also worried that her kind husband might become too dark-hearted. A clear voice suddenly reached the man's ears. Chong Jin, what are you thinking about? Xiao Lian watched from afar and saw her son and daughter-in-law standing at the back of the boat, looking like a perfect pair. The man was tall and slender. Yun Jiaoyu's height only reached his shoulders. The summer breeze lifted their sleeves, wrapping them tightly together. Chong Jin's deep eyes briefly glanced at Yun Jiaoyu. I'm thinking of a saying. A sinking boat is surrounded by passing sails. Yun Jiaoyu instinctively replied, I know that one. It's even a sick tree blooms in spring. After speaking, Yun Jiaoyu realized that Chong Jin wasn't reciting poetry out of emotion, but was stating a fact. On the distant desert shore of the flower boat, there was an old, overturned boat. Perhaps in Chong Jin's mind, he was like that abandoned, battered boat stranded on the beach. Yun Jiaoyu chuckled lightly, thinking about whether this ancient poem existed in this fictional world. Clearly, not all literary knowledge was shared in this world. Chong Jin's cold gaze gradually brightened, and his eyes fixed softly on Yun Jiaoyu. Now, his dark, ink-like eyes no longer looked dull. Yun Jiaoyu's figure reflected deeply in his pupils. His thin lips moved slightly, about to speak. What a good line. Spring comes to the withered tree. Before he finished, Lady Fong's maid, Hong Xing, came to call Yun Jiaoyu. Miss Yun, Lady Fong requests your presence. Yun Jiaoyu turned around and nodded at Hong Xing. I'll go now. After speaking, she patted Chong Jin's shoulder. Chong Jin, think positively. Trust me, one day you'll clear your name. I have good judgment of people. You're the future chief minister's hope. You'll definitely succeed. I'll go find Lady Fong first. With that, she leaned on her cane and headed to the 3rd floor of the painted boat. Chong Jin's star-like eyes flashed with a glimmer. Was Yun Jiaoyu hoping he would someday become the chief minister of all officials? Although he initially took the imperial exams just to become an official and be assigned back to Qingzhou, but Chong Jin's gaze grew even deeper. If one day he could clear his name, he wouldn't mind dedicating everything to reaching the top of the official ranks. On the 3rd floor of the painted boat, Lady Fong, dressed in a thin silk gown, lay in a noble consort chair, having her servant apply ointment to her wound. Seeing Yun Jiaoyu arrive, her brow twitched slightly.
Benefactor, come sit closer.
Yun Jiaoyu's eyes carried a hint of surprise. She noticed that the incense burner on the 3rd floor was burning dragon saliva incense. A shiver ran through her instantly. Could it be that the fragrant scents of dragon saliva incense and powder from yesterday evening's and were all produced by Lady Fong? Or perhaps, during the inn's matchmaking event yesterday, not only Lady Fong but also other courtesans from the brothel visited. Dragon saliva incense is used by Lady Fong, while the other courtesans leave behind a strong, pungent rouge scent. Yun Jiaoyu masked her unusual emotions with her eyes and sat beside Lady Fong. She was becoming more and more interested in this renowned courtesan from Wancho County. After all, ordinary women rarely come into contact with dragon saliva incense or have the habit of using such spices. Benefactor, I am not breathing, yet you managed to save me from the gates of, which shows your medical skill is excellent. At the inn, you easily judged that I have an old illness. Lady Fong sat up from the noble chair and gently asked, I wonder if you can cure my old illness? Yun Jiaoyu withdrew her probing gaze and nodded, I can cure it. When they left the inn, Yun Jiaoyu planned to tell Lady Fong the prescription for her old illness, but Lady Fong decided to give them a ride instead, so she didn't hand over the prescription directly. Don't worry, when we reach Tongan County, I will give you the prescription to cure your old illness. Yun Jiaoyu had already diagnosed Lady Fong's condition when she took her pulse. The old illness was caused by long-term emotional stagnation, leading to severe neurogenic headaches. During an attack, the patient experiences numbness on the scalp and a stabbing pain like knives. Severe cases may even drive the patient to hit walls or attempt self-harm. Clearly, Lady Fong belonged to the group with serious, neurogenic headaches. The boat arrived at Tongan County and stopped at the riverbank. Cheng Er and others reluctantly disembarked from the flower boat. When they reached the ground from the waterway, the sun was still setting behind the distant mountains, and it was still early in the day. Yun Jiaoyu and Chong Jin remained on the third floor of the painted boat. Chuanxiong 3 liang, by Shao 1.5 liang, Xiangfu, Chaihu, by Ji, Manjingzi, each 1 liang, by Jiezi half liang. Yun Jiaoyu calmly recited the prescription and asked Chong Jin to write it down. Lady Fong watched the calligraphy flowing on the rice paper, her eyebrows slightly raised. Benefactor, your husband's handwriting is quite beautiful. Hearing her teasing tone, Yun Jiaoyu carefully observed the man's expression. It was obvious that her lucky husband's face darkened. She instinctively blocked Lady Fong's view. This woman was truly ruthless. After suffering from physical and emotional trauma last night, she was still playfully teasing Chong Jin. Yun Jiaoyu cleared her throat and changed the subject, saying, remember to soak all these herbs for 2 moments before boiling the medicine. After soaking in clear water, boil the mixture twice over low heat, each time for 3/4 of an hour. Remember, you must take the medicine 3 times a day. A doctor with a stern face said if you only take the medicine every other day, even if it can unblock the channels and remove blood stasis, it won't do you much good. Fong Nyang's delicate fingers brushed over the freshly inked rice paper and examined it carefully. I understand now. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes flickered slightly, surprised that Fong Nyang could read. Like the original person, she was from a merchant family, with some savings, but she couldn't read. But Fong Nyang could recognize characters and also smell dragon saliva incense. Her background was probably quite respectable. Seeing Yun Jiaoyu lost in thought, Fong Nyang thought she was waiting for payment. She looked down at her valuable belongings. Her gaze swept over the gold ring with a sapphire on her finger, showing some dissatisfaction. Finally, she hesitated and looked at the translucent jade bracelet on her wrist. After a moment, she took off the bracelet. Benefactor, you saved me and gave me the prescription for my old illness. If you don't mind, I'll give you this bracelet as a reward. Her tone was calm, adding, don't worry, this bracelet is very clean, not something dirty given by a client. Yun Jiaoyu's clear, lively eyes showed surprise. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she pushed Fong Nyang's hand away. No need. It's just a small favor. As she pushed away, Fong Nyang held Yun Jiaoyu's left wrist and slipped the bracelet onto it. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with satisfaction, and she nodded. Fortunately, the bracelet fit perfectly.
Keep it.
Otherwise, I'd have nothing to repay you, and I'd feel guilty for owing someone kindness. Yun Jiaoyu hesitated, but accepted the so-called reward. Watching Yun Jiaoyu and Chong Jin stay on the flower boat for a long time, Lu Yunxiu had already arrived at the 3rd floor of the painted boat. Hearing this, she couldn't help but think, when you accuse others of insulting or abusing you, How come your conscience doesn't feel guilty? But she didn't say it out loud. At this moment, Yun Jiaoyu glanced at the sunlight outside the flower boat, then saw Ching-er and others waving at her from the riverbank, seemingly urging her to leave. Before disembarking, she thought carefully and prepared a set of words about a young woman's fleeting years, intending to persuade Fong Yang to save money and change her ways. But after looking at the bracelet Fong Yang gave her, this bracelet was delicate and transparent, worth at least 10,000 gold coins. If money could make Fong Yang change her ways, she would have done so long ago. Yun Jiaoyu shook her head, dismissing the idea of persuading her. Before leaving, she said, "Take care." Fong Yang nodded and signaled, helping her to the railing, and watched as Yun Jiaoyu disembarked. When Yun Jiaoyu reached the riverbank and walked far enough to lose sight of her figure, she looked at the sky against the wind and then turned to enter the flower boat. Tong'an County Town. As Yun Jiaoyu entered the town and stepped onto the endless brick road, she saw that most of the shops on both sides of the main street had already closed for the day. The atmosphere on the street was very different from that in Wancho County. Not far away, Mu Yanjiao was confidently going door to door, collecting congratulations and money, followed by 5 or 6 maidservants, each holding a wooden box filled with silver coins. When Cheng-er saw Mu Yanjiao, he immediately turned around and blocked her view. He anxiously said to Yun Jiaoyu, "Madam Qi, we've offended the daughter of the county magistrate here in Tong'an County. Maybe we should hide or take a different route. Leave the town quickly and quietly, then sneak out early tomorrow morning to continue our journey." Yun Jiaoyu understood the principle that a strong dragon cannot dominate a local snake. Confronting Mu Yanjiao on her turf would only cause trouble. She nodded and said, "All right, let's take the small path." Just as Yun Jiaoyu was about to leave via the small path, the large group of over 30 exiles caught Mu Yanjiao's attention. "Stop right there." Her cold gaze immediately locked onto Yun Jiaoyu, and she lost interest in collecting the congratulatory money. Mu Yanjiao suddenly stepped forward and headed toward the exile group. Recognizing the group as the same ones she saw outside Wancho County, she furrowed her brows in anger. "Someone, catch those people for me." She quickly pointed at Yun Jiaoyu. "Especially that woman in the pale yellow dress. Capture her and beat her right away." Mu Yanjiao's bright red lips curled slightly. Thinking about how Yun Jiaoyu had threatened her outside Wancho County, her eyes flashed with fierce anger. After waiting all day, she finally saw the exile group arrive. Now that they were on her territory, she wouldn't hold back. Ching-er, who had worked as a jailer at the court for many years, was very clever. He quickly ran toward the deeper part of the small path and shouted loudly to Yun Jiaoyu, "Madam Qi, I'll go get reinforcements. I'll ask the government office for help." When Xiao Lian heard she was about to be captured, she immediately exploded in anger. "You little troublemaker. Why did you meddle in Wancho County? You're just a cursed star destined to bring disaster. You offended the noble county magistrate's daughter, and now we're all in trouble." Old Madam Qi was also panicked. Feeling helpless, she scolded Yun Jiaoyu, "Yun Jiaoyu, you really are doomed. If only you were the only one to get caught or beaten, that would be fine. But you've dragged us all into this. And how did our chief family end up marrying such a troublemaker like you?" Mu Yanjiao was very proud and happy when she heard Yun Jiaoyu being scolded. Watching Cheng-er run away quickly, she sneered, "Does this officer say he's going to get reinforcements?" Thinking about the distance from the supervisor's mansion to the commercial street, she chuckled, "Yun Jiaoyu, even if Lin Futsu wishes to save you, it's too late now. I told you, offend me, Mu Yanjiao, and I will catch and kill you sooner or later."
Exactly.
"Since you're on my territory, I will do what I say." Yun Jiaoyu's deep, ink-like eyes seemed to turn cold. She wondered when her adoptive father, Lu Chong, would arrive in Tong'an County. If they set out quickly, their speed should be about the same as traveling by boat along the waterway. Chong Jin instinctively pulled Yun Jiaoyu behind him, a cold, dark glint flashing in his eyes. He coldly said, "Miss Mu, we are not from Tong'an County. We are just passing through." None of us here have broken the law. What reason do you have to arbitrarily arrest or kill people? Mu Yanjiao frowned in displeasure. In Tong'an County, she was the ruler. Just arresting and killing people, no one dared to argue with her. Could she be reporting grievances to a higher authority? Mu Yanjiao's expression was wild, and she suddenly smiled. Anyone who dared offend her would never leave Tong'an County alive. None of us here have broken the law. What reason do you have to arbitrarily arrest or kill people? As her words finished, Mu Yanjiao's furrowed brow quickly relaxed. She looked at Chong Jin with interest. The man's chiseled face was handsome and refined, his skin smooth and porcelain-like. His robes fluttered in the wind. Even in plain silk, he couldn't hide his distinguished, elegant aura. Her eyes brightened, and she became a little lost in thought. Yun Jiaoyu saw Mu Yanjiao hadn't responded for a long time, so she gently tugged on Chong Jin's sleeve. Her clear voice carried a cool, distant tone, as she finally understood. Chong Jin, forget it. We don't really need to question her. In this world, not everyone who dies unjustly has broken the law. Many who die suddenly often do so without any reason, just taken away by others at random. They're unlucky to meet someone like Mu Yanjiao, reckless and unreasonable. Such people naturally like to trample on the law. Her eyes darkened slightly. Coincidentally, we are now those unlucky people. Cloud Jiaoyu's eyes hide unclear emotions. In modern times, many teammates go on missions, and when pushed to the limit, they have no choice but to stand firm against reckless and ruthless enemies. Eventually, she was dismissed from her position. Unexpectedly, in the Great Qi Kingdom, she also experienced a situation where she was almost forced to the edge. Fortunately, her back wound has healed significantly. Even if she can't put much force on her ankle, it doesn't affect her leg strength. So, she can perform powerful military-style punches. Plus, she still has a disposable syringe on her. She can quickly inject insulin into Mu Yanjiao, causing her to fall into a coma, preventing any serious accidents. Thinking about this, Yun Jiaoyu instinctively reaches into her sleeve to grab the syringe, her whole body alert and ready for action. Chong Jin's eyes are gentle at first, but seeing Yun Jiaoyu in a defensive stance, he slowly turns around and looks at Li Hu, Sun Aniu, and others. His gaze, which was once warm, now cuts like a blade, cold and sharp. His voice is stern and commanding, with great influence, making others naturally obey. Our people from Qingzhou are brave and never submit easily. Since the other side is unjustly arresting people and even trying to kill without reason, such disregard for the law makes people furious. If they plan to bypass the law to bully and kill, then we can do the same. Fight fire with fire. Chong Jin's eyes darken like ink, filled with coldness, and his presence becomes so intense that it's hard to breathe. Most of the exiled people already see Yun Jiaoyu as their backbone. Now, their backbone is being unjustly targeted and possibly killed by Mu Yanjiao. How can they stay silent? With Chong Jin's reminder, Sun Aniu and others immediately react. Most men clench their fists at Mu Yanjiao, showing their strong arms, ready to fight. The exiled people mostly come from farming families. They don't have oxen to plow fields, so they push wooden plows themselves. Without a doubt, their strength surpasses Mu Yanjiao's followers. Sun Aniu's deep voice couldn't help but shout, "Young Master Qi is right. We should fight fire with fire. We're just passing through Tong'an County. We haven't stolen or robbed. Why should this shrew arrest us? And young Mistress Qi has been so kind to us, feeding us, teaching us about herbs. If this wicked woman dares to bully young Mistress Qi, I, Sun Aniu, absolutely won't agree. What about you? Will you agree or not?" Suddenly, voices rose from the crowd. "No, we won't agree. Of course I won't agree." When Cheng Er was not present, Li Hu became the leader of this group of officials. They had met many officials and ladies at the Qingzhou court, and yet a young girl from Tong'an County dared to challenge them? How ridiculous! Initially, he was a bit nervous, but Chong Jin's words ignited his passion. As a young man from Qingzhou, he believed they should be strong and brave. Li, who suddenly raised his hand. Brothers, draw your swords. If anything happens to Lady Qi, we will make sure that wicked woman pays the price. Mu Yanjiao's eyes were cold and fierce, and she looked angrily at Yun Jiaoyu. Today, she left her house with 6 maidservants to receive congratulatory gifts and also brought along 8 officials. But how could these 8 lowly people dare to insult her? Mu Yanjia stepped back a few paces. Everyone, attack now. Kill all these worthless people. My father is the county magistrate. If they die, I take responsibility.
Yes.
After speaking, the 8 officials under Mu Yanjiao drew their swords and charged at Yun Jiaoyu. Chong Jin's back wound had healed a lot. When the officials from Tong'an County rushed over, he quickly raised his cane and struck their backs. The man had been practicing martial arts since childhood. Even if he didn't take the imperial exam for martial arts, his skills were excellent. Defending himself and protecting a few people was easy for him. As swords clashed, Cheng Er arrived with Lin Fuyu. Cheng Er personally rode ahead, shouting, "Stop. All of you, hold your ground. The miss from the magistrate's office is here. She has also received orders from the magistrate." He waved his whip and shouted loudly, "Miss Mu, on the day of the magistrate's birthday, you went door to door collecting gifts. That was extortion and theft from the people. Now you're abusing your family's authority. The magistrate has said that if you don't stop, he will report your crimes to higher authorities." As soon as Cheng Er finished speaking, a few fast horses kicked up dust and galloped into the town. The powerful sound of hooves was heard, led by the guards around Lu Chong. Guards Niao Tao suddenly pulled on the reins, causing the red horse to tilt its neck back and rear up its front hooves. Seeing the 2 groups fighting in front of him, he clearly understood the situation. He was out of breath, and his gaze fixed on Yun Jiaoyu. He deliberately raised his voice. "Second miss, why are you walking so fast? Master wanted to give you a token to prove your identity in Wancho County, but I didn't expect you to leave directly by boat along the waterway. If I hadn't hurried all the way without stopping, I wouldn't know when I would catch up with you." Among the exiled group, only Qi's third house, Yun Jiaoyu, and Chong Jin have seen Nie Tao. Chong Jin knows that Lu Chong has taken Yun Jiaoyu as his adopted daughter. Lu Yunxiu's eyes show disbelief, and she suddenly realizes, "Jiaoyu? What did this official call you?" Old Madam Qi snorts lightly. Yun Jiaoyu is just an ordinary merchant's daughter. How could she be a noble lady's second young lady? She softly says, "Could this official have mistaken? This little troublemaker is a merchant's daughter from Qingzhou. She married into our family 3 years ago. I've never heard she's a housekeeper's daughter." Xiao Lian also hums with disdain, eyes full of contempt. "Exactly, official. You must have mistaken her. Yun Jiaoyu, that dead girl, is born and raised in Qingzhou. No one in her family has ever had a successful career in government. How could she be your so-called second young lady? Nie Tao is from the capital. Having served as the imperial tutor's guard for many years, his eyes already carry a fierce, sharp killing intent. His gaze instantly turns cold. What do you mean, mistaken? I am calling her Yun Jiaoyu, Miss Yun. She is the adopted daughter of our esteemed Lu Chong. Our esteemed Lu Chong is the current top imperial tutor. His adopted daughter, how can you casually insult her with a word?" Nie Tao shifts his gaze to Mu Yanjiao, his voice firm and commanding. He coldly says, "Of course. Our esteemed Lu Chong's adopted daughter. And you, petty villains from the local area, are not allowed to casually kill or hurt her." His powerful words leave everyone present almost stunned. Second Cheng is so shocked that he falls from the carriage. He looks at Yun Jiaoyu with shock, as if realizing her backing is even the current imperial tutor. Xiao Lian and old Madam Qi turn pale, feeling sick as if they've eaten flies. They dream of Chong Jin marrying a high-ranking official's daughter. But now, they realize that the daughter-in-law they looked down on for 3 years is actually the daughter of a high official? What is going on? Qi Zhao Zhao is a clever girl. She immediately admires Yun Jiaoyu completely. Wow, sister-in-law, you're so amazing. It must be that sister-in-law's good deeds brought her good fortune. She saved Lord Lu last night and became his adopted daughter today. After Qi Zhaoxiao finished her heartfelt words, everyone understood what had happened. Second Chung secretly vows to cling tightly to Yun Jiaoyu from now on. This ancestor is so powerful, she can earn 25,000 taels overnight and become the imperial tutor's adopted daughter in a single day. People blessed with such wealth and status, chased by heaven, are rare. Zhang Meinyang is furious, muttering, "That little troublemaker. How is she so lucky?" Qi also felt envy, jealousy, and hatred, and regretted not knowing medical skills. Otherwise, she might have become the adopted daughter of the emperor's teacher. Adopted daughter of the emperor's teacher? I think you are all just street scammers.
Mu Yanjiao clenched her teeth tightly.
Once you're in my Tongan County territory, I don't care how impressive your background sounds. She spoke loudly and firmly. Anyone who is a scammer, don't even think about leaving here alive. Mu Yanxiao's eyes flashed with a sinister look. Even though she noticed Niatao's attire and realized he was not an ordinary person, she decided that since she had already offended Yun Jiaoyu and her group, she might as well offend them completely. Mu Yanxiao ordered her maid, "You, hurry to the county office and summon reinforcements. Call all the officers and household servants." There were about 50 or 60 people in total, including the county officers and Mu family servants. She didn't believe that so many people couldn't handle Yun Jiaoyu and the others. After she finished speaking, officials from the governor's office rode their tall horses toward Mu Yanxiao. Governor Lin Sheng, hearing that someone who had helped his granddaughter was being bullied by Mu Yanxiao, came out directly from the county office to support Yun Jiaoyu. At this moment, merchants who had previously been forced to accept Mu Yanxiao's congratulatory gifts also came out of their shops. Seeing high-ranking officials arriving, they immediately gathered around Niatao. Yun Jiaoyu knew the situation had completely turned around and no longer kept the disposable syringe in her sleeve. She looked at Mu Yanxiao with deep, cold eyes filled with deadly intent. "Mu Yanxiao, I warned you long ago. When you insult Lin Fuyu, even if you do it badly, it's just a small quarrel between girls. You should know your limits and not go too far. Otherwise, if your father loses his official position, he will hate you enough to want to kill you. Who would have thought that your words yesterday would come true today?" Yun Jiaoyu slowly shook her head, her sharp gaze full of enjoyment. This Mu Yanxiao was not only brave, but also very foolish. Her clear voice was calm and steady. "You even tried to exploit the common people during your father's birthday." She pointed at the wooden boxes in the merchants' and maids' hands. "All the evidence, both physical and testimonial, is now complete. Furthermore, you attempted to kill a criminal passing through Tongan County. We, over 30 people, are all witnesses. I want to see if you'll be brought to justice. Will your father's official position still stand?" Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were deep and cold, like stars shining in the night sky, as if she had thought of something. Her thin red lips curled slightly. "By the way, there's something you probably don't know." She pulled over Lin Fuyu, who had just stepped down from the carriage. Rejoicing in misfortune, she said, "The illegitimate daughter of the postmaster's residence, who often insults and mocks us, is actually the biological daughter of our great Qi Empire's top imperial teacher."
"What?"
Mu Yanjiao's eyes widened in shock. She felt unsteady on her legs and suddenly sat down on the ground. Lord Postmaster Lin Sheng, who had just dismounted, immediately widened his eyes upon hearing this. The current imperial teacher, Lu Chong, was actually the poor scholar he looked down on back then. It turned out that his daughter, Lin Nyang, was right about him all along. He had thought that imperial teacher Lu Chong was just a man with the same name as that poor scholar. But it was actually the same person. Lin Fuyu's bright, lively eyes showed surprise, then filled with tears. Her gaze toward Yun Jiaoyu became even more grateful. Before meeting Yun Jiaoyu, her life was dark aside from her grandmother's love, suffering from illness and insults from others. But in just one day, She not only received a remedy for her illness and gained a few more years to support her elders, but also found her biological father. Yun, Miss Yun, I am truly grateful to you. Lin Fuyu held Yun Jiaoyu's hand with both hands. You not only stood up for me, but also saved my long-lost father. Her eyes shone with hope. Looking at my age, I am a little older than you. I accept you as my younger sister. Seeing that her own daughter was also present, Nie Tao quickly clasped his hands in a respectful salute. Young miss. Lin Fuyu suddenly became the imperial teacher's biological daughter and felt a bit awkward. But she still nodded politely to Nie Tao, showing her composure. Her every move was graceful and dignified, showing that the postmaster's residence was well-educated. At this moment, Nie Tao suddenly ordered, "Come here. Capture Mu Yenjia for me. Also, go to the county office and imprison that dog-headed county magistrate of Tongan County. Wait until the Lord comes to Tongan County, then decide when to interrogate the Mu family about how much they have embezzled over the years." Soon, the maids from the Mu family and the officials from Tongan County's Yamen, realizing that Tongan County was about to change, stopped obeying Mu Yenjiao's orders. Nie Tao's guards drew their swords and pressed them against Mu Yenjiao's neck, led by Lin Sheng, heading toward the county Yamen. The merchants watching also followed to the county Yamen, eager to witness and vent their anger about the years of plundering their silver and wealth. After the merchants dispersed, the commercial street in Tongan County suddenly became very deserted. Yun Jiaoyu was curious. Where did all the people on this street go? I see only about 1 or 2 shops are open, most are closed. Lin Fuyu explained softly. Yesterday, Master Yuhai from Ruegua Temple traveled to Tongan County. This master's fortune-telling is very accurate, claiming that the planets Wei and Shu will scatter, and warning everyone not to gather in crowded houses. He also announced that fortune-telling would be free for the next few days. Because of this, everyone closed their doors and went outside with their families to seek the master's advice. Wei and Shu planet scattering? And fortune-telling is free? Yun Jiaoyu was stunned all over, frozen in place. She fell into deep thought. This Master Yuhai that Lin Fuyu mentioned, how does he resemble the old scammer she met in Fong County? Forget it, whether he is the same person or not. As long as it keeps people from gathering in crowded houses, it's a good thing. Yun Jiaoyu's brow twitched slightly, and she sighed in relief. But in the next second, she suddenly felt her vision flicker. Her legs felt unsteady, her eyelids spun, and the ground beneath her seemed to open. She saw nearby houses shaking and about to collapse. The roof tiles and eaves shook violently, falling to the ground with deafening crashes. In just a few breaths, most of the houses collapsed suddenly in everyone's eyes. The voice of the Qi family's third branch came. "Mother, why is the ground shaking?" "Oh no, little sister, it's an earthquake. Run quickly. Climb onto my back. I'll carry you away. Xiaonyang, hold my hand. Don't get separated with so many people." Yun Jiaoyu, unable to move easily, also wanted to find a safe place to hide. But she was standing right in the middle of the brick path, with houses around her about to fall on her. In a split second, Chong Jin reacted quickly. Suddenly, he single-handedly lifted Yun Jiaoyu, placing her steadily on Lin Fuyu's carriage. Because Yun Jiaoyu had been holding Lin Fuyu's hand earlier, she was pulled along and fell onto the carriage with her. At a critical moment, Chong Jin raised his cane and instinctively patted the horse's back heavily. Whoa! The horse neighed loudly and reared, then galloped toward the city gate. Xiao Lian was about to faint from anger, shouting, "You unfilial son! Why didn't you carry your mother onto the carriage?" Old Madame Qi wanted Qi Xingtian to take her to escape, but when she looked closely, she saw her most beloved second son had already fled with Zhang Meinyang and her daughter. She could only curse and run humorously toward an open space. Suddenly, more buildings collapsed with a loud crash. Faint cracking sounds echoed as Chong Jin's cane was broken by falling bricks. His figure was also swallowed up. The red horse pulled the carriage through the collapsing buildings, its hoofbeats drowned out by the rumbling noise. Yun Jiaoyu was shocked by the sudden change in position, her eyes narrowing sharply. The carriage sped along, and Lin Fuyu was hanging awkwardly on one side of the carriage roof. She was about to be thrown out onto the brick road. Yun Jiaoyu tightly grabbed her hands, pulling her back to sit steadily beside her. Once seated securely, she suddenly realized something. She leaned forward to look behind the carriage. Within her sight, the densely packed county houses collapsed suddenly amid the cracks in the ground. A vast cloud of dust rose into the air, and many people ran out of the dusty chaos. Chong Jin. Yun Jiaoyu's heart jumped to her throat as she instinctively called out toward the back of the carriage. Without hesitation, she turned around, tightened the reins, and stopped the horse. After the horse halted, she awkwardly jumped down from the carriage, stepping onto the brick road with a limp. She staggered toward the city gate, her injury on her foot not stopping her, determinedly quickening her pace. She pushed through the crowd rushing out, nearly squeezing into the ruins' entrance. Her mind raced rapidly. A numb, hollow, yet tense feeling spread in her heart. She wondered what would happen if the man had an accident and caused this world to collapse. As an outsider who had traveled into this story, could she still survive? Xiao Lian was furious. She grabbed Yun Jiaoyu as she passed by, holding her arm tightly with disbelief. "Little brat, what kind of hypnotic potion did you give Brother Jin? How could he choose to save you and not me, his own mother?" Xiao Lian's strength was great, and she suddenly left a red mark on Yun Jiaoyu's arm. Yun Jiaoyu's deep eyes were cold and icy. "Get out of my way. Chong Jin is buried under the ruins. And you're asking me such unimportant questions? There's a disaster ahead, and the people buried inside are uncertain whether they live or die. If you dare to stop me again, I'll make sure you and everyone inside share the same fate." Yun Jiaoyu forcefully shook off Xiao Lian's hand, her cold, dangerous gaze seeping from her dark pupils. Time was urgent. Even delaying a minute could mean more lives lost. She grabbed Xiao Lian's neck with one hand and squeezed a little harder. The other was about to suffocate. Xiao Lian was suffocating. She desperately tried to pry Yun Jiaoyu's hand away, trembling before her terrifying, cold stare, and dared not speak. Seeing Xiao Lian shrink back like a frightened quail, Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were filled with disgust. She released her grip and headed toward the city gate. Yun Jiaoyu's mind was clear. Chong Jin saved her only because Xiao Lian's legs could still run. Her left ankle was injured, and her chances of survival were much lower than others. She would repay this kindness someday. When she reached near the city gate, she saw Nia Tao and Cheng Er escaping from the county town too. Because they were fleeing on foot, not riding horses, their speed was slower. Nia Tao bent over, supporting his legs, and took deep breaths to rest. Seeing Yun Jiaoyu about to enter the city, he hurriedly stopped her, gasping, "Second miss, the earthquake just happened. Based on the experience passed down by our elders, there may be aftershocks. I think it's safer if you don't go in." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were cool. The chance of aftershocks is very small. Earthquakes are usually classified into types, such as isolated earthquakes, double shock earthquakes, and earthquake swarms. After they entered Tongan County, and until the earthquake, they didn't feel any foreshocks. Modern experience tells her that this earthquake in Songzhou and Qingzhou is an isolated earthquake. The main feature of an isolated earthquake is that there are almost no aftershocks. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes sparkled with tiny light. "Trust me, now is the best time to save people." Her expression was firm and unquestionable. In Tongan County, at least thousands of people are buried under the ruins. Her gaze darkened slightly as she looked toward the inside of the county. The people inside, those with luck, might hold on for 3 or 5 days waiting for rescue. Those with bad luck, buried and unable to breathe, can only hold on for about an hour. So we can't delay any longer. She turned to the group of exiles, who still looked shaken. Her tone softened slightly. "Inside the ruins, my husband is missing. I must go in to find him, no matter life or death. As for you, if you still have strength and are willing to help, you can come along." The more rescuers we have, the fewer people will die inside. Her powerful voice fell. Qi Xianglei stepped forward first to Yun Jiaoyu. I believe in Jiaoyu. If she says there won't be aftershocks, then there won't be. Even if there are, I accept it. Also, I was in such a hurry to run earlier that I didn't notice Brother Jin. It's my fault as the third uncle. Qi Xianglei looked a bit ashamed and apologized. Jiaoyu, I'm really sorry. I didn't pull Brother Jin along when we ran. Yun Jiaoyu shook her head slowly. Third uncle, you, and the others usually take good care of me and Chong Jin. No need to feel sorry. Chong Jin isn't blood-related to the third house, so she had no reason to blame him. I also want to join the rescue. At this moment, Zhao Taijun, brother of Lao Huaizhao, responded loudly. Yun Jiaoyu then realized that among those escaping from Tong'an County, Lao Huaizhao, Sun Ainyo, and Sun He's father and son were missing. She guessed that Lao Huaizhao couldn't escape because of his foot injury. As for Sun Aniu, he was likely worried about Sun He, which caused him to move quietly and cautiously, getting trapped inside the city. Then, many voices started to rise one after another. Madam Qi, I will go with you. Then I will go too. I'll go as well. At this moment, the villagers outside the suburbs of Tong'an County were also rushing back to the town with their carts and horses. They saw their ancestral houses collapse into ruins, and they were all stunned, standing there in shock. Their steps felt heavy, and they couldn't move easily. Their expressions showed they couldn't accept what was happening, as if they wished it was all just a bad dream. After a while, most of them accepted the reality of the disaster. Some fainted immediately after realizing the truth. Others sat on the ground, crying loudly. Oh, my mother. She's still at home. What should I do? My wife is also at home. Why didn't I bring her out? If we had gone to see Master Yuhai, maybe we could have escaped this disaster. My son. My family's belongings. Their cries echoed through the entrance of Tong'an County. Some people, still rational, began helping to move broken bricks and collapsed debris along with Yun Jiaoyu and others. While moving bricks, Yun Jiaoyu wiped the sweat from her forehead. Thinking about how digging people out and saving them was useless if no one was rescued, she shouted, Does anyone here know medical skills? Those who do, come to me. We will treat the injured in groups, based on urgency and severity. Those who don't know medical skills, keep moving debris. If we find injured people, use sturdy stretchers to carry them. Remember, only transfer the injured after they are securely fixed on the stretcher. Soon, doctors skilled in medical treatment gathered around Yun Jiaoyu. Everyone found their own space on the open ground in the town to set up for treatment. Yun Jiaoyu chose a corner near the city wall. She asked Niet how to find some large pieces of cloth. They draped the cloth over bamboo poles to create a simple outdoor space that blocked the view. Over the next few hours, more and more rescue workers arrived from all directions. Even Lu Chong, despite being sick, came to Tong'an County. Also arriving was Lu Sibian and his family. After Lu Yong went to the academy at the end of the hour, he had his students copy parts of the De Qi Guoyu about Yin Yang and the 5 elements. He thought the copying was too slow, so he decided to send the teachers and students of the entire academy to inform everyone house by house about the upcoming earthquakes in the next 2 days. The people in Wancho County didn't take the earthquake seriously. However, she also believed it was more trustworthy to believe it might happen than not. Plus, Lu Yong was an educated person, so it was not harmful to listen to what he said. Therefore, most of the people in the entire county left their homes. Some went to work in the fields, while others gathered their families to go for a walk. Later, a large group of people learned that many residents of Tong'an County were buried under their houses, and they spontaneously formed teams to come and help. They brought medicines and supplies to assist in the rescue. They distributed necessary herbs and tools to each doctor. Night gradually covered every corner of Tong'an County. Almost every person in Wancho County carried a lantern. The candlelight lit up everyone's view, making it feel like daytime. Jua, this person has stopped breathing. Lu Yunxiu and Madame Lu, along with others, carried the injured person on a stretcher into Yun Jiaoyu's open-air space. After bringing the person inside, They hurried out to move debris and save others. They believed that if they could work faster, even faster, Chong Jin's chances of survival might increase. Yun Jiaoyu used her mind to move the person into the outdoor operating space. She used abdominal pressure and a CPR device to perform chest compressions on the injured person. Once the person started breathing again, she checked for internal injuries besides the stopped heart and breathing. Madam Qi, this person is covered in wounds, and his back is crushed. He's still breathing, but his consciousness is unclear. Qi Wenlang and Cheng Er carried the person in on a stretcher. When leaving, they also moved the breathing patient out and handed him over to another doctor. Yun Jiaoyu skillfully injected saline and sugar solution into the patient's veins. After disinfecting, she wrapped the wounds with clean gauze. Seeing signs of tetanus, she took tetanus antitoxin from her space pharmacy and gave the patient an injection. Madam Qi, it seems this patient's leg has no feeling. The leg is swollen badly. Do we need to amputate? He just tried to urinate, and I was supporting him, but he still can't urinate at all. Li Hu's voice was hoarse as he and the exiled prisoner carried the injured person inside. To save energy, Yun Jiaoyu nodded to show she understood the basic condition. She fixed the patient's lower limbs with wooden sticks, turned away, and quickly took out a liquid containing sodium bicarbonate from her space. She pretended it was medicine brought by the people of Wancho County, giving it to the injured person to drink. One by one, injured people were carried into Yun Jiaoyu's makeshift outdoor space. Unfortunately, not all of those Yun Jiaoyu treated survived. Some injured people, due to being squeezed for too long, release a large amount of electrolytes when the pressure is finally removed. When they were dug out of the rubble, it seemed like a sign of hope. But in the end, they died hopelessly from heart and kidney failure. The sky gradually brightened. Yun Jiaoyu's limbs were sore all over, and she sat on the ground to rest briefly. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, a voice came from outside, reaching Yun Jiaoyu's ears. Madam Qi, your husband has been rescued. Yun Jiaoyu's body suddenly trembled, and her mind cleared. Although her strength was almost gone, she instinctively raised her hand to support herself against the wall. Ignoring her ankle injury, her trembling hands, and her exhausted body. As she stood up, the cloth hanging on the bamboo pole was quickly pulled aside. Qi Xianglei and Nye Tao were already carrying a stretcher, bringing Chong Jin inside. Chong Jin. Yun Jiaoyu blurted out his name and staggered toward him, but her swollen ankle suddenly twisted. Before she could steady herself, she fell straight to the ground. Small stones on the ground scraped her delicate arms, leaving many cuts and bruises. Yun Jiaoyu quickly got up from the ground, not bothering much with these minor injuries. She endured the sharp pain as if her body might fall apart. She rushed to Chong Jin and hugged him tightly. The moment Chong Jin was embraced, he relaxed, no longer tense as when he was trapped under the beam. He lowered his guard. When he saw the woman's numerous scars and felt her trembling hands, he frowned with a hint of pain in his eyes. His voice was low and hoarse, and his hand at his side clenched tighter. I'm right here. I won't run. I won't lose you. Why did you run so fast? Qi Xianglei couldn't tell Chong Jin's mood and misunderstood. He thought his nephew was upset because he was trapped for so long. He explained to Yun Jiaoyu, Jiaoyu has been treating and saving people all night. She's already helped hundreds of injured. We wanted her to rest, but she said if she saved one more person, more injured would be brought here. Maybe she could see you sooner. She ran so fast because she was worried about you. Yun Jiaoyu leaned on Chong Jin for a long while before finally standing up. She kept looking at him, checking if he had any visible wounds. Chong Jin was lucky. When the wall collapsed, a beam was just lodged between him and the bricks, leaving enough space for breathing. His handsome face is now dirty and tired, but his elegant and charming appearance still cannot be hidden. Hearing Qi Xianglei's words, Chong Jin's pale lips pressed together, but his eyes on Yun Jiaoyu had changed. His deep eyes like a streak of light crossing the night sky, hiding the pain in his heart. Licking his cracked lips, he said, but your hands are trembling so much, and you fell again. You have so many wounds on your arms. What if there are lasting effects in the future? What should we do then? Yun Jiaoyu's cold gaze was pure, and she suddenly said, when the earthquake happened, you were worried I couldn't escape, so you risked your safety to quickly put me on the carriage. Now I'm worried about you, so I accidentally fell. What's the big deal? After she finished speaking, Yun Jiaoyu realized she might have overreacted to the man. It seemed she was really very nervous about Chong Jin's life and death. Yun Jiaoyu slightly raised her eyebrows, thinking that the man's concern and rescue were just because he chose to take on the responsibility of being a husband and wife. So she must also be worried. If something happened to Chong Jin, it might cause this fictional world to collapse, or even threaten her own life. Only when she saw that the man was still alive and her own life was temporarily safe did she react so strongly. She reached out to check Chong Jin's pulse. You were under the house all night. Is there any part of your body that feels especially uncomfortable? Chong Jin was stunned by Yun Jiaoyu's question, his handsome face showing a slight expression of hesitation. He spoke in a hoarse, low voice, suppressing his emotions. I just can't walk with both legs. My joints are sore and swollen, probably from strained muscles and bones. But it's not serious. Yun Jiaoyu diagnosed that his pulse was slightly stringy and slippery, with blocked meridians and blood flow. It really wasn't a big problem, but his internal injuries were fine, though his external injuries seemed serious. She reached out to check if there were any external wounds under his clothes. Gradually, her hand moved to his inner thigh near the groin, preparing for further diagnosis. Nie Tao and Qi Xianglei saw Yun Jiaoyu's actions and looked at her with obvious discomfort. They hesitated to speak, feeling a bit embarrassed. Second miss, although you and him are married, I'm still an outsider. Are you rushing too much? Qi Xianglei turned his head aside and advised, Yes, Jiaoyu. Brother Jin just escaped death. Even if you want to do something else now, shouldn't you wait until he's fully recovered? Yun Jiaoyu looked confused, not understanding what Nie Tao and Qi Xianglei meant. When her gaze fell on her own hand, she suddenly realized what they were implying. During her self-examination, she instinctively touched the area where Chong Jin's thighs and lower abdomen meet, near his private parts. This kind of unannounced touch on sensitive areas is quite bold. Not only was it unusual for ancient times, but even for modern standards it was a bit too much. Yun Jiaoyu quickly withdrew her hand, embarrassed, and explained, You misunderstood. Worried that Chong Jin might think too much, she added seriously, Actually, I suspect you have a soft tissue bruise. The movement I just made was to check if you had any pressing pain in your groin area. If you do, I can prescribe medicine for you. Chong Jin slightly lifted his chin, making his jawline look more delicate and smooth. His sharp, jade-colored face showed complex emotions, and there still seemed to be a lingering feeling of a woman's touch near his groin. He lightly pursed his lips and said, It does hurt a little. Hearing that Chong Jin's leg was hurting, Qi Xianglei asked anxiously, Jiaoyu, do you think Brother Jin's leg will have to be cut off? He scratched his head and said, I didn't quite understand what you just said about the soft tissue bruise. Yun Jiaoyu shook her head and reassured him, No, don't worry, third uncle. He's fine, nothing serious. In an earthquake, a bruise is already a fortunate outcome that most people would envy. Yun Jiaoyu recited a remedy that could warm the meridians, relieve pain, and promote blood flow. She repeated the ingredients to help Qi Xianglei remember better. Burdock seed, Pinellia, angelica root, white silkworm, baiji, mulberry branch, each 1 or 2. Third uncle, I can't read. Remember these herbs. Later, you'll need to help buy medicine for Chong Jin. I can't leave. I have to stay here to treat other injured people. Qi Xianglei and Nie Tao nodded in agreement, each memorizing 3 herbs to go by the medicine. Chong Jin lay on a stretcher, hearing Yun Jiaoyu continue to examine patients. His cold, ink-black eyes stared intently at her. After hesitating for a while, he finally asked with concern, Are you sure you don't want to rest a bit? If your hand keeps trembling, even if new patients are brought to you, they might not let you treat them. Yun Jiaoyu's beautiful, Clear, lively eyes showed no worry. It's okay, I won't be busy for much longer. I heard Nie Tao say that officials from Zhangzhou and Qingzhou have already sent enough people to help. I think they will arrive in Tong'an County in a few days. Then I can rest properly. Chong Jin had been buried under the rubble all night and knew the pain of being trapped. He also understood how important timely medical treatment was for the injured. He moved his eyebrows, knowing that no matter what he said, Yun Jiaoyu wouldn't listen. He didn't try to stop her anymore, speaking softly. He was not used to caring for someone in the tone of a husband. His voice gentle and calm. When you really can't hold on anymore, don't force yourself.
You must stop and rest.
Yun Jiaoyu frowned, startled by Chong Jin's sudden straightforward concern. Was she hearing things? Was her kind husband really caring about her? She looked down skeptically at him. She saw that the man's narrow phoenix eyes were soft, shining with kindness as he looked at her through the dust and chaos. Even when their eyes met, he didn't look away for a moment. His actions and expressions were very honest. Yun Jiaoyu's expression paused slightly, holding her breath for a moment. She thought maybe the man was influenced by her saintly image of healing and saving people day and night before the disaster. That's why he suddenly changed from his usual indifferent attitude toward her. Yun Jiaoyu didn't think too much, and on a whim, she replied, okay. 3 days later, when the rescue teams from various places arrived, over the past 2 days, Cheng Er hadn't urged everyone to hurry. One reason was because the earthquake caused landslides, making mountain roads difficult to travel. The other was because there were too many injured and the rescue manpower was insufficient. Now that the rescue team from Tong'an County was enough, he began to consider moving on. He found Yun Jiaoyu to discuss. Miss Qi, from Qingzhou to Zizhou, it's about 2,000 miles. We haven't even covered half of that. Instead, we've been delayed in Tong'an County. Your Lord Lu's adopted daughter. Could you please tell him? Ask him to grant us active rescue support and allow us to take a special boat along the water route to Dahuang County? Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were deep as she carefully considered Cheng Er's suggestion. In the Great Qi Kingdom, Exile was divided into 3 grades. 2,000 miles was first class, 2,500 miles second class, 3,000 miles third class. Those sentenced to exile for 2,000 miles had to reach their destination within 50 days. That's why Cheng Er had previously required prisoners to walk at least 50 miles each day.
But now,
among the exiled prisoners, there were many injured, and they had been delayed in Tong'an County for over 3 days. Based on their previous pace and the current road conditions within Zhangzhou, it was unlikely they could reach Dahuang County on time. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze drifted to Sun Aniu, who was sitting under an old locust tree eating dried food nearby. The day before yesterday, when Qi Xianglei and Nie Tao dug him out, he had been holding his back against the collapsing debris the entire time. He had maintained that position under the ruins for a full day and night. Currently, her back is bloody and flesh is torn, and her body has lost more than half of its weight. Fortunately, under Sun He's protection, she was not injured in the earthquake. If she couldn't travel by water, injured prisoners like Sun Aniu might not have survived to reach Zizhou. Yun Jiaoyu has already made up her mind to try. I will discuss it with my adoptive father. At this moment, Lu Yunxio's voice came from behind. Jiaoyu, I've brewed some herbal medicine. Go to the tent and bring it to Brother Jin to drink. Lu Yunxio poured the prepared herbal medicine from the jar into a clay bowl and handed it to Yun Jiaoyu. In the past 2 days, all the injured have been staying in simple tents set up outside Tong'an County. After Chong Jin was rescued, he rested there with the other injured. Yun Jiaoyu took the clay bowl, which was steaming with hot white vapor. She had just opened one of the tents to feed Chong Jin medicine when she saw Lu Chong and Lin Fuyu sitting inside. Lu Chong saw Yun Jiaoyu enter and deliberately scolded angrily. You, this adoptive daughter, really have no conscience. I've been in Tong'an County for 3 days and haven't seen you visit me. Now look at this, your grand imperial teacher, and he still has to come see you himself. Yun Jiaoyu had no time to spare these days, but she had already heard that Lu Chong and Lin Fuyu had acknowledged each other as father and daughter. Her eyes sparkled with tiny lights, and she was not afraid of Lu Chong. Right now, the entire Qi country was working hard to rebuild the disaster area, and everything was developing positively. She felt very happy and joked openly, "Father, you and Sister Fuyu have only recently acknowledged each other as father and daughter. I'm perfectly fine, so why should I disturb your family reunion? And besides, the injured in Tongan County were really many the other day. I truly couldn't leave." Lu Chong's deep gaze carried a hint of admiration. Lu Yong's warning about the earthquake had been effective. After swift reports through fast horses, the emperor and the people of Wancho County promoted Lu Yong to be the county's educational supervisor, overseeing all the colleges there. Lu Yong, honest and sincere, took all the credit for the earthquake warning and shifted it onto Yun Jiaoyu. Seizing this opportunity, he quickly sent a message to the emperor, reporting Yun Jiaoyu's rescue efforts in Tongan County. He also mentioned that the case of exam cheating might have other hidden motives. It wouldn't be long before the investigation concluded, and the Qi family would be exonerated from exile. However, he didn't plan to tell them about this now. After all, secrets are best kept confidential. Yun Jiaoyu stirred the herbal medicine in the clay bowl to cool it down, planning to wait until it was cooler before giving it to Chong Jin. Deep brown eyes full of life. After thinking for a moment, her thin red lips slightly parted, and she asked, "Godfather, within Songzhou, many mountains have collapsed. We exiles cannot reach Dahuang County within the time set by the officials. I have an unkind request. Could you grant us a favor and let us take a boat directly to Dahuang County in Zhizhou?" As she finished speaking, Lu Chong's eyes were deep, and his low voice slowly replied, "Convicts taking a boat to be exiled is unprecedented." Yun Jiaoyu lowered her eyes, already prepared for Lu Chong to refuse due to official duty. But she also thought about the many injured among the exiles, like Sun Aniu. She felt a bit disappointed. Then, in the next moment, Lu Chong changed his tone, saying, "However, since you have contributed, you deserve a reward. After all, if it weren't for your timely rescue, who knows how many people in Wancho County might have died from natural disasters." He elongated his tone. "So, I grant the favor you asked for those convicts." Yun Jiaoyu's deep, starry eyes lit up slightly. She smiled sincerely and said, "Thank you, Godfather." As the boat passed Songzhou, Yun Jiaoyu had Chang'er and others buy food at each county town. The group turned their exile journey into a short trip. They floated along the canal, heading toward Dahuang County in Zhizhou. It took only half a month. This was ahead of the original 50-day schedule for the exile route, arriving more than 10 days early. During this half-month, Yun Jiaoyu and Chong Jin's injuries had fully healed. They no longer needed crutches to walk. Chong Jin stood at the bow of the specially sent boat by Lu Chong, wearing a bamboo green robe that fluttered in the wind. He stood with his hands behind his back, his wide sleeves forming graceful arcs. Yun Jiaoyu leaned her hands on the railing, standing beside the man, watching the canal scenery. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Chang'er and Li Hu standing nearby, seemingly wanting to talk to her. "Why are you standing there?" she asked softly, her eyes gentle like apricot blossoms. "In about a tea time, this boat will dock. If there's anything difficult to say on land, now is the time to speak." Chang'er scratched his head awkwardly. "After we get off the boat, it's not inconvenient to talk." He hurried over to Yun Jiaoyu, saying earnestly, "Madam Qi, Li Hu and I are thinking, after we deliver you to the Dahuang County government and hand over the matter, we two brothers won't go back to Qingzhou. We haven't married yet. Instead of returning to Qingzhou to live a simple official's life, we'd rather follow you. What do you think?" This time in exile, thanks to Yun Jiaoyu, they gained new experiences. They enjoyed fine food and drinks, traveled on a boat owned by a courtesan, saw the imperial tutor honored, and even boarded a warship known for its naval strength. They no longer wanted to return to their simple past lives. Yun Jiaoyu frowned. What did that mean? Was she following her? So, she had taken on 2 followers? Yun Jiaoyu thought for a moment. Dahuang County was a barren and poor place, mostly filled with criminals who had committed serious crimes. There could be many tough people there. Chang'er and Li, who were both former officers. They dealt with strong and fierce criminals. If she agreed to keep them, it might help her establish herself in Dahuang County later. Without much thought, Yun Jiaoyu agreed. If you insist on not going back, I can take you in. But I can't promise what the future will be like. Cheng Er and Li Hu felt relieved. They believed that as long as they followed Yun Jiaoyu, they would enjoy wealth and honor. Zheng Xing said, "Thank you, young Mistress Qi. We too will follow you forever, ready to face any danger for you." Chong Jin heard that they wanted to stay with Yun Jiaoyu. His handsome face showed a slight change in expression. He frowned and looked at Yun Jiaoyu. "The boat has docked. We should report to the Dahuang County government first. That way, no one will be on duty when we arrive." Chong Jin's eyebrows rose slightly as he walked past Yun Jiaoyu. His soft, wide sleeves brushed her skirt. Yun Jiaoyu looked at his fair, handsome face, feeling like the sun and moon were in her arms. She was momentarily stunned, then quickly followed him, asking, "Wait for me. Why are you walking so fast?" As Yun Jiaoyu and her companions, Cheng Er and Li Hu, moved farther away, Chong Jin's stern face gradually softened into a more elegant look. In the country of Qi, the land was poor and barren, and people were scarce. Besides the local residents, exiled criminals became a main source of labor. These criminals were chosen and assigned work by the government. Most criminals worked on mining, farming, building houses, or water projects. Stronger ones could guard towns and fortresses. Those who could read and had talent might help officials with paperwork. People like Chong Jin, who had studied, were likely to be noticed by the officials of Dahuang County and not forced into hard labor. Therefore, Xiao Lian, old Madam Qi, and the second wife all believed that as long as they didn't separate from their family, they could rely on their relationship with Chong Jin to live a somewhat comfortable life in Dahuang County. After getting off the boat, they tightly followed the man. Half an hour later, Yun Jiaoyu and her group finally arrived on foot inside Dahuang County town. Dahuang County is truly the most desolate town in the Great Qi Kingdom. Entering through the city gate, Yun Jiaoyu saw that almost all the buildings were made of yellow earth. It is no exaggeration to say that even Tong'an County, which has experienced several earthquakes, cannot compare to the rundown state here. Looking around, most of the people in the town carry hoes on their shoulders. Their skin is dark and their bodies are thin and bony. Even their clothes are full of holes, no good pieces among them. Yun Jiaoyu was so shocked by the scene before her that she couldn't speak. Even in modern times, she had only seen such emaciation in South Africa. Zhang Meinyang, annoyed, waved her hand to brush away the dust raised by passers-by. Frowning, she said, "I know Dahuang County lacks food and clothing, but the conditions here are just too bad. There isn't even one person on the street with a little flesh on their bones. How are we supposed to live like this in the future?" Sheng Tian slumped his shoulders and also began to feel hopeless. Even if their second house had money, it would be hard to enjoy a comfortable life in such a barren place. They walked on, accepting reality as they went. When they reached the county government office, they thought it would be more luxurious, but the scene outside was just as bleak. Fallen leaves piled up in layers on the ground, withered and crumpled, and no one had cleaned them up. There were even countless spider webs on the signboard above the door. Qi Zhaozhao was already frightened by the strange scene in Dahuang County. Hiding behind Yun Jiaoyu, she asked, "Sister-in-law, are we in the wrong place?" "No, we're not." Yun Jiaoyu looked at the signboard, and even if she couldn't read, she could see the character Da on it. She turned to call Cheng Er. "Cheng Er, go inside and check what's going on." As soon as she finished speaking, an elderly man with white hair came out holding official documents with one hand. He pinched his beard with his single hand and said, "No need to check. Our Dahuang County's magistrate has almost run away. If you newcomers commit crimes, just find some broken houses in Shaju village to stay in." Noticing that Yun Jiaoyu and the others might not understand, he added, "You don't need to wait for the officials to assign work. Everyone is sent to farm the land." Yun Jiaoyu sincerely asked, "Old sir, what do you mean by that?" Cheng Er had been here several times before. Looking carefully at the old man's face, he suddenly patted his thigh in surprise. Master Li, it's been years since I saw you. You've become so old. Are the people below causing you trouble? Li Quan squinted as he looked at Ching, taking a long time to recognize him. He shook his head in frustration, saying, "It's not that the criminals upset me. It's our new county magistrate in Dahuang County. He resigned from his post. But the higher-ups refused to accept it and insisted he stay on standby. Now, it's been 3 months since he's been to the government office. Since the county magistrate is absent, the officials under him have also started to strike." Li Quan became angrier as he spoke, complaining to Yun Jiaoyu and the others. He pointed at the signboard and angrily said, "Our Dahuang County is already the most remote part of Great Qi. People like these, if they knew they couldn't handle the hardships, why did they come to work in our county?" Yun Jiaoyu cast a meaningful look at Li Quan, holding back a few words in her mind. She thought she probably knew why those resigning and striking officials couldn't bear the hardships and still stayed in Dahuang County. Since she arrived here, she had noticed that almost no young laborers were left in Dahuang County. Looking down the street, all she saw were the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Officials who resigned stayed because they couldn't leave. And those who held official positions were probably not very successful in the imperial exams. They either served as county magistrates in remote border areas or had no other career options. As for the officials and guards, they were likely native to Dahuang County and unwilling to work elsewhere. Compared to hard farm work, becoming a guard seemed better. This won't do. Old Madame Qi didn't want to hear complaints. Her mind was full of Li Quan's recent words, "Everyone should go reclaim land." She couldn't stand it anymore. She grabbed his wrinkled hands and said, "Sir, my son Jin has studied and passed the imperial exams. Such a talented young man. If he went to reclaim land directly, it would be such a pity. Maybe you could talk to the county magistrate. Perhaps my grandson could stay at the government office and help you with work." Li Quan frowned, clearly unhappy, glancing at her hand that had touched him without permission. He pushed her away with a serious face and said, "Madam, speak your mind, but don't touch me. If others see this, my reputation as Li Quan will be ruined." Li Quan is a few years younger than Madame Qi. Without family or connections, how could he allow physical contact unless necessary? But what Madame Qi said still moved Li Quan. The Dahuang County government was overwhelmed with work. Since the county magistrate resigned, he had been handling the affairs. Currently, he is getting older and indeed finds it difficult to handle things sometimes. Li Quan looked at Chong Jin and asked, "Have you taken the imperial exams? Have you studied for a few years?" Chong Jin's eyes were deep and calm. "Since I started learning at age 5, I have been studying for 18 years. 18 years. Li Quan nodded with satisfaction and thought for a moment before deliberately asking, "Let me test you. If it were in the capital, and the government issued 1,000 stones of relief grain to our Dahuang County. But one day, the cart carrying the relief grain accidentally overturned in Shijuji village. At that time, passing villagers spread the news, and many people rushed to grab the grain. As a county official, how would you handle this situation after receiving the news?" Yun Jiaoyu's clear eyes showed a hint of surprise. "Isn't this like an ancient civil service exam?" So, this official's assistant is acting on behalf of the county magistrate to interview Chong Jin? As soon as Li Quan asked the question, a group of prisoners in exile started discussing loudly. They were all wondering if answering the question correctly could earn them a position in the county office. Everyone was trying hard to think of a way to improve their future. Xingtian, who was used to wasting his talents, blurted out, "Of course, we should arrest all those who stole the relief grain. How dare they steal our government grain? Aren't they tired of living?" He happily added, "After arresting everyone, we should move all the grain to my house." Thinking this, Xingtian already looked pleased. He grinned widely, full of pride, as if he had already become a county official. Li Quan looked at Xingtian with disgust, glaring in annoyance. Some others also spoke up. "Since the relief grain is meant for the villagers, maybe we don't need to do anything about the theft?" "I don't agree. I think we should arrest the people." After catching them, we can gather up the overturned grain. Once collected, it should be sent back to the office for proper distribution. Almost all the men spoke, but Li Quan shook his head, dissatisfied with everyone. In just a short time, the prisoners all believed the others were wrong. They argued fiercely. Li Quan asked Chong Jin with interest, "Sir, what is your answer?" Chong Jin's gaze grew slightly serious, carrying a hint of authority and firmness. Usually, when receiving such news, the person on duty should quickly request reinforcements from the county magistrate and then rush to Shijuji village to handle the situation. While on the way, the officer should take the opportunity to learn the details from the villagers who brought the news. And just to be safe, it's best to bring a few doctors along, in case the officials transporting the relief grain or the villagers Changdua, the grain get hurt and can't be treated in time. Of course, these actions are based on the considerations of the Great Qi Kingdom for benevolent governance. Chong Jin speaks clearly, calmly, and steadily. His eyes are full of coldness as he slowly says, "Additionally, there are actions taken out of respect for the rule of law in the Great Qi Kingdom. Because if Changdua, the relief grain happens, it will affect the willingness of the capital to send grain to Dahuang County. Or, during the next grain relief, the amount of grain allocated might be reduced. So, those who Changdua, grain must be punished severely. However, if they are willing to return the stolen grain, the punishment can be lessened. At the same time, they are warned that they should take only proper property. Stealing relief grain from the government for small personal gains will bring trouble to their descendants. According to the laws of the Great Qi, if one person's Changdua, government silver or grain, the entire family is responsible. If the grain thief is a local from Dahuang County, the law states the whole family will be exiled. But if the thief is someone who has already been exiled and banished in Dahuang County, then they will face only the death penalty." After hearing Chong Jin's answer, Li Quan kept rubbing his beard and nodded, with more admiration in his eyes. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze drifted to Chong Jin. For an ancient Jitseng Gongwuyun, junior official, his answer was truly perfect. However, she believed there was room for improvement. Li Quan caught the slight frown on Yun Jiaoyu's face with the corner of his eye. He asked, "Young lady, do you have a different opinion?" Chong Jin looked at Yun Jiaoyu, his handsome face calm and steady. His eyes showed a curious look as he carefully listened to Yun Jiaoyu's opinion. Normal scholars taking the imperial exams, if they hear a woman want to oppose them, no matter who is opposing, as long as they are not elders, they would show disdain. Even those with a better temper might feel some dissatisfaction. But seeing Chong Jin with no signs of impatience, even with a proper attitude, and engaging in a normal discussion, Li Quan's eyes showed surprise, and he was even more pleased with the man's character. It seems that Dahuang County has truly found a good talent. Yun Jiaoyu's deep eyes flickered as she thought, "It's not really a different opinion. I just think that for the county officials, when the people Changdua, relief grain, benevolent governance is appropriate, and respecting the law is also correct. But for slightly higher officials, if they only do these two things, it's far from enough. The county of Dahuang is barren, desolate, and poor. If only the land were peaceful and orderly, and theft was rare, no one would risk their lives to steal government grain. As an official in charge, one must not only enforce justice, but also find ways to improve people's lives." Yun Jiaoyu nodded in agreement with Chong Jin's answer. But thinking about his future career path, aiming to become the top official among all ministers, she felt that the previous answers still needed some improvement. Yun Jiaoyu pointed to the dusty, sandy town and said, "For example, to develop agriculture, we need to build water channels for irrigation, plant trees to prevent sand, and find ways to increase grain production. Similarly, to develop commerce and crafts, we need to establish trade relations with other counties. This can help many people in Dahuang County earn a living." Of course, these ideas sound simple, but putting them into action is very difficult. But no matter how hard it is, as officials and parents of the people, we must try to do each task step by step. Even if we can only do one or two things well in our lifetime, day after day, Year after year, we will eventually succeed. After Yun Jiaoyu finished speaking, Chong Jin's gaze suddenly froze. Thinking about her previous words, hoping he could become the chief minister, he suddenly realized that her words were also meant for him. Li Quan stood stiffly in place, his legs feeling weak. This young woman, if she were a man, wouldn't she also achieve great things? Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were clear and calm, but beneath that peaceful look, there was a vast, turbulent mind. Finally, she revealed the truth. Masterly, the question you asked seems to be about solving the problem of grain theft. But in my view, it's really about helping Dahuang County escape poverty. And this is not something that can be achieved just by giving out 1,000 stones of grain. Nor can Chong Jin do it alone. It requires many people and a lot of time. If you hope others will take on the heavy task of making Dahuang prosperous, instead of waiting for others, you should do your part with whatever little strength you have. Not only you, I believe Chong Jin will also do his part. Besides you, many others will be willing to help this place get out of poverty and become better. Old Lady Chi and others sneered at what Yun Jiaoyu said. What does she mean by shining and glowing? Who has such a big face to say such things? If Yun Jiaoyu could hunt or practice medicine, she would have starved to death on the way to exile. Yet she still dares to boast about opening up land and getting rich? Xiao Lian didn't really understand what Yun Jiaoyu was saying. She was born a farmer and didn't go to school. She only married into the Qi family after saving Lord Qi in the wild by chance. Even if she didn't understand Yun Jiaoyu's words about shining and glowing, she definitely understood the part about taking responsibility for making Li Quan rich. Does that mean, if Jean Gur's answer this time satisfies Li Quan, then her Jean Gur will be the future master of Dahuang County? Xiao Lian's eyelids fluttered with anger as she thought more. She pointed at Yun Jiaoyu and scolded loudly, "You little brat, the official was just asking Jean Gur, and you have no right to speak here." Li Shifu is already preparing to choose Jean Gur as a successor. What are you trying to do? You wicked woman, are you planning to keep Jean Gur from living a peaceful life in Dahuang County?
Li Quan frowned deeply.
Although he was indeed looking for a suitable heir to succeed his master, he wasn't planning to do so anytime soon since he was still alive. Through Cheng Er's introduction, Li Quan quickly understood the relationships and family background. His gaze on Yun Jiaoyu grew more sympathetic. This young lady, being accepted as a righteous daughter by the imperial teacher, no wonder she has such impressive insights. It's just a pity she married into a family with so many top relatives. Li Quan warmly said to Chong Jin, "Chong Jin, I am very satisfied with your answer. Having such a capable wife will surely help you a lot in the future." He pointed at Shengtian, but this second uncle, who has a bit of power, is secretly embezzling relief grain. He then pointed more towards Xiao Lian and this unreasonable mother. If you want to clear your name and enter officialdom in the future, remember to keep your distance from them. In the Great Qi Kingdom, filial piety is the most important virtue. Like Shengtian's biological uncle, it's better to cut ties completely. But for someone like Xiao Lian, who has a kinship with men through childbirth, it's hard to cut ties, and it's impossible to do so. Otherwise, if careless words about forgetting one's mother after marrying would spread, both Chong Jin and Yun Jiaoyu's reputations would be completely ruined. Chong Jin's eyes were deep and suddenly dimmed. He understood the reasoning, but it would take some time to make a firm decision. Xiao Lian was very angry but didn't dare to argue with Li Quan or glare at Cheng Er. She could only roll her eyes at Yun Jiaoyu. It's all because of that little troublemaker. Now her reputation is ruined too. At this moment, a tall, slender man wearing sturdy clothes and looking strong was pushing a cart past the county office. He overheard Yun Jiaoyu's words at a corner near the county office. His gaze froze, and he looked at Yun Jiaoyu with more curiosity.
Li Jingzi.
Wait a moment. Li Quan suddenly waved his hand, stopping a passing butcher. He said to Chong Jin and Yun Jiaoyu, "He is a butcher from Shaju village. You can be neighbors in the future." Then he spoke to Li Jingji, remember to take them to Shaju village. They are new here and unfamiliar with the place, so please look after them. Li Jingji was dressed in rough cloth clothes, but his noble aura couldn't be hidden. He glanced at Yun Jiaoyu lightly and said, "Okay." His tone was indifferent and unenthusiastic. Li Quan awkwardly explained, "Li Jingji is usually very kind, but he has a bit of a strange temper. Now go to Shaja village. For the sake of Chong Jin and his wife, I will go find the county magistrate and discuss how to assign work for you." Old Lady Qi didn't like strangers she just met, especially since they were so kind to Yun Jiaoyu. But she was also glad that the Qi family had gained Li Quan's favor. If what this county magistrate from Dahuang County said was true, then the magistrate wouldn't be in charge, and the person in charge would be him. Soon, they would work under Brother Jin's command, and maybe in the future, Dahuang County would change its surname to Qi. The group began to follow Li Jingji. When they arrived at Shaja village, everyone sighed in relief. Unlike the dusty center of the county, the village wasn't filled with sand. Although the houses were made of yellow earth, the nearby mountains looked lush and green. It was a sight that made people feel at ease. "I am not feeling well, and am old. I want to stay in this house," Old Lady Qi, relying on her age, pointed to the house closest to the water well. Seeing no one responded, she staggered toward the house. "That's where I live." A muscular butcher, with a look of obvious disdain in his eyes, was chopping a pig's hoof with a butcher knife, making a loud noise that startled Old Lady Qi. She shivered all over. She looked at the butcher knife and kindly said, "Child, why don't you let me have this house?" He bravely replied, "You, just pity this old woman of mine. I'm old, and I might pass away someday. I don't know if I will ever enjoy happiness in this life. You might as well give me the house to live in so I can have a peaceful few days." Li Jingji's eyes were full of hostility. After a slight smirk, he sneered with a hint of mockery. He coldly mocked, "Old woman, whether you're a fairy or not, has nothing to do with me. Why should I pity you? Besides, since you know you won't have many peaceful days, do you still want to occupy my house? Are you deliberately coming to cause trouble?" His dark, murderous voice fell. With a loud sound, there was again the noise of chopping pigs' trotters. The butcher's knife reflected a bright shine in the dusk light. He looked grim and warned, "Get out quickly. Don't block my view." Yun Jiaoyu heard the cold, fierce voice of the butcher and raised her delicate eyebrows, feeling a bit lighter after the previous gloomy mood on the road. Hearing someone curse Old Lady Qi as a wicked old woman, she suddenly felt happy. In the next second, Li Jingji pointed to a house about 3 zhang away from his own. He said to Yun Jiaoyu and Chong Jin, "This house is for you to live in." There are many broken houses in Shaju village, some scattered and some clustered together. Li Jingji's house is one of the scattered ones. Looking around, the houses closest to the water well are only 3 or 5 in number. Among them, the best-lit house is Li Jingji's and the one he plans to give to Yun Jiaoyu and Chong Jin. Zhang Meinyang was unhappy. She also wanted to live in the house closest to the water source. She crossed her arms and looked for trouble. "Hey, you wild man, are you eyeing my niece-in-law? What's wrong? No one else can live in that house next to you. It has to be given to Yun Jiaoyu." Li Jingji looked impatiently at Zhang Meinyang, his knuckles cracking as he clenched the handle of the butcher's knife. He said disgustedly, "Since Master Li asked me to take care of them, I can give them this house to live in, can I? You women are really just causing trouble. You can't stand seeing the couple living in a good house. Just look at you, just like that wicked old woman. Not good relatives at all."